Imagine this. You're sent on a mission to a mysterious world from your school, but here's the twist. You end up building your own harem with the ghost and monster women of that world. So, what would you do? Well, that's exactly what happens to the main character of our story. So, let's see what our main character does. Once upon a time, Jiang woke up in a spooky and strange place called Foul Road. He got a message on a magic screen telling him to get to a hospital called Yellow Spring in just 3 minutes. To help him, the message gave 2 tips. Don't stay in one place for too long, or something scary might attack you. Be super careful not to lose your life on the way. Jiang touched a streetlight and gasped. It felt cold, even though the air around him was warm and sticky. The place smelled kind of like wet dirt and trees, a little bit like the real world he knew before. He remembered hearing that Foul Road used to be part of his own world but had changed into something creepy. It all started 10 minutes ago, when Jiang was napping in class. One of his classmates shook him awake and said, "Hey, Jiang, you're so calm. You must know how to pass the test. Help me, okay?" Another kid laughed and said, "You can't just use your handsome face to win this time. If I were you, I'd beg me for help instead." Annoyed, Jiang snapped, "If you're jealous of my good looks, just admit it." Suddenly, the teacher walked in, saying, "Quiet, the principal is here." Now here's the thing about Jiang's world. When kids turn 18, they have to take a super-duper scary challenge in a mysterious world filled with spooky ghosts. These ghosts are ranked by how strong they are. The scariest ones, called SSS rank ghosts, are powerful enough to wreck entire cities. To make things a little less scary, people invented a magical item called the Sly Stone. This stone lets people enter and leave the spooky world when they want, instead of being pulled in randomly. But if your resurrection points drop to 0, it's game over. Jiang's teacher was really kind and told the class, "I'll be here waiting for you when you're back. But remember, stop right away if you're in big trouble." Then she pressed the Sly Stone and started the countdown. Boom! Jiang was now inside the mysterious world for the first time. As he walked, a magical map popped up. Jiang saw he was supposed to get to his mission spot, but it would take 30 minutes if he walked. He chuckled and said, I'll get there in just 10 minutes. I'm pretty awesome, after all." When he checked his stats on the magic screen, most of them were at 0, except for one. His strange power was at 50. Other kids only had 10 points of strange power, so Jiang grinned and said, "Looks like being good-looking comes with perks." Jiang walked toward the Yellow Springs Hospital. What a cool name, he thought. He was excited but also a little nervous. Suddenly, he heard someone say, "Hello." A girl had appeared behind him. Jiang jumped in surprise. Wait, is this already a ghost? This is just the beginning, he thought. The girl smiled and hugged him. "Hello, handsome," she said. "Do you like me?" Without thinking, Jiang nodded. She was so pretty. But then she took off her mask, and Jiang's jaw dropped. Her face had a big, scary cut. She pulled out huge scissors and asked, "Am I beautiful now?" Jiang froze. This is Kukusei-kana, he realized. She's a famous Japanese ghost who shows up at night. Jiang panicked and tried to remember what his teacher had taught him about dealing with her. But, he forgot everything. The ghost girl moved closer and whispered, "Am I beautiful?" She put the scissors by his neck. Jiang's heart was pounding, but he decided not to answer. Instead, he acted silly and walked right past her like he didn't care. Once he got some distance, he yelled, "Bye," and started running. "I'm super fast," Jiang said to himself. "With my strange power, I can run 100 meters in 10 seconds. She'll never catch up." But, surprise, the ghost girl was running right next to him. How is she so fast? Jiang thought. He tried zigzagging and changing direction, but no matter where he went, she followed. "If you say I'm beautiful," she said, "I'll make you look as beautiful as me." Jiang pretended not to understand her. I don't speak Japanese," he said. The ghost pulled out her scissors again. "Now tell me," she demanded. "Do you think I'm beautiful?" Jiang stopped running for a moment. "Please slow down," he pleaded. But when she paused, Jiang did a cool backflip to get away. Then, he grinned and said, "Hey, don't you think I'm handsome too?" The ghost girl stared at him, confused. What's wrong with this guy? Is he crazy? She wondered. She kept chasing Jiang, shouting, "Am I beautiful?" Jiang yelled back, "What's your deal? Why are you so obsessed with that question?" But soon, Jiang got trapped in a corner. The ghost girl stepped closer in her high heels. "Am I beautiful?" she asked again. Jiang wanted to shout, "Why do you keep asking that?" But he was too scared to say anything. The ghost used her powers to attack with her giant scissors. "This kid is too tricky," she thought. "I'll make him suffer for ignoring me." She slashed at Jiang with her scissors, and he covered his head with his hands. "Is this it? Am I going to die here?" he thought. Just then, a magical window popped up with a message. Just as the scissors were about to hurt Jiang, a magical system appeared. A message popped up. "A mysterious threat has been detected. System activated." The ghost girl froze, confused. What's going on? Why can't I move? She wondered. Another message appeared in front of Jiang. It said, "Deception and lies filled her hands with blood." Ugliness and loneliness made her vengeful, but deep down, she longed for kisses and warmth. Jiang was surprised but quickly laughed. This is amazing. I must have the legendary traveler system, he said excitedly. Feeling brave, Jiang pointed at the ghost girl and yelled, "All right, ugly monster, I'm going to catch you." But then, something unexpected happened. A new message popped up. After this explanation, the system will disappear, and just like that, the system vanished. Jiang froze. What? Where's my magical sword? My ultimate weapon? My pet dragon? Is this system broken? He realized the system only protected him because its screen popped up in the way of the scissors. Meanwhile, the ghost girl was fuming. "How dare you call me ugly?" she screamed. "The one thing I hate most is men who tease me." Jiang started to panic. Oh no, she's going to cut my mouth next. This is too much. The ghost girl glared at him with a terrifying expression. "I'll ask you one last time," she said. "Am I beautiful?" Suddenly, Jiang got an idea. He stepped forward and hugged the ghost girl tightly. She gasped in shock, turning bright red. What are you doing?" she stuttered. Jiang stayed quiet, thinking about the system's hint. She longed for kisses and warmth. Then, Jiang did something bold. He put on a confident smile, looked into her eyes, and said, "Hey, listen to me. Once upon a time, I didn't realize how special true love was. If I could get another chance, I'd make it right." His words were so cheesy, even the ghost girl cringed. "What's wrong with you?" she asked, looking annoyed. But Jiang wasn't done. He took a deep breath and said, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" The ghost girl didn't believe him at all. Seeing no way out, Jiang decided to go all in. Without letting her respond, he suddenly kissed her. The ghost girl's eyes went wide in shock. She tried to push Jiang away, but he held on, giving her a kiss she'd never forget. After 5 whole minutes, Jiang finally let. The ghost girl stumbled back, her face red with embarrassment and rage. You're a complete she shouted, clearly flustered. Jiang, trying to act cool, smiled and said, "I guess even ghost girls like a good kiss," but deep down, he was scared out of his mind. Did that really just work? He thought, sweating bullets. Meanwhile, the ghost girl covered her face, trying to hide her emotions. For the first time ever, she wasn't sure if she wanted to punish someone. Jiang's bold move left her completely speechless. "Well, you're still a she shouted before disappearing into thin air. Jiang let out a big sigh of relief. That was too close. I can't believe I survived that. Jiang felt his cheeks burn as he realized his own flustered state. Despite the faint metallic taste of blood, he noticed a surprising sweetness lingering in his mouth. The ghost girl pulled herself free, her face equally red, and said softly, "My name is Xiaolai." As she backed away, she added with a mix of embarrassment and frustration, "You better wait for my revenge. I'll make you pay for this." Before Jiang could respond, she dashed off, disappearing into the shadows of the forest. He stood there, stunned, staring in the direction she had gone. Ding! A notification popped up before him. "Congratulations! You have successfully completed a hidden mission, Kukusei Kana. Your reward, Grade F forbidden bound item, bloody scissors." Jiang blinked in disbelief. Wait, I earned a forbidden item already. He hadn't expected to land such a prize so soon. Although it was the lowest grade, F, it was still an incredibly valuable item, worth up to 100,000 points. Though I guess there's a catch, Jiang muttered, reading the item's description. Bloody scissors. Grade F forbidden item. More than just a hair-cutting tool, these scissors are infused with Kukusei Kana's lingering essence. As a bound item, they cannot be traded. Examining the eerie, blood-stained scissors in his hand, Jiang grinned. Well, seems like the protagonist aura is really shining on me today. He held them confidently and marched forward. After walking for some time, he arrived at a large, ominous building. Yellow Spring Hospital. Another notification appeared. Mission update. You have successfully arrived at Yellow Spring Hospital. Your main task begins now. Task details. As a nurse, you must take good care of your assigned patients for 7 days. Building positive nurse-patient relationships will add points. If a patient becomes angry, they may become very dangerous. Hint, sleep peacefully after dark. Whatever happens, don't open your eyes. Difficulty level, E. Jiang gulped. An E-level mission doesn't sound too bad, but those hints make it seem less than pleasant. As he stepped inside the hospital, he noticed an eerie silence. There was no one at the reception desk. Before Jiang could question the emptiness, a soft voice called out behind him. Turning around, he saw a young woman in a nurse's uniform. She held a clipboard and examined him carefully. "Ah, the newcomer," she said. Jiang, right?" Jiang nodded nervously. "That's me." Is it just me working here?" Ignoring his question, she continued. "You're responsible for 4 patients. You'll meet them soon enough. But keep this in mind, room 401 requires special attention. Check on that patient first." As she turned to leave, she added in a quieter tone, "Oh, one more thing, someone died earlier today." Jiang froze. "Wait, someone died?" he asked, but she vanished before he got an answer. Left alone, Jiang moved toward the reception area, still trying to process the nurse's warning. This place is seriously creepy. Shouldn't there at least be a staff on duty? He muttered. Shaking it off, he decided to focus on the task at hand. According to the system, there were 8 rooms on this floor, but only 4 were occupied by patients. Well, that's a relief, he thought. At least I only have half the work. Jiang made his way to room 401, mentally preparing himself. But when he saw the door, his confidence wavered. It was painted with streaks of what looked like blood. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves. It's not that bad. Just stay calm, he told himself. Ding! A system message appeared in front of him. Hint: the patient in this room is very noisy. Be prepared for surprises. When you enter, you'll be hit by a human head. While it won't you, losing the pride of a nurse in front of your patients could have dangerous consequences. Jiang blinked at the strange message, then let out a nervous laugh. A human head? What kind of place is this? He tightened his grip on his bloody scissors and smirked. Fine. Bring it on, Yellow Spring Hospital. Let's see what you've got. Jiang kicked open the door and muttered, can they really throw someone's head for fun? Before he could process what was happening, a ghost woman's head came hurtling toward him. Remembering the system's warning, Jiang acted quickly. He stabbed the flying head with his bloody scissors. The room froze. Inside were 2 other ghostly figures, a little girl clutching a teddy bear and a boy sitting nearby. They stared in stunned silence at Jiang. Who said they were noisy? Jiang thought, casually surveying the scene. Isn't this peaceful enough? The little girl trembled, clutching her teddy tighter. What's wrong with this guy? Big Sis was just kidding, and he her, she thought in terror. The boy, equally horrified, realized this man's power is no joke. And those scissors, they're dangerous. Breaking the silence, Jiang cleared his throat. Hello, I'm the new nurse. I heard from the head nurse that some of you requested special services. Could you please step forward? Suddenly, a weak voice called from below, Brother Nurse. It was the ghost woman whose head Jiang had Seeing her sprawled on the floor, Jiang leaned down with a polite smile. Oh, it was you who called me? My apologies for the misunderstanding. Would you like me to remove these scissors? The ghost woman put on an innocent face, but a sudden system hint appeared before Jiang, revealing her true thoughts. Hint: she's enraged and plans to devour you the moment the scissors are removed. Proceed with caution. Jiang's polite smile turned into a cunning grin. Oh, so that's your game, he mused silently. Feigning ignorance, he reached for the scissors. Then, with a sinister smile, he yanked the handles apart, prying her head wide open. Splattered across his face as Jiang said with mock sincerity, "Oh no, I didn't realize your head was so fragile. My deepest apologies." The ghost woman's scream echoed through the room, while the little girl and boy looked on in pure horror. They clung to each other, realizing they were no match for this terrifying nurse. Another system notification appeared before Jiang. Operation complete. Result: the patients are now thoroughly afraid of you. They will obey without resistance. Feeling triumphant, Jiang wiped some of the from his cheek and turned to the other ghosts. So, does anyone else require any special services? No, we're fine, the boy and girl chorused in fear. Turning back to the ghost woman, Jiang asked with mock kindness, "Do you need help putting your head back together?" The ghost woman stammered, "And no, I can heal myself." Satisfied, Jiang turned to leave, but just as he reached the hallway, a voice called out from room 402, bed 3. Furrowing his brow, he muttered, "Another task? I thought I was done for the day." He headed to room 402, pushing the door open cautiously. A blank system hint appeared, a complete mystery. No warning? No problem, I guess, Jiang thought confidently. Inside, he called out, "All right, who's the patient in bed 3? Before he could get a proper look around, a ghostly figure came charging at him, a woman with no eyes and no mouth. She was trembling, visibly frightened, and threw her arms around Jiang in a desperate hug. "What's going on here?" Jiang asked, startled. "Can you explain?" The ghost tried to speak, but without a mouth, all Jiang could hear was muffled sounds. This is going to be tricky, he thought. As the eyeless ghost clung to him, Jiang sighed. Why can't these missions come with subtitles for the ghosts? As Jiang scanned the room, a ghost boy hanging upside down smirked and said, "The child is crying, and the lady ghost wants you to calm him down." Jiang raised an eyebrow. A child? Sure enough, aside from the boy and the female ghost, there was indeed a little ghost child in the room, wailing loudly. Jiang sighed and turned to the boy ghost. "Why don't you handle this?" The boy shot him a sharp look. "If we could handle it ourselves, why would we need a nurse like you?" "Fair point," Jiang muttered, "but I was just curious what would happen if I left him like this. I'm not exactly his grandma, you know." Still, he leaned in to pick up the child ghost. That's when a system warning flashed in his mind. Warning: if the nurse neglects his duties and the patient devours him, the head nurse won't intervene. Jiang froze momentarily. Devour me? That escalated quickly. He glanced nervously at the child ghost. "Little brother," Jiang said soothingly, crouching down. Don't cry. Big brother will tell you a bedtime story, alright? The child ghost stopped crying, his face slowly twisting into a devilish grin. Alright, but I'm hungry. If your story isn't good, I'll eat you, nurse brother. Jiang smirked. Well, isn't that charming? Don't worry about it. The child ghost blinked, confused by Jiang's calmness. Let me tell you a ghost story. Jiang began. Once upon a time, there were 4 babies with little antennae on their heads. But before they could, booing, the child ghost shrieked, revealing a grotesquely large mouth. He lunged at Jiang with sharp teeth bared, intent on taking a bite. Jiang acted quickly, thrusting his bloody scissors into the ghost's open maw. Clang! Hey, kid! Jiang said with a glare. Didn't your mom teach you not to interrupt someone telling a story? The child ghost froze, too terrified to answer. At 6 o'clock sharp, all the student nurses gathered in the ground floor hall, their faces pale with exhaustion and fear. One spoke up, trembling. I saw Wang Wei. His patient ate him. Another chimed in. The patient I had only had half a body, and I have to endure this for 7 days? I can't handle it. While most were horrified and downtrodden, Jiang stood to the side, irritated. I spent my whole shift telling ghost stories to some brat, he grumbled. What kind of job is this? Suddenly, the head nurse appeared, her eerie presence silencing the chatter instantly. A sycophantic student stepped forward, plastering on a nervous smile. Head nurse, you've worked so hard. Let me. Before he could finish, the head nurse used a strange, invisible force to slice off his head. Gasps of horror erupted among the students as the man's body crumpled to the floor. The head nurse glared at the lifeless body. Useless, she sneered. If you fail your tasks and your patients complain, you'll meet the same fate. She turned to the rest of the group, handing out envelopes. This is your salary for today's performance, she explained coldly. Vending machines are on every floor. Use your points to buy food and drinks as needed. Before leaving, she issued her final instruction. Head to your floor's waiting area by nightfall. And remember, her glowing red eyes swept over them. When it's dark, go to bed, and whatever happens, don't open your eyes. If you disobey, it's your risk to bear. The students exchanged frightened glances as the head nurse strode off, dragging the janitor behind her. Jiang made his way to the vending machine. Eyeing the price list, he muttered, 30 coins for water and a snack? At this rate, I'll need a promotion to survive here. He fed in his coins, grabbing his food and water. But something else in the machine caught his eye, a flashlight, priced at a staggering 500 coins. That's weird, Jiang thought. Why would a flashlight be this expensive? He shrugged it off and made his way to the dormitory, deciding to eat his meal and sleep. Whatever happens after dark, I'll deal with it in the morning, he told himself. As the group prepared to gather at 6:30 the next morning, Jiang found himself once again dreaming of a massive, ominous gate labeled Heaven Prison. He stared at it, frustrated. How many times have I dreamed of this place in the past month? He reached out and tried to push the gate open, but it didn't budge. Annoyed, he muttered, "You keep dragging me here in my dreams but won't let me in. What is this? Some old lady putting on a bedtime show?" Exasperated, Jiang lay down on the cold ground in the dream and decided to keep sleeping, in the dream and in real life. While he slept peacefully, blissfully unaware, a ghost girl with a horrifying appearance hovered over his bed, watching him with curiosity. The next morning, at exactly 6:30, Jiang joined the other students in the hall. It didn't take long before their complaints filled the air. "Something scratched the walls in our room all night," one said, visibly shaken. "I couldn't sleep at all." Another added, "There were whispers right outside my door." Jiang, still groggy, looked at them and shrugged. "Really? I slept fine." He glanced around and raised an eyebrow. "Wait, doesn't it seem like there are fewer people today?" Before anyone could respond, a blonde girl called out to him from behind. She looked nervous, clutching her stomach as she approached. "Jiang," she said hesitantly, "could you lend me 50 sly coins?" She couldn't meet his gaze, clearly embarrassed. Jiang blinked in confusion, and the girl added quickly, "I didn't get many coins yesterday, just 5, and I spent them all on water. I'm starving." The girl, Li Xiao, grabbed his hand, her desperation written all over her face. Jiang turned red. "Why don't you help me out? I'll do whatever you want," she stammered, her tone softening. Before Jiang could respond, the head nurse arrived. Her sharp gaze silenced the room instantly. Jiang took the opportunity to escape, whispering to Li Xiao, "We'll talk later. The head nurse is here." As the nurse addressed the group, she scanned the room, her lips curling into a displeased smile. 5 fools didn't make it through the night, she announced coldly. Her glowing red eyes swept over the remaining students. "Despite my warning not to open your eyes after dark, they dared to disobey. They paid the price." The room grew heavy with dread. She continued, "As for the rest of you, get back to work." After the tense meeting, Jiang headed to room 403, his next task looming over him. He clutched the medicine tray nervously. Earlier, he had tried gathering information about the patient in 403 by asking the flying head ghost from room 401. "Do you know the patient in room 403? He'd asked. The flying head ghost had shaken her head. Never met them, she replied casually. Then, almost as an afterthought, she added, but the nurses eaten alive are usually from rooms 403 and 404. We've snacked on a few of them ourselves, just a little. Jiang shuddered at the memory. He had also questioned the ghosts in room 402 about room 403. They didn't hesitate. Oh, we don't know her personally, one said. But last time, she ate a nurse's arm, another ghost added gleefully. Wonder if there's any meat left this time. Jiang had no choice but to brace himself as he walked into room 403. His system sent a warning just as he reached the door. System alert. The medicine tastes awful, so bad even a dog wouldn't drink it. But mix it with blood, coffee, and glass, and it becomes acceptable. Add jasmine for the best results. Following the system's advice, Jiang had blended the medicine with coffee, crushed glass, and jasmine. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door, thinking, judging by the patients in 401 and 402, the ones in 403 and 404 aren't going to be any easier. Better be careful. Jiang cautiously opened the door to room 403. Inside, a red-haired ghost girl was seated, engrossed in a book. Steeling himself, he stepped inside with a forced calmness. I'm here with your order, he announced, setting down the tray in front of her. He couldn't help but grumble internally. This single packet of instant coffee cost me 50 coins. Why couldn't she just grab it herself? As the ghost girl reached for the cup, Jiang let out a breath of relief. At least I didn't have to use my own blood to make the medicine. Small wins. The ghost sniffed the coffee, her crimson eyes lighting up with delight. Ah, this smells heavenly. She took a sip, then gulped it all down with an audible awe of satisfaction. This is delicious, she exclaimed, her face now calm and serene. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a stack of coins and handed them to Jiang. I like this. Bring me a cup of coffee every day from now on. Jiang's eyes sparkled as he stared at the hefty pile of coins. Of course, miss. Anything you say, he replied with a wide smile, thanking her profusely before leaving the room. The rich lady's gift. Once Jiang was outside, he began counting the coins with a mix of excitement and disbelief. This is a fortune. Thank you, oh generous and wealthy ghost lady. Overwhelmed with joy, he made a beeline for the vending machine, splurging on 2 packs of French fries, a box of biscuits, and a bottle of mineral water. But what truly caught his eye was the flashlight still priced at a staggering 500 coins. His expression turned serious. No matter what, he said aloud, I have to buy this first. The moment he purchased the flashlight, a system notification popped up. Congratulations. You've acquired the special item, flashlight, new challenge unlocked. Sorrowful cry of the bloody night. Jiang froze, confused. What the heck is a challenge mission? His questions were cut short when Li Xiao came sprinting toward him, terror plastered across her face. There's a monster chasing me, she screamed, her voice trembling. It's right behind me. Please help me. I'll do anything if you save me. The deception unveiled, but instead of helping her, Jiang punched her square in the face. Li Xiao stumbled backward and fell to the ground, clutching her cheek in shock. Wah, aren't we classmates? How could you hit me? She whimpered, looking up at Jiang with innocent, wide eyes. Jiang smirked, pointing a finger at her. Don't even try to act cute. You might fool someone else, but not me. With my intelligence, I can see through your lousy trick. He crossed his arms smugly. For your information, the real Li Xiao has a mole on her left breast. If you're going to copy someone, at least do it properly. The ghost, now exposed, hissed angrily and revealed her true form. Her once delicate face twisted into a horrifying grin as her body distorted. She let out a chilling laugh. So, you saw through me. Impressive. Her tone grew more menacing. But it doesn't matter. Tonight, you'll be my prey. Jiang rolled his eyes, unfazed. He flicked his bloody scissors open with a devil-may-care attitude. Perfect timing, he said, grinning. I've been itching for some practice. Let's have some fun. Before the ghost could make a move, Jiang lunged at her, her with the scissors. She yelped in surprise. Wait. Give me a chance. Oh no, you don't. Jiang cut her off, his voice icy. He stabbed her again and again. Didn't anyone ever tell you villains die because they talk too much? And sneaking up on someone only works if you actually strike first. The ghost screamed in fury, calling him despicable and accusing him of cheating. Jiang ignored her protests and finished her off with one last, well-aimed stab. Praise and end. At 6 o'clock, everyone gathered in the hall as usual. The air was thick with whispers and the lingering tension of the night's events. The head nurse stepped forward and handed Jiang 3 envelopes. Good work today, she said with rare praise, a faint smile curling on her lips. Jiang couldn't contain his delight as he accepted the envelopes. Others in the room exchanged jealous glances, muttering under their breaths. How is he getting extra coins when he hasn't even read the manual? One complained. Another muttered, he's so lucky. What's his secret? As the murmurs grew, a girl approached Jiang with curiosity and a hint of mischief in her eyes. Hey, she asked, tilting her head. Want to team up with me for tomorrow's tasks? United we fall. The tense atmosphere in the hall was interrupted as class president Li Jiahao stepped forward. His commanding voice broke through the murmurs of fear and uncertainty. Classmates, please calm down, he said, his tone confident yet measured. Since it's still early, there's something I want to share with you. He paused, scanning the dwindling crowd. As you've all noticed, our numbers are already down to just a few of us on the second day. At this rate, none of us will survive unless we start working together. Some nodded hesitantly, others exchanged skeptical glances. Money, fame, those are things for the future, Li Jiahao continued, his voice growing impassioned. But right now, if we want any chance of changing our lives, we have to seize this opportunity. To emphasize his point, he held up a gleaming sword. Look, he declared, I just got this sword. It's not a forbidden item, but it can damage mysterious creatures. And there's something special about the flashlight too. However, we can only unlock its true potential if we manage to buy it. So here's my proposal. Let's figure out how to earn more sly coins and start pooling our resources. Jiang listened quietly from the back of the room, observing the class president's performance. Ah, so this is all about finding out why the head nurse praised me, and probably a way for him to collect everyone's coins for free. Jiang smirked at the plan. It was clever, sure, but he had no intention of playing along. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Jiang turned to leave. If you're done, I'll be heading back. Li Jiahao stepped forward, trying to block him. Jiang, wait, think about it. What if you run into danger? If that happens, come to the 7th floor. I'll protect you with this sword. We can face whatever's out there together. I'll consider it. Jiang replied curtly before walking away, clearly uninterested. Back in his room, Jiang pulled out his newly acquired flashlight and inspected its details. The description read, this flashlight can illuminate darkness and dispel shadows. Essential for nighttime exploration. Usage limited to 3 hours. Below that was his unlocked challenge mission. Challenge mission, Sorrowful Cry of the Bloody Night. Task, venture out at night and uncover hidden clues. Jiang leaned back, deep in thought. So the head nurse warned us not to open our eyes after dark, huh? But I've got this flashlight now, and forbidden items on my side. Staying put isn't exactly in my nature. The stakes were clear. Completing the main quest could secure him a place at college, even with poor entrance exam grades. But completing this challenge mission? That would put him in an entirely different league, with prestigious schools fighting to recruit him. He smirked, shaking his head at the notion of cooperation. This mysterious world isn't a place for teamwork. Everyone's looking out for themselves. And Li Jiahao? He's definitely not someone I'd trust. With his plan decided, Jiang stretched out on his bed, saying to himself, I'll take a nap now and see what the night has in store. At 10 p.m., Jiang woke with a start. Rubbing his eyes, he muttered, I almost fell asleep completely. A faint noise from outside his room froze him in place. For a moment, he questioned everything. Wait, is this even an inpatient room anymore? As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he realized the entire room's design had changed. It was no longer the safe, if eerie, space he remembered. What is this place? He asked aloud, his heart pounding. Is this how the hospital really looks? Switching on the flashlight, the soft beam cut through the darkness, and the 3-hour countdown began to tick away ominously. Jiang gripped the flashlight tightly, every nerve on edge. Suddenly, he heard voices outside his door. He hesitated, then cautiously approached the peephole to peer through it. What he saw made his blood run cold. Someone, or something, was staring back at him, unblinking. Jiang recoiled in fright, his breath shallow. That's when he heard a frantic voice from the other side of the door. Help me, please, open the door. The cry was desperate, trembling with fear. Jiang's ears perked up. He recognized the voice. Luo Mengwei, he whispered to himself, confused. Isn't he usually the quiet one? The pleading continued. It's after me. Please, Jiang, open the door. I'm begging you. Jiang hesitated, his instincts screaming at him. I can't open this door. I don't know what's out there, and, in this world, everyone gets a chance to resurrect. Facing the unknown, Jiang stood firm, gripping his flashlight tightly. If I act impulsively, I'll only end up regretting it, he thought. His caution paid off when the truth was revealed. The voice outside his door wasn't Luo Mingwei's. Instead, it was a ghost mimicking him. A deep, chilling voice echoed from the hallway. I hate you, Jiang Che. Go to hell. Suddenly, blood seeped through the cracks under the door, pooling ominously around his feet. Jiang kept his composure, his instincts telling him the creature had left. But before he could relax, the same voice sounded behind him. Why didn't you save me? Jiang spun around, his heart racing as he switched on his flashlight. The beam illuminated a ghostly figure standing right in his room. How did this thing get in here? He muttered, his voice barely a whisper. The ghost's hollow, accusing voice continued. We studied together for 3 years. How could you do this to me? Jiang didn't hesitate. He aimed the flashlight at the apparition. The second the beam touched the ghost, its body began to burn as it screamed in agony. I hate you. Just die, it screeched. Moments later, the ghost disintegrated into ash and vanished completely. Jiang wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering to himself, "This flashlight's a lifesaver." As his breathing steadied, he reflected on the ghost's behavior. It can enter the room on its own, but it still knocks first. Maybe it was an actor in its past life, putting on a show like that. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the silence. Jiang froze and strained his ears. Is that a woman crying?" he whispered to himself. Before he could act, a notification pinged in his system. Clue unlocked. Crying voice. Mission progress. Sorrowful cry of the bloody night. 10% complete. Jiang nodded thoughtfully. A higher mission completion rate means better rewards. If I want to increase my progress, I need to find the source of this crying voice. However, a quick scan of his surroundings confirmed the obvious. The woman wasn't here. Glancing at the flashlight, he noted he had 2 hours and 47 minutes remaining. Not enough time, he admitted to himself. Frustrated, he sighed. The system's not even triggering properly. There's nothing I can do for now. With that, he set the flashlight aside and decided to sleep until morning. The next day, Jiang visited room 403, where the red-haired ghost girl resided. He recounted the eerie events of the previous night. In the middle of the night, someone was crying non-stop. "So noisy," he complained, watching her reaction carefully. "Do you know anything about that?" The red-haired ghost girl's expression changed immediately, her playful demeanor replaced by a cold seriousness. "Don't get involved," she warned, her voice sharp and commanding. "The head nurse will kill anyone who meddles in these matters." Her sudden intensity unnerved Jiang. What do you mean?" he asked hesitantly. She grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong, and leaned in. "Let it go. Don't dig into this," she hissed. Jiang felt a chill run down his spine. Taking her warning to heart, he decided to back off for now. As he left room 403, one thought lingered in his mind. This crying woman, it's definitely connected to the head nurse. He resolved to focus on his assigned task for the day while keeping an eye out for clues. Jiang's task led him to room 404, located on the 8th floor. As he approached the staircase, someone called out behind him, "Brother Che." Startled, Jiang instinctively turned and pulled out his bloody scissors, ready to strike. "Whoa, hold on," his classmate Fu exclaimed, holding up his hands defensively. Recognizing him, Jiang lowered the scissors slightly, still wary. "Fu, what are you doing here?" Fu's face was pale, his expression uneasy. "Brother Che, I heard your task is on the 8th floor," he said, his voice trembling. "I used to team up with Xiao Jun for the patients up there." Jiang echoed, his curiosity piqued. Fu nodded grimly. "Last time, Xiao Jun went to the toilet, and he disappeared. Just like that. When he reappeared, he told me something strange." Jiang tilted his head. "What did he say?" "He said he was asked a question. 'Do you want red paper, yellow paper, or white paper?' Jiang asked, furrowing his brow. "He chose white paper," Fu said quietly, fear evident in his voice. Jiang frowned, still not understanding the significance. "What does that mean?" Fu took a step closer, pleading earnestly. "Brother Che, I know you don't want to team up with anyone, and I get it, but Xiao Jun quit after what happened. Can you please help me this once?" For a moment, Jiang studied Fu's face, trying to gauge his sincerity. Then, a smile spread across his lips. "All right," he said finally. "I believe you." Jiang's determination led him to the 8th floor washroom, where he encountered an odd system hint. "Are you here to defecate?" Jiang chuckled. "Looks like the system's been watching too many soap operas." But before he could further digest the bizarre prompt, a ghost's hand slipped under the door, holding 3 pieces of paper, red, white, and yellow. It spoke. "Hey, visitor, you." Jiang, not missing a beat, swung open the door and smacked the ghost's face, finishing its sentence with a sarcastic tone. "Do you want red paper, yellow paper, or white paper?" The ghost froze, its terrified eyes widening. "Isn't that my line?" it thought. But Jiang had no time for theatrics. He whipped out his bloody scissors and started attacking the ghost, yelling, "Bring back Xiao Jun's life. Are you going to stay in the toilet and eat people now?" The ghost, coughing up, pleaded, "I was wrong. I won't do it again." Jiang didn't stop. "Do you know how expensive cremation is now? And how much it costs to host a banquet?" Caught off guard, the ghost pulled out a wad of cash. "This is all my money. Please, just let me go," it begged. Jiang paused, taking the money. Well, he does have a point about the cremation costs, he thought. Pocketing the cash, he stepped back and muttered, "Lucky man to have a friend like me, huh?" The ghost, thankful for its life, made a last, stunned remark. "What a blessing. Are you talking about Yu Jun?" Jiang asked, unsure. "I don't know him well." The ghost was shocked, but Jiang wasn't done yet. He grabbed the ghost by its hair and demanded, Tell me where the patient in room 404 is. With trembling eyes, the ghost confessed, he's in the ladies' room next door. Please, I'm telling the truth. Forgive me. Jiang, now intrigued, pushed through the door to the ladies' room and found the patient, an old, bald ghost who seemed to be more interested in his reading than anything else. Jiang knew he had to take this ghost back to his room for the task, but a system hint popped up. As a qualified man, what's wrong with alcohol addiction? Jiang didn't hesitate. He reached into his bag, pulled out a bottle of Mao Tai, and asked the ghost if he'd like some. The ghost squinted at him suspiciously. Little devil, if you want to live, leave me alone. I'm reading. Unperturbed, Jiang offered the Mao Tai again, and after a moment, the bald ghost reluctantly agreed, stepping out of the restroom. In room 404, Jiang handed over the drink, and the ghost, now slightly tipsy, took a satisfied gulp. Big brother, Jiang asked casually, do you know who's been crying at night? I can't sleep because of all the noise. He figured this old guy might just know something useful, or at the very least, be drunk enough to spill it. He mused, this bottle of wine costs 50 coins. Could have gotten me something more useful, but whatever. The bald ghost took another sip and, clearly half drunk, finally answered, why do you want to know? If you keep digging into this, the head nurse will definitely you. Jiang's curiosity piqued. So what should I do then? The ghost stared at him, his gaze flickering. If you're really that curious, go up to the roof. Take a look for yourself. Despite the ominous warning, Jiang decided to follow the ghost's advice. He made his way to the rooftop. As he stepped onto the flat, open space, he scanned the area, confused. It's just a regular hospital roof, he thought. Jiang stood on the rooftop, gazing out at the eerie red sky. I don't know whether this place is the entire mysterious world or just a small part of it. He looked around, but couldn't even spot the path he had walked before, let alone any other buildings. Is this how the mysterious world works? He wondered but quickly dismissed the thought. Now is not the time to dwell on these things. I'm here to find a clue. Jiang knew that completing his challenge mission could speed up his journey in this strange world. If he failed during the day, he'd get another chance at night. Suddenly, something caught his eye in a corner. Upon investigating, he discovered a cheap version of a phone. As soon as he picked it up, a system notification pinged. Congratulations, you have obtained a special item. Mission Sorrowful Cry of the Bloody Night, completion progress, 50%. Jiang was stunned. 50%? Already? He looked at the phone, realizing it was both a key item and a hint. Before he could process it further, another system hint appeared. The unknown secret is hidden in the dark. When you peek at other people's secrets, perhaps others will also gaze back at you. Jiang pondered its meaning for a moment, but then a red aura suddenly surrounded him, sending a chill down his spine. This is above F rank, he thought. I can handle F rank mysteries, but not ones higher than that. The aura felt distinctly like the head nurse's presence. As she appeared before him, she asked coldly, what are you doing here? Jiang quickly gathered himself, answering, just taking a break. Her anger flared. How dare he ignore his assignments? Jiang, sensing the danger, lied smoothly. I'm not ignoring the task. I've brought the patient from room 404 back, but the smell in there was unbearable. I needed some fresh air. While talking, Jiang subtly took out his bloody scissors, preparing for the worst. If it comes down to it, I can't beat her right now, but I've got one chance to reset. I'll use it if needed. The head nurse studied him closely but, to his surprise, let him off with a sharp warning to get out. At 6 p.m., everyone gathered in the hall. Some of Jiang's classmates were fuming at the class president. If it wasn't for that sword last time, we wouldn't have handed over all our sly coins to him. He's been embezzling from us. One suggested they take their coins back, but the presence of the sword made them hold off. Meanwhile, Jiang received 50 sly coins today. A classmate teased him, you're lucky. Glad I didn't team up with you. You seemed cool at first, but looks like it's just luck. Jiang simply shrugged, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. So that's what the class president's been up to, robbing us all along. Later, in his room, Jiang tried to power on the phone he'd found on the roof, but it wouldn't turn on. Could it only work at night? Remembering the system hint about secrets hidden in the dark, Jiang figured the phone was probably another mystery tied to the night. By 7:30 p.m., Jiang tried again, and this time, the phone clicked on. Smiling with satisfaction, he said to himself, as expected of me. I really am great at predicting things. Jiang started browsing through the phone, only to find a single video. Confused, he pressed play. But when the video began, Jiang was stunned to see himself sitting on the bed, watching. Suddenly, the Jiang in the video turned and gave him a creepy, unsettling smile. Jiang froze in shock. It wasn't just him, it was a ghost taking his form. The ghost Jiang in the video then grabbed a knife and started his own face. To Jiang's horror, as the ghost in the video his face, Jiang felt the pain. His own face had been sliced too. He gasped, realizing that what was happening in the video was affecting him in real life. The ghost Jiang didn't stop there. The figure in the video pointed the knife at its chest, preparing to stab itself. Jiang was paralyzed with fear. Stop, please, stop. he pleaded with the ghost, but it continued moving toward the self-inflicted stab. Panicking, Jiang remembered something. His flashlight. It could illuminate the darkness and dispel shadows, an essential tool for night travel. He grabbed it and quickly turned it on, shining it toward the phone screen. The ghost Jiang screamed from the phone, begging Jiang to stop and turn off the flashlight. But Jiang held firm, keeping the light on until the ghost Jiang was dispelled with a horrifying screech. Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, trembling in fear. That was too dangerous. Thank goodness the flashlight works against these mysteries. He checked the progress in the challenge, 30%. That's how much progress he made with the video, but the whole situation seemed very dangerous. Looking at the video again, Jiang noticed it had been only 27 seconds long. He wondered if it was the original video or if there was more to the story. Curious, Jiang played the next video. This time, it showed a nurse pleading for her life as a man laughed, cruelly telling her to follow him. She tried to break free, but the man held her tight and said, "You're strong." I like that. When she screamed for him to stop, the man thanked her and mocked, "Don't be so difficult. Do you want me to treat you like before?" In the brief moment when the nurse's face was illuminated by the camera, Jiang noticed a mole on the corner of her mouth. His heart skipped a beat. This nurse is the head nurse when she was young. The question gnawed at him. If that's her, then who is this man? But the video ended before the mystery could be solved. Jiang replayed it again and again, but nothing seemed to explain why his task progress hadn't increased. Then, on the 9th second of his third replay, he spotted something. On the wall of the room, there was a number, 1401. A notification immediately popped up. You have obtained a hint for the challenge task. Sorrowful cry of the bloody night. Clear progress, 60%. Jiang smiled to himself, seeing the task progress at 60%. Closer to the truth now. He knew exactly what he had to do next. Time to track down room 1401. Late at night, Jiang decided to haul himself up to the 14th floor using the stairs. Bad move, honestly. By the time he got there, the dude was dead tired. He figured, alright, I'll just grab the elevator. But the system was like, whoa there, buddy, that's a one-way ticket to Danger Town. So, yeah, no elevator. Anyway, he's finally on the 14th floor, sees the sign, and thinks, cool, room 1401 should be here somewhere. Then, click-clack, he hears the sound of high heels. But instead of some stylish runway vibes, it's straight-up horror. He ducks behind a wall, and what shows up? A nurse ghost. Like, a real deal, blood-drenched, knife-wielding nightmare. Lucky for Jiang, she just kept walking, completely missing him. But before he could even relax, out pops a pack of tiny ghosts like, hey, big bro, let's hang out. And, they're creepy. Too many eyes, too much smiling, just nope. One even climbs up him, chirping, play with us. Jiang freaks, grabs his flashlight, and flashes them out of there. But, plot twist, the ghost nurse totally heard the ruckus and showed up, calling him an evil insect. Jiang spins around, flashlight in hand, yelling, you cheat, like he's in some paranormal courtroom drama. But instead of vanishing, the ghost nurse gets on her knees and starts crawling at him like something out of a cursed TikTok. His flashlight? Yep, it dies. Classic. Jiang bails, running upstairs and yelling, why do ghosts love chasing people? Now he's at the rooftop door, and in a total YOLO moment, he kicks it open and runs out. The ghost stops at the threshold like, no thanks. Jiang takes a deep breath, muttering, guess my gut instincts weren't trash after all. Then he starts piecing things together like some detective in a drama. The scream, the fear, the crying. Something's gotta be up here, and he's right. Behind him, a tiny voice goes, who are you? It's a little girl, white hair, barefoot, and crying. Jiang gets a system notification, because of course, there's an app for that, and it reads her thoughts. She's like, why is everyone scared of me? I just want to eat snacks and have friends. Jiang's heart practically melts. He pats her head and says, you're Xiao, right? Don't worry, big bro's here to play with you. Cut to Jiang and Xiao at the vending machine on the 14th floor because obviously, snacks fix everything. He gets her a haul of goodies, and she's on cloud 9. Then he's like, hey, wanna tag along? And Xiao's like, anywhere you go, big bro. She's happily munching, and Jiang's thinking, man, she's such an innocent kid. No shoes, no mom, ugh, heartbreaking. Plus, with Xiao around, the scary nurse ghost seems to have called it quits. Finally, they reach room 1401. Jiang cracks the door open and takes a step inside, with Xiao right behind him. But then Jiang just stops, frozen. Xiao tilts her head, all curious. What's wrong? Jiang quickly covers her eyes and says, don't look, because, wow, room 1401 was nasty. Like, next level disgusting. When Jiang peeked into the room, he was hit with a WTF moment. There was a wooden cross with a dude's corpse dangling from it. And then, just as he's processing this mess, the guy opens his freaking eyes. Jiang's brain short-circuited. He's like, this is way too messy messed up for a game. Who even designs this stuff? And as if that wasn't bad enough, there's a nurse ghost standing right there with a knife, looking like she just walked out of a Halloween horror maze. Jiang's thinking, wait a sec, is that the same ghost nurse from the hallway? Sure enough, she starts creeping toward the man, who suddenly starts begging, I feel guilty. Please don't. What does the ghost nurse do? Repeatedly. Jiang's standing there like, nope nope nope, but then he remembers little Xiao. She's behind him, eyes covered, and she's all, big bro, what's happening? He's like, not a thing. Let's definitely keep those eyes shut. The place is a bath, literally. There are puddles of everywhere, and the scene looks like someone tried, and failed, to pluck a duck. No way Jiang's letting Xiao see that. But then the dude on the cross notices Jiang. He starts pleading, softly at first, help me, and then louder, help me. Jiang is frozen, just horrified. The nurse ghost isn't done, though, she straight up the guy's tongue out. Jiang's thinking, this can't get worse. Spoiler, it does. The man dies, only to wake up again, screaming, it hurts. Let me go. Please stop. And then, here's the kicker, the whole thing repeats. The begging, the stabbing, the resurrection, over and over. Jiang's like, is this some cursed loop of misery? Even little Xiao is starting to pick up on the bad vibes. She tugs on Jiang's arm, whispering, big bro, I'm not feeling good. Can we go? Jiang immediately goes into protective mode. Yeah, let's bounce. Just keep your eyes closed, okay? Xiao nods, and they head back to the rooftop. Once they're safe, Xiao finally asks if she can open her eyes. Jiang whips out a big OL lollipop like it's some magic wand of happiness. Her eyes light up instantly. For me? She asks. Jiang nods, handing it to her. You like it? Zhao's over the moon. I love it. But then it hits her. Jiang's leaving. She looks up at him, a little sad. Big bro, will you come play with Xiao Xiao again? Jiang pats her head with a warm smile. Of course I will. See you soon, okay? As he turns to leave, a notification pops up in the air, because video game logic challenge mission, Sorrow of the Bloody Night. Completion progress, 70%. Jiang's like, 70%? Nice, almost there. Heading down the stairs, Jiang starts reflecting on why he even took this challenge in the first place. The rewards were no joke, admissions to top-tier universities and a fat school bonus, $1 million. But the real motivation? His family. Even though he'd transmigrated here, his family situation was the same as in his old life. His parents vanished a decade ago, leaving his sister to raise him alone. She should have been living her best life, but instead, she worked herself to the bone to take care of him. Thinking about everything his sister had sacrificed, Jiang clenched his fists and made up his mind. I'm gonna finish this challenge, no matter what. Jiang kept walking, thinking, if I pull this off, my sister's finally gonna catch a break. No more grinding just to make ends meet. She deserves it. Suddenly, guess who shows up? The class pres himself, Li Jiahao, strolling around like he owns the place, holding some shiny flashlight from the vending machine. Jiang's like, wait a sec, that's the 500 Sly coin flashlight. He must have unlocked his own challenge mission. Li Jiahao spots Jiang and immediately goes full mode. You actually made it here? Great, looks like we've got the same clue. Now move. Don't get in my way. Jiang just shrugged, completely unbothered. Look, bro, do what you want. But I'm telling you now, you might not want to mess with the 14th floor. But hey, not my problem if you end up as ghost bait. Li Jiahao, predictably, gets all huffy. If you came back alive, why can't I? Don't even think about hogging all the rewards. I'm getting that prize no matter what. Jiang rolled his eyes. Alright, dude. See you in the afterlife, I guess. Fast forward to 6:50 a.m., and drama's brewing somewhere else. A girl was full-on raging. What kind of sick joke is this? Forced injections for patients? Are you kidding me? Who even writes missions like this? Another girl chimed in, sounding equally frustrated. I knew something was off the moment I stepped into this freak show. Isn't the first mission supposed to be, like, an easy F level? But we're dealing with E-level craziness here. Li Xiao, overhearing, asked, wait, isn't E difficulty for the next group? Fu nodded grimly. Yup, and get this, 13 people are already dead. The worst part? They all had spirit contracts. Only Yi Qingyu survived, and that's probably cause her spirit's more OP than the rest. A boy in the group finally snapped. I've had enough. I'm done. I don't care if resurrection's possible, the pain feels too real. I'm not getting tortured to death by these freaks again. Right on cue, a system notification popped up in front of him. Do you want to exit the mysterious world? Warning, exiting equals mission failure. Without hesitation, the boy clicked confirm and dipped. Watching him peace out, two girls were like, you know what? Same. They quit too. Jiang saw the mass exodus and thought, dang, today's missions really broke everyone. But before Jiang could dwell on it, Li Jiahao appeared again. To Jiang's shock, the dude was alive and kicking after his little trip to the 14th floor. Jiang couldn't help but wonder, Did he run into a hidden boss or what? Li Jiahao wasted no time and went over to Li Xiao and Fu, the last two people still hanging around with Jiang. Y'all got any awakening points left? He asked casually. But instead of answering, Li Xiao and Fu exchanged a look of awkward silence. Jiang, thoroughly confused, blurted out, "Wait, what's up with that reaction? Have you guys already died once?" Li Jiahao crossed his arms and sighed. "Yeah, after I split from you, I got to death by that psycho nurse on the 14th floor." Li Xiao jumped in. "I got crushed by a falling roof yesterday," Fu added, "and I got taken out by a flying cabinet. It was not a vibe." Jiang's jaw practically hit the floor. "You guys are still hanging around after that? Why not just quit while you're still, alive?" Fu shook his head. "We can't. No resurrection points left. Next death's the real deal, in the actual world." Jiang stared at them, equal parts impressed and horrified. "Bruh, you're all on your last life." Li Xiao, ever the ambitious overachiever, puffed up her chest and declared, "Listen, as long as I nail this main quest, I've got a shot at Qingdao University. Plus, all this creepy, framed by ghost stuff? It's only fired me up. I'm not backing down that easy. It's either Qingdao University or Qingming Cemetery, no in between. So, let's crush today's task and show them what I'm made of." Meanwhile, Jiang wrapped up giving injections to all his patients. He looked pretty pleased with himself, muttering, "That wasn't too bad. My patients are surprisingly chill. Or maybe I just know how to manage them. Yeah, it's probably that." As he left the room, Jiang bumped into Li Jiahao, who was, wait for it, waiting for him. Jiang blinked in surprise. "Let me guess, you need my help with a mission, right?" "No thanks," Jiang continued before Jiahao could say anything. "I'm not risking my neck for you. Your mood swings are too whack for me to handle. Like, pick a personality, dude." Li Jiahao, shockingly, dropped to his knees. "I'm sorry. All right," he blurted out, practically begging. "I shouldn't have been a earlier, but I'm out of options. This mysterious challenge mission, it's everything to me." Jiang gave him a side eye. "And this involves me, how exactly? Besides, don't bother apologizing. I wasn't fooled by your sly coin games." Dejected, Li Jiahao started to walk away, muttering, "The head nurse's room has clues. A patient told me that room 1401 is under her watch. I wanted to check it out yesterday, but, didn't quite make it back in time to revive." That caught Jiang's attention. He grabbed Jiahao's shoulder, giving him a sly grin. "Class prez, what are you even saying, man? We're classmates. Of course we've gotta help each other. I mean, come on, I even avenged Xiao Jun yesterday. Don't believe me? Go ask around." Feeling encouraged, Jiahao spilled the tea about his mission. Flash forward, and suddenly, the room with a fat ghost lounging on a bed like it was a 5-star hotel turned into absolute chaos. The fat ghost grumbled, "Guess I need to ask the head nurse for a new bed. This one's toast." Right then, the door practically exploded off its hinges. In stormed the 4th floor ghost gang, led by none other than Jiang, looking like he meant business. The fat ghost sat up in shock. What's all this about?" But before he could piece things together, the OG ghost from room 404 yelled, "Who messed with my lil bro Jiang? Who?" With that, the 4th floor squad didn't waste a second. They dogpiled the fat ghost and straight up injected him with medicine. Jiahao stood there in complete disbelief. This is an E-level mystery, and Jiang somehow calling the shots like these ghosts are his minions. Jiang, unfazed, leaned over. "Now, about that head nurse's room." A little later, Jiang was standing at the elevator, which Jiahao had told him could reach the head nurse's hideout on the -4th floor. Jiang pressed the button for the creepy basement level, and the elevator dinged, announcing, "Going down." Standing next to him, a pink-haired ghost with blacked-out eyes. Very chill vibes. She glanced at him and asked, "You heading to the morgue?" "Yeah," Jiang replied without missing a beat. "I'm going to the morgue." Pink ghost raised an eyebrow, muttering to herself, "What kind of is this guy on? Even I'm freaked out by ghosts, and I am one." Sighing, she decided to humor him. "You know, this hospital's been around for, like, 100 years. Sure, we treat the sick, but we also send plenty of folks to the morgue. Thing is, the morgue's super quiet, so sometimes the corpses just get bored. They sneak out for a little fun." Jiang squinted. "Wait, you're saying, dead bodies just casually wander off to play? Like, hide-and-seek or something?" The pink-haired ghost shrugged. "Yup, sounds wild, right? Even for me." The pink-haired ghost gave Jiang this creepy little grin and said, "Yep. To tell us apart, the head nurse hangs these fancy red number tags on each patient's hand." She held up her arm and flashed him a smile that screamed serial killer vibes. But then she did a double take. "Wait a sec, mine's gone," she said, looking down at her waist, completely frazzled. "Where's my ID bracelet?" Jiang held up a shiny red tag with a smirk. "This what you're looking for?" The ghost's jaw practically hit the floor. How long have you had that? Give it back. She snatched it from him, muttering, this dude's way too sneaky for a human. Suddenly, the elevator jerked to a stop, and the doors slid open. It was one of those creepy lower-level floors, the kind you only see in horror movies. The pink-haired ghost immediately started smashing the closed doors button, like her life, or afterlife, depended on it. What's with the panic? Jiang asked casually. She didn't even look at him. Damn thing's always broken. You'd think they'd fix this by now. Like, I get it's a haunted hospital, but come on. Then they both heard it. A creepy sound coming from the hallway. They peeked out, and a boy stood there with his head completely open, like someone cracked an egg. Jiang started, but before he could finish, open-head ghost locked eyes with them and bolted towards the elevator like Usain Bolt on a caffeine rush. The pink-haired ghost? Losing it. She jabbed the button like her fingers were on fire. Thankfully, the doors finally started closing. She exhaled. Thank God. But then Jiang reached over, stopped the doors mid-close, and shot her a serious look. Hey, what are you doing? Her eyes popped out of her skull, metaphorically. What do you mean? Jiang gestured at the hallway. Don't you see he's trying to catch the elevator? You ever think maybe he has, like, urgent ghost business? Wouldn't it hurt your conscience to just leave him hanging? She stared at him, completely flabbergasted. Conscience? This dude's a ghost too. What is he even talking about? Open-head ghost slipped inside, and now there were 3 of them crammed together. Jiang gave him the once-over and asked casually, So, how do you, wash your head? Both ghosts glared at him. Clearly, they were done with this guy's nonsense. Next stop, -2. The doors slid open to reveal a girl ghost whose body ended at her torso. She floated next to a wheelchair, looking pretty desperate. Can I get in? She begged, her voice shaky. Jiang stepped aside like he was a polite Uber driver. Come on in. Plenty of room? Once she settled into the wheelchair, Jiang glanced at her and asked in complete seriousness. So, how do you go to the bathroom? Then they hit the -3rd floor. Standing there was an old grandma ghost, looking lost as heck. Jiang waved her in, holding the elevator doors open like some kinda ghostly gentleman. Ma'am, this your ride? Let me help you out. So, when Jiang wasn't freaking out like everyone else, the old grandma ghost got this massive grin on her face. She was thinking, well, look at that. This kid's got some guts. Love it. That's the kind of spirit I like. With a creepy, almost drooling smile, Grandma Ghost goes, I'm really into his boldness. But then when she noticed the packed elevator, full of ghosts, her excitement dropped fast. Jiang casually looked over at her teeth and just asked, Yo, where'd you get your dentures? There's a dental clinic in the mysterious world or what? At that point, the pink-haired ghost seriously lost it. She just screamed. Enough already. Like, imagine her neck opening up, and this second mouth inside was like, I'm gonna eat this idiot. But before she could go all predator on him, Open-head Ghost had enough of this nonsense too. I've been putting up with his random jabbering for way too long. Can I have him now? But, the wheelchair ghost wasn't having it. No, he's all mine. Do you know the meaning of modesty, you deformed freak? Grandma Ghost slapped the wheelchair ghost out of nowhere. What did you just call me? Who do you think you're talking to like that, young one? Then she pointed to Jiang like he was a prize, saying, This boy is mine. Hands off, everyone. So while all 4 of them were having a little ghost drama in the elevator over who would own Jiang, the doors opened on the -4th floor. But suddenly, the pink-haired ghost looked around, went full panic mode, and was like, Wait, where'd he go? Yep, Jiang had pulled a Houdini and slipped out of the elevator. He thought to himself, better get out of here before they eat me for real. You see, while he was looking for room 1401, the system gave him a hint. These creepy creatures were only about one thing, themselves, and wouldn't share their prey with anyone. Like, if there was more of them than there was meat, they'd all fight for it. Jiang didn't want to deal with that, so he snuck away instead of taking on all 4 of them, which probably wouldn't end well. So, Jiang made his way down to the morgue, of course. He got in there and started snooping around. Out of nowhere, his system gave him another hint. This place is calm, quiet, no snarky comments, no shady looks. No one's judging me here. Guess it's the best place for a peaceful nap. He didn't expect any corpses to be lying around, but as he looked closer, he realized some of them were, well, his classmates. Things were getting wild. As he explored, his eye caught this diary lying in the corner, next to some old photos. Curiosity killed the ghost, and Jiang started flipping through the pages. The first page read, August 25th, Year X, I practiced for the first time today. I finally made my dream come true after all these years. Even though it's a lot of work, I'm super happy. I want to be just like my teacher and help people, just like him. Then on September 12th, Ching visited the inpatient department today. A cute little boy from a small island came in. He didn't cry and took his injection like a champ. That kid was so cute, it reminded me of my childhood. As Jiang kept reading, a notification popped up. You've received a challenge hint, old photo. Mission, sorrowful cry of the bloody night. Progress, 90%. So, Jiang kept reading through the diary, and then things got real weird. On March 28th, Year X, the writer mentioned how teacher Nyo Tian praised them, saying they've got mad learning skills and hoped they'd take over his role one day. Like, major validation, right? They were hyped because this teacher was the one they looked up to most, and now they could live up to that expectation. Then, out of nowhere, the tone of the diary flips. By September, Year X, the writing turns all twisted. Why'd the teacher do this? I really admired him, thought he was my role model. Why is he doing this to me? What's happening? Why is no one helping me? Everything feels gross. The emotions keep escalating, and the writers all, I feel so alone and I'm just misunderstood. Why is everyone staring at me like that? It's not my fault they don't get it. I just want some peace. But, things take a dark turn. As the pages go on, you see it's getting more and more unhinged, like really unhinged. I'm gonna smash them all. I will kill them all. I'll make them pay. Jiang read all this in shock. He never saw that coming. Behind all the craziness of this challenge, there's some deep, messed up backstory he didn't even know about. His system gave him another notification, hitting him with another creepy update. Challenge hint, the killer's tale unlocked. Sorrowful Cry of the Bloody Night is 99% done now. Jiang was pissed though, because of course the completion progress stops at 99%. He's thinking, come on, seriously? Was that part of the system's little game? Right then, red warning notifications started popping up everywhere. Attention all challengers, this mysterious challenge is temporarily switched to nightmare mode. The killer from 50 years ago is coming back after dark. Of course, Li Jiahao, Li Xiao, and Fu were all shook, hearing that a new killing round was happening. But when Jiang heard the words nightmare mode, he wasn't sweating it. Instead, he grinned like this was his big break. He knew that nightmare mode? Yeah, it had the highest death rate, but the rewards were way better than regular mode. It was like the VIP of challenges. Then, everyone got hit with another update. Challenge mission changed. Sorrowful Cry of the Bloody Night has turned into challenge mission, The Last Survivor. Jiang saw it and was like, are you kidding me? Is this system just messing with me? He'd gotten it so close to 100%, and now, boom, mission change. It was like some kind of sick joke. Just as he's losing it, though, he hears a sound behind him. Guess who? The head nurse. She's standing there, surprised, like, how did you get here? What are you even doing here? Jiang? Realizing he's been caught snooping through some things he shouldn't thought, I've got no time for this and just ran for it. The head nurse didn't even try to stop him. So Jiang bolted to the first floor and jumped in an elevator. When the doors opened, Li Jiahao, Li Xiao, and Fu were all waiting there like it was a casual meetup. Fu asked, all concerned, yo, you good? Jiang, confused, looking at them all, asked, why are you guys here? Li Xiao grabbed his hand with a worried look on her face, asking, are you alright? And Jiang? He's just like, okay, hold up, why are you all even in this elevator with me? So, the monitor showed that Jiang had gone to the morgue, and the head nurse was like, so, what now? Jiang told them, like, I met the head nurse there, but she didn't try to hurt me, which is strange. He warned them that nightmare mode was no joke, especially for those who had 0 resurrection points left. Basically, the dude was saying, if we keep going like this, we're all screwed, so we should stop. Everyone got it and knew what Jiang meant, but Li Jiahao? Nah, he wasn't having it. I don't care if it's dangerous, if I clear this challenge, the rewards are gonna be so worth it. Fu, though, was like, bro, are you out of your mind? For beginners like us? Nightmare mode's got, like, a 99% death rate. You trying to get us killed? Li Jiahao tried to calm everyone down, like, of course I don't want to die, but I have no choice. I already took all your coins, so if I bail now, I'm gonna owe everyone big time. Both Li Xiao and Fu got emotional, but Fu still looked nervous as heck. Look, the group leaders got spirit and all, but my life matters too, so I'll peace out first, just so I don't mess you guys up. Before bailing, Fu turned to Jiang and was like, just do your best, bro. I'm trusting you. And once Fu took off, Jiang was like, alright, y'all still want to keep going? He threw out this old saying, you only live once, and if you die, that's it, game over. But what Jiang didn't know was, Li Jiahao and Li Xiao were looking at him with those puppy dog eyes, full of hope. They both grabbed his legs like, please help us, don't let us die. Seeing that, Jiang sighed and said, okay, but if y'all really want to throw your lives away, I'm not taking the blame if you guys die. Meanwhile, in the morgue, the head nurse was just chilling in front of the diary, looking all smug. She was thinking, I've been waiting for nightmare mode for this long, and she was getting all creepy, licking her lips like this was her favorite game. In the diary, it got revealed that the killer from 50 years ago wasn't anyone else but, yup, the head nurse herself. Then, the whole system spazzed out and hit everyone with a warning. The killer's coming tonight, at midnight. A few minutes before the clock struck 12, the whole hospital turned into pure chaos. With just 1 minute left before the killer showed up, Jiang, Li Xiao, and Li Jiahao were all huddled up in Jiang's room, waiting for whatever horror was about to go down. Li Jiahao tried to lift everyone's spirits by saying they had a better chance of surviving together. But suddenly, bang! There was a loud knock at the door. The head nurse was outside, demanding they open it. "Staying together at night is not allowed," she shouted. No one dared to move or speak. The head nurse wasn't going to wait. She got angry, and with her inhuman strength, she smashed the door into tiny pieces. As she stepped inside, holding a knife in her hand, her piercing eyes locked onto the students. Slowly, she began walking toward them. Jiang grabbed his sword and stood in front of his friends, shouting, "Run! I'll handle her." Li Xiao didn't want to leave Jiang behind. But Li Jiahao yelled, "There's no time to argue. Go before it's too late." Even though Li Xiao wanted to stay, she was frozen in fear. Finally, when she tried to escape, it was too late. The head nurse slapped at her legs with the knife. She screamed in pain, but no one stayed to help her. Li Jiahao ran quickly, terrified. Jiang glanced back, or says to Li Xiao, "Hurry up and out of this world," but she was sad. Why Li Jiahao did this? And just as she was about to leave the world, the head nurse hits her. The head nurse stabbed Li Xiao again and again, and her screams echoed down the hallway. But seeing the blood and the horror on her face, he knew he couldn't save her. After a while, once she's completely finished, the head nurse gets even more furious. And on the other side, Jiang finally reaches upstairs. When they finally stopped, gasping for air, Li Jiahao started to panic. "I had no choice. I had to run. My dad is sick, my mom left me, and my grandpa died. My life is hard too." Jiang was furious. Do you think Li Xiao's life wasn't hard? She just wanted us all to survive together. She was even planning to take us to dinner to celebrate if we made it. Li Jiahao couldn't respond. He just looked down, ashamed. When they reached the rooftop, Jiang opened the door, and there was Xiao Xiao. She smiled and hugged him tightly. "Jiang, you came to play with me," she said happily. Jiang shook his head and said, "Not today, Xiao Xiao. I need to tell you something." The sharp sound of high heels clicking against the floor interrupted their conversation. Li Jiahao turned around, and his face twisted in horror. The head nurse had caught up to them again, but this time, there was nowhere left to run. Jiang felt the overwhelming aura of power radiating from the nurse. Instinctively, he shielded Xiao Xiao with his arms, standing between her and the danger. Realizing they couldn't fight against something so powerful, Jiang tried a desperate move. He asked the head nurse for a favor. Before she attacked, he begged her to listen to a story. Drawing from a journal he had found in the morgue, Jiang began telling her about a little girl who had always dreamed of becoming a nurse. She was bright, hardworking, and genuinely wanted to help people. Over time, she achieved her dream and became a nurse admired by her patients for her dedication and care. But one day, she witnessed something horrific. She caught her mentor abusing a helpless patient. Shocked and forgetting everything else, the nurse tried to intervene and protect the patient. Tragically, her efforts failed, and she herself became a victim of her mentor's cruelty. To keep her quiet, the mentor used his influence to promote her to head nurse. But this promotion came with a terrible cost. Rumors spread throughout the hospital that she had earned her position through immoral means. When she tried to explain the truth, no one believed her. She lost her patients' trust and became isolated, trapped in a world of lies and betrayal. Jiang looked at the head nurse and revealed that this tragic heroine of the story was none other than her. He sympathized with her pain and said the worst part of her ordeal wasn't the humiliation or rumors, but the loss of trust, the very thing she had worked so hard to build. Hearing his words, the head nurse began screaming, consumed by a flood of painful memories. She shouted that everyone she had killed deserved it, and that was why she had cut them all to pieces. Jiang, staying calm, agreed that those people might have deserved punishment, but he said something unexpected. He reminded her that deep down, she still carried the same goodness she once gave her patients. Xiao Xiao, he explained, was living proof of that. Jiang then revealed his theory. At first, he had thought Xiao Xiao was the nurse's daughter, but later, he realized the truth. Xiao Xiao wasn't her child but rather a part of herself, a fragment of her own humanity that the head nurse had tried to lock away. Trying to reach her heart, Jiang asked, "Do you really want to carry this curse forever? Is this the life you chose for yourself?" The head nurse, visibly shaken, replied that it no longer mattered. She had dealt with everything on her own and didn't need anyone's pity. When she moved to finish off the students, Jiang played his final card. He took Xiao Xiao as a hostage. He argued that because Xiao Xiao and the head nurse were connected, harming Xiao Xiao would harm her too. This hesitation created an opening. But suddenly, Li Jiahao betrayed them all. Without warning, he stabbed Xiao Xiao with his sword, causing her to collapse to the ground, crying in pain. Li Jiahao was certain that by killing Xiao Xiao, he could finally break the nurse's power, clear the test, and claim his long-awaited prize. But his plan backfired. Moments later, Li Jiahao's head fell from his shoulders, and his body crumpled to the floor. Stunned and confused, he couldn't understand why the head nurse was still alive. And then, Li Jiahao was gone. Exhausted by everything around her and amused by the foolishness of her victims, the head nurse smiled. "Enough of this," she said. In that moment, she resolved to end it all, once and for all. The nurse's path was suddenly blocked by Xiao Xiao. The little girl, with tears in her eyes, begged her to stop. "It's true," Xiao Xiao said softly. "Everyone who hurt you was cursed. But it's over now." The nurse's voice cracked as she screamed back, "It's not enough. They haven't paid for their sins." Xiao Xiao looked up at her and gently shook her head. "I'm not talking about the doctors and the patients," she said. "I'm talking about you and me." The nurse froze, the rage on her face faltering as Xiao Xiao stepped closer. "I know how much you're hurting," Xiao Xiao said. "I feel it too." Slowly, the child embraced her. "I don't want to see you suffer anymore." Her voice was tender, and as the weight of her words settled in, Xiao Xiao began to fade. "Please," she whispered, "let's finally rest from all this pain." As Xiao Xiao disappeared, the head nurse stood still, her hands trembling. For the first time, she understood just how long she'd been drowning in misery. Exhausted, Jiang sat down at the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the horizon. The red, blood-soaked sky slowly shifted to a calm blue. He reflected on what he had witnessed and realized that true redemption wasn't something others could give, it had to come from within. A gust of wind scattered the nurse's form into shimmering fragments, her tears operating into the sky as her presence finally dissolved. A notification window appeared before Jiang. "Congratulations for successful completing the task. With the goodness shard of Killer Xiao Xiao successfully refined, the challenge in this secret world has officially ended. Participants will be sent back to the real world after receiving their rewards." Jiang feels a bit of relief that, finally, it's over. Then reaching into his jacket pocket, Jiang pulled out a pair of tiny shoes. He had planned to give them to Xiao Xiao so she wouldn't have to run barefoot anymore. But now, the shoes felt like a memory of something lost forever. More windows popped up in front of him, displaying the items he had earned and his enhanced stats. Jiang smiled faintly, content with his rewards, and prepared to return to the real world. But just as he thought he was going home, the system glitched. The familiar path back faded into static, and he was transported to an unfamiliar space. Back in the classroom, where the students were supposed to return after the trial, only a few survivors remained. The principal stood among them, Tianqing. "Are you certain the nightmare regime began once you left?" "I'm sure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape the secret world beforehand. The last time I saw Li Xiao, Li Jiahao, and Jiang," his voice trailed off. The gravity of the situation sank in as the principal realized only one of the three had survived. "It'll be Jiang. He's the only one who could make it," someone objected. "The class president is dead, and Jiang was too lazy to survive something like this." The principal silenced the room. "It doesn't matter who it is," he said. "What matters is that whoever survived will bring pride to this school." But a question hung in the air. If the trial was over, why hadn't the survivor returned yet? Meanwhile, Jiang found himself standing in a place that had haunted his dreams, the heavenly prison. Towering steel fences rose endlessly, leading him to the prison's main gate. This time, something was different. He pushed the gate open, surprised that he was able to go further than ever before. Inside the tower, near an ancient spiral staircase, a system window appeared, calling him slave. Before he could react, a bright light enveloped him, pulling him into an otherworldly state of awareness. Visions of the tower filled his mind. He could see every corner of it, feel its oppressive atmosphere, and experience each space as if he were there. Jiang realized the tower was real, and now, he could control every part of it. But just as he was beginning to understand this power, his focus shifted. A spider dangled in front of him from a long silk thread. Irritated, Jiang swatted it away, muttering about the ugliness of this place. Suddenly, a strange aura deep within the tower caught his attention. It was unlike anything he had sensed before. Determined to find its source, he began climbing the stairs, passing floor after floor filled with the grim, suffocating remnants of the prison's past. Finally, Jiang encounters a chained girl radiating an eerie, sinister aura, the source of the tower's energy. At first, he's delighted to have discovered yet another beauty along his journey. But his joy is short-lived when he notices that the girl is headless. The realization crushes his excitement, leaving him frustrated and unnerved. A system notification identifies her as Xiao Man, a headless dark spirit with a sympathy level of 0. The system explains that raising her sympathy level will allow Jiang to control her better and even acquire some of her abilities. Intrigued but wary, Jiang wonders aloud about the level of mystery tied to Xiao Man. Her oppressive aura reminds him of the overwhelming presence of the head nurse from his trial. Grinning slyly, Jiang attempts to curry favor with Xiao Man by offering her various foods. but rather than pleasing her, this only intensifies the pressure of her aura. Determined, Jiang cycles through numerous strategies to connect with Xiao Man, but nothing seems to work. Finally, an idea strikes him, to invite her out of the suffocating confines of the tower's thick walls. Surprisingly, this suggestion causes a slight shift in Xiao Man's demeanor. For a moment, the headless spirit trembles and seems to come alive. Wrapped in her sinister aura, she inches closer to Jiang. The system window flashes with a message, prompting Jiang to extend his hand toward Xiao Man. He promises to help her find her head if she agrees to come with him. Despite his seemingly kind gesture, Xiao Man's response is cold. She makes it abundantly clear she has no intention of submitting to anyone. Frustrated by Jiang's persistence, Xiao Man conjures a web of magical chains, aiming to bind him. To her astonishment, the chains begin to shatter one by one, dissolving before they can ensnare him. Calm and unbothered, Jiang warns her not to underestimate him. With a dramatic flourish, Jiang materializes a contract scroll in his hand. His expression hardens, his gaze turns icy, and his voice drops as he confidently offers Xiao Man a deal: to become his subordinate spirit. His tone leaves no room for negotiation. If she refuses, he declares, death will be her only alternative. Shaken, Xiao Man picks up the scroll and begins reading its terms. With every line, her anger grows. Jiang stands motionless, his arrogant smirk unwavering as she examines the clauses. Each point of the contract feels more insulting than the last, pushing her to the brink of rejecting it outright. Just as Xiao Man prepares to rip the contract apart, her eyes fall on a single clause, a promise from Jiang to help her recover her lost head. Torn between indignation and a sliver of hope, she hesitates, unsure whether to trust the strange boy standing before her. Meanwhile, back in the school's classrooms, the faculty is deep in conversation, trying to make sense of the unfolding events. Their discussion halts abruptly as Jiang returns to the real world. His sudden reappearance shocks everyone in the class, except for one person. Proud of his comrade's success. Unlike the others, he had never doubted Jiang's strength. But the rest of the class is baffled, struggling to comprehend how someone as notoriously lazy as Jiang could have completed the trial, especially in nightmare mode. The teachers rush toward Jiang, bombarding him with questions and fussing over his well-being. The principal hands him a steaming cup of tea to help him relax. As Jiang opens his mouth to speak, the principal cuts him off. "No need to be shy," he says with a wide grin. "You're the shining beacon of hope for this school now." However, Jiang stopped him, clarifying that he wasn't shy at all. He was just concerned because the hot cup of tea was burning his hand. The principal, startled, immediately flung the cup away and ordered a teacher to take care of it, worried it might harm Jiang's hands. The teacher shot back, exasperated, that it was the principal's fault for not cooling the tea beforehand. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from the doorway, "Jiang." The renowned and adored Qin Yao wanted to talk to him. Both the principal and Jiang froze, puzzled as to why the most popular girl in school needed him. But Jiang's initial confusion quickly gave way to smug satisfaction. His mind raced with the thought that his protagonist aura must have activated, and, just like that, this beauty had fallen for him. As Jiang and Qin Yao stepped into the hallway, Ed joined them and congratulated Jiang on passing the trial, especially the grueling nightmare mode. Jiang decided not to share anything about his contract with Xiao Man for now, so he brushed it off and modestly claimed that he was no match for someone like Qin Yao, who had signed a contract with a secret. But to Jiang's surprise, Qin Yao subtly hinted that she knew about his contract with the headless spirit. Her words caught him off guard, leaving him flustered and creating an awkward silence between them. In an attempt to defuse the situation, Jiang mentally asked Xiao Man how Qin Yao could possibly know about her existence. Xiao Man, taken aback by the question, explained that once contracts are formed, subordinate spirits can interact or detect one another. Jiang felt indignant, frustrated that Xiao Man hadn't told him something so critical earlier. Out of the blue, Qin Yao asked Jiang how many sacrifices his spirit demanded for their contract. Confused, Jiang pressed her to explain, and she bluntly inquired whether he had killed Li Jiahao and Li Xiao in the secret world. She urged him not to feign ignorance, claiming that Xiao Man must have required the sacrifice of 13 people. Alarmed, Jiang mentally asked Xiao Man if this was true. Xiao Man admitted that contracts typically place the human in a highly disadvantaged position and are rarely fair or identical. Sensing Jiang's anger, she tried to shift focus, declaring that unlike other spirits, she had demanded nothing and even treated Jiang exceptionally well, so he had no right to complain. Qin Yao, meanwhile, remarked that it seemed like she and Jiang were the only students to have successfully signed contracts with secrets. She suggested they should get to know each other better and casually asked for Jiang's contact information. Jiang obliged, still trying to process the flood of information swirling in his mind. A few hours later, a large crowd of adults gathered outside the school, anxiously awaiting the return of their children from the secret world. Faces filled with both hope and dread as they listened to the list of names, students who had tragically perished during the trial. Parents clung to the faint hope that their child's name wouldn't be called. Jiang had just exited the school building when Xiao Man's cautious voice echoed in his mind. "Expect trouble from her," she warned, referring to Qin Yao. Without hesitation, she offered a chilling solution. "Let me kill her now." In response, Jiang felt deeply embarrassed and explained that, in the real world, you can't just kill people on a whim. He was genuinely baffled by how someone as beautiful as Xiao Man always seemed eager to harm others. Their brief conversation was interrupted by the quiet sobbing of a woman. When Jiang turned, he saw Li Jiahao's mother, overwhelmed with grief, crying softly. Turning again, Jiang caught sight of Li Zhao's father, furious and heartbroken, shouting in despair for his daughter to be returned to him. Xiao Man asked Jiang if he felt sympathy for these people. Jiang nodded, explaining that this was the real world, and tragedies like this carried real consequences. But he also reminded her that the school had allowed students the right to leave the secret world immediately after the trial began. He reasoned that anyone who truly didn't want to participate had the option to withdraw and return to safety. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice, his sister's. She called out to him, her tone a mixture of relief and exasperation. As she approached, she gently ruffled Jiang's hair and told him that his favorite meal was waiting for him at home. On their way back, Jiang's sister shared how worried she had been, especially after hearing about the many classmates who hadn't survived the trial. She begged him not to go back to the secret world again, reminding him that it wasn't worth risking his life. She added, somewhat playfully, that with his grades, he wasn't getting into any universities, but she'd already found him a decent job. Hearing this, Xiao Man became furious. Forgetting for a moment that she was in conversation with Jiang, she declared she'd crush his sister as soon as Jiang helped her retrieve her head. Calming the irritated spirit, Jiang assured his sister that he had not only survived the trial but had even cleared the nightmare mode. His sister stared at him silently for a moment before laughing it off, saying she knew his abilities well enough to know he couldn't have completed such a challenge. Ignoring his protests, she dragged him home. The next day, sitting in the auditorium for the graduation ceremony, Jiang resolved that the job his sister had lined up for him wasn't going to cut it. He firmly decided he wouldn't waste his life on something like that. Remembering his achievements in the trial, Jiang secretly hoped for praise from everyone, even though the administration typically didn't reveal individual student grades. As Jiang mulled over these thoughts, a girl approached him and asked if she could sit next to him. It was Qin Yao, who had also attended the ceremony. Jiang, surprised, asked why she wasn't sitting with her class and why she had chosen to sit next to him instead. Before she could respond, Xiao Man interrupted, warning Jiang that something was happening in the hall. Just then, a drop of blood fell from the ceiling onto the microphone in front of the principal, who was delivering an inspiring speech to the graduates. The blood had flowed from the hands of secrets, bound in thorny chains and dangling ominously above the stage. The graduates erupted into panic, shouting that secrets had invaded the real world, and they scrambled to find their teachers. Suddenly, a man with a face covered in scars entered the auditorium, his expression filled with disappointment as he surveyed the panicking crowd. This man, Zhou Yong, scoffed at the reaction of the students, declaring that the country had no future if its younger generation was this weak and unprepared. Yet, there was one person he singled out. Zhou Yong's intense gaze landed on Jiang, and with a nod, he confirmed to himself the validity of what his superiors had told him. Jiang was remarkable because, despite the incident, he remained calm and composed. From the outside, the young man found it odd, as the man stared at him with a strange smile on his face. Qin Yao was surprised that someone from the Bureau of Oddities had personally come to the ceremony. When Jiang asked her how serious this was, she explained that, in recent years, universities had deliberately caused a stir around admissions to gauge how prospective students reacted and whether their qualifications were genuine. She added that the Bureau of Oddities was a government agency, and this was the first time its representatives had shown up at a graduation ceremony. Jiang couldn't shake a bad feeling that something major was about to happen. Suddenly, Xiao Man appeared and suggested that she could handle the man if she scared him a little. This irritated Jiang, who snapped back that he wasn't scared at all. Xiao Man claimed she could easily deal with him because the spirit inside the man was only a Class D entity and would essentially be like a sibling to her. Jiang, frowning, reminded her that randomly attacking someone was illegal and that he had no desire to end up in jail. Xiao Man brushed him off, saying that wouldn't be a problem since she'd already done it before. Zhou Yong, the scarred man, ordered everyone to be quiet, declaring that he had something to say and didn't want to hear a single sound going forward. He began recounting chilling events from the past. On the 23rd of September, year 121 in the secret world calendar, 3,214 residents of a small district in the mountainous region vanished without a trace. The skin of the deceased had been turned into garments, hung from balconies for all to see. It was a nightmarish sight no one would wish upon anyone. On the 13th of March, year 122, also in the secret world calendar, at a famous amusement park in Shanghai, a clown brutally dismembered people, resulting in 144 deaths, including 86. Zhou Yong explained that just as humans could enter the secret world, creatures from the secret world could also invade the human world. The audience listened silently, their faces pale with terror and dread. Zhou Yong reminded everyone that many who entered the secret world left immediately without engaging, while others managed to complete their trials. The severity of these challenges was something every person needed to fully understand. He emphasized that waiting for the end of the world to act wasn't an option, and completing the trials in the secret world was of utmost importance. The purpose of Zhou Yong's visit, he revealed, was to announce another trial. It wasn't mandatory, anyone unwilling to participate could leave immediately. However, Zhou Yong made an enticing promise. Those who stayed and completed the task would be guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University in the capital. Moreover, those who excelled could even become reserve members of the conspiracy reserve team, which was a tremendous opportunity. Hearing this, some students, shaking off their initial shock, began to evaluate the situation and consider the proposal. Zhou Yong further promised additional rewards, details of which would be disclosed later. For now, he simply gave everyone time to think and make their decision. Many students decided to leave, claiming it wasn't their business. They argued that it was the Bureau of Oddities' responsibility to handle such matters, not theirs. Some of the students were frustrated because, just a few days after the last challenge, another trial was beginning. Everyone just wanted the graduation ceremony to end peacefully. Jiang, irritated, told Xiao Man he had no desire to participate again. He hadn't even had time to enjoy himself properly since the last ordeal. Xiao Man insisted he go back to the secret world, reminding him of his promise to help her find her head. She added that she wouldn't tolerate deception. Jiang snapped, arguing that as her master, he had control over his body, not her. Xiao Man countered, saying he was the one who had agreed to find her head first. The terms of the contract didn't matter here. Jiang angrily shot back that if they ever returned to the celestial prison, he'd find a way to get rid of her for good. Unfazed, Xiao Man calmly explained that if a contracted spirit were to die, its host would suffer devastating consequences. Best case scenario, the host would lose their sanity. Worst case, they'd lose control over bodily functions, be paralyzed, or even die. Then she asked if Jiang knew about this before signing their deal. Jiang broke into a sweat, furious at the revelation. None of these details were mentioned in the textbooks. He muttered angrily that the people who wrote those books were outright incompetent. Meanwhile, Zhou Yong commended the remaining students, expressing pride in their courage. As a reward for staying, he announced that each of them would receive 200,000 yuan, which the school principal would distribute to their guardians. However, it was time to start the new trial, so they stepped into the secret world. Jiang's reluctance was evident. He didn't want to participate and even felt like crying. But with the countdown underway, there was no turning back. Desperation gave way to determination as he resolved to survive and successfully complete the trial. Then Jiang receives a notification from the system. The first piece of advice given to them was simple: establish good relationships with both the teacher and fellow students, as doing so would increase their chances of survival. The second piece of advice was crucial: obey the teacher, or risk facing her wrath. And the funny thing is, you can't leave this challenge before 2 days. When they entered the classroom, the teacher invited the newcomers to introduce themselves. One guy was called upon first. Surprised and a little shaken, he hesitated. Nervously scanning the room, he noticed the cold stares of the students who were already seated. A boy named Wang Defa stood up instead, confidently introducing himself. "I'm 18 years old," he began. "I love singing, rapping, basketball, and, of course, eating chicken." He then looked at the teacher and added, "That's all I've got." The teacher allowed him to take his seat. Jiang couldn't believe how easy it seemed. Yet, deep down, he knew it wasn't as simple as it looked. There had to be some hidden catch. His suspicions were confirmed when the teacher, laughing maniacally, struck Wang Defa on the head from behind while he wasn't looking. The boy's head exploded, showering the room with blood. Shocked and horrified, Jiang was splattered in the aftermath. Even though he had been expecting something grim, he didn't understand why everyone seemed to enjoy hitting him, personally, on the head. Turning to Xiao Man, he demanded her help. "This is your chance, cut this thing down," he shouted. But Xiao Man, unbothered, replied that she had used up all her energy controlling his body earlier and needed to rest to recover her strength. Enraged, Jiang realized she was likely doing this on purpose, leaving him to fend for himself. Just then, a faint clue emerged about the teacher's personality. He seemed to live a dull and repetitive life, working the same job day after day. Her only hope was that among the newcomers, there might be at least one person who could genuinely entertain her. Fortunately, he managed to do it. Introducing himself, Jiang said he was 18 years old and proud of the fact that, from a young age, he could breathe on his own, eat 3 meals a day, speak fluently, and use a smartphone with ease. He mentioned that he came from a normal family. His dad drove a Ferrari, his mom a Bentley, but then admitted he was just joking. None of that really mattered, he explained, because while his loved ones call him Jiang, to his new classmates, he would be Cool Jiang. He then threw off his jacket and shouted his name. The students were confused, but one of them, hesitating, finally stood up and said, "Jiang is cool." Encouraged, Jiang took off his shirt and repeated his nickname louder. More students joined in this time, saying Jiang was cool. Finally, he removed his undershirt, yelling the nickname once more. This time, the entire class stood up and roared in unison, "Jiang is cool." Jiang's companions, who had entered the secret world alongside him, stood in stunned silence at this bizarre scene. But Jiang wasn't done yet. He decided to take it further, beginning to unbuckle his pants and telling everyone to keep shouting. The teacher, surprised by this outrageous display, quickly stepped in. He told Jiang it was enough, joking that although he wanted to keep watching, he couldn't risk being scolded by the principal. He told him to put his clothes back on and sit down. Feeling rather clever, Jiang swaggered over to his seat, congratulating himself on his brilliance. The teacher ordered everyone to settle down. With the room quiet again, it was the next student's turn. A girl named Qing Yao stood up suddenly, slammed the teacher's face into the desk, and introduced herself with a serious expression. She declared she was 6 years old and proudly stated that her greatest achievements were at age 3 when she b***ed an entire nursing home and kicked down a kindergarten. She warned the class not to try getting along with her, or they would regret it. The teacher sat up, laughing, and said it was a solid introduction. He allowed Qing Yao to take her seat, then asked Wang Defa to introduce himself again. Nervous and unsure of what to say, Wang Defa finally blurted out that he liked eating garbage. When the new students finished introducing themselves, the lesson began. The teacher explained that the previous English teacher had her tongue cut by the principal and needed time to rest. Therefore, he would be teaching today's lesson. He asked everyone to pay close attention because if he did a poor job, the school board would punish him. He urged everyone to open their textbooks. Meanwhile, Jiang sat in his seat, musing about how modern the secret world was. They seemed to know everything, and he couldn't help but wonder if they had TikTok too. After class, it was time for lunch. Many people gathered in the school cafeteria. They interacted with each other, shared meals, and ate foods that were strange by human standards but normal for monsters. Wang Defa was crying, saying that he had already lost his chance at resurrection. Junjie chimed in, commenting that his own class was hardly peaceful either. Jiang complained about how, if you failed to answer a question, they'd break your hands. He thought these teaching methods were bizarre. Yang Xiang theorized that there might be 5 total groups in this scenario, so he suggested they exchange information, just in case. Junjie agreed, reasoning that this way, they could maximize their chances of success. However, Qing Yao countered, saying it was unnecessary for now since they didn't have much useful information yet. She added that once they were assigned dormitories, they could look out for each other if they ended up sharing the same room. Surprised, Jiang asked if boys and girls shared dorms at this school. To his shock, they did. After some time, everyone received their dorm assignments. When Jiang entered his assigned room, he noticed a pink bed with women's items scattered all over it. Jiang was very happy that, at least in the secret world, he could finally live his dream of being with a beautiful girl. Suddenly, he felt a presence behind him. Turning around, he saw a guy who greeted him and started telling him the rules of the dormitory. Firstly, after 9 p.m., the lights in the dormitory were turned off, so walking around was strictly forbidden after that hour. Secondly, it was prohibited to enter the old dormitory. The building was so small that the boys and girls had to be mixed together. Or if your roommate is a female, don't make her pregnant. Once that strange guy left, then a notification from the system appears, as the boys' dormitory supervisor, managing girls is his favorite, and for student safety, he's installed cameras all over the dorm. Jiang thinks, this guy seemed so decent, but turns out he's a pervert. Then Jiang noticed a note on the nightstand. The neighbor greeted him in the note, mentioned that there were lots of snacks on the nightstand for him, and invited him to find her if he wanted to meet her. Suddenly, Xiao Man appeared, saying that the neighbor was just a level F insignificant person and asked Jiang if he wanted to play with her. Jiang responded that she had no strength and wondered how she would handle the spirit then. Xiao Man replied that she had lied earlier because he wouldn't grow if she solved all his problems. However, Jiang didn't listen to her. Instead, he searched for the box mentioned in the note. Xiao Man got frustrated because he wasn't paying attention to her. When he opened the box, Jiang was astonished by the number of sweets inside. He couldn't eat in the cafeteria, so this was a pleasant surprise. Finally, Jiang replied that he couldn't force dear Xiao Man to deal with someone from level F. Each higher level granted an additional 5 arcane power points, and with his bonuses, Jiang had 105 arcane power points. He also had a funeral urn in his inventory, but when opened, it just gave him a model magazine. He didn't need it, since his neighbor was a girl. Xiao Man then invited Jiang to take a walk, since he had an official pass that allowed him to come and go from the dormitory at any time. Jiang asked what was so special about going out of the room, and Xiao Man replied that they needed to find his beautiful head. Jiang told her she had been rude to him recently, but the spirit responded that there was no need for further discussion and that they should leave. He told her to calm down and assured her he would keep his promise, but first, he needed to complete the main task. Xiao Man didn't understand and asked what exactly the main task was that he had to finish. By night, Jiang left his room. He couldn't risk getting caught by the commander, or there would be trouble. Suddenly, Qingyao appeared behind him and asked why he wasn't sleeping either. Jiang hadn't expected this twist. He replied that she wasn't sleeping either, probably because she had scared everyone with her scream. Jiang noticed she had just come out of the commander's room and asked what she was doing there. Qingyao said she had dealt with the commander, and he wouldn't be waking up until the morning. She then invited Jiang to go to the old dormitory and see what was there. Xiao Man told Jiang that the girl had some plan and that he should keep his distance from her. Jiang agreed that it made sense and decided to go with Qingyao. Qingyao told him to follow her, as she had discovered the location of the old dormitory. Xiao Man, upset that Jiang had ignored her, said he would have problems. Jiang thought that since it was thanks to Xiao Man that he had arrived here, he couldn't leave empty-handed, and the solution to his problems was hidden right there. It was just that if there were problems with the old dormitory building, then the magnitude of the mystery inside was unimaginable. The building was in bad condition, dirty, with broken windows and mice running around everywhere. The boy and the girl entered without hesitation and looked around. Qingyao said the building had 6 floors and suggested they split up. Jiang replied that in horror movies, whenever the group splits up, something always happens. The girl sighed and nodded, then they decided to go together and watch out for each other. Jiang felt like Qingyao was approaching him for a reason, and it wasn't with good intentions. They entered the offices and examined the cabinets and books scattered around the room. Jiang decided that instead of staying away from Qingyao, it would be better to observe her and see what she was up to. The girl said there was nothing on the first floor and offered to go upstairs. They examined each floor for a long time, but found nothing. Jiang was already tired of looking around the building, but fortunately, they were heading to the top 6th floor. As soon as they reached it, Xiao Man appeared and warned the boy, telling him she felt something was wrong on this floor. Jiang also realized it, as it seemed suspiciously clean. There wasn't a single clue in the dilapidated building, as if the solution had been deliberately hidden. Suddenly, they heard that the door was locked and couldn't be opened. This was strange because it was the last room, and there was nothing else to check. Suddenly, a girl with long hair and a smile appeared. The lights turned red, and all the floor's doors began to break from the inside. Qingyao immediately realized it was a trap and that they needed to escape. The boy tried to stop the girl, but she quickly ran away. Xiao Man appeared, glad that she had been right. Suddenly, the door opened, and spirits in the form of hands emerged. They came out from all the rooms and filled the entire floor. Xiao Man said she would temporarily transform into a physical form and delay these secrets, and that he should escape quickly. Jiang understood that the secrets weren't revealed from the beginning, which meant they didn't want to set a trap. But as soon as they got close to the last room, the spirits appeared, preventing them from going there. The secrets accumulated into a massive pile, and Xiao Man was ready to fight against them. But the boy grabbed her hand and entered the locked room, knowing that what had started couldn't be stopped, and he didn't want to waste his strength. Xiao Man got angry with him because she wanted to protect him, but he didn't appreciate it. She didn't want to die with him and told him to find an exit, but the boy stayed silent, as in front of him, he saw a girl in a blue dress and loose hair, looking out the window. The girl turned around with tears in her eyes. The couple that suddenly appeared listened to her monologue about losing her lover and about her love that could conquer mountains and seas. Jiang didn't understand if she was a ghost or an NPC standing before him, but her appearance was very different from that of normal girls. Xiaoman urged him to finish as quickly as possible, as there were tens of thousands of secrets behind the door, and if they made it this far, the boy asked for a little more patience. He quickly took the girl's hand and asked his sister to come with him. Suddenly, the girl turned into butterflies that flew out the window into the sky. Immediately, the boy received a clue and a new task, and he was greatly surprised that she left nothing behind. She had simply given him the task. The secrets were already leaking through the door, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to contain them. Xiaoman ran to the window, grabbed the boy by the neck, and told him there was no time left. She told him to hold her tightly, and the boy, terrified, reminded her of the mystery that if you jump from that height. At that moment, Qingyao had managed to escape the building and turned around at the sudden screams she heard. Turning around, she saw Jiang fall quickly to the ground, and the secrets flew behind him. The boy was very scared and screamed at the top of his lungs. Moments later, Xiaoman landed safely without injury. Mystery shook his hand and said that the descent was over. The boy vomited. Jiang said it was much more exciting than any theme park ride. Qingyao approached him and handed him a handkerchief, asking if he was okay. She asked why he didn't escape with her, to which he replied that he chickened out and ran to the bathroom. The girl realized it was a silly excuse and asked him if he had found any clues, and if he had unlocked the task. Jiang was surprised they had figured it out so quickly. Under the girl's pressure, the boy said that he had received the task and that now they needed to go back to sleep. He started to leave, feeling unsatisfied and like a loser, but the girl took care of him. Suddenly, she told him that she would buy a cable for $100,000. Jiang said he wasn't that type of person and that everyone gets clues because of their skills, but she insulted him by using money. Qingyao offered 200,000 euros. Jiang goes, "Dude, isn't that a bit too much money?" Qingyao's like, "Bruh, that's all I got. Just tell me already." So Jiang's like, "Alright, go to room 614 upstairs. You'll find a girl there, and she'll give you the next clue." She's like, "Cool, I'm out. Don't stress. I'm not about to drop dead or anything." Jiang mutters under his breath, "Yeah, somebody else said that once too." She's like, "Wait, what?" But Jiang just walks off. And then, boom, Qingyao's spirit pops out like, "Why you giving that guy so much attention? Just hand him over to me, and I'll take him out right now." But she's like, "Chill, man, I don't care about him. I just want his spirit. I'ma hand it over to my dad." Dude loves experimenting on stuff like this. The spirit's like, "Didn't you say you'd pay him, though?" And she goes, "I was just playing him. I ain't giving him a single dime." Plot twist, Jiang already knows what's up. He can tell she's planning something shady. Cut to the next morning, Jiang oversleeps. He wakes up all panicked like, "Yo, Xiaoman, why didn't you wake me up?" She's like, "Dude, I've been trying. You were out cold like a rock." So Jiang rushes to get dressed, runs to class, and walks in all sheepish, "Sorry I'm late." Turns out he got lucky. The first teacher's absent. Jiang's in his head, "Oh, thank goodness. I thought today was gonna be a complete disaster. That was way too close." He sits down and starts looking around. Everyone's here, except Qingyao. He's thinking, wait, is she still looking for that clue? So he asks this one girl, "Hey, you know anything about room 614? Like, does someone live there?" She's like, "Ask me anything you want, I'll tell you. But don't ask about that girl in 614. Now Jiang's low-key freaking out, thinking, okay, something's definitely wrong with that room. Nobody even wants to talk about it. He looks around, thinking he'll ask someone else. But guess what? The whole class just stares at him, like, full-on creepy vibes. Even Xiaoman's like, "Dude, I think you asked way too much." Jiang's heart is racing now, and he's thinking, oh crap, I definitely stepped on a landmine. The girl sitting next to him suddenly makes this scary face and, in this creepy voice, goes, "So, anything else you wanna ask?" Jiang's like, "Nope, I'm good. I'm so good. Not hungry for answers anymore. Thanks." Right then, the teacher walks in. Jiang's like, "Thank God. Focus on the teacher, y'all. Nothing to see here." Everyone calms down, and Jiang's finally breathing again. The teacher's like, "Oh, by the way, the principal's giving out rewards to everyone." Jiang, thinking to himself, "Man, this school is weird. I bet whatever this reward is, it's gonna be straight up bizarre." So the teacher pulls out this weird bottle of liquid from her secret basement stash, right? And she's like, "Alright, who wants to help me with an experiment?" Jiang's sitting there, freaking out internally. Not me, please not me." But, of course, she calls him and the class monitor to volunteer. Jiang's whole world basically shatters. He's like, "I was begging in my head, and she still picked me. Why me, man?" Then, she hands the bottle to the monitor, saying, "Drink this." The poor guy takes one sip and his body starts melting. Jiang's just standing there, watching in horror, like, what the actual? The teacher grins and goes, "Good job, monitor. Now, Jiang, it's your turn." Jiang stares at the bottle, sweating bullets, thinking, the monitor wasn't even human. I am 100% human. If I drink this, it's game over for me. So he just stands there, holding the bottle, until the teacher snaps. What's the holdup? Drink it, or are you gonna disobey your teacher? Jiang nervously laughs. No, ma'am. I respect you so much. Like, from the bottom of my heart. It's just that, this liquid is clearly amazing, and I'm not worthy of it, you know? Someone else deserves it more. Without skipping a beat, Jiang hands the bottle to another guy and goes, "Here, you drink it. Your mom doesn't feed you anyway, so, you're welcome." The teacher beams, "Wow, Jiang. You're so generous, sharing your turn with your friend like that." Meanwhile, Jiang's thinking, "Thank God, I dodged that one. One more second, and I'd have been toast." Later, Jiang heads to the cafeteria, where the vibe's absolutely tragic. His classmates are all miserable because they haven't eaten in 5 days. Why? The cafeteria only serves ghost food. Like, actual ghost food. Then Qingyao strolls in, looking all fresh and unbothered. She's like, even if I skip food for 4 days, I'm good. But Jiang's side-eyeing her hard because she looks like she just had a feast. She glances at him and goes, "You look fine too." He laughs nervously, "Oh yeah, I could totally last 2 to 3 more days without eating. No biggie." But then this other dude chimes in, "Yeah, I could last 3 to 4 days too. But there's a difference between starving and looking fine." Qingyao's like, "If you're that hungry, just eat the cafeteria food." Jiang shakes his head. "There's no way I'm eating that nightmare food." The other guy gets up, defeated. Then, 2 more follow him out like it's some hunger strike. Qingyao turns to Jiang, "Alright, let's just work together and get this done." But Xiaoman immediately shuts it down. "Don't trust her. She's bad news. She'll mess everything up and drag you down with her." Jiang smirks, throwing in some drama. "I'm just 18. I've got responsibilities at home. I can't deal with love and heartbreak right now. Sorry." Qingyao just stares at him, deadpan. "Bruh, I'm talking about the mission, not your love life." Jiang rolls his eyes, "Whatever. Look, I already gave you the clue, so let's just work separately. No need for this team-up thing." So she's all mad now, snapping, "Oh, so you don't want to work together? Fine. I'll just do it all on my own." Jiang's like, "Cool, whatever," and just walks away. Xiaoman smirks and says, "See? Told you she'd flip out. I knew she had shady vibes." Jiang nods, "Yeah, you called it." Xiaoman's like, "Alright, let's focus and finish our mission first." But Jiang's over here thinking, "Bruh, since we got the clue, we haven't even moved an inch closer to finishing this mission." Then Jiang notices Xiaoman's favor stats. Turns out if her favor towards him hits 50 or higher, he gets to share a bit of her power. So Jiang has this bright idea and goes, "Let's go out." But not for the mission, just for something else. She's like, "Go where?" He grins, outside the academy, cut to them stepping outside, and Jiang's dressed in these super weird clothes. He's cringing hard because, there's a breeze hitting places where a breeze shouldn't be. Flushed face. He mutters, "I have 2 reasons for wearing this. First, this mysterious world is crazy dangerous, and if I dress like this, the ghosts will think I'm one of them. And second, this outfit is, like, battle armor." Xiaoman sees him and just cracks up. Jiang snaps, "Hey, I'm not wearing this for fun. I had to wear it." She chuckles, "Don't worry, I'll protect you. But, like, honestly, you look so freaking cute." Jiang glares, "Just stop talking already." Then, out of nowhere, Xiaoman sticks her hand out in front of him. Jiang's like, "Excuse me, how are you just gonna grab at a man's chest like that?" Right then, a car pulls up, and, surprise, it's her, the scissor girl. Jiang freezes, thinking, "Wait, isn't that the chick I ran into at the start? What's SHE doing here?" She looks him up and down and smirks, "Hop in. Didn't know you had such, interesting fashion choices." Jiang quickly defends himself, No, there's a reason for this." Next thing you know, he's on the back of her bike. The wind's in his hair, and he's like, "Man, long rides just hit different." She agrees, "Yeah, they do," but Jiang's thinking she might still be salty about something. So, he goes, "Hey, about what happened last time, I'm really sorry." The moment he says that, she slams the brakes, hard. She turns to him, fuming, "Get off the bike." As soon as he steps down, wham, she starts wailing on him. "You sneaky little liar. You sweet-talk me, kiss me, and then ghost me. Do you have any idea how much I missed you? I kept thinking, he'll come. He'll show up, but nope, you just vanished." Jiang tries to explain, "How was I supposed to visit? You never gave me your address?" She stops mid-punch, thinking it over. "Oh, right, yeah, I guess I didn't." So, Scissor Girl shrugs it off, climbs back onto her bike, and goes, "Alright, hop on. I'll drop you wherever you need to go." A little later, they pull up in front of a bank. Jiang is all amazed. "Wait, banks exist in this weird, mysterious world too. Xiaoman nods. Yep, and I think my head might be inside here. As Jiang starts heading towards the bank, he notices Scissor Girl looking a bit down. She flashes back to a memory. This woman's voice in her head is saying, "We're mysterious creatures. We can fall in love, sure, but we can never marry, and absolutely never with a human. Forget about your love and your silly wedding dreams." Scissor Girl snaps back to the present and says to Jiang, "This is the second time we've run into each other, but you haven't even told me your name yet." Jiang grins. "Oh, it's Jiang." She smiles softly. "It's a nice name. You know, I feel like this might be our last meeting, so I want to give you something to remember me by." She hands him her hairpin. "Keep this as a token of our final goodbye." Jiang accepts it gratefully, slipping it into his pocket. Scissor Girl rides off, trying hard not to cry as she whispers to herself that hairpin will protect him when he's in trouble. Meanwhile, Jiang heads toward the bank. Just as he steps inside, a guy shows up and politely asks, "How can I help you, sir?" Jiang looks him up and down. "You're human, aren't you?" The guy panics, dropping to his knees, begging for forgiveness. That's when Jiang realizes, oh, he's here on a mission too. And with this outfit I'm wearing, he probably thinks I'm some high-ranking mysterious creature. Jiang leans down to help the guy up, but before he can, wham! An attack comes out of nowhere and takes the guy down. Jiang spins around and sees it's the bank manager. The guy smirks and says, "You should be treating customers with respect." Jiang is stunned, but then the manager narrows his eyes at Jiang and sniffs the air. I can smell a hint of a human scent on you. The closer I get, the stronger it is." He steps even closer, almost face to face now. "Tell me, what's your connection to humans? Don't tell me you're one of them." Jiang freezes, heart pounding. Am I about to get exposed? But before things go south, Xiaoman steps in behind him and whispers, "Let me take over your body for a bit." Jiang nods. The moment he gives her control, his entire appearance changes. Now, standing tall and confident, Jiang looks at the manager and says in a commanding tone, "I'm a VIP customer of this bank. Is this how you treat VIPs?" The manager instantly panics, bowing and scraping. "Apologies, sir. Please, come inside and let us provide you with the best service." Inside the bank, Jiang gets escorted to this swanky VIP lounge with the fanciest setup imaginable. He turns to Xiaoman and whispers, "Okay, what just happened? Why am I suddenly being treated like royalty?" Xiaoman grins slyly. "The form you've taken? Yeah, I made a deal with this guy before. He's also hunting for my head. He's got a VIP account here, so I figured his locker might have some clues." As they're chatting, the manager returns, carrying a box from the guy's locker. As soon as Xiaoman sees the box, she lights up like it's Christmas morning. "This has to be it. My head is finally here," she exclaims. She opens the box with excitement, but her face drops immediately when she sees what's inside, or rather, what's not inside. Jiang leans over. "What happened? Why the sad face?" He glances at the box, and it's completely empty. Xiaoman looks devastated. "I gave him all the money I had to find my head. 1 billion gone, just like that." Jiang practically chokes. "What? You gave him 1 billion? Like, people even have that much money?" She nods miserably. "And not only did he run off with it, but he didn't even deliver my head?" Jiang tries to console her. "You don't think I do the same, do you?" Xiaoman shakes her head and pulls him into a hug. "No, I trust you. You promised me." As soon as she says this, her favorability shoots up to 70. Jiang vows, "Don't worry, I'll get your head back no matter what." At that moment, a notification pops up from the system. "Congratulations. You've gained significant favor with Xiaoman. As a reward, you get a spin." Jiang notices one of the items on the wheel is a female dress. He thinks to himself, system is always trolling. It won't give me what I actually want, so maybe I'll outsmart it. He starts chanting, "Come on, land on the dress, just give me the stupid dress." But, to his horror, the wheel stops right on the dress. His soul leaves his body for a moment, but then, miraculously, the wheel wobbles and moves to the next prize, a mental strength technique. Jiang almost cries tears of joy. "Thank God. One more dress and my dignity would have been permanently ruined." The system explains the new skill. It strengthens the user's mind and allows them to weaken others mentally, even causing illusions. Jiang is intrigued. Wait a minute, wasn't that what the conspiracy team guy used on people? That technique might be really useful. While mulling it over, he gets into a taxi with Xiaoman. As they're driving, he suddenly remembers how the conspiracy guy had used mental techniques to trap people in illusions. Jiang grins smugly to himself. Guess this skill's legit. Glad I got it. But then the taxi screeches to a stop. The driver turns around, his face twisting into a creepy grin. "I'm hungry, and I'm gonna eat you to fill my belly." Before Jiang can react, wham! Xiaoman leaps forward and punches the driver square in the face. "Who do you think you are? Huh? You're gonna eat us?" She drags the driver out of the car and delivers a beatdown of epic proportions, punching, kicking, and knocking the guy into next week. The driver begs, "Please, I'll quit. I'll become a veterinarian. I swear, just spare me." But Xiaoman is relentless. she finally ends him with one last strike. Jiang watches the whole thing in shock. What just happened? What's gotten into Xiao Man? As things calm down, Jiang realizes something. Now we've got a new problem. Who's gonna drive the car? I don't know how to drive. After walking forever, Jiang finally reaches the academy, looking like he's barely hanging on. Xiao Man smirks and teases him. You're already this tired? Look at me, I'm totally fine. Jiang snaps back. Try walking on your own legs for once. All you ever do is float around. Suddenly, Jiang notices a foul smell coming from his bed. He wrinkles his nose. What is that stench? He bends down to investigate and jumps back in shock. There's a girl hiding under his bed. Panicking, he shouts, "Who are you, and what are you doing under my bed?" Before he can yell any further, the girl grabs him by the mouth and whispers, "Keep quiet, or the guard will come." Unfortunately, it's too late. The guard arrives with a super creepy vibe, asking, "Why are you still awake? Go to bed." The scene shifts momentarily to some other group members wandering around or maybe on a mission. One of them seems to be cooking up some shady plan. Meanwhile, back at Jiang's room, the girl quickly slips under the bed again, leaving Jiang alone with the guard. Jiang nervously improvises, "I was, outside, fighting a demon. Yeah, I saved the entire academy." The guard raises an eyebrow, clearly suspicious. Jiang keeps up the act. "If you don't believe me, go check outside. I deserve an award for my bravery." For a moment, the guard stands there in eerie silence, making Jiang sweat. But then, out of nowhere, the guard attacks. Jiang barely dodges in time and shoves the guard back. Thinking to himself, Jiang decides, I can't always rely on Xiao Man. If I want to survive here, I have to fight on my own. With this resolve, he launches an attack on the guard. The scene cuts back to the real world, where Zhou Yong is calmly cooking noodles. The principal walks in and asks, "Is it really necessary to put so much pressure on the students? They haven't been allowed out for 2 days." Zhou Yong, unfazed, replies, "This isn't something we set up on purpose. The situation out there is so dangerous it automatically locked them in for 2 days. This isn't the first time. Our leader once got stuck for 10 days straight." The principal frowns, "But they're still kids. They're not mature enough for this." Zhou counters, "They're the future of our country, and with the growing threat of the mysterious world, they have to be trained to fight. Things are only getting worse." He goes on, "We've identified a D-level creature called Infinite Fear. It gains power by feeding on people's fear and has already claimed countless innocent lives." With a grave expression, Zhou finishes, "I'll leave you with this, either we fight, or we die." At that moment, his secretary bursts into the room, visibly alarmed. "Boss, Infinite Fear is heading straight for us." Zhou asks the principal, "How many students do we have?" The principal responds, "We've got over 100. Zhou orders, "Take all the kids to a safe area with my secretary. I'll handle this." The secretary steps in, alarmed. "No, that creature is dangerous. We've received reports it's not coming alone. It's bringing a bunch of mysterious creatures too. You should come with us to safety." But Zhou refuses, staying firm on his decision. The scene shifts back to Jiang, who is still in the middle of a tense battle with the guard. Jiang attacks furiously, but the guard effortlessly dodges every strike, standing smugly as if taunting him. Frustrated, Jiang begins analyzing his opponent. What's his weakness? There has to be something I can use against him. Then it hits him. Oh yeah, that trick even a kid could use to beat this guy. Jiang smirks, pulls out an adult magazine, and casually opens it right in front of the guard. As soon as the guard catches a glimpse, his eyes widen, and he drools like crazy. Thank you so much. I'll be right back, just a quick trip to the bathroom." And just like that, the guard bolts. Jiang watches him go, utterly dumbfounded. Seriously? What kind of pervy mysterious creature gets distracted by a magazine and completely forgets about his opponent? The girl from earlier emerges and explains, "That guard attacks anyone who's awake at night. That's why I hid under the bed. He won't attack you if he doesn't see you." Jiang feels his brain short-circuiting. "You couldn't have told me that earlier?" Regaining his composure, Jiang is about to ask her about a clue. Before he even gets the words out, she cuts him off. "I know you want information about room 614, but sorry, I'm not telling." But Jiang isn't one to give up. He launches into his Oscar-worthy acting. "I'm just a poor, helpless guy who worked his way up to become a warrior. I came to this academy to help everyone, but no one will give me any information. The moment I saw you, though, my heart screamed, Jiang, she's the one who will help you save the academy. She's the best, the greatest, the only one." Xiao Man interrupts with an eye roll. "Ugh, stop. How much butter are you going to spread?" I doubt she's falling for it. Shockingly, the girl does fall for it. Blushing slightly, she says, "All right, go to the 6th floor. There's a women's restroom there. You'll find what you're looking for. Oh, and take this item with you. It'll make things easier." She hands him a doll. Jiang inspects it and wonders, isn't this the same doll that belongs to her? His suspicions are confirmed when a system notification pops up. Yes. Jiang sniffs the doll as dramatically as he can, exclaiming, "Yup, It smells just like her. Xiaoman facepalms and mutters, "Ugh, you're such a creep." The girl hands the doll to Jiang and says, "Keep this with you. When the time is right, it'll come in handy. Oh, and by the way, I saw some other students outside earlier. Don't know what they're up to, but they were definitely doing something." Jiang thinks to himself, everyone here looks so innocent, but they're all low-key dangerous. But look at me, I'm the world's most innocent and nicest guy. With that smug thought, Jiang heads out with Xiaoman. On their way, Jiang offers Xiaoman some chocolate, but she frowns and says, "How am I supposed to eat this? I don't eat food." Jiang replies cheekily, "Oh, so if you don't eat, that means you don't poop either? No poop, no need for toilet paper. That must save you so much money." Xiaoman stares at him, horrified. "How can you talk about such disgusting things?" she yells before flying off. Jiang chases after her, but suddenly clutches his head in pain. "Ugh, it feels like someone just stabbed a needle into my brain." Xiaoman rushes back and says, "Looks like someone launched a mental attack on you, probably a creature from the 6th floor. If your mental power had been weak, you'd be dead by now." Then she notices something odd. "Wait, your mental power has actually increased. Tell me, how did you do it?" Jiang grins smugly. "Well, it's because I'm just that awesome." What Xiaoman doesn't know is that Jiang's sudden skill boost came from his system's spin rewards. Suspicious, Xiaoman snaps, "You're hiding something from me." The two of them start arguing when suddenly the doll leaps out of Jiang's hands and starts running on its own. The duo chases after the runaway doll, which eventually stops at the bathroom they were supposed to go to. Jiang searches around but can't find it. Then he senses a person's aura nearby. He presses his ear to the door, then kicks it open dramatically, shouting, "All right, come out now." Inside, they find Wang in terrible shape, shaking, mumbling, and terrified. "Please don't come near me. I didn't see anything. Just leave me alone." Jiang tries to calm him down, but Wang panics even more. Xiaoman observes, something really awful must have happened to him. He's too traumatized to speak until he gets treated. Without hesitation, Jiang pulls out a syringe from his medkit and jabs it right into Wang's butt. "Snap out of it already," he shouts. 2 minutes later, Wang slowly regains his senses and groggily asks, "What happened, and why are my pants undone?" He catches sight of Jiang and bursts into tears. Jiang waves him off impatiently. "Forget about that. Just tell me, what's going on here?" Wang, still trembling, warns him, "No matter what, don't go into the bathroom next door. There's something really creepy in there. Something seriously wrong?" Before Jiang can ask more, Wang receives a world quit notification and abruptly logs out. Before leaving, he warns Jiang to stay safe and avoid the others. Jiang mutters to himself, "Who's he talking about?" Just then, Jiang notices a group of students standing outside. They're all eerily silent, with terrifying appearances. But instead of panicking, Jiang looks at them nonchalantly. "What are they doing here?" he wonders aloud. "They came all this way but aren't attacking? Weird. If they were going to attack, they should have done it by now." Xiaoman replies, "I don't know." At that moment, strange sounds of crying and washing come from the nearby bathroom. And right there, that doll stands. Seeing the doll, everyone becomes frightened. Jiang thinks, so, that's why everyone is standing there, and why is that doll staring at it? Wang had also warned not to go further, but the doll is staring in the same direction, so Jiang decides to take a look to find out what's inside. Jiang suspects it might be a demon, so he yells, kicks the door, and says, "Who's in there? Come out, or else you'll regret it." But inside, there are two both in terrible condition. At the same time, the scene changes to Wang, who has now returned to the real world. Though he's happy to be back, the sight of blood unnerves him. Suddenly, Zhou comes up from behind and clamps his hand over Wang's mouth. Wang asks, "What happened here?" Zhou replies, "Your academy was attacked by mysterious creatures. Don't worry, the students and teachers are all safe. It's just you and I who are stuck here. Don't worry, the support team will come soon." Just then, Zhou receives a call. The voice on the other end says, "The team that was coming to help us has been attacked. We can't come." After hearing this, Zhou tells Wang, "No one's coming now, so you and I will have to support each other." Wang agrees reluctantly. Suddenly, Wang, in fear, says, "Look behind you." And there, right behind Zhou, is a terrifying, mysterious creature. The scene shifts again to Jiang, still in the bathroom. He's unsure of what to do when he sees the two children. They begin to cry, and Jiang starts panicking. How does he calm them down? Should he sing to them? No, that won't work. What if he just puts them to sleep? Xiaoman stops him, saying no. Then, the doll walks up to the children, places its hand gently on their heads, and soothes them to silence. Jiang feels relieved, thinking, good, they're quiet now. But then, something horrifying happens. One of the children starts to eat the doll. Jiang can't believe what he's seeing. His mind goes blank. Then, he hears voices from outside. One student says, "Did you see? Xiao's stomach is expanding. What's going on?" Another replies, is she getting fat? It looks like she's pregnant, but how? She's just a student like us. How could she be pregnant? Jiang listens to this conversation, confused. Everyone's tongue seems to be saying exactly the same thing. He can hear the exact same words written on everyone's tongue. In his usual style, Jiang grabs one of the students by the tongue and says, sorry, man. I couldn't see that from so far away. When he looks at the tongue, it has written on it, I never expected this girl to do such a thing. This must be the child of that man. The name of the man is crossed out with a strange mark. Seeing this, Jiang becomes angry. Why would they put a mark on something so important and erase it? He thinks, now I understand the story. This must be about a girl who was forced into pregnancy. Those two children aren't anyone else's, they're hers. He then looks at the children, who are still eating the doll. Jiang understands that all the students are afraid of the doll. If it disappears, they will attack. So he takes the doll and quickly leaves, heading directly to Xiao's room. But this time, she isn't there. He wonders, if only I could find a small clue. Then he hears Xiao's voice. He looks around but can't spot her. However, the other students appear to be gathering, preparing to attack. Xiao's voice comes again, saying, I was just 18 and got pregnant. The child was his, the one I loved the most. But when it came time for delivery, he didn't accept me. Jiang listens closely and notices the students are becoming panicked by her voice. Xiaoman asks, everyone's coming, should I pick you up and leave? Jiang rejects her suggestion and thinks, these are just low-level creatures, I shouldn't fear them, they aren't even worth my time. He then attacks one of the students and easily finishes him off. At that moment, Xiao's voice continues, just like I said, I had an abortion. But he still never cared about me. He didn't take responsibility. While fighting, Jiang hears all of this in his mind. Ending all of them is as easy as chopping vegetables for a salad. The scene shifts again, this time to Xiao, sitting in a corner, screaming these same words. He didn't accept me. It's all your fault. We return to Jiang, who's still fighting. Then, the system gives him 3 clues related to his mission. Jiang smiles and thinks, this is exactly what I needed. Then, his attention shifts to the side, where there are many students lying near Qingyao. She thinks to herself, what's going on? I was searching for clues inside, but now these creatures are following me. I don't know, she continues, but I think Jiang has a hand in this. Suddenly, she sees Jiang lying on the ground. Qingyao asks, what are you doing here? He replies, oh, you're here too? I wasn't even asking you. She retorts, you're so rude. Tell me the truth. Are all these things happening because of you? You must have found a clue. Jiang continues to act confused. What clue? No, I didn't find any. What are you even talking about? Qingyao becomes irritated. Seeing this, Jiang loses his patience and yells back. From the start to the end, it's all a drama you're playing. You're hiding things and blaming it on me, Jiang says. Qingyao becomes very angry. She replies, I thought you'd work quietly with me, listen to me, and tell me everything, but you're not even ready to share anything. Fine, have it your way. Without another word, she transforms into her ghostly form and attacks Jiang. But Jiang skillfully dodges her attack, and a battle ensues between them. Qingyao warns, my powers aren't some low-level abilities. I've reached the E level, so just accept your defeat. I'll end you with love. Suddenly, Jiang shifts his form, radiating confidence and attitude, and says, what do you think? I fear people like you? Absolutely not. And I won't accept defeat, not even in my dreams. Jiang then starts the battle again. She responds, what do you think? Just because you changed your form, you'll defeat me. Jiang replies, what do you think? Only my form changed. As soon as he says this, Qingyao attacks him, striking his face. But nothing happens to Jiang. Blood then starts dripping from her face. Jiang asks Xiaoman, you told me that if I was in this body, no girl like Qingyao could hurt me. So what's going on here? Xiaoman answers, I said body, not face. Seeing this, Qingyao is completely shocked, thinking, I attacked so hard, but nothing happened. Jiang taunts her, so, feeling scared now? He then delivers a blow to her stomach, causing red liquid to spill from her mouth. Her ghostly form also dissipates. Xiaoman comments, after such a long time, seeing you get beaten like this, it's pretty satisfying. In her spirit form, Qingyao says, I'm in a bad condition. If I keep fighting like this, I can't win. I don't know how he made such a powerful spirit contract. She starts to flee, but Jiang attacks her with a chain. He grabs her and forces her to sit on the ground. Then he says, tell me, madam, there was never any enmity between us. You were the one who started all this. In the end, you even tried to kill me. So all the mistakes are on you. Qingyao then says, yes, I admit, all the mistakes were mine. I shouldn't have messed with you. It was wrong to challenge you. She continues, but let me ask you something. How did you make such a powerful contract with that spirit? Jiang replies, well, what can I say? I'm really handsome. Handsome people tend to have admirers. It's not a big deal. From behind, Xiaomen says, stop acting. Then Jiang asks Qingyao, so, what are your thoughts now? She apologizes, saying, I made a mistake, but Xiaomen cuts in, no, don't trust her. We've given her so many chances. Now, it's time to end it. Jiang responds, yeah, I know. Xiaomen yells, what are you looking at? Finish her off, you fool. Qingyao begs Jiang, my family is very rich, I'm willing to give you as much money as you want. Just let me go, I won't do anything like this again. Jiang walks over to her and says, look, I'm letting you go this time, but promise me you won't attack me or stand in my way. Because I know, if I kill you now, you'll just revive and attack me again. She promises, I won't come after you or get in your way. Jiang tells her, alright, go ahead and end your own life, and she does. Xiaoman says, wow, she agreed so easily. Jiang replies, yeah. Then he adds, she has more than one life. I don't know how she got so many. Even if I kill her now, she would revive and come back. Forget it, let's focus on the mission we have. We need to pay more attention to that. And with that, they leave. Behind them, an English teacher stands. The scene shifts to the real world, where the secretary is with all the students. She tells them, don't worry, I've sent the message. Support should be here soon. She adds, but I'm really worried about Zhou. We then see Zhou, still fighting the creature. Suddenly, another creature attacks from behind. Zhou fights back, taking down the second creature. On the side, Wang is visibly shaken, as another creature comes towards him. But Zhou steps in front of Wang, protecting him. After taking a hit, Zhou says, do you think you can harm one of my students while I'm still alive? As long as I'm here, you can't hurt anyone. Fired up, Wang grabs a sword and charges forward. The scene shifts again, back to the mysterious world. The teacher notices, one student is absent, and that student is none other than Qingyao. Then, an announcement comes over the mic. I am your principal. All students, please meet me in the hall. Upon hearing this, all the students head toward the hall. Jiang thinks to himself, this is a mysterious world, but still, the management here is quite good. Later, Jiang meets with Qingyao and another guy. Qingyao explains, the boy named Junjie isn't among us anymore. Jiang asks, why? What happened? The boy replies, I don't know. We went to a place, and strange noises started coming from there. We barely escaped with our lives, but Junjie got left behind. The next day, I went back to check what happened, but he wasn't there. Either he left this mysterious world, or he's dead. Jiang recalls when he met Wang. He was in bad shape. He hopes Wang is still alive. They then arrive at the hall, where the principal says, I called you all here for a game today. I'm sure you've heard of the game. The cat catches the mouse. Today, we're going to play that game. He continues, all your teachers will be the cats, and you guys will be the mice. You need to hide, and the teachers will come looking for you. If a teacher finds you, you'll be eliminated, just like a mouse, and the teacher will devour you. He adds, if you survive, you'll get a chance to take an exam, and there are extra points up for grabs. All the students say, the exam is tomorrow, and we didn't even know. What's going to happen to us now? Jiang realizes, the exam is just an excuse. The real challenge is to survive. Then a system task pops up. You must avoid getting caught. Stay safe and watch out for the teachers. The students scatter to hide, but Jiang stays where he is. A teacher says, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you hiding? We don't want you in our grasp too soon. We don't want to catch you easily. Jiang replies, fine, I'll move. In his mind, he thinks, what a weird game. If I get caught, they'll treat me like a mouse and eat me. After a while, all the students hide, and the teachers set out to find them. One teacher enters the room where Jiang is hiding. The teacher holds a massive chainsaw. As the teacher approaches the table, they guess someone is hiding there. And exactly, Jiang is hiding behind that table. Jiang's heart races as he thinks, the teacher has figured out where I am. What if they try to kill me? He picks up a chainsaw and runs it over a table, chopping it into pieces. But surprise, there's no one behind the table. The teacher's like, wow, no one's here. I guess they must have gone somewhere else. Better start searching in another spot. So, the teacher leaves. But Jiang? Oh, he had already moved to another table before the teacher arrived. He quietly thinks, phew, thank God I moved in time. Who knows what could have happened if I stayed there? He looks at the destroyed table and remembers something about Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was 18 when she got pregnant. Nobody knew who the father was. She secretly gave birth in the school bathroom and then, she did something horrible. She ended the baby's life. The kids at school used to bully her all the time. So one day, Xiaoyu kind of snapped and decided no one was going to mess with her kids or her anymore. But man, the whole thing's weird. Like, who's the dad? Some rumors say that last time there was a mission here, a nurse got attacked, and maybe, just maybe, the same thing happened to Xiaoyu. Ugh, Jiang thinks, why do I always get the creepiest missions? My brain's melting with all this drama. While he's lost in thought, Xiaoman shows up like, what's up? Jiang, distracted, says, nothing. I'm going to, do my business. Wanna come? Xiaoman snaps, why the heck would I want to come, you weirdo? You think I'm that desperate? Jiang shrugs and laughs. Fine, just don't spy on me from the door, okay? She fires back, you idiot. Why would I even do that? What kind of person do you take me for? Then Jiang notices another woman in the men's bathroom. Whoa, who are you? And why are you here? This is the men's bathroom. She answers, where else should I hide? The women's bathroom isn't safe. People keep disappearing from there. If I hide here, I might survive. Anywhere else, I'm toast. She glares at Jiang. Are you just gonna stand there or help me? Jiang flat out tells her, nah, you're not surviving today. And, yeah, he kills her on the spot. Later, he explains to Xiao Man, honestly, I wasn't planning to, but man, she was annoying and in my way. Plus, let's be real, she wasn't even good looking. She had to go. Suddenly, Qin Yao appears from behind them. Jiang smirks. Qin Yao, I know you're hiding back there. Stop being sneaky and come out already. She steps forward, clapping. Wow, you figured it out. Smart guy. So, guess why I'm here? Jiang raises an eyebrow. Why are you always here? Qin Yao smiles. I want to team up with you. Let's work together. Jiang sighs but grins. Alright, fine. I guess I could use some help. Lucky you. Let's do this. And just like that, they team up and move forward. They walk to a mysterious room, and Qin Yao pauses. This is the place, she says. This room is connected to the mission somehow. You know Xiaoyu? I think this used to be her classroom. Jiang looks confused. Why do you think that? Qin Yao explains. Because I asked the teacher, what's the one place in this school no one dares to go? The teacher mentioned two specific places. One was the girls' hostel room, and the other was this classroom. If the hostel room was hers, then this classroom must have been hers too, right? Jiang thought, man, I've been working my butt off collecting evidence day and night. And she? She just asks a few people and pieces it all together like it's nothing. But, she's got a point. I need to check this classroom and see what's really going on. When Jiang walks into the room, a class is already in session. The teacher looks at him and Qin Yao. What are you two doing here? Sit down in the class. Jiang's like, why should I sit here? This makes no sense. But to his surprise, Qin Yao quietly takes a seat like she's ready to study or something. He's shocked. What's wrong with her? Is she seriously going to sit here and learn? Just then, Xiao Man chimes in. Wait a second, Jiang. That teacher is using some kind of mental attack. It's making everyone do what he says, even if they don't want to. But your mental power has gotten so strong, his tricks don't work on you. Jiang smirks. Wow, so my mental power is that amazing, huh? Alright, since I'm already here, I might as well sit down and figure out what's going on in this class. So, Jiang sits down. His eyes wander to Xiaoyu, who's sitting quietly, not saying a word. Then the teacher starts the lesson and gives a sentence in English. Being with you is the only way I could live a happy life. The teacher asks, what does this sentence mean? Xiaoyu stands up and explains it in Chinese. Xiao Man whispers, wow, she's such a sweet girl. Watching her, Jiang suddenly realizes the whole mystery. It's all about a teacher and student love story. That teacher is in love with Xiaoyu. The teacher suddenly announces, there are two students in this class who aren't paying attention. Not only that, they're not even wearing the school uniform. What should we do with them? Jiang panics. Wait, is he talking about me? The other classmates start chanting, let's eat them. And they literally start moving toward Jiang to eat him. Jiang gets into a fight with them while Qin Yao also jumps in to defend herself. Jiang yells, wait, weren't you under the mental attack? How are you fighting back now? Qin Yao responds, listen, we need to team up and fight if we want to survive. There's no way either of us can handle this alone. The teacher laughs. You two are doomed anyway. Suddenly, they both feel a surge of power, a D-level boost. Jiang grins, you attack from the front, and I'll go from the back. But then Qin Yao suddenly attacks Jiang instead. She sneers, remember how you trusted me before? Jiang growls, you promised me you wouldn't betray me. You swore. She smirks, I lied. Betrayed you. I don't care what happens to you or anyone else. Die along with them. I'm out of here. And just like that, she takes off, leaving Jiang behind to face the chaos. Jiang thought to himself, did Qin Yao really think she could just ditch me here to die? Not happening, lady. As soon as Qin Yao leaves the room, the teacher shows up, the same one who was attacking everyone earlier. He launches his attack, heading straight for them. Jiang stands face to face with the teacher, realizing something. The teacher in here, and the one out there attacking everyone? They're the same guy. The only difference is, this one is young, while the other one out there is old. The young teacher moves to attack Jiang, but Jiang holds up a hairpin. Take a good look at this. Does it jog your memory? You're the teacher who created that twisted hide-and-seek game, aren't you? And also the father of Xiaoyu's twin kids. The teacher freezes. Wait, what are you trying to say? Jiang smirks. I figured it all out. The love story, your relationship with Xiaoyu. You got her pregnant but couldn't let anyone know because it'd ruin your reputation. And Xiaoyu never told anyone either. People bullied her so much, but you stayed silent just to protect your name. How could you leave her like that? Do you even care about what she went through? But then something clicks in Jiang's mind. Wait, something's off. This story feels incomplete. The teacher narrows his eyes and says, you think you've got it all figured out? You only know half the story. And guess what? You'll never know the whole truth. because you're about to die. Before Jiang can react, the teacher charges at him. Jiang shouts, "Xiao Man, attack now." Xiao Man leaps in and delivers a solid kick, taking the teacher down. Jiang walks up to the injured teacher. "Start talking. What really happened between you and Xiaoyu?" The teacher, struggling to speak, mutters, "I wanted to tell you, but my time is up." Jiang yells, "What do you mean time's up? Dude, it was just a kick. Get up. Don't act like you're gonna die from that, you weakling." But then Jiang pauses. Wait a second. He looks around. "I think the hide-and-seek competition is over. Maybe we should head back now." Just as he says this, Qingyao, alive again, thanks to her doll. She clutches it and grins, thinking, "Good thing I brought this doll along. It gave me one extra life, and now I'm back in action." But then the spirit speaks up. "You used up your only chance to revive. There's no coming back next time. Are you sure you've done everything you wanted to do?" Qingyao firmly replies, "No, absolutely not. My main goal here isn't complete yet. If I go back now without finishing it, my dad will be furious." As Qingyao steps outside, she runs into Jiang. Well, Jiang says with a smirk, "How's life, traitor?" Qingyao sighs, "Listen, I know I betrayed you, but I had no intention of leaving you to die. I knew you still had a revive left, and I figured you'd save yourself. I just needed to complete this mission. It's insanely important to me. So how about this? Help me finish it, and I'll make good on my promise of paying you 200,000. But before she can finish, Jiang strikes her chest, pulling her heart out. Her eyes widen in shock. What did you just do?" "I warned you not to betray me," Jiang says coldly. "And I told you that if you did, you'd face the consequences. Well, this is it. See you in your next life, Qingyao." As Qingyao collapses, her spirit companion panics. The mistress is dead? Oh no, I'm without a master now. If I stay here, I'm a goner. The spirit makes a run for it, but Jiang steps in its path. "Where do you think you're going?" "Please," the spirit begs, trembling like a scared child. "Let me go. I'll work for you. I'll do whatever you want. Just don't kill me." Jiang tilts his head. "Wait, so you were working for her? And she sacrificed you, huh? Does that mean I'll have to sacrifice someone too?" No, the spirit stammers. "She was evil, man, straight up wicked. But you're different. I'll work for free. No sacrifices needed, I swear." Jiang snickers. "You sure? Because Qingyao made 13 sacrifices to keep you around. And now you're telling me you don't want anything?" The spirit shakes its head furiously. "Her? She was a psycho. Me? I'm a loyal guy. I don't need anything from you. Just spare me." Good offer," Jiang says, cracking his knuckles. "But sorry, not interested. Time to say goodbye." He punches the spirit, destroying it instantly. Xiao Man steps in with a surprised look. "Whoa, you actually killed it? I thought you'd make it your servant or something." Jiang shrugs. "I've already got you, don't I? Why would I need another spirit when I've got the best one right here? Now, let's keep moving." As they walk, Xiao Man notices something on the ground. "Wait, look over there. It's one of Qingyao's items. A sword." Jiang picks it up and whistles. "Well, would you look at that? A bloody sword. This thing's legit." Xiao Man glances at the sword and smiles. "This would totally suit you." Jiang grins and strikes a pose. "You're right. I'm cool, I'm awesome. This sword was made for me." The scene then shifts to Xiaoyu, who seems lost in thought. She murmurs softly, "My love for you is true, so deep, so endless. No matter what, I just wanted your love. Only yours." Just then, Jiang walks in. Xiaoyu looks up and asks, "Did you kill her?" "Yeah," Jiang replies nonchalantly. "I killed her. She's completely gone now. No chance of her coming back." Xiaoyu sighs. "All right then. I suppose you're here to learn about my story? About what really happened between us?" But Jiang waves it off. "Nah, I don't need to hear it. I've already figured it out." Xiaoyu looks puzzled. "What do you mean?" At first, Jiang begins, "I thought this was a typical love story, a tragic romance between a teacher and his student. Something that couldn't last and ended in heartbreak. But later, I realized this story was much darker than it seemed." Xiaoyu narrows her eyes. "Darker? What are you implying?" Jiang smirks. "Here's what I mean. At first glance, everything about you seemed to scream unrequited love, pure, selfless, and deep. But then, the closer I looked, all I could sense was anger, resentment. You want to know why? Let me break it down for you." He pauses for dramatic effect and continues. "You were in love with your teacher, completely obsessed with him. But the truth is, it was one-sided. Sure, he admired you for being an exceptional student, smart, talented, hardworking. But you misinterpreted that admiration and turned it into something else entirely." Xiaoyu looks defensive. "That's not true. He loved me, too." Jiang chuckles darkly. "Oh, no. Here's what really happened. You manipulated him, some twisted trick or a deceitful plan, and suddenly, you ended up in his bed. Next thing you knew, you were pregnant with his child. Now tell me, Xiaoyu, how was he supposed to react to that? Of course, he didn't want the child. Out of shame, desperation, or maybe just madness. You killed your own kids to spare yourself further humiliation. And you didn't stop there. When your classmates mocked you and spread rumors, yours. Instead of facing the truth, you lashed out. You cursed them all, didn't you? But the blame? That lies squarely on you and your own obsession. Xiao's voice trembles with anger. That's a lie. Stop making things up. He did love me. I know he did. He was mine, just like I was his. Jiang raises an eyebrow. Keep telling yourself that if it helps you sleep. But deep down, we both know the truth, Xiao. Xiao clenches her fists and says bitterly, I thought, maybe if I had his child, he'd finally accept me, and then we'd get married. But no, he didn't. To protect his reputation, I even killed my own child. And still, he rejected me. It's not fair. He did so wrong by me. I loved him so much. Her tone suddenly shifts. But now, I hate him. I hate him for everything. Her voice trembles with rage. Xiaoman whispers to Jiang, why are you provoking her like this? Just let her be. Jiang smirks. Nah, she needs to be angry. It'll help her face the truth. Xiao glares at him. What do you mean? What truth? Was I not good enough for him? Is that why he didn't accept me? And now you've killed him. There's no fixing any of this. Jiang shrugs, holding something in his hand. Well, he had to go. But before he died, he gave me this to give to you. Xiao's eyes widen when she sees it. This is what he gave me when I first became the class monitor. I can't believe he kept it all this time. Jiang nods. Yep, it was meant for you. Funny thing, he told me your side of the story. The exact same one you just told me. You see, he never wanted the truth to come out because it would ruin your reputation. The reality is, this whole mess? It was your fault, not his. But he covered for you because he cared. He wanted to protect you, even after everything. Xiao freezes, her expression shifting. Wait, are you saying, he hid the truth on purpose? To protect me? So he did love me after all. As those words leave her lips, her body begins to glow faintly before slowly fading away. Her soul finds peace, and she disappears entirely. The system chimes in. Congratulations. Mission accomplished? Xiaoman looks puzzled. Wait, bro, what exactly did you say? When did he give you that? And when did he tell you his side of the story? Jiang laughs nervously. Yeah, about that. I lied. I made it all up so her soul could finally rest. Xiaoman glares. What? But hold on. If her soul's at peace now and the mission's done, everything should go back to normal, right? So why are we still stuck here? Don't tell me we still have to sit through that damn exam tomorrow. Jiang groans as he returns to his room, dreading what's next. But to his surprise, everything around him seems normal. The kids in the cafeteria, the class, the vibe, it's all just as it was before. Guess I really do have to take that exam tomorrow, Jiang mutters. Man, I'm not in the mood for this. Suddenly, the teacher walks in and says sweetly, all right, class, here's your exam paper. Get started quickly. Jiang reluctantly takes out his pen and writes the answer to the first question. Then he pauses. How the heck am I supposed to answer the rest of this? He wonders. To his shock, his pen starts moving on its own. It answers question after question, perfectly and effortlessly. Jiang's eyes widen in disbelief. Wait, what is going on? This pen's either possessed, or I've been possessed. He watches as the pen completes the entire paper flawlessly. Seriously? This thing's doing all the work and even getting everything right. What kind of ghost is inside this pen? Or maybe inside me? This is freaky. With the paper done, Jiang stares at it, still dumbfounded, unable to decide if he should be relieved or terrified. Soon after, the results come out, and of course, Jiang lands the top spot. Everyone claps and cheers for him. Internally, Jiang thinks, I don't know what just happened, but hey, I'll take it. Finally, the system announces, mission complete. As a reward, Jiang receives a few items, a mask, a chest, and a book. Curious, he inspects them and says, whoa, check this out. This mask increases your personality's cool factor and boosts your attack and defense stats. Man, this is awesome. Just what I needed. Xiaoman, ever skeptical, quips, wait a second, this mask will also bring out your dark personality. Are you really into that kind of thing? Jiang smirks and replies, absolutely, I love it. Then he looks at the book. Huh, what's this? Oh, this is for you. Here, take it. Intrigued, Xiaoman asks, what's so special about this book? Jiang explains, it's incredible, whatever question you write in it, the book automatically writes the correct answer for you. Pretty cool, right? Xiaoman gasps in disbelief. Seriously? A magical book like this, and you're giving it to me? Look, if I take it, you're never getting it back, okay? Are you sure you don't want to keep it? What if you need it later? Jiang grins and waves her off. I've thought about it, not just once, but 4 times over. You've been with me all this time, and I promised I'd help you find your head, didn't I? This is my way of saying thanks. Take it. It's yours. Overjoyed, Xiaoman hugs the book and says, thank you so much. Finally, they return to the real world. As they're adjusting to being back, Wang rushes over and clings to Jiang. Bro, thank God you're here. I was about to lose it. Jiang shoves him away, looking confused. What's wrong with you? What's going on? Looking around, Jiang notices the chaotic atmosphere. Everything seems off, and the area looks like it's been through a battle. Turning to Zhou, Jiang asks, Hey, leader, what the heck happened here? Why is the place a mess? Where are the other teachers and students? Zhou sighs with relief. Thank goodness you showed up. There was a massive incident while you were gone. Don't worry, we handled it. There was a bit of a fight, a bit of bloodshed, but everything's back to normal now. Come on, let's head to the main hall. Everyone's waiting there. Jiang starts following Zhou but snaps at Wang, who's still clinging to him. Dude, get off me. I'm not into guys. As they arrive at the main hall, Jiang notices all the kids who had also ventured into the mysterious world. His attention zeroes in on a peculiar detail. Out of the 5 kids who had entered, only 4 had made it back. Something wasn't adding up. One of the missing members, Qing Yao, was someone Jiang had handled. Zhou starts addressing the group. Alright, listen up. Everyone's accounted for except for 4 individuals who didn't make it. Qing Yao is one of them. The crowd murmurs in disbelief. Wait, what? Qing Yao is gone? How is that even possible? She had that mysterious creature as her partner, right? You guys were on her team. What happened to her? How did she die? Zhou snaps. Quiet down. What happened to her isn't up for discussion. She's gone, and that's how it is. Move on. It's for the best. He continues, while you were in there, the device we used to send you was recording every single detail of your actions. Based on what each of you did, you'll receive a rating and rewards accordingly. At this, Zhang's heart skips a beat. Turning to Xiao Man, he whispers frantically, Hey, I killed Qing Yao. Is that going to show up in the records? Xiao Man tries to calm him down. Relax, man. I think it won't show. Even if it does, they probably won't recognize you. What do you mean? Jiang asks, puzzled. I straight up her out in the open. If it shows up, I'm done for. Xiao Man smirks. Oh, silly Jiang, you really don't know, huh? When you her, you were using your illusion ability. From afar, it looked like you were just some random dude, a very flamboyant guy wearing girly clothes, might I add. Even your face was barely recognizable. Jiang facepalms. You've got to be kidding me. Why'd you do that? Xiao Man laughs. Look, it actually worked in your favor. If anyone sees the footage, there's no way they'll connect it to you. Be thankful. Jiang mutters, okay, fine. You saved me from getting exposed. But still, ugh. Zhou moves on to announce the results. First up, Wang. He stayed there for 2 days, didn't complete a single mission, and came back empty-handed. Congrats, you've earned the lowest rank, E level. Wang slouches in embarrassment while Zhou shifts his attention to the rest. Next, the 3 of you. You spent 4 days there, completed your missions, and came back successfully. That earns you D level. He then points at Zuge. Zuge, you were there for 5 days. You completed quite a few missions, which qualifies you for an A-level rating. Zuge, obviously full of himself, strikes a pose. Haha, no big deal. I know, I'm awesome. Best in the game. Want my autograph? A selfie? Come on, don't be shy. But no one responds, and everyone collectively rolls their eyes at his theatrics. Zhou interrupts. Alright, Zuge, pipe down. Now let's move on to Jiang. The crowd goes silent as Zhou starts. Jiang spent 5 days in the field, completed every single mission, and even accomplished the main challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, this earns him a double S rating. Gasps fill the room. What? A double S rating? Dude, what did you even do there? That's insane. Jiang scratches the back of his head awkwardly as the crowd buzzes with admiration. I mean, you know, just doing my thing. Zuge glances at Jiang and grumbles. So, his rating is better than mine, huh? Lucky guy. Just then, the door bursts open, and an angry man storms into the room. Zhou yells, who the heck are you? It turns out to be none other than Qing Yao's father. He demands, which one of you killed my daughter? Step forward now. I know one of you is responsible. Without waiting for an answer, he launches a sudden attack. The manager quickly intervenes, neutralizing his attack effortlessly. What are you doing, sir? She scolds. He responds furiously, don't act clueless. My daughter, Qing Yao, was killed in that mysterious world, and I'm here to find her killer. Bring them to me. The group nervously denies the accusation. We didn't kill her. Qing Yao had a spirit partner for protection, right? None of us have spirits. How could we possibly kill her? Meanwhile, Jiang is sweating bullets, thinking, crap, I do have a spirit, and I'm the one who killed her. No one knows, and no one can find out. Xiao Man whispers to him, you're so lucky no one suspects you. Look, Qing Yao's father is seriously strong, way stronger than me. Plus, he's got a spirit of his own, and those 2 bodyguards with him? They're no joke. If he finds out it was you, you're done for. On the other side of the room, Zhou steps up and says sternly, all right, enough of this. Look, I'll say this out of respect for our old friendship. Back in the day, we were friends, remember? calm down, okay? You know as well as I do that people die in the mysterious world all the time. It's just part of the risk. Qingyao's father clenches his fists, clearly conflicted. You're right, he mutters to himself, I know this happens, but she was my daughter. She wasn't just anyone. She was strong, talented, and more than capable of surviving there. If she's dead, it's because one of these scum here is responsible. He glares at everyone in the room and finally says, listen up. For your sake, I'm leaving now. But if I ever find proof about who her, I swear I'll end them right there. No questions asked. Zhou, unfazed, replies, yeah, leave if you want. But if you cause trouble for anyone here, we won't hesitate to deal with you. Got it. Qingyao's father smirks. Do whatever you want. I'll be back if I need to. With that, he storms out of the room. After he's gone, Zhou sighs and mutters, man, this guy, always stirring up drama. I've known him for so long, and he hasn't changed a bit. Still, we've got to focus on what matters. The rest of you made it back alive. You're the future. You'll go on to do great things for this country, I'm sure of it. He turns to the group and announces, all right, now it's time for your rewards. You'll get your money, too. From here on, you'll all start a new journey. Some of you will enter new academies and learn even more. He pauses for a moment and then continues. But wherever you go, remember 3 things. First, always ask yourself, why do you go to the mysterious world? Second, the world needs you. And third, whatever you do, do it for your country. Burn these into your minds and carry them with you. I'll call everyone if needed later. For now, you should just go home and get some rest. Jiang thought as everyone left. On his way, he suddenly remembered the reward they received, an exquisite ring. I don't even know what I'll do with this reward, he muttered. I'm more worried about Qingyao's father. If he finds out I'm the one who took care of his daughter's body, I don't even want to imagine what'll happen to me. Lost in thought, Jiang's focus breaks when his sister shows up, looking visibly worried. What happened, sis? You need to talk about something? Jiang asked. She replied, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be? He reassured her. But she wasn't having it. You idiot. How many times have I told you not to go on these missions? Don't go, don't go, don't go. But do you ever listen? No. You barely finished one mission, and you're off on the next. What if something had happened to you? Relax, sis. Nothing happened. See? I even passed with flying colors and got a great reward. Loads of money too. With all this, we can buy whatever you want, even a big house. I don't want money, she snapped. I just want you. You know you're the only family I've got left in this world. If anything ever happened to you, what would I do? Mom and dad are already gone. Before Jiang could reply, Zuge appeared and cut in. Hey, bro, I'm out of cash. Think you could feed me at your place? Noticing Jiang's sister, his eyes lit up. Oh, wait a minute. Is this your sister? The famous beautiful sister you're always talking about? Jiang's sister turned red and said nervously, hi there. Who are you? Are you one of Jiang's classmates? Before Jiang could answer, Zuge pushed him aside and said smoothly, yep, I'm his classmate. And let me tell you, he never stops singing your praises. Says you're the best sister anyone could ask for. The kind of sister anyone would envy. He even calls you the prettiest in the whole world. Honestly, you're like the Miss Multiverse of sisters. By the way, can I come over? Maybe you could cook something for me? Jiang groaned. You freeloading mutt. Don't you have food at your own house? Stop buttering up my sister just to score a free meal. Meanwhile, Jiang's sister froze for a moment. Something about Zuge's surname jogged her memory. Zuge, could he be from that family? If so, he's probably not just some random classmate, she thought. Smiling warmly, she said, oh, you need food? Well, if you're my brother's friend, you're practically my brother too. You're welcome anytime. Our doors are always open for you. What are you even saying? Jiang blurted out, horrified. Zuge grinned, but Jiang wasn't having it. Why's my sister giving him so much attention all of a sudden? That's not like her at all. Jiang muttered to himself. Later, back at the house, Jiang's sister left to go shopping, leaving him alone with Zuge. Suspicious, Jiang narrowed his eyes and thought, Dee isn't the type to just warm up to people like this. But she's been treating Zuge so sweetly. Who the hell is this guy? And why's my sister giving him so much attention? As he fumed, Zuge looked completely unbothered. Also, Jiang thought, how does this guy manage to say all those sugar-coated things with a straight face? Bro, you're gonna get diabetes. Zuge stops him and says, wait a sec. I actually have diabetes. How did you know? Jiang, shocked, asks, wait, how old are you? Only old people get diabetes. Zuge laughs and admits, well, it's because I drink way too much Coke. Jiang smirks. Dude, you really must be sweet, in more ways than one. Zuge waves it off. Forget all that. I'm here to help you out. Jiang, looking confused, asks, help me? How? You gonna find me a girlfriend? Zuge chuckles. I can't find you a girlfriend, bro, but mine's available, if you want her. Take her, man. Jiang immediately retorts, shut up, idiot. I don't want any girlfriend. He calms down a bit and then asks, seriously, why are you here? What's your plan? Zuge turns serious. Look, Qingyao's father isn't some small-time guy. His daughter's dead, so he'll want answers. The guy will check everything out, especially anyone who was with her when it happened. And guess what? You were there till the end. You might not have killed her, but you're definitely on his radar, and trust me, he'll suspect you first. Jiang tries to stay calm. So what should I do, huh? Whether I'm guilty or not, if he's suspicious of me, there's nothing I can do about it. Zuge looks at him, almost pityingly. Well, you can either keep worrying or let me help you out. You want that? Jiang's curious. Fine, help me out. But tell me, does Zuge have some spirit too? Xiaoman shakes her head. Nah, nothing weird with him. No strange aura or anything. Suddenly, Jiang's sister walks in, bringing some stuff. Before Jiang could say anything, Zuge quickly chimes in. Oh my god, what a lovely girl. I'm coming right in. She blushes. You're such a nice guy. Jiang, feeling a mix of irritation and jealousy, thinks she's giving him way too much attention. I'm so pissed off right now. Before Jiang could speak, his sister chimes in. You're welcome here anytime. Whenever you're hungry, just drop by. Zuge, beaming, says, wow, you're too nice, too honest, and so beautiful. How did I get so lucky? They head outside, where Zuge adds, I'm fine with normal food, but if I could get something sweet, like cream, I'd be in heaven. Jiang snaps, you're so sweet that you can take that cream and shove it in your face. Zuge laughs it off. Dude, chill, you need my help, or not? Jiang, irritated, shoots back, I need your help, you idiot. Thanks to you, I'm stuck in this mess. Otherwise, I'm so mad right now I'd bury you in the ground. Later, as they walk around, Jiang asks, alright, what's your solution? How do I get away from his dad? Zuge smirks and says, simple. You get rid of him. Just kill Qingyao's dad. Jiang's face turns red with anger. You're insane. After everything you've eaten, now you suggest I kill the guy's father. If it were that easy, I would have already taken him down, Jiang says. Zuge quickly apologizes. Sorry, I was joking. It's not that route. The solution is really simple. Jiang raises an eyebrow. What's your plan? Zuge explains. Don't kill his father. Just join the conspiracy team. They're like our country's secret army, with connections everywhere in the mysterious world. Once you're part of it, that old man won't dare lay a finger on you. You'll be on equal footing with him, and you'll get paid for it. Your life will change completely, and you'll definitely avoid trouble with his dad. Jiang thinks for a second. Well, that sounds pretty good. Xiaoman then interrupts. What's going on? You thinking of joining? Jiang replies, not really. Joining that team is basically the same as joining the army, and in the army, you're always out fighting on the border against enemies. Here, we fight against creatures from the mysterious world. I'm only 18. I just want to live a normal life. Fights, war, and all that stuff, not for me. I care about two things, my life and my sister. Everything else, I'm not interested in. He continues. Suddenly, Xiaoman exclaims, oh my god, look there. Someone's staring at us. Jiang looks and sees a guy, one of Qingyao's men, talking to someone. Then, a bodyguard starts staring at Jiang. This guy's been staring at me like that. It's giving me the creeps, Jiang says. Zuge grins. Why's he staring at you like that? I think he's gay, and maybe he wants to spend the night with you. Jiang quickly snaps. Shut up, idiot. Don't say stuff like that. The bodyguard approaches them and asks, you're Jiang, right? Jiang nods. Yeah, that's my name. What do you want? The bodyguard replies, nothing really. Just that Qingyao's father wants to see you. Jiang, confused, asks, why should I go with you? Zuge jumps in. Exactly. There are a lot of thieves around these days. They'll offer kids candy, lure them in, and rob them. And you, my friend, look like a straight-up robber. The bodyguard gets irritated. Whatever you say, but keep your mouth shut about my face. Zuge smirks. Oh no, I'm going to talk. You look like a pig's rear end. You definitely resemble an idiot. The bodyguard's patience runs out. Okay, that's enough. Stop talking like that, or I'll have my guys throw you into the car. Zuge immediately starts shouting. Mommy, help, help. This bodyguard's trying to rob me. Forget about girls, now even guys aren't safe. Someone, save me before he takes everything from me. Everyone gathers around, saying, is this guy a scammer? He seriously looks like a thief. Someone record this video quickly. Then, Zuge grabs Jiang's hand and pulls him away. A little while later, they find a secluded spot. Zuge says, see, bro? This is what we call using your brain. That's the real deal. You can trust me. Jiang punches him and says, what the hell were you shouting back there? That I was going to get robbed? You messed with my head, and now we're here instead. People are gonna think I'm some creep. You little scumbag. Always messing things up. He keeps cursing Zuge. Just then, they hear a noise and see a guy in the corner, wounded. The guy pleads, please, don't make me join the conspiracy team. It's a living hell. Why do you want me to join? If I join, I'll be ruined. I can't take it. please, let me go. But then, a shot rings out, and the guy dies on the spot. The shot comes from none other than the manager. She says, hey, you two are here too? Nice, very nice. Just like you saw, that's what happens to traitors. Jiang mutters, we saw it, and we almost got caught up in it. Zuge casually says, I almost pissed my pants, too. Jiang thinks to himself, I was just about to think about joining that team. If joining is this tough, it seems like they mess with everyone inside. Hongling asks, what happened? Why are you so scared? Jiang stutters, well, before he can finish, she interrupts, oh, is it because I finished that guy? Seriously, you don't need to worry about that. He was interfering with our work. That's why I had to take care of it. Jiang's face pales. He wasn't trying to join the team, was he? Is that why you, took care of him? She shrugs casually. Joining the team wasn't even on the table. We don't force anyone to join us here. If you want to join, you join. If you don't, you don't. Simple as that. We don't shoot people for refusing. That guy? Yeah, there were other reasons for him to go. Jiang exchanges a nervous glance with Zuge. Are you for real? You're not lying, are you? Rolling her eyes, she sighs. Oh, come on. Don't be such scaredy cats. Now hurry up and dispose of the body, adding with a smirk, by the way, I'm Hong Ling. I work closely with the leader here. Got it? Great. Now, follow me. Still trembling, Jiang mutters, sure, yeah, okay. A little later, they find themselves in an office, where Hong Ling sits them down and explains, alright, listen up. We're giving you each a space ring. You can store anything in it, it's like the ultimate portable vault. But let me be clear, if you so much as try to sell these rings illegally, and we find out, well, let's just say you won't live to regret it. She leans back with a smirk. As for the 500 grand we promised, you'll get it. Just take your ring to the finance department, show it to them, and boom, money's in your bank account. Easy peasy. Jiang, still stunned, asks, wait, that's it? It's that easy? Hongling shrugs like it's no big deal. Yep, chill out, will ya? You'll be fine. Zuge, ever the cheeky one, grins slyly. Oh my god, these rings, are they couple rings? Looks like you gave me the girly one and Jiang the dude ring. Jiang, visibly uncomfortable, groans. Seriously, man? Did you guys really give us couple rings? Hongling smirks. Yeah, we did. Got a problem with that? Jiang stammers. No problem at all. It's just, a regular ring would have worked too. Hongling raises an eyebrow. Well, that's on you. You showed up late. If you'd been here earlier, you might have gotten the good stuff. And let's be real, you're lucky to even be here. You completed your mission with a double S rating. Zuge got a regular S rating, but still, both of you did well enough to skip the usual tests. She tosses some papers on the table. Now, just sign these documents, and you're officially part of our conspiracy team. Simple, right? Both Jiang and Zuge freeze, wide-eyed, like deer in headlights. They glance at each other nervously. Zuge whispers, you gonna sign, bro? 'Cause I'm not feeling it. Jiang gulps. Man, I don't want to sign either. But, what if they really finish us if we don't? Turning to Hongling, Jiang hesitates before blurting, quick question, what happens if we don't join? Hongling's smile turns razor sharp. Oh, that's not an option. Jiang's thoughts race. What the hell? Didn't they just say joining was voluntary? Now they're saying it's mandatory? What kind of twisted logic is this? Suddenly, Jiang has an epiphany. Wait a second. Why does everything here feel so off? Hongling, standing nearby, raises an eyebrow. What now? Just hurry up and sign already. Xiaoman chimes in. Honestly, there's definitely something fishy going on here. It finally clicks for Jiang. Hongling never actually finished anyone. The whole thing was an act, a staged performance to scare them into submission. Right then, Zhou walks in from behind, a playful smirk on his face. Hongling, why are you scaring the kids? She huffs dramatically. Boss, ugh, you just ruined the whole vibe. I had them hooked, line, and sinker. Zuge immediately drops to his knees, grabbing Zhou by the leg. Boss, please save us. She's trying to force us to join. She even said she'd shoot us if we didn't. And look, I haven't even lived my life yet. I'm still single, okay? This girl I just met barely became my girlfriend. And I haven't even, done anything with her yet. Not even touched her. Her mountains. I'm still a freaking virgin, man. Marriage? Forget that. I just don't want to die before I've even lived. Jiang stares at him in disbelief. You idiot, calm down. And you, have a girlfriend? That's news. That's gotta be the real miracle here. Then he pauses and mutters, wait, for real? You actually have a girlfriend? Zuge puffs out his chest, proud despite his trembling hands. I do, bro. I'll show you her picture tomorrow, okay? Turning to Zhou, Jiang finally asks, so, the whole murder thing, was that just a joke? Zhou grins. Yep, just a little scare tactic to make you join. Nothing to worry about. Jiang's lips twitch with annoyance. Next time, skip the drama. You'll scare people off instead of roping them in. Zhou nods, unfazed. Fair point. But no worries, we won't force you to join. Take your time. think it through, and let us know. But hey, before you decide, let me tell you about the perks. If you die in battle, by chance, of course, your family will still be financially supported. Plus, the salary is insane. You'll get plenty of time off, and we prioritize your safety above everything else. His tone shifts, becoming dramatic. You'd be heroes. The ones protecting our country from mysterious creatures. The real deal. The best of the best. Then, in a sudden burst of patriotism, Zhou launches into a monologue filled with Chinese national pride, his voice booming. Jiang blinks. Isn't that from a movie? Zhou sheepishly grins. Yeah, well, I might have binged a few patriotic films from the 90s and couldn't help but steal the lines. He gestures at the door. Anyway, think it over and let me know. Zhuge and Jiang leave, walking down the hallway. Zhuge whines, bro, I really don't want to join. Are you gonna do it? Jiang snaps back. Dude, I didn't want to join from the start, but now you keep pushing me. What's your deal? Zhuge, trying to defuse the tension with a goofy look, chuckles nervously. Come on, man, don't say things like that. You're scaring me. Xiao Man, now clearly irritated, jumps in. Ugh, let me at him. I'll break his face. This idiot's acting like some damsel in distress. Jiang smirks, then turns to Zhuge, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You were the one who came to me, remember? Showed up at my place, ate my food, with my money, I might add, and then planted this whole idea of joining in my head. Why, though? Seriously, what's your angle? He crosses his arms, letting out a sigh. But whatever it is, I'm not doing it. My life's good the way it is, and I don't want more than that. Just leave me out of this. Zhuge gasps dramatically, clutching his chest. Oh my god, bro, why would you say something so scary? I think I just peed myself a little. Xiao Man groans in frustration. You're never gonna change, are you? Still acting like a little kid. Honestly, I feel like you're straight out of one of those cheesy BL mangas or something. Jiang's the main character, and you're here trying to cozy up to him. Admit it, he wanna spend the night with you, don't you think? Jiang's face goes bright red. What? Jiang quickly snaps. You idiot, shut up. I'm not spending the night with him. Turning to Zhuge, he firmly adds, bro, you go your way, and I'll go mine. As Jiang walks away, he suddenly feels a strange sensation, a surge of power. It's as if something supernatural is nearby. He looks around, trying to make sense of the feeling, and realizes the source seems to be coming from a mall close by. His heart sinks. That's the mall where my sister works. Fear creeps in. What if she's in danger? I have to save her. Without hesitation, Jiang starts running towards the mall. Zhuge, startled, follows, panting heavily as he tries to keep up. Bro, what's going on? Why are you running so fast? I can barely breathe. Before Jiang can answer, the sight of a mysterious creature perched on the mall building freezes them both in their tracks. The creature has an unsettling Joker-like appearance and is holding Jiang's sister by the throat. Jiang yells, let her go, don't you dare hurt her. To his surprise, the creature smirks and complies, but not in the way Jiang hoped. It releases her, letting her plummet from the building. Jiang's sister screams, help me, please. Jiang's heart races as he shouts, I'm coming for you. But no matter how fast he moves, he can't reach her in time. She falls to the ground, and the sound of her body hitting the pavement is sickening. Jiang watches in horror as her body is reduced to fragments. Kneeling on the ground, he screams in agony, you finished her. You finished my sister. Suddenly, a voice breaks through his despair. Snap out of it. Jiang, wake up. Xiao Man shakes him desperately. Your sister isn't dead. Wake up. Jiang blinks and gasps, realizing he's still at the mall entrance. It was all an illusion. Xiao Man, visibly relieved, says, thank goodness you're back. That creature made you see things, it's all fake. Meanwhile, Zhuge, still trapped in his own illusion, is screaming at the top of his lungs. No, please, don't cut off my sausage. Jiang storms over and slaps him hard across the face. Idiot, wake up. No one's cutting anything. Zhuge snaps out of it, clutching himself for confirmation. Thank God, everything's still intact. Jiang takes a deep breath and says, there's definitely a mysterious creature here. It uses illusions to mess with your mind. I saw something terrifying. It felt so real. Zhuge, visibly shaken, replies, yeah, I'm guessing it's some low-level C-class creature. Bro, this is way above us. We should get out of here. But Jiang shakes his head. No, my sister's inside, and I'm not leaving without her. Zhuge groans, exasperated. You're insane. You'll get yourself finished in there. Jiang's expression hardens. So be it, but I won't abandon her. Zhuge sighs and finally gives in. Fine, I'm coming too, but only because I don't want to feel guilty if something happens to you. He pulls out a small talisman, places it in his mouth, and mutters, 2 minutes, bro, I'll be in and out. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, members of the conspiracy team are monitoring the situation. Their scanners pick up abnormal readings from the mall. One team member turns to their senior. Sir, the target creature has been confirmed inside the mall. It's infinite fear. The senior's face darkens. So, that's where it's hiding? We've heard about this creature before. It thrives on illusions. And you're saying there are 2 civilians inside already? Yes, sir. A young man named Jiang and someone else. They entered a few minutes ago. The senior nods. Understood. Gather reinforcements. We're dealing with a high-risk situation. Finish the creature and make sure those 2 get out alive. Back at the mall, the atmosphere is nightmarish. Red liquid smears the floors and walls. Objects are broken and scattered everywhere, and the eerie silence is punctuated by distant, chilling sounds. Jiang and Zuge cautiously make their way inside, steeling themselves for what's to come. Jiang roams through the mall, yelling desperately, "Sister, where are you? Please, call out to me." His voice echoes in the eerie silence, heightening his fear. The chaos around him, broken walls, overturned furniture, and the heavy stench of blood, only amplifies his dread. He turns to Xiaoman. "Tell me something. Where could my sister be?" Xiaoman hesitates before replying. "Honestly, Jiang, I think that mysterious creature has caused all this destruction. Most of the people here have probably been captured or hidden somewhere in the mall, and I think your sister is among them." Frustrated, Jiang asks, "Then why didn't you stop me from coming here? Everyone else tried, but not you. Why?" She sighs. "Because I've been with you long enough to know just how important your sister is to you. She's your world. I understand why she always tries to stop you from getting involved in the mysterious realm. She wants to protect you. That's why. I also care about her safety." Just then, Zuge rushes in, out of breath. "Bro, take this. Quick." He offers Jiang a charm or talisman. Jiang snaps. "Idiot, I told you not to come here. This is my problem. It's between me and my sister." Zuge doesn't back down. "I'm part of the Zuge family. Supporting my friends is my responsibility. Just take this, it'll help you." Jiang glares at him. "I don't want your help. You don't understand. Your involvement makes this even more dangerous." Suddenly, Jiang hears footsteps. Turning quickly, he sees a familiar face, Sunday, his sister's best friend. "Son," he says, confused. "What happened to you? Are you okay? Do you recognize me? Please, tell me, where's my sister?" But Sun looks different. Her vacant, lifeless eyes and twisted demeanor send chills down Jiang's spine. She doesn't respond, and instead, she lunges at him. Zuge reacts just in time, pushing Jiang out of harm's way. Xiaoman shouts, "Jiang, she's become a ghost slave. What does that mean?" Jiang asks, shaken. Xiaoman explains grimly, "Mysterious creatures can manipulate human minds with dark magic. They force people to become their slaves, stripping away their free will. They do whatever the creature commands." Jiang clenches his fists. "There must be a way to fix this. Is there any cure for this state?" Xiaoman shakes her head. "It's almost impossible. The demonic energy corrupts their bodies and minds to such an extent that fixing them is unthinkable. You've seen her condition. She's beyond saving." Jiang's heart sinks as he looks at Sunday. The realization hits him hard. If this could happen to Sun, the same could happen to my sister. He grips his sword tightly and whispers, "If this is her fate, I have to focus on saving my sister, even if it means." With a heavy heart, Jiang steps forward, raising his weapon. "I'm sorry, Sunday. I have no choice but to end your suffering." He delivers a strike, and Sun cries out in pain, clutching at the wound. Xiaoman places a hand on Jiang's shoulder and says softly, "I know this isn't easy. You cared about her, didn't you? But prolonging this will only increase her suffering. End it quickly. It's the kindest thing you can do." Jiang hesitates but eventually nods, his resolve hardening. "You're right. Rest in peace, Sun." With a final, merciful strike, he ends her pain. As Sun's lifeless body falls to the ground, Jiang stands in silence, his heart heavy with guilt and sorrow. But deep down, he knows this is just the beginning. If he's to save his sister, he'll have to face far worse. As the girl collapses, her memories come rushing back, and she locks eyes with Jiang in her final moments. In a broken voice, she whispers, "Jiang, it's you." Jiang's heart sinks further, and flashbacks flood his mind. He remembers their childhood days, the times he'd visit the mall, and how she'd secretly give him free popcorn and movie tickets, treating him like her own sibling. A lump forms in his throat as he whispers, "She was like a sister to me. I didn't want to do this, but I had no choice." Xiaoman gently places a hand on his shoulder, sensing his turmoil. "Are you okay, Jiang?" He nods, although his voice is strained. "I'm fine, but I need to keep moving." He turns to Zuge and says, "Listen, I'm heading deeper into the mall. You stay here. If my sister shows up, make sure you get her out safely." Zuge objects instantly. "No way, bro. I'm part of the Zuge family. We don't abandon teammates, and I'm not leaving you to face this alone." Jiang sighs heavily. "Idiot. This isn't about your loyalty or family honor. This is about trust, and I'm trusting you to stay here and protect my sister. Don't let me down, Zuge." Zuge grumbles but reluctantly agrees. "All right, Captain. I'll stay." Jiang heads further inside, and the scene shifts outside the mall, where Hongling has arrived with reinforcements. Her men inform her that backup will arrive in 10 minutes. Frustrated, she mutters, 10 minutes, it feels like an eternity in situations like this. Her superior, Zhou, looks visibly restless. I want to go inside. Now. Hongling raises an eyebrow. Leader, you're not some hero who can save everyone. Stay put and wait. You can't afford to be reckless. Zhou, determined, replies, I know I'm not a hero, but if I can save just a few lives, especially those 2 boys in there, I'll take the risk, and yes, I care about them, especially that Jiang. The kid has talent. Hongling chuckles faintly. You really believe in him, don't you? Who knows, maybe he'll surprise us all before we even step in. Back in the depths of the mall, Jiang ventures further into the eerie silence. Xiaoman frowns. I don't sense the aura of any mysterious creature nearby. Maybe it's hiding. Jiang stops in his tracks when he spots a large TV screen flicker to life ahead of him. On the screen appears a creature resembling a clown, its grotesque body covered in writhing insects. Jiang grimaces in disgust. What the hell is that? Gross. The creature sneers at him through the screen. Gross? You wound me, shall I try a form more to your liking? Its body twists unnaturally, and a horrifying transformation takes place, until it resembles Jiang's sister. How about this? Do I look better now? The creature taunts, grinning menacingly. Jiang's heart stops for a moment. That's my sister. Xiaoman snaps him out of it. Wake up, Jiang. This isn't real. It's still the clown. Don't fall for its illusions. Shaking his head, Jiang snaps out of the trance, a flashback from his childhood surfacing. He remembers playing hide-and-seek with his sister, how she would tirelessly search for him with her determined yet caring spirit. Now, the roles are reversed. This time, he's the one searching for her. The scene shifts again to the mall's theater. The clown stands in the middle of the stage, looking bored as rows of captured people sit frozen like statues. Still no one has come? How dull. I guess I'll just have to entertain myself with a little puppet show. The crowd shifts uncomfortably as the clown eyes them. Spotting a trembling mother clutching her child, it points. You, hand over your kid. I need a new puppet. The mother falls to her knees, sobbing. No, take me instead. Please, just let my child go. The clown laughs darkly. Oh, you mothers and your undying love. It's almost sweet. But no. With a cruel grin, it yanks the child away, ignoring the mother's desperate pleas, and kills her on the spot. The theater falls deathly silent, the only sound being the cries of the orphan child as the clown begins its sinister puppet show. After the mother's death, the Joker grinned wickedly and called out to the child, Hey kid, come here, quick, hurry up, I'm going to turn you into a puppet. But before the kid could react, Jiang made a dramatic, hero-style entrance and shouted, You clown's minion, I'm here now. Don't you dare lay a finger on anyone. From nearby, his sister exclaimed, Look, my brother is here. Jiang, realizing the strain of his grand entrance, muttered under his breath, Man, trying to look like a hero just cracked every bone in my body. The Joker gave a sinister smile and sneered, Oh, so you've arrived? Good. Now the real fun begins. Without wasting a moment, he lunged at Jiang with an attack. Jiang skillfully dodged the move, making the Joker clap mockingly. Nice dodge, really nice. But let's see how long you can keep that up. You see, I love turning people into puppets. And trust me, the masterpiece I make from you? Oh, it's going to be out of this world. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the outside. Hongling had just arrived at another part of the battlefield. There, she saw 2 or 3 ghost-like slaves attacking people. Hongling jumped into the fight, trying to protect the helpless civilians while taking down the ghost slaves. But as more appeared, she paused. Damn, she thought. There are way more of them than I expected. At that moment, a voice crackled through her earbud, saying, Hey, those ghost slaves are just humans being controlled. Don't finish them. We'll find a way to fix this. Hongling sighed and replied, I don't think there's any way to save them. Just then, Zhou stepped forward. With a flick of his hand, he summoned tiny puppet creatures that immediately started battling the slaves. Zhou looked at Hongling and said, Until we figure this out, we can't finish them. For all we know, taking down the Joker could bring them back to normal. Hongling nodded reluctantly. Fine. If that's the case, let's focus on finding him first. The scene shifted again. Inside a dimly lit room, a wounded woman lay on the floor. Hongling's sister gently pressed a piece of fabric against the woman's injured hands and said, We don't have any proper medical supplies right now. This is the best I can do. Please hang in there. The woman smiled weakly and replied, Thank you. Who's that guy? Is he your brother? Hongling's sister responded with a small smile. You could say that. Don't worry. If he's here, the rest of the team will be too. We're all going to make it out of this. But deep down, her mind was racing. This place is so dangerous. I don't know if my brother will really be able to save everyone, or if he'll even save himself. It's fine if we don't survive, but I just hope he manages to stay alive. As her thoughts spiraled, a man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Scared, are you? He said, his tone casual. Don't worry, I'm no big shot, and I'm not here to hurt you. The sister stared at him in shock. Wait a second, who is this guy? And how did he show up so suddenly without us noticing? The man continued, seemingly unbothered by her confusion. Alright, listen up. There are two major players in this game right now. First, there's the Joker. His name is Infinite Fear. He's a mysterious creature from a place called the Mysterious World. Then there's the other guy, a human. A challenger. The sister tilted her head. Challenger. The man nodded. Yeah. Challengers are special people who have powers that let them enter the mysterious world. They take on missions and fight creatures like Infinite Fear. And then, he added, pointing at her, there are people like you, ordinary folk. People who aren't creatures, and definitely not challengers. You don't have powers or abilities, he chuckled darkly and said, and you know who loves messing with ordinary people? Challengers. To them, people like you mean absolutely nothing. If they wanted to, they could wipe you all out in the blink of an eye. They can destroy you whenever they want, or lift you up if it suits them. The same thing happened to my sister. Poor thing went through hell, tortured in ways you can't imagine. And me? I couldn't do anything to save her. My daughter begged for our lives, pleaded and cried in front of them. Please, she said, just let us go. But no, those challengers didn't stop. You know what they did? They finished her. My little girl. Murdered by those selfish bastards. The man's voice trembled with rage as he continued. Challengers are heartless. Completely self-centered. And that boy over there? That so-called challenger? Mark my words, he's just like them. A selfish prick who's only here for his own benefit. Outside, the scene shifted back to the Joker, who sneered. Do you even know what my ability is? Fear. The more fear I get, the stronger I become. And trust me, I'm going to drain the life out of you one way or another. His grin widened as he taunted, oh, so you came here to save your sister? Huh? Alright, I'll make you a deal. Actually, let's make it 3 options. He held up 3 fingers, eyes gleaming with malice. Option 1, there are 300 people inside, including your sister. Finish every last one of them and walk out with her alive. I won't stop you. Option 2, finish me and save everyone. Easy, right? Or, option 3, his voice dripped with mockery. Sacrifice yourself. Give up your life, and I'll let them all go, your sister included. So, what'll it be? The Joker's sinister laughter echoed as the crowd murmured in fear. Whispers filled the air. What if he just saves his sister and leaves us to die? He's a challenger, after all. Isn't that what they do? The man who had been riling up the crowd earlier stepped forward and added fuel to the fire. You're absolutely right, challengers are selfish. Do you really think he's going to sacrifice himself for you? Wake up, he's going to throw you all under the bus to save his sister. Zhang's sister stepped up, furious. Shut your mouth. I get it. You're angry because of what happened to your sister and daughter. And yeah, it was awful. But that doesn't mean all challengers are bad. Not all of them are heartless monsters. She took a deep breath and continued. Infinite fear feeds off people's terror, right? That's how he gets stronger. So, the solution's simple. We won't be afraid anymore. I won't let fear control me. I refuse to be scared. Not now, not ever. The scene cut to Jiang, who smirked as his body began to transform. Power radiated off him as he turned to the Joker and said, Option 2, the one where I finish you and save everyone? Yeah, I'm going with that. So, get ready to die. Meanwhile, far away, a different showdown was brewing. 2 men stood face to face. One was Yan, the team leader. The other was a ghost servant, grinning with eerie confidence. Hello, Yan. Long time no see. The ghost servant's voice was unsettlingly calm. Yan's eyes narrowed. You little traitor. Ever since you became a ghost servant, we stopped being friends. You got that? The ghost servant chuckled. Yeah, I got it. No need to shout, though. We were friends once, weren't we? Can't we at least say hi like old times? No need for so much attitude. Yan's voice rose in anger. Friends? After you became a ghost servant, you've slaughtered countless innocent people. Even now, I know you're working with that Joker. God knows how many lives you've ruined, and how many more you will destroy. The ghost servant sighed theatrically. Why are you acting like I'm the bad guy here? I'm just doing what needs to be done. Meanwhile, you're over there pretending your heroic mission is actually accomplishing anything. Tell me, Yan, who's really wasting their time? Man, your world is so boring. Drop it all, this world, this pointless gig. Join me, brother, and together we'll wreak havoc like no one's ever seen. Yan wasn't having any of it. Stop spouting nonsense. I'm not interested in you or your twisted schemes, not even a little. The ghost servant smirked. Oh really? Not even a little interest, huh? Then listen up, dude. You and your kind? Totally useless. See, I want to show the world who's really got it right, us. We're 1,000 times better than you pathetic challengers. You guys are all the same, selfish losers who'll destroy everything and call it heroism. Pretending to save the innocent, spouting big words like you care, but the truth is you don't give a damn about anyone but yourselves. Yan shot back, unfazed. You think you've got it all figured out, huh? Well, I've met people, real heroes, who'd lay down their lives for their country and their people without hesitation. The ghost servant rolled his eyes, sarcastic as ever. Oh, police, nobody's sacrificing anything for anyone. It's all just talk. Everybody's selfish at their core. But don't worry, I'll make sure to show the whole world the difference between ordinary people and you so-called challengers. Yan shrugged. Show them, then. I'd like to see you try. Because frankly, you've never been able to prove a damn thing. And as for your little stunt with Jiang today. But the ghost servant interrupted, grinning maliciously. Oh, Jiang? I've heard he's got talent, loads of it. Too bad, though. He's out of the game now. Yan smirked back. Who's in, who's out, we'll see soon enough. Just wait. When the time comes, you'll regret underestimating us. The scene shifted to the battlefield, where Jiang was locked in a brutal fight with the Joker. Jiang, his instincts razor-sharp, managed to slice the Joker's hand clean off, clawing at his face for good measure. The Joker staggered, then sneered. You're stronger than I thought, huh? Guess I underestimated you. Jiang grinned smugly. What's the matter? Got a little shaken up there, didn't you? The Joker chuckled darkly. If I were just a regular guy, yeah, maybe. But newsflash, I'm no ordinary human. I'm a mysterious creature. You think you can beat me? Dream on. But Jiang wasn't buying it. You're already finished. You've been wrecked. What's left to boast about? The Joker's grin grew wider. Oh, I've still got plenty to brag about. Watch this. With that, the Joker launched an attack that sent Jiang flying backward. Gritting his teeth, Jiang called out to Xiao Man. Hey, you got anything that can give me a quick power boost? Even for a little while? I need to fight this guy. She hesitated, concern clear in her voice. I mean, I can try, but your body's already weak. If I push it too hard, you're gonna explode. Literally. Meanwhile, the Joker's severed limbs slowly began to regenerate. He flexed his recovered hand with an almost mocking flourish. See that? Fully healed. My body will fix itself no matter what damage you deal. But what about you? Jiang groaned in frustration. That's so cheap. I worked hard to cut those limbs off, and now they're back like nothing happened? What kind of nonsense is this? He threw up his hands in exasperation. It's like when you knock down an entire enemy squad in a game, only for the idiots to revive themselves with meds. Completely unfair. Suddenly, Xiao Men turned to Jiang and said, Come on, let's boost your power. But Jiang's response was hesitant. No, it'll hurt your body. I can't make it stronger. But Jiang insisted. Please, boost it. I'll handle it, I promise. She raised an eyebrow and said, But look at your legs, literally shaking. Jiang's determination kicked in. I have to save my sister, right? Please, increase my power. After some hesitation, Xiao Men gave in. Fine, I'll do it, but only because you won't stop begging. Right at that moment, Zhuge appeared from behind and yelled, No need to worry, I'm here to save you. He threw a devastating attack with his shoe, claiming, Behold my cosmic strike. Jiang, shocked, stared at him. Wait, was that your hidden card? You threw a freaking shoe at him. Zhuge slid his glasses on, grinning wide. Yeah, baby. That's my cool entry, a shoe attack. Jiang shook his head. Cool? Nah, man, that's a fool's entry right there. The Joker, already irritated, shouted, How dare you throw a shoe at me? He took a deep breath and smirked. But wait, this isn't just a regular shoe. It could have been some kind of bomb. First, it glows, then, boom. The shoe exploded in the most brutal way, and the Joker's face was engulfed in flames. Xiao Man, stunned, muttered, Wait, what just happened? Jiang, equally shocked, remarked, It's not just his face, his entire body is burning now. With the Joker in pain, Jiang saw an opportunity and swiftly drew his sword. Without hesitation, he shoved it into the Joker's backside. Yeah, you read that right, straight into his rear. And that sword went all the way in. Cue a comment section of RIP Joker's backside. Jiang smirked and yelled, What's up? Enjoy that? The Joker, gritting his teeth, snarled, No shame in you, huh? You really shoved a sword up my back. God won't forgive you for this, mark my words. He fumed. You're going to pay for this, big time. Just as the Joker was yelling at Jiang, he wasn't paying attention to Zhuge. Zhuge snuck behind him and shoved his own sword right into the Joker's backside too. 2 swords, 1 backside? Can you even imagine the chaos? The Joker's complete posterior was torn apart. He let out a desperate scream, You filthy dogs. This is too much. Groaning, the Joker begged, You guys really went too far. Let go of my ass. What did it ever do to you? Jiang laughed. Look at that, man. You're done. Thought you could kidnap our people? The Joker whimpered, You guys are horrible. I'll make sure you don't get away with this. Jiang's anger flared, and he shouted, You think you're the only one who's mad? Go ahead, say it. I'm gonna make sure your rear is really done for. Zhuge grinned, stepping forward. The dude kidnapped my girl, and now you're messing with my brother-in-law? Yeah, I'm done being nice. Jiang quickly corrected him. Don't say that. I'm not your brother-in-law here, and my sister isn't your girl. He looked at Zhuge, challenging him. One more word, and I'll make sure you regret it too. Just then, Hong Ling appeared, asking, Hey, what's going on here? If you guys could see them right now, both Jiang and Zuge were covered in blood, looking completely wrecked. And that's when Jiang wakes up, completely confused. He looks around and says, "Wait, where am I?" Hongling chuckles and says, "Well, you totally beat up Infinite Fear's rear end and knocked him out, but then passed out yourself. We had no choice but to bring you to the hospital." Just then, the other three show up, grinning. "Oh man, you're awake. That was amazing. You were so awesome in that fight, we're all huge fans now." Jiang shrugs it off. Nothing special. That's when Hongling starts slicing an apple, munching away. "Wow, this is a nice apple." Jiang mutters to himself, "What a weird woman. I'm out here in the hospital, and that apple was meant for me, but she ate it." Zhou jumps in, trying to lighten the mood. "Forget that, I want you to meet someone. Here's the deal, this is Yan. He's not a new member, he's been with us for a while. He's part of our conspiracy team." Yan grins. "Hey, Jiang, listen, I just wanted to say that." Before Yan can continue, Jiang interrupts, "I know what you're gonna say. You want me to join your conspiracy team, but trust me, I'm not interested." The others quickly correct him. No. What we really want to say is, you know that Infinite Fear situation. You'll be getting paid for that." Jiang immediately puts on an exaggerated act. "I didn't do it for money. I did it to save the country, to protect innocent people, not for cash. Do you think I'm some greedy jerk?" But then he adds with a sly grin, "But hey, I'll take at least 10 million, not a penny less." No negotiations. Yan raises an eyebrow. 10 million? Well, the government might give us a little, but we'll give you whatever we get. Zuge pipes up, "I want my share too. I help too." Jiang looks at him and says, "Sure, 80% for me, and you get 20%. Zuge rolls his eyes. "I did more than you. I want at least 50/50ths. Jiang scoffs. "Shut up, pervert. What are you even talking about?" Jiang then firmly says, "I'm not joining your team. And by the way, you guys were talking about the Illuminati, right? What's that all about?" Yan nods. "The Illuminati is an evil organization created by some mysterious creatures. The members of this group are people whose hearts have been shattered, who've gone through some massive betrayal. Those people join the organization and become ghost slaves." He pauses before adding, "This group is dangerous and our biggest enemy right now. Our goal is to wipe them out." Jiang thinks for a moment, then says, "Alright, sounds good." Yan's voice turns serious. "Yeah, it sounds good, but I'm not buying it. I'm pretty sure you didn't win that fight by yourself. You've got to have some mysterious creature helping you." Zuge adds, "And whatever creature you've got, it's got to be the best in the world." Xiao Man, hearing this, can't help but beam with pride. "Yeah, I am the best." Just then, Jiang Sis hears a voice from outside the room. "We've already given Qin Yao's father a warning. He's one of our members, don't even think about messing with him. He won't cause any trouble for you." Jiang's sister overhears this and thinks to herself, "Who the heck is Qin Yao? And what is all this talk about conspiracy teams, Illuminati, and creatures? I don't get any of this." Still, Jiang stays firm. "I'm not interested in joining your team." Yan smirks and says, "What, you think joining our team is some kid's game? You have no idea how many people try to join every year, but they can't handle the test or the challenges, and they fail. It's rare for someone to actually become a member. You're probably wondering why so many people want to join if it's this dangerous, right? Maybe it's for the money? That's one reason. But the biggest thing is the protection we offer. We take care of our members' families. Nothing happens to them. People are willing to give their lives for the security of their families. So yeah, that's why they're willing to join our conspiracy team." Jiang thinks about it for a moment, the weight of the decision starting to sink in. Then they say, "Whether you join or not is up to you. We're not going to force you. But, just so you know, there's going to be a challenge in the mysterious world soon. There's a spot available if you're interested. If you want to join, just sign this yellow document. Bye." With that, they walk out. Jiang's sister steps in, looking around. "Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you all." They reply, "Yeah, we're good. You came to see your brother? He's awake now, you can go see him." "Thanks," she replies, and the three of them leave. On their way out, Zhou says, "Hold up, 1 second. After all the mess with the last mission, I ran out of cash, which I pulled from my own pocket. The conspiracy team was supposed to cover it. Is there any chance of getting a refund for that?" Yan immediately shoots it down, and Zhou groans, "Don't do me like this, man." Hongling chimes in, "What can I say? They only give you a single-page speech. You can barely even respond after reading it. And if we tell you anything in advance, you'll just mess things up." Yan responds, "Don't be ridiculous. Do you think that kid is actually going to show up for the challenge tomorrow?" Zhou smiles and says, "I'm sure he'll be here for sure. Just wait." the scene switches back to Jiang, where his sister is sitting nearby, and Zuge suddenly pops in, playfully complaining, Sister, I'm starving, can you get me something to eat? And of course, he sits down with them to eat. While eating, Zuge says, so we've got an offer for the challenge tomorrow. What do you want to do? You going or what? Jiang, deep in thought, reflects, I just got out of one mess. Do I really want to step into that mysterious world again? It's going to freak my sister out. Should I go? Should I stay? His sister, sensing his hesitation, says, listen, just do what you've got to do. Don't worry about me. But secretly, in her heart, she thinks, I've figured it out. My brother's going to follow the same path my parents took. There's no way I can stop him. There's no point in trying to stop him, or you could say there's just no purpose in it. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Jiang chuckled and said, wow, sis, how'd you get so cool all of a sudden? She rolled her eyes. What do you mean all of a sudden? I've always been this awesome. The next day, they both head to the conspiracy team's office to enter the mysterious world. Hongling looked at them with a smile. Wow, looks like you two are ready to take on the challenge here. But, before you dive in, can you tell me your rank? Jiang, looking a bit confused, responded, well, I'm a Fortnite player, and I'm already an elite rank. Zuge, grinning, said, I play Candy Crush, and my rank is way higher than your aunties here. Hongling glared at them. You idiots, I'm not asking about your game level, I mean your real rank. A rank, B rank, C rank, you get what I mean. Jiang turned to Zuge, joking, well, I guess his rank is probably a D rank, cause his moves match the D in the alphabet perfectly. You get what I'm saying? Zuge snapped back, oh really? You're here, not me. Hongling was not amused. Are you two a bit out of your minds? This is serious stuff, and you're messing around. Listen up, this time, it's not just a bunch of regular students coming to the challenge. You're gonna be dealing with some serious criminals. You better watch your backs. The scene cuts to the mysterious world where everyone who came with Jiang and Zuge looked pretty nervous. They just witnessed something strange. It was none other than Jiang and Zuge themselves. Zuge was sticking way too close to Jiang, and kept muttering, bro, the madam was right. We should stick together, not go far, the less risk that way. Jiang, annoyed, kicked him aside. Man, I can't believe you're even here. How did you end up with a girlfriend, though? Then he turned to the group and said, listen, people, if there's a gay guy here, it's not me. I'm straight, I do everything straight. Just then, the system sends out a mission update. There's a village nearby, and the village leader has gone missing. Your task is to find out what happened, solve the issue, and complete this mission in 12 days. Jiang thought to himself, 12 days? That's a long mission. I don't even know what else might go down in this mission. The system then gives a hint. The villagers you'll encounter in the mission are dangerous. They won't give you any respect, and they'll probably be hostile. Try making friends with them, it will be more beneficial for you. Jiang rolled his eyes. What kind of nonsense is this? But then, a challenge spoke up. Hold on, guys, I've done this kind of mission before. I know exactly how to finish it. The others immediately perked up, tails wagging like dogs. Dude, you know? Tell us what to do. I'll give you 100 grand. Someone else says 200. The girl even says, if you want, we can spend the night together. Everyone suddenly treated him like a hero. The guy smirked and said, alright, guys, you're like my brothers. For a friend, I'd even lay down my life. Just give me 100 grand, and you, beautiful lady, will spend the night together. Zuge leaned over to Jiang, whispering, I think this guy knows how to handle the mission. Should we team up with him? Jiang shook his head. Nah, we're not teaming up. He's just a big fish in a little pond. Zuge, confused, asked, what do you mean by that? Jiang explained, well, in a group of 100 people, 99 of them are always getting 30 or 40 marks. But that one guy who gets a 50? Everyone starts calling him a hero, thinking he's the top of the group. But, honestly, 50's nothing special. It's still low, you get it? In a group of losers, the slightly better guy gets treated like a king. It's a classic case of the blind leading the blind, trying to look cooler than they are. Jiang asks Xiao Man, are you going to tell me about this village we need to visit for the mission? She replies, what do I know about that village? It's such a small place. I've never even heard of it before. Jiang suddenly remembers that this is the same girl who once paid $1 billion for her head. So, think about it. A woman with $1 billion wouldn't care much about some random small village. Then he says, remember that book I gave you? The one where you can find answers to any question? Give it to me, and I'll write down the question about the village. Xiao Man pauses for a moment and says, listen, I actually needed to tell you something. What happened was, in a fit of rage, I accidentally tore up that book. Zhang's eyes widen. Wait, what? You tore the book up? How? Why? She shrugs and explains, 2 days ago, I asked it, where's my sweet, pretty head in the mysterious world? The answer it gave me was, first off, your cute head isn't cute at all, and second, it's not in the mysterious world, so I got mad and ripped it up. Jiang starts losing it. Are you kidding me? You tore the book up because of that? No wonder you've been acting all nice these past 2 days. He throws his hands up in frustration. This is why I've been irritated with you. And what did the book say? That your head isn't in the mysterious world? What does that mean? She nods. Exactly, it means it's in your world, not in the mysterious world. Jiang starts feeling suspicious. Wait, if your head isn't in the mysterious world, then how did it end up in my world? Looks like there's a mess going on in my world too. I just don't know exactly what. The scene cuts to the real world, where we're now at an Illuminati organization meeting. Qingyao's father enters and demands, I want Jiang's sister kidnapped. The man in front of him asks, but why? What's your reasoning? Qingyao's father's voice darkens, because Jiang is responsible for my daughter's death. I want to get revenge on him through his sister. I want her tortured. Just like how I'm burning with grief for my daughter, he's going to burn with pain to save his sister. The man across from him sighs, you haven't taken your daughter's revenge yet? I heard you burned someone alive. Wasn't that part of it? Qingyao's father scoffs. That was a different matter. That wasn't about my daughter's revenge. What I want is to make him suffer through his sister. Listen to me. What I need from you is simple. Just kidnap her. And once she's taken, she's so beautiful, and her figure is something else. You can spend a night with her, do whatever you want. Just keep her close and torture her. The man pauses and says, if this were anyone else, I might not even consider this. But since you're one of our Illuminati supporters and part of our circle, we'll help you. We'll help with the kidnapping. Let's just say, long live the light. Normally, people who practice dark magic are considered bad, and they chant long live the darkness, but these guys are different. They have a lord whose name is Light. So, they're always talking about light. Even Qingyao's father says, yes, long live the light. The scene changes to Jiang's sister, who's reading a letter Jiang wrote. Hey, the money I got here, I've transferred it all to a different area. I mean, it's in your bank account now. So, take whatever you need from it, go shopping, you don't have to worry about working anymore. I'm heading to the mysterious world, he continues. There's an adventure waiting for me, and it's going to be so much fun. His sister smiles and says, man, my brother is the best. Just then, someone knocks at the door, and she goes to check who it is. When she opens it, a man stands there and says, hello, how are you? Are you Mr. Jiang's sister? I'm a member of his university, and I wanted to be friends with you. Before she could respond, another man steps forward and says, forget him. Don't waste your time with these fools. I'm the president of another university, and I know your brother. The first man snaps back. Get lost, you little dog. The second man retorts, no, you get lost, you little mutt. The two immediately start bickering, calling each other worthless. Jiang's sister, confused, asks, who are you guys? What do you want? What's your deal? One of them says, first off, you're gorgeous. Like, wow, how beautiful you are. You're the perfect example of a woman. The second one adds, yeah, man, whatever he said, I'm telling you, you're the best. She laughs awkwardly and says, all right, stop buttering me up. What do you want? Tell me what's going on. You both might as well come in, sit down, and explain yourselves. The two guys walk in, and the first one immediately says, nah, no coffee or soda needed, we're getting straight to the point. First off, let me tell you, Mr. Jiang is amazing. Seriously, he's so great, I can't even describe it. All I'm saying is, please join our university. The second one pushes him aside and says, forget that guy, his university is called Crazy's University. You should join mine instead. Ours is the best. The two guys continue arguing back and forth. Jiang's sister steps in to calm things down. Just then, there's another knock at the door. She goes to check and sees Yan standing there, smiling. Hello, miss, how are you? You remember me, right? Yan, that's my name. Both men instantly react, oh, Yan, don't even start acting like you're here to recruit Jiang for your team. He's already a part of ours. Yan smirks and responds, no, that's your mistake. First off, his school's finished. He won't be joining any more universities here. Instead, he's going straight to join our team. And you guys, well, it's game over for you. Time to go. Both of them argue. What do you mean, join your team directly? That's impossible. You're just lying to us. We don't trust you one bit. Get out of here. Jiang's sister watches this and thinks, man, these guys are really fighting. It feels pointless, but at the same time, they're fighting for my brother, trying to recruit him. I guess that feels kinda nice. I don't know. I wonder where he is now and what he's doing. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Jiang in the mysterious world, where everyone is gathered at a crossroads. There are two paths ahead, and they have no idea which one to take. Jiang writes into the system, take the path where you see a ribbon ahead. That's the one. It's the better choice. The left path was the one Jiang suggested, but Hao, who'd said he had completed a mission before, had most of the others following him. Hao argues, I think we should go to the right path, but he warns, Don't blame me if the mission goes wrong and the path is wrong. Everyone assures him. Don't worry, we won't blame you. We trust you. The path can't be wrong. Zuge, hearing this, says, yeah, bro, you're great. I completely believe you. Come on, Jiang, let's go with them. But as Zuge sees Jiang taking the other path, he says, bro, that's not the right one. This is the correct one. The others also start muttering. Who does he think he is? We're all going one way, and he's going the other. How? The main guy chimes in. Everyone's got their own choice. His choice probably isn't to join us, so forget him. The others agree, yeah, forget him. We're going the right way. But Zuge makes a different choice and says, bro, listen, I'm coming with you. One of the girls in the team notices. These two guys, they're pretty strange. We see Zuge following Jiang down the dark path, murmuring, oh man, that other path was lit, but this one's all dark. I can't see anything. He starts talking nonstop. Listen, will you hear me out? It's so dark here. Jiang's clearly getting annoyed. Shut up, you idiot. You never stop whining. Do you get it or not? This mission, only one person's gonna complete it, and they'll get the whole reward. If 10 people do it together, the reward gets split, and everyone gets a small piece. I don't want a little. I want the whole damn thing. Jiang snaps. So, I'm not teaming up with anyone. Got it. The guy finally says, okay, I get it, bro. But honestly, what's the harm in sharing the reward? Those guys seem nice enough. Jiang growls back. Nice guys? Dude, you're really buying that? Don't you remember what Miss Hong said? She warned that this isn't just a student mission. Criminals are out there too, and when it's time for rewards, those criminals could attack, take your life, and steal your reward. Jiang's eyes narrow. I can't work with those guys. I'm doing this my way. I'm sure this path is the right one. They keep moving down the dark path, and finally, they arrive at the village. Zuge looks around, his eyes wide. Oh my god, this is the village we needed. You were right, Jiang. This path was totally the right one. I'm glad I chose to go with you and not those guys. As Jiang notices something by the river, he sees a kid searching for something in the water. Turns out, he's looking for a duck. The scene shifts back to the human world. The two guys are still at it, arguing about where Jiang should go. Alright, ma'am, I'm leaving now. One says, when you find your brother, send him to my university. The other guy argues back, his university's useless. Send him to mine instead. The two bicker as they walk off. Yan, who had been observing, says, I'm sure your brother won't join a university. He's going straight to the conspiracy team. Take my card, in case you ever need something, feel free to call me. She agrees, okay, thanks. Yan leaves, and Jiang's sister sighs in relief. Well, at least the tension's gone, but it's nice knowing that my brother's so famous, people are fighting to recruit him. One day, I know his mission will be completed. The scene shifts back to Jiang. He checks the system, where a note pops up. The kid by the river is looking for a duck. Help him out. The kid looks up at him and says, big brother, I need a duck. Can you catch it for me? Jiang, thinking it's part of the mission, says, alright kid, where are your mom and dad? And how many ducks do you need? The kid responds, just one. Jiang then asks, just one? But where are your parents? The kid casually replies, they're both dead, drowned here in the river. Jiang's mind goes, what the hell, if they died in the river, why is this kid here? And why is he talking about it so easily like it doesn't even matter? The kid continues, come on, let's get the duck. It's right there. Jiang mutters, alright, I'll catch that duck. It'll only take a minute, but when he sees the duck, his eyes widen. What the? That's one muscular duck. He jokes, this isn't just any duck, it's a bodybuilder duck. Zuge laughs, man, those muscles are bigger than mine. Jiang laughs, nah, the one who catches the duck first gets the bigger reward. You go for it? Zuge grins, nah, bro, you go. You take the reward. The kid shouts, what's the hold up? Just catch it. Go on. As Jiang wades into the water, he suddenly feels something land on his head, a bra. What the heck? Jiang exclaims. Who the hell left this here? Then, focusing back on the task at hand, he grabs the duck and hands it to the kid. As Jiang finishes the mission, a notification pops up. Congratulations. You've caught the duck and completed the mission. As a reward, you've received a lighter, for smoking. Jiang takes a look at the lighter, feeling a bit confused but intrigued. This must be something special. Zuge, not too happy with his lack of reward, mutters, you got a lighter? I didn't get anything. Jiang shrugs, well, I did the mission, I caught the duck. What will you do with the lighter anyway? You smoke? Zuge shakes his head. Just then, Xiaoman speaks up, guys, something's off here. That duck, it was weird. There's something strange going on. Jiang looks at the duck again and says, yeah, it was weird, especially with those muscles. I've never seen a duck like that before. Xiaoman chimes in, it's not just the muscles, there was something off about it. I could feel a human-like aura from it, like it was once a person. Jiang raises an eyebrow, what, a duck was human? Then, after a pause, he wonders aloud, wait a second, what if this is the thing? What if all the challengers who die here end up transforming into ducks? Zuge thinks for a second and says, that could actually be possible. Jiang adds, well, if that's true, then things just got a whole lot worse. Xiaoman then agrees, it could be that when they die, they turn into ducks, or maybe there's another way to turn living people into ducks. Either way, that duck definitely used to be human at some point. Jiang, still lost in thought, says, we'll figure out the duck later. For now, we need to head into the village. So, the three of them head into the village. But when they arrive, the place is completely empty. They call out, hello? Is anyone here? But all they hear is silence. Suddenly, Zuge says, oh my god, come here, look in the well. Jiang asks, what's in the well? Inside the well, they spot the head of a woman. From the darkness, a voice calls out, who's there? Zuge nervously says, it looks like there's a woman down there. Jiang replies, yeah, it does look like it. Probably a ghost. Stay away from her. But just then, a hair strand from the ghost tries to grab Zuge, pulling him toward the well. He fights back, barely escaping. Mummy, didn't she see my handsome face? She was about to drag me down. Jiang smirks, man, she wasn't after your face. She's probably just a ghost. Meanwhile, the system updates with a new notification. A girl discovered the village's secret, and the villagers finished her for it. They threw her body into the well, where she's been ever since. And she was really beautiful? Jiang thinks, interesting. I might need to check out the well. Maybe the next part of the mission will happen there. He turns to Zuge, I'm going in. Zuge looks horrified. Bro, you're joking, right? But without warning, Jiang jumps straight into the well. Zuge exclaims, no way, he really jumped in. Does he have any idea there's danger down there? Now, Jiang and Xiaoman dive into the water to find the woman. Suddenly, the ghost emerges, her long, wet hair dripping around her. She smirks, wow, people usually run away from me, but you're the first crazy person who came in on his own. What's your deal? You like dying or something? Is that why you jumped in? Jiang answers, no, I need to talk to you. The ghost raises an eyebrow, talk? What do you have to say? Jiang grins, I'm a traveler. I came from far away. She snaps, then get out of here. Jiang leans in with confidence, no, I came to marry you. Look at you, you're so beautiful. No one in the world is as stunning as you. The moment I saw you, my heart just, wow. And, hey, you even took my hand. I don't know, are you looking to have a honeymoon with me? The ghost rolls her eyes. You must be insane. But since you've already jumped in, get ready to die. With a swift motion, her hair lashes out, attempting to grab Jiang. However, Jiang doesn't flinch. He calmly fights back, easily avoiding the attack. Hello, you can't hurt me, but trust me, I can do some real damage here. Back at the edge of the well, Zuge is losing his mind. Man, he really jumped in. There's a ghost down there. She's gonna finish him, and I can't even save my friend. What a disaster. This is the worst decision I've made. I'm regretting this so much. He's in complete panic mode, torn between saving his friend and feeling utterly helpless. Suddenly, a voice from inside the well comes out, a ghostly voice. Please, stop, it hurts. Jiang responds calmly, sorry, I'll be gentle. The voice continues, ugh, it's still painful. Jiang asks, how's this? Is it better now? The voice replies, much better. Jiang asks, should I keep going? And the voice answers, yes, keep going, this feels great. At this point, Zuge is left stunned. My buddy's on another level, he thinks. Not only does he help people, but even ghosts can't escape his charm. After a bit, Jiang exits the well and cheerfully says, okay, hello Zuge. Zuge, looking a little shook, responds, bro, you got me caught up in this, but was the job done? Jiang shrugs and says, yeah, it's done. Zuge adds, well, you were quick. Just give me some medicine and I'll be good to go. I'll be up and running in 10 minutes. Jiang looks confused. A minute, 10 minutes. What are you talking about? I'm lost here. Just then, more people arrive, and someone named Hao says, you guys are in the village already? And you're not hurt? He continues, we were attacked on the way here by some strange people, and now they're all over the place. Jiang's eyes widen. What? They're here? The system pings an alert. There's a 3-minute countdown. Find shelter in one of the houses in the village, or you'll be attacked. Jiang thinks for a moment, then announces, 3 minutes? Wow, that was some advance notice. Listen up everyone, find any house you can and hide inside. The group rushes to find shelter. Zuge approaches a house and starts to open the door but struggles as it won't budge. Oh no, what do I do now? Zuge exclaims. Jiang says, just do something. Zuge says, I'll break it down. Jiang shakes his head. No need for that, I've got the key. He pulls out the key and starts unlocking the door. As they're doing this, the ghostly figures are closing in. Finally, the door opens, and Zuge is the first to rush inside. He immediately yells, bro, hurry up and get inside, and slams the door behind him. Jiang stands outside, dumbfounded. Dude, you didn't even let me in? And you closed the door on me? Xiaomen mutters, what a traitor. Zuge, feeling guilty, quickly opens the door and lets Jiang in, apologizing, sorry man, I was freaking out and forgot to let you in. I swear, it won't happen again. Jiang gives him a long look and curses him out. Dude, if you were a second later, that ghost would have attacked me. You would have saved yourself and I would have been toast. Zuge quickly apologizes, I'm sorry, man, I messed up. Jiang cools down. Alright, fine, I'll let it go. But don't make that mistake again. Just then, there's a voice from outside the house. Jiang's voice is heard calling. Hey bro, open the door. You left me outside. Zuge panics. Oh man, I left Jiang outside. Hold on, I'll get him. But then, he realizes, wait, I just let Jiang inside. Who's that outside? Jiang's voice was off. It sounded more like something else entirely. Jiang catches on first. This doesn't sound like me. The ghosts are using our friends' voices to lure us out and trick us into letting them in. They're playing us like fools. Zuge nervously says, what if the real Jiang is outside, and you're actually a ghost? Jiang, not missing a beat, punches him and smirks. Now you know I'm real. Zuge pauses. Wait, hold on for a minute. Let me check if you're really Jiang. He pulls out a bead and places it in Jiang's mouth. Jiang pulls a wicked grin, making Zuge jump back. Mummy, you're a devil. Jiang laughs. Where's the devil? Dude, I'm real. Zuge, shaking his head, says, so, you really are Jiang? Jiang responds, if I were a ghost, I'd have taken you out by now. But then he notices something. What's that thing in your hands? Zuge, confused, says, huh? What are you talking about? Jiang, getting impatient, snaps, what's that thing you're holding? Tell me now or I swear, I'll pull it from your backside and shove it in your mouth. Zuge laughs nervously. Well, this is a light item. It's used for the dark. Jiang deadpans. You're keeping that thing? Let's just forget about it. It's useless now. Zuge says, but it's dark in here. It works for situations like this. Jiang, annoyed, retorts, just turn it off, man. It's not helping anymore. Zuge, reluctant, says, I can't. It makes me uneasy when it's dark. Jiang rolls his eyes. Fine, look out the window then. See what's happened because of your precious light. As if on cue, the ghosts are drawn toward the light, gathering outside the window. Zuge realizes his mistake. Alright, I'll turn it off. He finally switches it off. Jiang, sensing a moment of calm, turns to Zuge. Where'd you get the key from? The one you used to open the door? Zuge looks up. Oh, from the well, from that ghost? Jiang nods. Ah, so that's how you got it, to open the door? Yeah, Zuge says, I thought you were breaking a ghost seal or something. Jiang, more thoughtful now, says to himself, the key I got. I feel like it's tied to the mission ahead. That ghost probably holds the key to everything. Chances of everything falling into place seem pretty slim. Jiang says aloud. What's going on in that head of yours? Zuge sighs. I need to go out there. I have to. Jiang gives him a side eye. If you go outside, those ghosts will tear you apart, man. Zuge raises an eyebrow. So when do we get a chance to leave? Jiang replies, in the morning. For now, we wait. The next morning, Zuge eagerly announces, alright, I'm going out. Feels pretty good out here. Jiang motions for them to check around. Let's take a look around. Make sure everything's okay. Soon enough, the villagers gather around Jiang and Zuge. Jiang thinks to himself, this place feels a bit too lively now. Zuge, unnerved, mutters, man, I'm getting a bad feeling. This is too much for me. Jiang reassures him. What's there to fear? These are just old folks. Don't worry about them. At that moment, an elderly man steps forward and says, you must be travelers. Please, come to my house. Let me feed you some food I've cooked myself. Another man chimes in. No, he's coming to my house instead. Listen, I've got a daughter, real sweet and beautiful. She'll even cook for you, and who knows, might even cheer you up too. So, why don't you come over to my place? One of the villagers says. Another one chimes in. Nah, come over to my place instead. A third person joins. No, come to mine. And yet another one says, you should definitely come to my house. Zuge whispers to Jiang, bro, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. Someone invites me over to their house and feeds me for free. Jiang looks at him and says, you idiot, this isn't some random village. These people won't invite you over to feed you, they'll invite you to eat you. Got it. One of the villagers suggests, hey, let's just ask them. Let's see what they want. Zuge, nervous, says, bro, I gotta pee, right here. Jiang turns to the villagers and says, you know what, we'll eat at everyone's house. Here's the deal, bring us your best food, and we'll eat it. Whoever has the tastiest food gets a reward. The villagers nod, thinking it's a great idea, until one of them pipes up, hold on. Did you forget our real plan here? We were supposed to invite them in, and then eat them. And you're talking about food? Jiang thinks to himself, Well, it looks like there's at least one smart person in this village. That villager continues, did you take me for a fool? Whatever you've got, it's ours now, and you'll be food for the village. Zuge stammers, man, he just exposed us. Jiang smiles grimly, exactly what I wanted. You've heard the saying, the leader of a team always leads, and the first to lead is the first to fall. With that, Jiang moves quickly, delivering a fatal blow to the man, his brutal attack causing the other villagers to stand frozen in shock as he takes the man's life. Immediately, the deputy village head steps forward, rushing to stop Jiang. Hey, don't finish him. Stop, he's not a bad guy. Really, he's not. You see, in our village, there's a tradition. Whenever a new person arrives, we invite them to our homes and serve them food. Suddenly, a system message pops up confirming what the deputy is saying is true. Go with him to his home, and the rest of the information will be revealed there. Jiang looks sheepish and says, oh, sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to hit him. Forgive me. The deputy grins, waving off the tension. It's all right. No harm done. Come to my house. I'll treat you well and serve you right. Jiang nods. Yeah, I'm coming. Lead the way. As Jiang follows, he thinks to himself, if the system said we should go with this guy, then there's got to be some clue at his house or in his hands. So, without hesitation, he follows the deputy, ready to dig deeper. On the way there, Zuge says, bro, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Jiang turns to him. What are you seeing? Zuge whispers, look closer. And as Jiang does, he notices a woman hanging clothes outside. But these weren't just any clothes, they were made of human skin. Jiang freezes, horrified. What in the world? Whose skin is that? The elderly man chuckles nervously. Ah, don't mind that. Just a poor man's little shack. Come in quickly, don't be rude. As they enter, they're greeted by a stunning young woman who says, honey, you're back. And who are these two? The old man smiles proudly. Meet them, this is my wife, and these two are our special guests for the day. The woman, smiling sweetly, greets them. Hello, how are you? It's nice to meet you both. Jiang, still cautious, gives her a smile back, but in the back of his mind, he knows that there's far more to this village than what meets the eye. Jiang and Zuge are both internally frustrated as they think to themselves, how did this old man get such a hot girlfriend? Zuge sighs and says aloud, I had a girlfriend once, but she left me and went to someone else. Now I'm here, all single. And just looking at this old man with his gorgeous girlfriend, it's driving me mad. Like, seriously mad. The old man, hearing this, smiles and says, my honey, go show them to their room. His wife, Mai, nods and says, you two follow me, I'll show you to your room. Then, she grabs Jiang's hand gently, leading him inside. Zuge watches, his face twisting with envy. What the hell's going on? Why is she taking his hand? Where are my bugs? Why didn't she grab my hand and take me too? Mai leads Jiang inside and says sweetly, here's your room. Feel free to call me if you need anything at all. Zuge, overhearing this, feels a strange obsession take hold of him. He whispers, man, whatever you want, just give me a hint. I'll do whatever. Mai replies with a smile, yes, whatever you want, I'll do it. Jiang responds calmly, all right, ma'am, go ahead, we're fine. Zuge, seeing Jiang enjoying the attention, makes a face. What the hell? You took your sweet time enjoying that, and you didn't even let me get a chance. Jiang, shaking his head, retorts, get a grip, man. She's leading you right into her beauty trap, and you're falling for it. Zuge mutters, but she was leading him by the hand. You enjoyed it and didn't let me enjoy it too. Jiang kicks him lightly. You crazy fool, enjoy this. Just then, Xiaoman speaks up, her tone serious. Something's weird here. Like, really weird. Jiang asks, what do you feel? What's so strange? Xiaoman shrugs, I don't know, but I definitely sense something. Just then, the whole house begins to slowly burn down. Zuge looks confused. Is this house on fire? Wait, let me light something. He lights a match, and suddenly the entire building is engulfed in flames. Jiang checks it out and turns to Zuge. What's going on here? What does this mean? Zuge explains, a long time ago, this village was completely destroyed by fire. After the fire, something about the village changed. It's just like what we're seeing now. Jiang nods thoughtfully. Well, Zuge, you've finally used your brain. I've heard your family has a knack for solving this type of mystery. So, tell me, based on everything we know, what do you think actually happened here? Zuge, putting on his detective hat, says, first things first, the mission. The village chief has gone missing. The deputy chief is here with his pretty wife. I'm guessing, maybe the deputy chief got rid of the main guy, to win the villagers over and make himself the new chief. Bro, that's what I think. Am I right or am I right? This is Detective Zuge's theory. Jiang shakes his head in frustration. You dumb mutt. You've completely missed the mark. Your theory doesn't even make sense. The things we've seen, like that kid, the attacks at night, the whole village being burned down, and the woman by the well, none of these things match up with your story. All I can say is that someone set this village on fire. But who? That's still up in the air. And the village chief, who took him? we need to figure that out. Your theory doesn't even come close to answering these questions. Something else went down here. Trust me, Zuge sighs, frustrated. I came up with such a good story, but you had to ruin it with your logic. Bro, I'm upset. Just then, a loud noise comes from outside. Both Jiang and Zuge exchange a glance and ask, what was that? Let's check it out. But as they open the door, it doesn't budge. Xiaoman steps forward, holding up a hand. Wait, please, whatever's out there, it's way too strong. You two can't handle it together. Jiang looks confused. What's out there that's so bad? Tell us. Xiaoman hesitates and shakes her head. Sorry, I can't explain. Just don't go outside. Jiang, now even more curious, thinks to himself, what could be so dangerous outside that she won't even tell us? A couple of minutes later, the door slowly creaks open, and in walks a terrifying woman. And this woman? None other than the deputy chief's wife. Yes, the same beautiful woman from before. Jiang's mind races. Like he figured, the house had been burned down, which means people were once here, and they must have burned with the place. That's when things start to get really creepy. The deputy chief's wife, steps in calmly and says, dinner's ready, come eat. Jiang just stands there, stunned, thinking, what is going on here? System chimes in. Just let things unfold naturally. Don't mess anything up. Zuge murmurs, eyeing the room. This house isn't empty. Everyone who was here, they all burned to ash. Jiang adds, I think you're feeling the jealousy here, Zuge. Zuge laughs. Oh, man, that kind of jealousy? Yeah, but this is something else. And look at the deputy chief. See the way he's burned up? Insane. The deputy chief, with a warm but eerie smile, says, come on in, we invited you for dinner, but it looks like you haven't eaten yet. Jiang, still uneasy, says, oh, we're fine standing and eating. We prefer eating standing up, anyway. The deputy chief insists, why stand? Come, sit down and relax. Jiang starts to notice something strange. The temperature in the house is insanely high, almost burning to the touch. I swear this place must be over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, at least. Entering with food, urges, please, you two, eat quickly before it gets cold. Jiang looks at Zuge and says, man, you're always hungry. You go ahead and eat first. But Zuge, shrugging, says, I've lost my appetite, man. Not in the mood for food today. Mai looks concerned. What's wrong? You two aren't eating? Come on, sit down. If you don't, the fish will get cold. Then the system chimes in again. The fire has ruined everything, even the food. There's nothing to eat here. Jiang rolls his eyes. I'm not blind, system. I can see what's in front of me. Despite all this, Mai is persistently urging them to eat. Jiang, feeling the pressure, thinks to himself, what am I doing here in this crazy world? I shouldn't have come. I'm out next time. He turns to Zuge, whispering, hey, do you have any water? Zuge looks confused. Water? Why are you asking about water now? Jiang snaps, because, damn it, I need water here. Zuge replies, I don't have any water. Jiang groans, well, damn, can't believe you don't have any water either. Just then, Mai says, what's going on with you two? I cooked this food with so much love for you, and now you won't even eat? Jiang pulls out a lighter he got as a reward. As soon as he lights it, Mai jumps back in fear. Jiang looks at her and says, wait a second. She's backing away from the lighter. Zuge, grinning, takes the lighter from Jiang and starts using it to scare Mai. He taunts her, see, I've got fire. You better be scared, lady. He laughs like a maniac. The deputy chief steps in, pleading, please, leave my wife alone. Why are you scaring her? Jiang gets even more aggressive, pushing the deputy chief aside. Stay in your place, you coward, and stay quiet. He then turns back to the deputy chief. I've got a few questions for you. What's going on here? How did your entire village get burned down? The deputy chief, unfazed, says, I don't know. Jiang shoots back, you're the deputy chief, and you don't know? How's that even possible? After a few moments, everything seems to go back to normal, like nothing ever happened. Mai, still shaken, says, hold on, pervert, what are you doing to me? Zuge laughs. What? Don't be scared, I've got a lot of weird stuff planned for you. Then, turning to Jiang, he asks, wait, did everything just go back to normal? Jiang shrugs, yeah, normal. Now we can't do anything. Zuge narrows his eyes. But hold up, why is the deputy chief lying there with his pants down? What was going on with him? The deputy chief stirs, mumbling, what the hell is going on? Why's my stomach all messed up? He pauses, trying to remember. Oh, right, we were eating dinner. Come on, let's not be shy. Dinner's ready. Dig in. The system chimes in. He doesn't know anything, so don't expect any clues from him. Meanwhile, Mai clings to Jiang and says, come on, eat already. You know, guys have two types of hunger. One for food, which we can take care of with dinner, and the other, the hunger of the body. If you ever feel that type of hunger, just come to my room at night. I'll be waiting. But Jiang, feeling uncomfortable, locks her out of his room. From outside, Mai teases, look at you guys, such shameless people. A thirsty, hungry woman offering to fulfill your needs, but you won't even accept. Don't worry, though, if you ever get hungry at night, just come to my room. I'll be there. Zuge raises an eyebrow. Hold up, now's the time, man. Jiang looks at him, confused. Time for what? Zuge grins. Time to find the clues. If you can't find anything inside the house, go outside and look around. Meanwhile, I'll sneak into Mai's room and get some clues from her, in my own way. Jiang rolls his eyes. You're such a sleazy bastard. I know what you're going to do, and I don't think we'll find any clues from the chief. Zuge laughs. Why? What makes you think that? Jiang shrugs. I don't know. I just feel it. His thoughts are interrupted by the system's voice saying, if it's not there, it's not there. Fine, whatever. Jiang says. We'll just wait till later. Around 11 p.m. or midnight, we can go ask Mai some questions. Zuge agrees. Alright, fine. Later, as they settle in, Jiang wakes up and turns to Xiaoman. What time is it? Is it late? Xiaoman replies, it's already 11 p.m. Jiang groans. 11 already? You should have woken me up earlier. Zuge, now awake, chimes in. What's going on? We going to Mai's room or what? Then Jiang says, yeah, let's go there. The two of them reach outside Mai's room, and Zuge is all pumped up. From inside the room, Mai says, in a very bold tone, I knew you two would come here. Zuge, excited, says, yes, my darling, I've come to quench the hunger inside you. Jiang mutters from behind him, man, Zuge's such a creep. Xiaoman pipes up, yeah, that guy's a real piece of work. Suddenly, loud screams come from inside. Save me, save me. Jiang hears it and thinks, save who? As he rushes in, he sees that Mai is beating the hell out of Zuge. Zuge, panicking, says, bro, help me out, this woman's crazy. She's beating me and even trying to pull my pants down to smack me in the backside. Jiang smirks and tells Zuge, yeah, go ahead, enjoy her hunger da. Mai, totally furious, shouts, listen, if you two don't fulfill my hunger tonight and make me happy, neither of you will make it out of here alive. The system's voice cuts in, the deputy chief never cares for her. She craves happiness, which the chief could never provide. And do you know what it takes to give her happiness? You've got to beat her. The more pain you give her, the more she enjoys it. Jiang, frustrated, pulls out his sword. Xiaoman looks at him in disbelief. Wait, why are you pulling out your sword? Jiang drives the sword into Mai's chest. He realizes, just like the system said, that she craves pain. What could hurt her more? It doesn't seem to affect her right away, but clearly, it's doing something. Mai smiles wickedly and says, yes, give me more pain. I want more of it. Jiang growls, here, take this, you, and slaps her. Mai moans, oh, baby, yes, keep going. Come on, hit me harder. Do it faster. As Jiang keeps slapping her, it's obvious she's loving every minute of it. Zuge, watching all this, is completely stunned and whispers, what the hell is this? I've never seen anyone get off like this before. Inside the room, Mai is completely caught up in it. Yes, don't stop, don't stop. I'm telling you, this feels amazing. Jiang pulls back and says, alright, now that I've given you what you wanted, can you answer some of my questions? I want the truth. Mai, still panting, says, fine, ask me what you want to know. Jiang asks, simple question, where is the village chief? Mai, catching her breath, answers, the village chief, he went to the mountain over there, and after that, he never came back. So, he must still be there. The scene cuts to the next morning. Jiang meets the rest of the challengers. A guy named Hao asks, are you guys still alive? You didn't leave the village, did you? Do you have any idea what happened there? Jiang shrugs, whatever happens, we couldn't care less. Zuge adds, yeah, what do we care? We're still alive, aren't we? Hao nods but presses, alright, no big deal, but did you find any clues? Jiang and Zuge actually know a lot, but they pretend to be clueless. Nah, man, we have no idea. How would we know anything? Someone in the group text suddenly responds, you're right, who would know anything, right? You've got a lot of attitude. Huh, our leader told us to come, but you guys didn't show up. Hao says, prompting Zuge to respond. Well, if we didn't come, so what? Even if we did, what would we have gained? We're happy right where we are. Jiang notices how many people came, but fewer of them are left. So many have already fallen. Just then, Xiaoman warns, be careful, especially around Hao. I smell red liquid coming from him. Stay on your guard. Hao announces loudly. Listen up, everyone. There's a boat here. It's the way for us to leave. We don't have any bad intentions, but we never know what could happen. So I say, join us. The girls around them chime in. Some of our people were finished yesterday, and we're scared. We don't want to go any further. A guy in the group asks, what's going on with you? Why should we listen to you? If you're scared, then just leave the mission. Or hell, just off yourself. No need to join us. Our team is strong, guys only. The real men. So you girls, just leave. Hao responds, that's not it. I want everyone to join in. If you two want to join, I'm not stopping you. The village chief went up that mountain and never came back. That's the truth. Jiang suddenly gets a shock. This was the clue they were looking for. But how does Hao know? Zuge asks, could it be, yesterday when we were asking questions, he was eavesdropping on us? You saw me changing clothes, didn't you? And you probably saw a little more than you should have. Hao reacts with a weird face. Dude, I'm not some perv. After a while, everyone heads toward the mountain, including Jiang and Zuge. Hao is thinking to himself, I've figured it out, but how does this guy know? It's bugging me. Zuge leans over to Jiang and says, bro, if we get to the mountain, we'll get the clue, right? But what if things go wrong? Jiang responds, if we reach the mountain, we might find the chief or at least another clue. Right now, we can't predict what'll happen. Whatever's meant to be, will happen. In the back of Jiang's mind, though, doubts are creeping in. If it's a trap, we'll have to go on more missions. If not, this mission ends. But there are so many people with us, especially this Hao. Xiaomen warned me about him, so who knows what's really going on? Zuge suddenly says, hey, man, should I use some of my power? Jiang shakes his head. First, climb properly. That's what matters. There's no need to use your power here. Zuge, looking unsure, says, I don't think we should go up. Maybe we should stay here, light a fire, and just chill. What do you think, Jiang? Hao hears this and says, what, you guys don't want to go up? Stay here? No way. You should be coming with us. Didn't I say that? Shouldn't everyone be coming up with us? His frustration builds, and he shouts, you idiots, can't you hear me? Come with us now, don't stay here. What's wrong with you guys? Get up here already. Jiang and Zuge exchange looks and say, nah, we're not coming with you. Hao says, if you don't want to come along, don't. If you want to take a shortcut, go ahead. But I'm warning you, there's no guarantee. It's possible you might end up on the wrong path. Jiang and Zuge exchange a glance, then say, got it. Now, get lost. As they move forward, they stumble upon a corpse with its head severed. Ahead, a chilling sight greets them, piles of bodies scattered all over the place. Seeing this, Jiang mutters, we were warned before about an area that's basically a graveyard full of dead bodies. And each one of them has some part missing, an arm, a leg, a kidney, or even an eye. Xiaomen looks uneasy and comments, something about this feels off. What do you mean, off? Jiang asks. Xiaomen hesitates for a moment before saying, those dead bodies, they're not just dead, they're alive. The girls in the group panic, night's almost here, and when it gets dark, they're going to attack us. How are we supposed to survive this? There's not even a house nearby where we can hide. But Hao reassures them, relax. I've noticed something. These creatures that attack at night seem to avoid fire. As long as we have flames, we'll be fine. Zuge turns to Jiang and sneers, man, that Hao guy and his teammates are such idiots. One of Hao's teammates immediately loses it. Dude, you've been talking nonsense nonstop. I swear, I've had enough of your crap. Say one more word, and I'll shove my cucumber down your throat. Hao stays quiet but seethes internally. I've put up with these two for long enough. They act all smart and tough, but if this keeps up, they're going to surpass me. No way I'm letting that happen. I'll find a way to outdo them. Zuge frowns and asks Jiang, what's his problem? Why is he suddenly so mad at me? Jiang shrugs, well, bro, let me ask you this. What if I started cursing out your mom, right in front of her? Wouldn't you be pissed? Zuge nods reluctantly. Exactly, Jiang replies. You basically just did the same thing. Now, focus, we've got bigger problems ahead. Just as Jiang finishes speaking, the corpses start moving. One with a missing kidney groans, give me back my kidney. Another, missing an arm, growls, return my arm. One with no legs wails, bring back my legs. Jiang surveys the scene grimly. Looks like they're all here to reclaim what they've lost. And tonight, they're going to attack us. One of the girls from their group snorts and draws her sword. So what? We're not scared of them. We'll fight back. Hao also steps up. Stay close to the fire. As long as you're near it, these things can't harm you. Despite Hao's warning, the dead bodies start attacking, brutally taking down members of the group. Hao, stunned, blurts out, what the hell is going on? Suddenly, one of the creatures lunges at him, but a girl from the team saves him just in time. She snaps, have you lost it? We're all fighting here, and you're spacing out. Pick up a weapon and help us. Hao notices her strength and thinks, wow, she's really strong. And she saved me. Could she like me? Nah, she definitely does. Yeah, this girl's into me. His thoughts wander mischievously. I wouldn't mind spending the night with her. Snapping out of his daydream, Hao pulls out his F-rank weapon, prompting one of his teammates to chime in. Oh yeah, I've got an F-rank weapon too. Another teammate pulls out their F-rank weapon and brags. Same here. Let's take these things down. Watching this, Jiang raises an eyebrow. What the heck? How do all of them have these crazy weapons? Zuge smirks. Did you forget? I've got a killer item too. Watch this. Zuge throws his special item into the sky, and a burst of light showers down. The moment the light touches the creatures, they start burning and disintegrating one by one. Grinning smugly, Zuge says, see that? I didn't even have to fight them directly. My weapon wiped them out in seconds, but Jiang says, you threw it into the sky, and it landed somewhere far away. Now, how are you planning to get it back? Zuge groans, oh, man, trying to act all cool, and I yeet at it. I have no clue how to get it back now. Jiang snaps at him, you're seriously out of your mind. But whatever, don't stress too much. I've got the most amazing weapon, and it'll save me. Zuge raises an eyebrow, intrigued. For real, bro? Show me this amazing weapon of yours. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the girl is slicing down creatures one by one with precision. Then, out of nowhere, 2 or 3 creatures attack her from behind. She strikes back hard and fast, but the dead bodies don't even flinch. The creatures pause, looking a little confused. Hold up a second. That hit was weird, it didn't even faze me. But a moment later, the effect kicks in. The creatures drop dead, one after the other. The girl wipes her blade and mutters, well, I've taken out quite a few. But what about everyone else? She glances around and sighs in frustration. The scene is utter chaos. Someone's sprinting for their life, another's hiding up in a tree, and one guy is straight up pretending to be unconscious. She groans, oh, come on, what is this nonsense? Seriously, my luck sucks. Meanwhile, Jiang's strategy takes a unique turn. Jiang decides to put on one of the girl's dresses. The logic? If he wears it, he'll look like a mysterious creature himself, making the other creatures too confused to attack him. Sure enough, it works. Not a single creature dares to target him. Instead, Jiang just strolls around, casually chatting with his teammates. Xiaoman laughs and says, oh, now you've got no problem wearing that dress. But back when I suggested it, you acted like it was the end of the world. Jiang grins. Well, if I hadn't worn it, those creatures would have attacked me. Then I'd have no choice but to fight, and honestly, I'm not in the mood for a fight. So yeah, here I am, rocking this dress. And look, nobody's coming for me now. Xiaoman smirks. You know, this dress is basically a kind of weapon. And the cool thing about weapons is, you can combine them with others to make them even stronger. Jiang's interest is piqued. Wait, what? How does that work? Xiaoman explains, weapon refiners are the ones who can do that. They're basically experts who combine weapons and make them insanely powerful. Jiang narrows his eyes. Where do I find one of these weapon refiners? Suddenly, something clicks in his mind. He turns to Xiaoman suspiciously. Wait a second, don't tell me you're the weapon refiner? Xiaoman freezes for a second before muttering, why did I even bring it up? Ugh, fine. Yes, I can do it. But don't expect me to jump in just because you said so. Jiang grins slyly. Come on, Xiaoman. If you're the refiner, just combine them already. Let's make an epic weapon together. Rolling her eyes, Xiaoman mutters under her breath. Why do I always get stuck with these kinds of situations? The creatures are all dead, their eerie presence wiped out by morning light. The team breathes a collective sigh of relief. Finally, someone says, we've taken them all down. Honestly, I thought we were done for. No way did I think we'd survive this. The girl surveys the battlefield with sharp eyes. Yeah, we survived, but something's not right. We've taken out all the creatures, but there's no sign of loot, no evidence, no clue, nothing. There should have been something here, right? The group falls silent, sharing an uneasy glance. Was this truly a victory, or just the start of something worse? Just then, Jiang notices something unusual on a dead body, a piece of paper lying on top. He squints at it suspiciously, thinking, wait a second, a paper? He scratches his head, muttering to himself, there wasn't any paper here yesterday. How did it randomly appear? And what's written on it? Could it be a clue? Evidence? Maybe? Let's check it out. He thinks back to all the strange events from before. A little kid chasing a duck, a woman standing near the well, a man inviting him to eat. None of it makes sense. The incidents are random, disconnected, and yet, somehow linked? Jiang sighs, how do I crack this mystery and find the village chief? Cut to another moment. The girl announces, I'm heading back. How quickly responds, wait, what? You're leaving? Where to? She replies bluntly, back to the village. Hao shakes his head in frustration. No way. We should keep moving forward as a team, stick together. The girl scoffs. Work with you? Not a chance, you fool. Hao's temper flares. What did you just call me? She doubles down. You heard me. You're lucky people even followed you this long. But honestly, following you has been a waste of time. Hao, visibly annoyed, glares at her. His teammates jump to his defense. Hey, watch your mouth when you talk to Hao. The girl shrugs. Oh, trust me, I'm speaking within my limits. If anything, it's you guys who need to wake up. All this time, we've been blindly following him like he's some kind of god. But guess what? It's not worth it anymore. One of the others speaks up reluctantly. You know, she's got a point. We've been following you around like fools. But now, I think I'd rather just go solo and finish my journey on my own. Jiang stands off to the side, quietly observing the chaos unfold. He thinks to himself, well, it's about time they grew a brain. Seems like these guys finally realize there's more advantage in going solo. Some of the group tries to calm the girl down, pleading, hey, come on, don't do this. Let's stick together. But she's firm. Not a chance. I'm done with this group. Jiang continues pondering, Could it be that they found some sort of evidence? Maybe they think splitting up will give them a shot at completing the mission alone and pocketing all the rewards? Or maybe, they genuinely don't want to work with Hao anymore. He glances at the girl again and muses, she seems pretty young, but damn, she's way more talented than I am. One of Hao's teammates points at Jiang and shouts, hey, what's in your pocket? Jiang raises an eyebrow. What? My pocket? I don't have anything in my pocket. The teammate insists, no way. I saw you stick your hand in there. You've definitely got something. What are you hiding? Jiang rolls his eyes. Dude, people put their hands in their pockets all the time. What? You want me to stick my hand in your pocket instead? The group presses him. No. There's definitely a clue in there, and you're keeping it from us. Show us now. Jiang, clearly annoyed, crosses his arms and smirks. It's my business, not yours. I found it, and it's up to me if I want to show it or not. Who are you to order me around? One of them steps forward, visibly pissed. Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Fine. This is your last chance. Show us the clue, or else. Jiang narrows his eyes. Or else what? You're threatening me now? You know, someone else tried that before too. And let me tell you, it didn't end well for them. You know what happened to him? Jiang said, his tone icy. He died. Do you want to die too? With that, he pulled out his weapon. The moment they saw it, the group's eyes widened in shock. One of them gasped, oh man, that looks like a D-rank weapon. Bro, I'm shaking over here. Zuge chimed in, Jiang, your weapon is freaking amazing, man. The group of guys, now visibly terrified, tried to play it cool. Hey, we were just joking. Chill, bro. One of them motioned for the others to retreat. Let's get out of here. And with that, they bolted. Jiang chuckled, twirling the weapon in his hand. So much for acting tough. Once they saw the big guns, they ran with their tails between their legs. Xiao Jin, the girl from earlier, stepped forward and scoffed. You should have just finished them. Letting them go was a mistake. She paused, then added with a smirk, by the way, the name's Xiao Jin. Jiang nodded. Nice to meet you. I'm Jiang. Is that your real name? You shouldn't share your real name like that. You never know what someone might do with it. Jiang shrugged. What's the worst that could happen? A name doesn't matter, it's the face that counts. I've seen yours, you've seen mine. If I wanted to finish you, knowing your name wouldn't make a difference. Recognizing your face would be enough, don't you think? Xiao Jin cracked a small smile. That's an interesting way to look at it. Makes sense. I like it. Jiang smirked back. Glad you approve. But let's cut to the chase. Did you have something specific to talk about, or are we just killing time here? Xiao Jin straightened up, her tone suddenly serious. I want to make a trade. Let's exchange clues. I'll give you the clue I have, and in return, you give me yours. Jiang raised an eyebrow. A clue exchange, huh? So you do have a clue. Fine, but tell me first, what clue are you holding? Xiao Jin leaned closer. I heard a kid crying. The sound came from the house next to the one you went into earlier. That's my clue. Your turn. Jiang's eyes narrowed as he thought back. A kid crying. I did hear something too, but I couldn't figure out where it came from. The house next door, you said? Could be worth checking out. Xiao Jin folded her arms. I told you my clue. Now, hand over yours. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang took out the paper he'd found earlier and handed it to her. Zuge stared in disbelief. What the heck, Jiang? That paper is such a huge clue, and you just gave it away? Are you out of your mind? Jiang waved off his concerns. Relax, man. That paper isn't that special. It's just a list, and all it says is stuff like, these people's kidneys are missing, these people's livers are gone, some are missing arms and legs. Zuge stared at him. And you don't think that's important? Jiang shrugged. It's only important if you look deeper into it. On the surface, it just seems like random body parts are missing. But yeah, I think we should go check out that kid. He turned to Zuge. Let's move. Just as the two started walking, Xiao Jin followed after them, silently tagging along. So, you wanted proof, huh? I gave it to you. Now get lost. Jiang said flatly. Xiao Jin pouted. No way. I want to come with you. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Oh, you want to tag along now, madam? You don't even smile. Come on, give me a smile first. Xiao Jin attempted a smile, tilting her head awkwardly. Like this? Is this how you smile? Jiang stared at her expression and thought, that's gotta be the worst smile I've ever seen. He shook his head. Just go away. But Xiao Jin stood her ground. No, really. Let me come with you. Wherever you go, take me along. If you let me join, I'll even pay you. Jiang folded his arms. Pay me? That's rich. Look, I'm not taking you with me. End of discussion. You're trying to bribe me, force your way in. The last guy who tried that, do you know what happened to him? Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow. What happened? Jiang leaned in and said coolly, I finished him. Without waiting for her response, Jiang walked into the room, leaving Xiao Jin behind. But Xiao Jin wasn't entirely alone. She had her mysterious creature with her, who now spoke. Well, you're lucky you didn't try attacking him. He's strong. And he's got his own creature, too. I tried to hide my presence, but as a fellow mysterious creature, I could sense it. His creature, it's dangerous, way more powerful than me. Let's get out of here. Xiao Jin, unfazed, started walking away. The creature looked puzzled. Where are you going now? To get more proof, Xiao Jin said firmly. If I can hand him better evidence, maybe that jerk will finally let me in. The creature sighed but followed her. Fine, I'm coming with you. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Jiang and Zuge. Zuge grinned slyly. Did you see how that girl was talking to you? She was practically clinging to you. Seems like she's into you, huh? Jiang smirked. Of course she is. Girls always like me. I'm not unlucky like you. Nobody ever even looks in your direction. Zuge glared at him. Dude, I'm complimenting you, and you're roasting me? Don't be like that, man. Ignoring the banter, Zuge changed the topic. You know, when we checked that house next to this one, something didn't sit right, and when the whole neighborhood burned down, this house was somehow untouched. It stayed exactly the same. That's gotta mean something, right? Jiang nodded. Yeah, there's definitely a clue here. We just need to wait a bit longer. Zuge tilted his head. Wait for what, exactly? Jiang looked at him knowingly. Just wait. If I'm right, the proof will come to us. So they waited, for 2 or 3 hours. As the time stretched on, Jiang's thoughts raced. If my conclusion is right, then this is the window. But, why haven't we heard the sound yet? Finally, the sound came, a child's voice, faint but clear. They quickly ran toward the sound and found a child struggling to climb out of a toilet seat. The kid glared at them. Are you two idiots? Can't you see I'm trying to get out? Instead of just standing there, how about helping me? The duo exchanged bewildered looks. Jiang muttered, Dude, how are we supposed to pull you out of a toilet? Despite their confusion, they managed to help the kid out. Once freed, the child dusted himself off and said, Thanks for getting me out. But wait, did Auntie Shua send you two here? Jiang replied, Yeah, Aunt Shua sent us. But in his mind, he thought, Aunt Shua, that must be the woman I found inside the well. Maybe this kid knows her. The child grinned. Alright, if Aunt Shua sent you, then she must have told you we need to play a game. So come on, play with us, or else you're in big trouble. Jiang stared at the kid. What's up with these kids? The kid clapped their hands. Let's get started with the game, then. You two are in, right? But first, tell us your names. Suddenly, a system voice chimed in. These kids have weird names that people made fun of. To avoid their wrath, you must also choose strange names. Jiang rolled his eyes but played along. Alright, my name's Diddy. Zuge followed suit. And mine is Epstein Island? The kid's face lit up. Wow, so you're Diddy, huh? The guy with all that baby oil at home. Any chance you've got a couple of bottles you can spare? Jiang shot him a deadpan look. Forget the baby oil. Just tell us, what game do you want to play? Let's play Thief and Detective, the kid declared enthusiastically. Jiang blinked. Thief and Detective? Really? He thought for a moment and recalled the rules. The game revolves around a murder mystery. A family is the centerpiece of the story, and someone is murdered. The players have to figure out who the killer is. If they solve it, they win. If not, the killer wins. The kid handed them a book. Here's the story. Read it. Jiang opened the book and flipped through the pages. Dude, there's nothing written in this book. The kid smirked. Gotcha. The book doesn't have the story. I just wanted to mess with you. Jiang snapped the book shut and shouted, You little punk. Do I look like an idiot to you? If there's no story, how are we supposed to play? The kid grinned mischievously. The story isn't in the book, it's in our heads. We'll act it out. With that, the kid took the role of the story's main character, a man yelling at his wife. You think I work my ass off for nothing? He shouted. You're sneaking around behind my back. Who's the guy? Another kid playing the wife chimed in dramatically. Oh, please, you're useless. You're nothing but trash. Yeah, I'm seeing someone else. What are you gonna do about it? What? The husband shouted, his face twisting in anger. I've done everything for you. Everything. I spent all my money on you, and this is how you repay me. Well, excuse me for wanting a better life, the wife retorted. All you do is drink and hit me. My boyfriend's rich, way richer than you. I don't need a useless husband like you. I'd rather stay single than deal with you. The husband pushed her and yelled, You're a terrible person. Get out. She stumbled back and cried out, You're disgusting. I'm leaving. Goodbye forever. With that, she stormed off. Jiang leaned back and thought, okay, this is surprisingly entertaining. Zuge nodded along. Man, this is better than any Netflix movie I've seen recently. But also, Jiang added, it feels like some overly dramatic 90s film plot. What in the world did I just witness? Jiang said, I think this kind of drama happens in every household. Zuge added, forget that, man. Did you even notice their acting? Dude, they deserve an Oscar. Jiang nodded. True, but wait, do you smell something weird? Is it just me? Zuge teased. did you fart or what? Jiang snapped. Seriously? I'm not talking about farts. This is something else. Zuge sniffed the air. Yeah, maybe. Could be something else. Smells like gas. Before they could figure it out, there was a loud explosion. When the dust settled, it became clear the wife in their story was dead. At this point, Jiang and Zuge had fully immersed themselves in the roles of the couple's children. Jiang played the son, while Zuge was the daughter. The husband in the story, played by another kid, looked at them and said, "Kids, looks like your mommy, in her rage, accidentally blew up the gas cylinder. And, well, she didn't survive the blast. Congratulations, you're now half orphans. Your mom's gone." Jiang stood there in shock. Despite knowing it was just a game, the realism hit hard. Wait, she's actually dead? That blast really finished her? Jiang shook his head, thinking, who the hell writes plots like this? But fine, let's roll with it. After all, this is a mysterious world. Anything goes here. Pretending to grieve, Jiang said, "Oh no, mommy's gone. What are we gonna do now?" The husband reassured them, "Don't worry, kids. I'm your dad, and I'll raise you both." Just then, the village chief, a new character played by another kid, entered the scene. The husband turned to him and said, "Oh, good, chief. Let me explain what just happened. You two kids, go inside for now." Jiang asked, "Really, Dad?" The husband nodded. "Really? Now go on. I'll handle this." As Jiang and Zuge went inside, Zuge whispered, "Bro, are we seriously just gonna sit here quietly?" Jiang smirked. "Hell no. We're gonna find out what's going on." They crept to the door and peeked out to listen. The husband was explaining to the chief, "So here's what happened. One thing led to another, she got mad, and, well, boom, she caused the gas cylinder to explode." The chief nodded, stroking his chin. "Well, that's not your fault. It's hers for letting her anger get the better of her. Don't worry, man. I know a couple of guys, thugs, really, who can handle the, cleanup. I'll call them, and they'll deal with the dead body for you." The husband breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, chief. That's such a huge favor." The chief smiled slyly. "Favor? Please, we're all part of the same village. Helping each other is natural. But if you want to repay the favor, well, there is a way." The chief's demeanor changed. "Repay me by sacrificing something valuable." Before the husband could respond, someone snuck up from behind and knocked him out cold. Jiang watched in horror. Wait a second, the chief isn't just some side character. He's the main villain? Now, as your father's repayment, we'll be taking a body part or two. Jiang's mind raced. Hold on, this isn't just a story anymore, is it? Everything the kids are acting out, it actually happened to this village. Later, the husband, who had been knocked unconscious, was rushed to a hospital. Once there, the doctors harvested all his vital organs, kidneys, heart, eyes, you name it. "All right," someone said, "we've got everything we need. This guy's got prime parts. They'll fetch a fortune. But what about the rest of his body?" "Well, they got rid of it. Dumped it like trash. That's why those other dead bodies we found were missing hands or legs. They'd been stripped of anything valuable before being discarded." The village chief smugly said, "Another one taken care of. Now, bring me the list." One of the doctors handed him a list. "Here you go." The chief frowned. "Wait a second. Why is this the old price list? You told me we'd make more money." The doctor quickly apologized. "Oh, my bad. I accidentally gave you an outdated list. Let me grab the new one." As the doctor pretended to dig into his pocket for the list, he pulled out a knife instead and stabbed the chief, killing him on the spot. Jiang and Zuge saw the entire thing. "What the hell is going on here?" Jiang whispered. "We thought this was a game. First, the wife died, then the husband, and now the chief. These guys are actually killing each other for real." Zuge was just as horrified. This was supposed to be some roleplay. How did we end up witnessing a murder spree? Jiang pieced it all together. "I get it now. The chief and this guy, whoever he is, have been luring villagers, killing them, and selling their body parts on the black market. But this doctor, he betrayed the chief and took him out. This whole time, our mission wasn't just about finding the chief. We're actually here to find his severed head." Now it all makes sense. But one question remained unanswered. Who exactly was this doctor? The mastermind behind it all? Jiang was deep in thought, but before he could figure it out, something strange happened. The night fell suddenly, and in an instant, everything reverted to normal. The kids, Jiang and Zuge included, returned to their regular forms, snapping out of character. One of the kids yawned and stretched. "Man, that was an awesome game, but we've gotta head out." Jiang, confused, asked, "Wait, what? Where are you going?" The kids shrugged. "We're leaving. Our job here is done. Besides, it's almost nighttime, and if we're late, our sister's gonna yell at us. Bye." Before Jiang could say another word, they ran off and disappeared, literally, into the toilet. "Wait, hold up, they're gone. Jiang muttered, stunned. Zhuge poked his head into the bathroom. Yup, they're really gone. Not coming back. Jiang sighed. They left without telling us who that guy was, though, the one responsible for everything. Guess we'll have to wait till morning to figure it out. The next day arrived, and Jiang stepped outside to find Xiao Jin waiting by the door. You didn't leave? Jiang asked, surprised. Xiao Jin smirked. Nope. I found something really interesting, and I think you'll want to hear it. Alright, Jiang said. Let's talk. What did you find? Xiao Jin nodded but added, fine, I'll share what I know, but only if you promise something. What promise? Jiang asked cautiously. She looked him straight in the eyes. Promise that you'll keep me with you. No pushing me away. I swear, what I have to tell you will help you complete 80% of your mission. Jiang thought for a moment and then agreed. Alright, let's exchange information. Xiao Jin smiled. Good. You won't regret this? Jiang asked. Come on, just tell me already. Xiao Jin replied. Sure, but in return, you'll have to help me with my own challenge. Deal or no deal? Jiang nodded. Fine, I'll help. Now spill the clue. Xiao Jin smirked. Alright, listen up. Just then, Zhuge chimed in. Bro, why is she saying there's an 80% chance of completing the mission with so much confidence? What did she figure out? Xiao Jin overheard him and responded with a sly smile. Because I've done missions like this before. I know how these things play out. Zhuge stared at her. Wait, you heard that? I was practically whispering. Xiao Jin said, of course, I heard you. And yeah, I already know, the village chief is dead. He'd been killing people and selling their body parts. But the guy he partnered with turned on him and finished him instead. Your mission is to find the chief's head. As for its location, it's most likely in his house. Jiang nodded. I already knew most of that, but you're saying the head's in the house? That's new info. Guess I better check it out. Xiao Jin cautioned him. Be careful. I'm sensing the aura of a mysterious creature in the area. And it's not just any creature. It's a high-level, Class D entity. Jiang's eyes widened. Wait a second, the head nurse? The head nurse appeared just then, locking eyes with Jiang. Well, if it isn't you. Jiang was startled. What are you doing here? The head nurse crossed her arms. Why can't I be here? Shouldn't I be the one asking you what you're doing here, handsome? And oh, you've got two friends tagging along this time. Nice. New company. Huh. The group followed her as she walked into the village chief's house. She chuckled. Honestly, I never thought I'd see you again. But here we are. Now tell me, what exactly are you up to? Jiang stammered. Oh, just exploring. But what are you doing here? The head nurse leaned closer. Oh, you really don't know? There's this thing called the Children's Temple Ceremony. That's why I'm here. Jiang frowned. Wait, what kind of ceremony is that? And how are you even alive? As far as I know, you're supposed to be dead. The head nurse sighed. No, you don't get it. See, I used to have two forms. My good side, which was that little girl, and my bad side. Both of them disappeared, leaving just the real me behind. And thanks to you, I'm back to normal now. So, really, I owe you a lot. Jiang waved it off. Oh, come on, don't mention it. No need to thank me. At that moment, Xiaomen walked in. She hadn't been part of the conversation earlier, so she was visibly confused. She pulled Jiang aside and whispered, Hey, who is this woman? She's giving me serious mystery vibes. The head nurse said, I came here to figure out why we're no longer receiving the organs we used to get regularly. Something's definitely up. Jiang thought to himself, oh, so the organs from the villagers that were being sold to her hospital, she caught onto that, huh? The nurse continued, after doing some research, I discovered that the man who partnered with the village chief to finish villagers and sell their organs was the same man who betrayed and finished him. So obviously, no more organs are coming in now. Hearing this, Jiang asked, wait, does your hospital have a doctor or someone else who used to manage this? Like the real mastermind behind it? The nurse shook her head. Not at all. The village chief's son is the actual mastermind here. Everything was happening because of him. What? Jiang exclaimed. The village chief had a son? I had no clue about that. The nurse smirked. Yep, and that guy was the real scumbag. But now, he's missing. Though I do wonder, could the man who finished the village chief actually be his own son? Maybe that's what happened. As they stepped out of the room, the head nurse handed Jiang a bag and said, this bag has the village chief's head in it. If you ever need my help or come across any body parts, just give me a call. With that, she gave him a playful flying kiss and walked off. Zhuge rushed over, out of breath. Bro, who was that hot chick? Don't tell me you're dating her. Seriously, how many girls are you juggling? Come on, man, just set me up with one of them. Xiao Jin crossed her arms. So, did you find anything or not? Jiang replied, yeah, this bag contains the village chief's head. As for the nurse? Relax, she's just a distant friend of mine. No drama. Just as they were getting ready to leave, a group of boys approached them. One of them said, so, what's the verdict? Did you find any clues? Oh wait. Judging by that bag in your hands, I'm guessing it's holding someone's head. We need that bag because our mission is to find the chief's head, not the chief himself. Hand it over. Xiao Jin stepped forward and snapped, absolutely not. If we gave you this, you'd just tag along with us. And no, we don't need your help. How? One of the boys frowned. Seriously? After everything? I trusted you. I even told you to ditch these two and team up with me so we could complete this mission together. But no, you'd rather stay with them? Xiao Jin rolled her eyes. Fine. Looks like I'll have to join you. She handed the bag to Jiang and faced Hao. Hao smirked. Oh, I see how it is. You want to fight me? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of anyone. But before he could react, Xiao Jin unsheathed her sword and, in a split second, decapitated Hao. His head dropped to the ground with a sickening thud. Jiang stood there, utterly stunned. Whoa, this girl is intense. Zhuge practically swooned. Oh my god, what a badass. I love her style. Even Xiao Man, who was usually composed, looked impressed. Honestly, I have to admit, this girl is something else. She didn't even rely on her creature's powers. She just used her own skills and utterly destroyed him. That's what happens when you're dealing with someone ranked D. Hearing this, Jiang was completely shocked. The whole place was ranked F, and everyone there was at an F rank. So how did a D-ranked girl like Xiao Jin even end up here? Jiang just couldn't wrap his mind around it. Xiao Man, noticing his confusion, spoke up. I think she's put in a lot of hard work. She must train relentlessly, which is why she's this amazing. Xiao Jin turned to the others and asked, so, are you two ready to die or what? The two men quickly said they were ready to leave. But before they could make a move, Xiao Jin attacked one of them and sliced off half his head. The other guy was so freaked out that he immediately bailed on the mission and ran off in fear. Jiang and Zhuge, both panicked, thought, please, we're not next on her chopping block, are we? Xiao Jin shrugged. Well, they're gone now. Let's move forward. I'm right, aren't I? Jiang sighed. Yeah, madam. We'll follow whatever you say. The village chief's dead body was still there, and they had found his head as well. The two parts were put together, and the system chimed in, saying, congratulations. You've completed the main mission. Your rewards will be delivered soon. Jiang let out a relieved sigh. Finally, the mission is done. A lot of hard work went into this, but hey, it's done. Then, Jiang turned to Xiao Jin and asked, wait a sec, what's going on here? Did you seriously just make a coffin out of this guy? Xiao Jin smirked. Well, the village chief's body was here, and I figured I'd make a coffin for him, since that's what should be done with the dead. Jiang frowned. That's not how you make a coffin. A coffin is supposed to be straight and even. You've literally built a whole mountain here. This method is super casual. Xiao Jin just shrugged. Well, I helped you out. Now help me out with my challenge mission. Yeah? You must have gotten at least some kind of clue, right? Jiang looked confused and said, when did I ever say I got a clue? I just said I'd help you, but I have no idea what's going on. However, Jiang thought to himself, I do know, but I don't trust her, so I'm not going to say anything. Xiao Jin, sensing his hesitation, asked, wait a second, could it be that you know but just don't want to tell me? She stared at him, then continued, here's the deal. You tell me what you know, and we can finish the mission together. We're in this together. Jiang crossed his arms. You want to finish the mission together? I don't trust you at all. Xiao Jin wasn't backing down. Well, I don't trust you either. But hey, check this out. I've got a creature with me. I'll show you. Look at it carefully and then tell me what you think. Because I didn't attack you even though I totally could have. Xiao Man raised an eyebrow. Wait, does she know about me? Jiang replied with a smirk. Oh, so you were scared of my creature all along? That's why you never attacked me? And here I was thinking I was the handsome guy around here. So maybe you just didn't want to attack someone like me. Jiang chuckled. Wait, so now you want to team up? How can I trust that teaming up with you will make everything alright? My creature's stronger than yours. I don't fear anyone. I can handle missions alone. But before Jiang could say anything else, Xiao Man cut him off. Just stop talking. I don't know why, but her creature seriously freaks me out. Hearing this, Jiang laughed out loud. Ha, even you're scared? Seriously? Not only is she dangerous, but her creature's just as terrifying. What's going to happen to someone like me, then? I thought I was being all tough, but now I'm scared she's going to chop me down too. Zhuge chimed in. Hey, why don't we just team up and get this done together? Jiang's eyes lit up. Okay, finally, a good excuse. Yeah, I'm doing this cause my friend said so. I would never do this on my own, but whatever, he asked. Xiao Jin raised her eyebrows. I meant, just me and you. This guy? He's a burden. I don't like dealing with weak links. If you don't ditch him fast, I'll finish him. Zhuge reacted immediately. Finish me? I thought you were a cute little thing, but here you are threatening me. The whole world's against you, and I've been here for you, and now you want to get rid of me. Xiao Jin shot back. Stop overacting or I'll make sure you're dead before you even blink. Zhuge wasn't backing down either. So you really want to finish me, huh? Then come on, try it. I'm not scared of you. I can attack too, and I'm ready. Jiang stepped in, holding up a hand. Listen to me, man. What Xiao Jin said, it's true, you are a burden, but you're still my friend. We'll do the mission together, and I'm not leaving you behind. Zhuge, a bit taken aback, said, bro, wow. I thought you'd ditch me for her, but you didn't. Now, this is what friendship really is. Jiang turned to Xiaojin. Listen up, if we're doing the mission, we're doing it as a team, all three of us. If you don't like that, then I'm out. Whether you agree is on you. So, what's it going to be? Xiaojin gave him a look before responding, well, since you're making such a big deal about it, fine. We'll do the mission together. I thought it would just be 2 of us, and then the reward would be split between us. But hey, with 3 of us, the rewards get split 3 ways. Alright, she continued. Enough talking about that. Let's focus. You know about the children's temple ceremony, right? If I'm not wrong, this whole thing's tied to that. If you know anything about the ceremony or have a clue, speak up now. Jiang looked serious as he said, so, about the kids around here. I think something's going on with them and the ceremony. They must be involved in some way. He paused, thinking for a second, then added, how about this, let's head over there at 8 p.m. tonight. And another thing, the head of the village wasn't just cut off by anyone. I'm guessing it was his own son. The son's the real mastermind here. He betrayed his own father, which means he's a dangerous guy. Be careful. Xiaojin nodded. Alright, we'll be careful. See you at 8. With that, Xiaojin left. Zhuge, looking a little confused, murmured, so this whole thing happened because of the kids. Jiang gave him a look and said, first of all, we're in a mysterious world now. Don't take anything too seriously. Don't let yourself get too emotional. Got it. Zhuge shrugged. Yeah, okay, but still, I'm kind of shaken up. Jiang thought to himself, what's got him so upset? Is it the kids, or the whole thing that just went down? I mean, I supported him like a brother, saved him from making a mistake, so why would he be mad about that? He shook his head and decided, whatever, we'll deal with it later. Night's falling. Let's head over to the deputy's house and rest for the night. At the deputy's house, Mai told Jiang they'd be able to find the village chief's son tomorrow. You want to know about the chief's son? To be honest, I don't know much, but don't worry. There's a priest in the temple tomorrow for the ceremony. You'll run into him there, and he'll have all the answers. She paused, adding, and enough about that for now, it's getting late. Should we head to our room? Yeah, we'll go. Jiang replied. Later that night, as Jiang lay in his room, his thoughts were racing. That kid's father is dead. His son was the one who finished him, and now he's here acting like a priest. What a twist. But then again, this is a mysterious world. Who knows what's possible? At 8 p.m., Jiang and Zhuge stepped outside. As they were walking, they spotted a kid holding someone's severed head. The kid looked up at them and grinned. Hey, you want to play football with me? Check it out, I even got a football right here. Zhuge stared, horrified. What the hell? This kid's holding a head like it's a football, and he's actually asking to play with it? For real, in this mysterious world, anything can happen. The kid continued, Big brother, this football's old and not fun anymore. Can you give me a new one? Jiang quickly stepped in, shaking his head. No, man. You're definitely not getting any heads from us. The way you're playing, you're never gonna make the team here. He paused, looking at the kid. Bro, if you want to win gold in football, be like Ronaldo or Messi, you've got a long way to go. But trust me, you're never gonna make it. But you know what, kid? I'll do you a favor. I've got a new football for you. Take it. Jiang took the head from the kid's hands and handed over a brand new football, saying, here you go, the best football around. Now go, and get that gold medal. The kid grinned and replied, alright, before running off with the new ball. Zhuge shook his head and muttered, man, you really played that kid like a fool. Jiang laughed. Sometimes, it's all about looking good. Zhuge wasn't having it. But, Jiang, weren't we supposed to take him out? Jiang paused, a sly smile on his face. Oh yeah? Just wait a second. I'll be right back. The scene shifted to a man standing by the well where the woman had been trapped. He spoke calmly. Don't worry. No one can get between me and you. At that moment, the clock struck 8 p.m., and Xiaojin was waiting for Jiang at the meeting spot. As he approached, Jiang raised an eyebrow. Xiaojin, is that really you? You've completely changed your look. Xiaojin responded. No, this is my real appearance. What you saw before was just a disguise. Jiang was intrigued. So, you've been fake this whole time? And hold on, if you've always been faking it, why go back to your true form now? Xiaojin let out a small laugh. Because I trust you a little more now. I figured, why not show my real self? I'm not some rookie here. I'm a challenger, not a student. Just as she said that, flames erupted from the temple nearby. Screams echoed as children began crying out, where's my mom? I need to see my mom. Where's my dad? Somebody, please let me meet them. The children huddled together, merging into one massive creature, a grotesque form with multiple heads, dozens of arms, and a twisted, disturbing presence. Jiang grimaced, yikes, this is messed up. Xiaoman added, I think those kids you see, they weren't real, those kids died. They were the ones whose parents were finished. All that anger? It got them turned into sea-level creatures. The monstrous creature attacked, its hands thrashing wildly. There were so many arms it felt endless. But Jiang and his team fought back, chopping away at its limbs, though it kept on fighting relentlessly. Xiaomen yelled over the chaos, "Listen to me, Jiang, this thing's got some serious mental power. Use yours too." Jiang nodded, realizing what needed to be done. Got it. He quickly shifted into a battle-ready form. On the other side, Xiao Jin summoned her own creature to join the fight. The battlefield turned into pure chaos. Zhuge, meanwhile, was frozen in fear. His whole body was shaking, unable to move, consumed by terror. Just as an attack was about to land on him, Jiang swooped in and saved him at the last second. The fight was just heating up, and it looked like nothing would be the same after it all ended. Xiao Jin rushed in to help, taking down every hand the creature sent toward them. But just when things seemed under control, the creature launched an attack directly at Xiao Jin, sending her flying backwards. In a flash, Jiang launched a strike at the creature's face, marking it with a powerful blow. But to their shock, the creature's severed parts started healing rapidly. Jiang frowned, watching in disbelief. "Wait, it can recover. Listen, there's gotta be a weak point somewhere," Jiang muttered, scanning for a way to take it down. Just then, another hand swung from behind, hitting Jiang hard and knocking him off balance. "Damn it, this thing doesn't even talk. It just sneaks up and attacks," Jiang grumbled, pushing himself up from the ground. Xiao Jin shook her head. "I don't think it has a weak spot." She crossed her arms. "What we can do is just keep hitting it over and over. If we keep attacking, it won't have time to recover fast enough. Eventually, it'll slow down. And then? It won't be able to do anything. Yeah, we'll take this dog down," she snapped. With a fierce look, Xiao Jin charged forward. "Talk's cheap, time to act," she said, ignoring the noise from behind her. Just then, Jiang's system chimed in with a reminder. "We're family. We should stick together and share this fight equally. No discrimination. Don't give me that wisdom crap, system. Help me out instead." Jiang shot back, dodging another sweeping hand that nearly knocked him off his feet. "Focus, Jiang, the face is the target," he muttered to himself. But getting close to its face is tricky with those hands always blocking. Then, an idea clicked in Jiang's mind. He turned to Zhuge, urgently saying, "Zhuge, use that light item you have. It'll help us get a bit of an edge here." But Jiang noticed something strange. Zhuge seemed off. "What's with you, man? You're looking down, all sad. You're the guy who always brings the energy. The whole manga would have been boring without you. But what's this? Why are you sulking like a ghost?" Xiao Man looked at Zhuge sympathetically. Maybe he's remembering some painful things from the past. Jiang shook his head. But now, at a time like this, he watched Zhuge, who was still stuck in a slump, detached from the chaos around him. The creature turned its attention to Zhuge, its distorted voice calling out, "Hey, will you come with us?" Jiang snapped at the creature. "Stay back, you." He couldn't afford distractions while Zhuge seemed frozen in shock. Deep inside, Zhuge was wrestling with his emotions. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the crying children, their faces etched with pain and confusion. Their cries reminded him of the haunting memory that still haunted his mind, the day his mother's dead body lay in front of him, and he could do nothing. He had lost his mother in the worst way, just like these kids lost their parents. That was the bond he felt, one of loss, grief, and a painful reality he was finally beginning to come to terms with. And in that moment, Zhuge felt the pain echo through his entire being. His past, tied together with the kid's pain, was now blending with the present, making him painfully aware of just how much it had all affected him. And in his heart, he could feel the weight of it all. In that moment, Zhuge suddenly felt the presence of his mother. He heard her voice, soft yet firm, coming from beyond. "My son," she whispered, "never blame yourself for my death. It wasn't your fault. You're strong. You didn't save me then, but now it's your time to show your power. Your friends are in trouble, and today you'll show them your strength. Show them who you are, my son. I am so proud of you." A surge of energy coursed through Zhuge's body. He clenched his fists and said, "Mom, you're right. I'll show everyone that I'm your son, and I'm not weak." Just then, the creature lunged at him, but Zhuge was ready. He dodged the attack and threw several talismans at the creature, sending them crashing into its body. The talismans burned into its skin, and Zhuge, determined, hurled his light item at the creature, causing it to burn even more fiercely. Jiang grinned, watching the fight unfold. "Now that's what I'm talking about, Zhuge. Go all in." Xiao Jin, in shock, stared at Zhuge in disbelief. Whoa, how much power did he have hidden inside him? Jiang got ready to strike as well, but before he could, the creature suddenly began to cry. "Please, don't attack us, we're scared. We just want to meet our mom and dad," it sobbed. Jiang, looking at the creature with a somber expression, shook his head. "Sorry, but this is the way it has to be," he said, before slicing the creature into 2 pieces. With that, the creature fell, lifeless. One by one, all the children who were possessed by the creature disappeared, their spirits finally at rest. Just then, a message came through the system. you've completed the hidden mission. The message continued, once you exit this mysterious world, your reward will be given to you. Zuge, with a proud smirk, couldn't help but flaunt his success. See that? You all wouldn't have completed this mission without me, he said, grinning at his teammates. And to Xiao Jin, he added, what was that you said earlier? That I was a burden and you didn't want me here? Well, if I hadn't stepped in, you'd probably be dead by now. Zuge, ecstatic and full of himself, started to strut around. But suddenly, he staggered and collapsed, unconscious. Xiao Jin gasped. What happened to him? He just passed out. Jiang looked over, a little annoyed. This idiot pushed himself way too hard. He's drained, and now he needs rest, he sighed. I'll carry him. Jiang struggled to lift Zuge, mumbling under his breath, damn, Zuge is way heavier than he looks. He doesn't even seem like the type, but man, he's a lot to carry. Just then, Xiao Jin's creature spoke up, hey, listen, you're injured too. You should ask for some medicine. You're running low, aren't you? Xiao Jin also chimed in. No, no way. Just, no. Because, you see, he doesn't trust me. I've already pissed him off so many times. If I ask for medicine now, he could totally lose it. I'm really weak right now, and if he wants, he could end my life, Xiao Jin admitted. But her creature wasn't having any of it. Don't worry, it won't be that bad. Just ask for it. What's the worst that can happen? Xiao Jin hesitated, clearly scared. But before she could ask, Jiang casually handed her some medicine without being asked. Here, take the medicine. Apply it, swallow it, whatever works. Xiao Jin blinked, stunned. Wait a second, for real? Yeah, for real. What, you don't want it? Then give it back, Jiang said. Yes, I'll take it, but why? Why are you giving me this? Xiao Jin asked, still confused. Jiang shrugged. Because you're my teammate. Teammates help each other out. I've got your back today, you'll have mine tomorrow. The mission isn't over yet. I want you to stay strong, stay healthy, so you can keep helping with the mission. Taking the medicine is part of that. Xiao Jin's creature grinned. See? You doubted him for no reason. He's a good guy. Jiang didn't wait long before urging her. Hurry up, eat it. Get stronger. Our main mission isn't done. The real boss is still out there. Until we take him down, this mission isn't finished. You need to be strong, but we don't even have proof that the boss is part of the challenge mission, Xiao Jin said, still questioning it. Jiang nodded. We've got the proof. That's when the scene shifted to the next day, during the children's temple ceremony. The village was mourning the missing children, praying for their souls. As they watched, Jiang whispered, the guy with the mask, that's the village chief's son. He's the main criminal here, the one behind all of this. If we defeat him, we'll complete this main challenge mission. Zuge, I need your help. Zuge agreed. Okay, sure, I got you. Jiang then set Zuge to work. Zuge couldn't help but think, if everything goes the way Jiang said, then fine. But if anything goes wrong, I'm done for. Xiao Jin, still cautious, asked, do you really think this plan will work? Jiang responded, well, we have to at least try. We won't know unless we give it a shot. Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow. What if we try, and it doesn't work? What if completing the mission doesn't happen? Jiang shot back, come on, it'll work. Don't you trust me? You really don't have faith in me? Xiao Jin quickly responded, nope, not at all. Jiang thought to himself, seriously, you don't trust me? Fine, whatever, I'm going. And with that, Jiang quickly changed his appearance and blended into the crowd. Xiao Man looked at him, surprised. Where did you even get those clothes? Jiang grinned. The deputy chief's wife gave them to me. Xiao Man smirked. She seems to give you a lot of things. Just then, the main priest spoke up. Everyone, let's take a moment of silence for the souls of the children. We'll remain silent for 2 minutes. Xiao Man whispered to Jiang. We should start preparing to leave. Jiang, confused, asked, why? What's going on? Xiao Man explained, I think that guy over there is C-rank. Jiang shrugged. So what? The creature from before that was with the kids? That was a C-rank. The Joker I fought before was also C-rank. It's not a big deal, but Xiao Man shook her head. No, the kid's creature wasn't a perfect C-rank. It was made up of the power of small, weak children. You can't really call that a true C-rank creature. And the Joker? He wasn't a perfect C-rank either. He was cobbled together. But a real C-rank creature? You can't even imagine how strong it is. She paused and sighed. I still don't know for sure if this guy's a perfect C-rank. If he's not, we can beat him. But if he is, we're in trouble. You get me? Jiang narrowed his eyes. Wait, are you serious? You're saying even if you give it everything you have, you still can't beat him? Xiao Man grinned. I have something. I still have a trick up my sleeve that can make me win. Jiang, impressed, raised an eyebrow. Then what are you worried about? Xiao Man shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not worried. I'm just saying, if the opportunity comes, I'll be ready to use it. No need to waste any power. The priest's voice broke through the tension. Everyone, pray for the souls of the children. May their spirits find peace. The villagers all began their prayers. The priest then added, "All right then. Our children have been in great pain. There's something strange going on here, and I feel it." The villagers looked around, confused. "Strange? What do you mean? We've been fine for so many years." The priest nodded gravely. For years, no one dared to point fingers. But recently, some people came into the village and caused trouble. And one of them is standing right here. "Look," the priest pointed straight at Jiang. Jiang froze, his eyes widening in shock as he thought, "What? I'm busted." Suddenly, the head nurse shows up and says, "I knew you'd end up causing trouble." The villagers get even more furious seeing her. The priest confronts her, saying, "We're supposed to be on the same side, so why are you acting like this?" But the head nurse smirks and replies, "I'm not here to help humans. I'm here to harvest their organs." Just then, Jiang yells from the side, "Your kids are safe and sound." The villagers pause in shock, but the priest shuts them down, telling them not to believe Jiang, and orders them to attack. The head nurse fights back while Jiang keeps shouting, "Your kids are fine," but no one listens to him. Frustrated, Jiang thinks, "Why won't anyone believe me?" Meanwhile, the villagers keep attacking the head nurse. Xiaoman comments, "The priest hasn't even joined in yet, and you're already struggling. Things aren't gonna go the way you think they will." But Jiang fights back and says, "The plan I made is going to work." Suddenly, one of the kids cries out from the back, "Mom! Dad!" Hearing this, the priest tries to rally the villagers, shouting, "That guy's lying." But the kids turn on him and yell, "Get out of here." Out of nowhere, the priest's body starts burning. Xiaoman says, "Looks like this priest isn't even a perfect C-rank creature. You could totally defeat him." Jiang wonders, why is his body burning? Is this how the chief's son is supposed to die? The priest blames the kids, yelling, "This is all your fault." But the kids curse him even more. Finally, the priest's body completely disappears. Jiang thinks, the priest is gone, so why isn't the mission complete yet? The kids then come up to Jiang and say, "Can you take us to our parents now?" Xiaoman teases him, "You promised to reunite them with their parents, but how are you actually gonna do it?" The head nurse looks at Jiang and says, "So, should I just take the organs of the remaining villagers?" Jiang responds with a grin, "You always show up to help me out when I'm in trouble. Do you like me or something? Thinking about becoming my spirit?" The head nurse glares and says, "I helped you because you once saved me in my tough times. And get the idea of me becoming your spirit out of your head, or I'll crush you." Jiang awkwardly falls silent. He then takes the kids around the village, pretending to search, just to finish time. Finally, he brings them outside the village, where Xiao Jin shows up, with the parents. The kids and their parents recognize each other, and they all reunite happily. Everything returns to normal. As the kids hug their parents, Jiang looks at Xiao Jin and asks, "Don't you want to go to your parents too?" Xiao Jin softly replies, "They've already left this world." Jiang looks upset and says, "Hearing that makes me feel bad." Xiao Jin casually replies, "Don't stress about it. I'm the one who finished them." Jiang freezes in shock. "Why would you do that?" Xiao Jin shrugs. I just felt like it." Hearing this, Jiang's brain just stops working. Then Xiao Jin explains, "Now I get it. The village chief and his son were selling the villagers' organs. They'd promised the kids they'd reunite them with their parents, but instead, they'd seal their parents in the temple." Jiang nods. "Yeah, that's exactly what happened to this village." Xiao Jin suddenly asks about Zhuge. Jiang slaps his forehead, realizing he completely forgot about him. Turns out, Zhuge was off searching for clues, but someone was keeping a close eye on him, watching him intensely from the shadows. Soon, Zhuge finds a clue. But just as he does, Hao sneaks up from behind and presses a weapon against Zhuge's neck. Zhuge smirks, "I thought that girl finished you. Guess you've only got one life left. You should just leave." But Hao snaps, "This is all your fault. My plan was going perfectly, but you ruined everything." Zhuge drops to his knees and says, "All right, fine. Start talking." Hao, furious, shouts back, "You all completed the mission, got the reward, and I got nothing out of it." Zhuge stands up and replies, "So what are you here for? To threaten me or finish me? You really think you can finish me?" Hao answers by punching him, so hard that one of Zhuge's teeth breaks. Zhuge touches his mouth and yells, "Dude, you broke my tooth. That's crossing the line." Hao retorts, "I didn't do anything wrong. Now hand over that file in your hand. Or else." He holds up his axe menacingly. But before Hao can act, his axe slips out of his hand and lands harmlessly beside Zhuge. Zhuge picks it up, glares at Hao with a terrifying expression, and growls, "Now tell me, Hao, what do you think is going to happen to you?" Scene shift to Jiang and Xiao Jin, who are out looking for Zhuge. Suddenly, Zhuge comes running toward them, battered and breathless. Jiang looks him over and asks, "What happened to you?" Zhuge explains, "Hao attacked me, so I fought back and managed to grab this clue before escaping. Don't worry, I didn't finish him. I'm no murderer. I just tied him up." We then see Hao, bound up in a ridiculously humiliating way. Jiang laughs and says, "Nice work. Now, show me the clue." Zhuge reveals the clue. It's a photo frame showing a child with his parents. But strangely, the father's face is scratched out. Behind the frame, Jiang finds a hidden letter. As he reads it, all his doubts suddenly vanish. The others crowd around him and ask, "So, this time, the mission's really gonna be complete, right?" Jiang looks up and confidently replies, "Yes, this time, it's happening." Just then, the village chief's son shows up and snaps, "Everything was going according to plan, but you guys had to go and reunite everyone. Ugh, I'm so mad at all of you." Before anyone can respond, he charges to attack. Zuge steps up, "Oh, so now you want to finish us? Well, guess what, I'm not letting that happen. Right, Jiang?" "But Jiang?" "Oh, he had already run off." Zuge yells after him, "Bro, you can't just ditch me like this." Meanwhile, the chief's son notices Jiang slipping away and chases after him. Zuge tries to keep faith, saying, "Jiang wasn't running away. He's distracting the priest." "Yeah, that's it." Cut to Jiang, thinking to himself, "Okay, I was right. The priest is following me." Jiang reaches the old well and stops there. He grins and says, "Alright, I'm gonna scream now. Should I do it?" The priest panics. "No, don't." Too late. Jiang shouts, "Madame Zhua, come out." No response. Jiang tries again, "Zhua, someone's here to meet you." Finally, Madame Zhua steps out of the well. Jiang is stunned for a moment, but then Zuge and Xiaojin show up, and everything clicks for Jiang. He thinks back to the clues. The system did mention a girl who learned the village's biggest secret and was thrown into the well for it. Between what the system said and what he read in the letter, everything now made sense. That letter, by the way, it was written by Zhua herself. In it, she had exposed how the chief and his son were harvesting the villagers' organs and selling them. She had sent it to a police officer, but before any help could come, she was silenced. Here's the kicker, Zhua was also the chief's wife. Zhua confronts the chief's son, asking, "Why did you do it? You shouldn't have gone this far." The son tries to explain, but Zhua isn't having it. She leaves with her child, refusing to forgive him. The village chief had seen all of this and, with the help of a few others, dealt with Zhua and her child in the most brutal way possible. When the chief's son learned what his father had done, he was furious, and finished his father to get revenge. Back to the present. Zhua, looking visibly scarred, says to the son, "I know I'm ugly now. Is that why you won't come near me?" But the priest stays silent. Then, out of nowhere, he kisses her. Our group, Jiang, Zuge, and Xiaojin, watches in shock, completely red-faced. The priest finally says, "I'll never hate you. You were beautiful, you are beautiful, and you'll always be beautiful. I would have come to you sooner, but I thought you still hated me. I came to the well so many times but never called for you." The two start opening up, sharing their pain and regrets. Meanwhile, our group watches like it's primetime entertainment. Zuge whispers, "Yo, this could totally be a movie." Jiang grins and adds, "And we should call it Dumbass." The priest confesses, "Yes, I sold organs, but I didn't set the village on fire or hurt the children. I was caught in the fire myself and almost burned to death." Jiang, visibly irritated, shouts, "Why is it that every time I think the mission is over, someone else shows up claiming there's another culprit? Who is the real mastermind here?" Suddenly, the duck kid walks in and says, "That would be me." He turns to the priest and snaps, "You hurt my mom, and if you weren't even ready to take responsibility, why did you bring me into this world?" He pauses dramatically before adding, "Now all of you will feel the same pain I've endured." With that, the duck kid launches a mental attack. Everyone is suddenly flooded with memories of their worst moments. For Jiang, his deepest fear is his sister. In the illusion, she appears, pointing a finger at him, blaming him. "This is all your fault. You made so many enemies that I'm suffering because of you." Meanwhile, Jiang's actual sister feels something strange back in the real world and hurries to leave her place. But then, plot twist, a creepy, grinning evil creature emerges from the mirror, ready to attack. Before it can do anything, Zhou shows up and grabs it, saying, "This belongs to the Yi family." So, Qingyao's dad is after Jiang's sister? Huh? Zhou burns the curse paper and quickly makes a phone call, calling for backup from Hong Ling. Before the help arrives, Zhou finds himself caught in the women's restroom, just as a woman asks, "What are you doing here?" Awkward, Zhou pretends to act like a woman and sneaks out of there. He updates Hong Ling, who starts preparing 3 challengers for the fight. But the challengers? Oh, they're not happy about it. "We don't want to go," they protest. Hong Ling shuts them down. "You promised to dedicate your lives to the country when you joined this team, but now you're backing out over one mission? Really?" Reluctantly, the 3 challengers suit up. Meanwhile, back to Jiang. He's still trapped in the duck kid's illusion and drowning in regret. Why did I ever come to this mysterious world? Why did I want to be a challenger? If something happens to me, what will happen to my sister? She has no one but me. Xiao Man tries to pull Jiang out of the illusion but fails repeatedly. Frustrated, she finally says, "I've taken off my clothes." Jiang immediately snaps out of it and says, "What? Show me." Xiao Man rolls her eyes. "No, you perv. I didn't actually take them off." Realizing how long he's been stuck, Jiang mutters, wait, how long was I in the illusion? That kid is insanely powerful. The duck kid notices Jiang is back and stares in disbelief. How did you break out of my illusion so fast? Then, the system chimes in, explaining, that kid never got his father's love. All he ever wanted was his dad's affection. Xiaomen doesn't buy it and points at the duck kid. He's the mastermind behind all of this. If you take him down, you'll finally leave this mysterious world. Jiang stops her, asking her to wait a moment. But before anyone can act, the kid attacks again. Jiang manages to block the hit, though, thinking to himself, this kid may look small, but he's way too powerful. The kid smirks and says, I'm not gonna finish you right now. First, I'll go to your world, destroy your family right in front of your eyes, and then I'll finish you off. Hearing this, Jiang is furious, but Xiaomen calms him down. Don't lose your cool. That's exactly what he wants. Jiang takes a deep breath and says, fine, then let me transform into my second form. Transformed and ready, Jiang dives into the fight. Meanwhile, the kid taunts him again. Why are you fighting so hard? You never got your parents' love either. Why not just leave and quit all this? Jiang fires back, you're jealous. You hate seeing others happy because you didn't get your parents' love. The kid denies it and snaps, I'm not jealous of anyone, before launching another attack. At this moment, Xiao Jin and Zhuge wake up. Zhuge takes one look at the battlefield and panics. I black out for a second, and there's a full-on war happening. Xiao Jin wastes no time joining the fight, but the kid manages to block her attacks. Xiaomen whispers to Jiang, aim for his neck, that's his weak spot. Everyone's weak point is their head. Jiang laughs. Really? Is that why I cut your head off, and you're still here? How do you even see, talk, and hear without a head? Seriously, it's a mystery. As Xiao Jin keeps attacking, Jiang charges from one side, Zhuge from the other, and Xiao Jin goes in from the front for a coordinated attack. Just as their strikes land, the kid's dad shows up, taking the hit and collapsing. Jiang, exhausted from putting all his strength into the attack, passes out. The kid looks at his father, shocked. Why did you save me? His father, gravely injured, replies, because I'm your dad. I know I failed you, but at least now, I can do something right. Zhuge, absolutely terrified, whispers, we just finished his dad in front of him. He's gonna destroy all of us. Run. But the kid turns to his father and yells, you're a traitor. Where was this love when I needed it? Now it's pointless. The father admits, I made mistakes, before his body starts fading away. Suddenly, the kid collapses instead, sparing his father. Everyone stares in shock as Xiaomen explains, the kid just realized his dad truly loves him, so he gave up his life force to save him. That's why the kid's weaker now. Jiang groans. Seriously? This whole thing deserves a movie, and the title should be Dumbass Family. What a family drama. As if on cue, the kid's mom also appears, and there's an emotional reunion. Watching the scene unfold, Jiang thinks, at least everything's fine now, though I'm a complete mess. With that, the mission is complete, and Jiang earns his reward, a doll. The system explains, this doll will revive you in the mysterious world, even if there's no other way left to bring you back. Jiang stares at the doll and mutters, not bad, but I still think the real prize here is surviving this chaotic mess. After the mission, a few minor rewards were handed out. Zhuge was thrilled and said, finally, after all that effort, we've got some rewards. But Jiang wasn't impressed. He looked at the rewards and frowned. His injuries were severe, and he really needed something to help him heal. Suddenly, the kid walked over and handed Jiang a flower, saying, keep this with you, it's a healing flower. It'll fix you up completely. Jiang replied, this is nice and all, but my friends are hurt too. Wouldn't it be great if you had 2 or 3 more? But the kid shook his head and walked off. The kid's dad then chimed in, you don't need to wear those ragged tribal clothes anymore. From now on, you'll wear abibas. Meanwhile, Jiang was still sulking. Xiaomen noticed and asked, why the long face? You got a really special flower? Jiang sighed, it's just a flower. What's so special about it? Xiaomen explained all its unique healing properties, which immediately lifted Jiang's mood. He grinned, alright, let's see how good it is, and ate the whole thing in one go. Zhuge, shocked, shouted, hey, share some with me, man. But Jiang, now fully healed and brimming with energy, replied, the kid gave it to me. Zhuge groaned, I wasn't asking for the whole thing, just a little bit. While they were bickering, Xiao Jin showed up. I'm leaving now. Let's meet again someday. Zhuge ran up to her, panicking. Wait, at least give me your number or address. Xiao Jin turned him down and left without another word. Zhuge sighed and looked at Jiang. Man, no number, no address. Now it's just you and me, bro. We gotta have each other's backs. Jiang smirked. Fine, but don't backstab me over a girl. Zhuge laughed bitterly. Look at my face, man. Does it honestly seem like any girl would go for me? Don't worry, Jiang, if anything, you're the one who'll stab me over a girl. Back in the real world, Zhuge flopped onto the couch, hugging it dramatically. Couch, I love you. Wait, hold up, why is no one else here? Just then, Hongling rushed in and shouted, Jiang, go home now. The E family is planning something against your sister. The scene cuts to the E family's leader, watching a video of Jiang fighting. His bodyguard admitted, "We hired that clown to beat him, but Jiang defeated him easily." The E family leader, enraged, slammed his fist on the table. "I want Jiang's dead body, no matter what. Actually, no, bring him to me alive. I'll personally torture him." The bodyguard warned, "Jiang is currently in the mysterious world." The leader grinned coldly. "Fine. Go after his sister. Grab her, do whatever you need to, and then use her to blackmail him." A few moments later, a squad of C and D rank thugs assembled. One of them grumbled, "This many people, just for one girl?" Nearby, a bodyguard stared at her phone, visibly upset. "I literally sold a kidney to buy this phone. And look, someone's coming over there." Jiang and Zuge arrive at the scene. Jiang warns him, "Watch where you're driving, you might hit someone by mistake." The guys apologize and move on. What they don't realize is that they're looking for someone who's right in front of them. The boss tells one of his men, "Go catch that guy. We need him." The man, making a creepy face, says, "I saw that girl's phone, she's a total stunner. Tonight, I'm definitely having a blast with her." Hearing this, Jiang loses his cool and storms over to the boss, saying, "The guy you're looking for? It's me." Zuge, realizing what's about to happen, mentally prepares himself. Jiang is about to wreck them all. The boss responds, "We didn't know who you were before, but now we see. If you'd run, maybe you'd still be alive. But you've got guts?" Jiang confidently replies, "I didn't run because I've got the guts to stand here. If you want to finish me, come try and catch me first." All the thugs rush after Jiang, chasing him through a deserted area. But Jiang disappears and reappears behind the boss, landing an attack. The boss blocks it, looking unimpressed. Jiang says, "Wow, you actually stopped my attack. Nice move." The boss, smirking, replies, "You're just a kid. Do you seriously think you can keep up with us?" Jiang, filled with confidence, says, "I'm not here to keep up. There's a huge difference between staying and winning. And guess what? I'm going to win." The boss starts to doubt himself but orders his men to attack anyway. Jiang tries to switch into his golden form, but something's wrong. He can't transform. Xiaoman says, "You're not in the right condition for that transformation yet." The boss taunts, "Not every barking dog can bite. Boys, take care of him." The thugs swarm Jiang, and he kicks one in the chest, hitting another between the legs. Jiang grins, "Anyone who messes with me is going to regret it." Xiaoman responds, "These guys are low rank. Don't get too cocky just yet." The boss then tries to attack Jiang from behind, but Jiang dodges it effortlessly. The boss glares at him, "As long as I'm standing here, you'll never be the winner. I'm invincible, especially once I've got my men backing me." Jiang, frustrated, says, "That's cheating. Xiaoman, help me out." Xiaoman sighs, "I told you no before, but you wouldn't listen." Jiang thinks to himself, "If I run now, they'll go after my sister next. I can't keep running from them every time." At that moment, Jiang pulls out a mask he got as a reward and prepares for whatever comes next. Scene changes to the family. Hongling is trying to talk some sense into Qin Yao's dad, telling him, "Stop with this revenge nonsense. It's not going to help you." But Qin Yao's dad isn't backing down. He says, "I have proof. Jiang is the one who finished my daughter, and I'm gonna get my revenge, no matter what." Then the little girl drops some truth bombs. In the mysterious world, anyone can be taken out. We trust people, but even those we trust could betray us. It's like a jungle, only the strong survive, and your daughter was weak. That's why she's gone. Qin Yao's dad refuses to accept it. "My daughter wasn't weak. As her father, I swear I will take revenge for her death." Hongling steps in. "We're not gonna let you do this." Then another girl chimes in, "Your daughter sacrificed 13 people. She's not innocent either. Just think about it. How mad do you think their families must be right now?" They lay it out for him. "Your daughter finished 13 people, and now Jiang's the one who took her life. Think about what's right and what's wrong." Qin Yao's dad finally admits, "Okay, maybe my daughter wasn't perfect, but she was my daughter, and I'll take revenge for her death no matter what." Hongling and the others are like, "We've been trying to explain this to you, but you're just not getting it." Just then, Hongling gets a call from Zhou, who says, "Jiang's back, and his sister is here too." Hongling's relieved. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. Zhou, thinking it's an enemy, gets ready to fight, but it's Zuge who walks in, saying, "Jiang's sister is here? Give me a hug." Zuge pulls her in for a hug, joking, "Jiang's sister, what happened? You're looking so flat in the front today." "But hey, I'm here for it," face with tears of joy. Then Zuge sees something that shocks him. He's frozen because he just hugged Zhou. Zhou, laughing it off, asks, "Why are you all alone? Where's Jiang?" Scene switches to Jiang. The atmosphere is heating up, and the thugs who came to finish Jiang are getting wrecked. The boss calls someone on the phone, saying, You told me this was just some normal guy, but this kid's a monster. Then, Jiang attacks from behind, knocking the boss's guard aside. The boss starts begging for his life, saying, "You said to beat you, but look at me now." Jiang replies, "I was just waiting for you to show how strong you are. Now tell me, what happened to all that confidence?" The boss admits, "I did all this because the Yi family told me to. Please, forgive me." Jiang laughs and says, "Go and trash talk Qingyao's dad for me." The boss, terrified, refuses, "I can't do it. I won't do anything like that again. Please forgive me." Jiang, coldly, pulls out the boss's tongue. "I just took your tongue. If you ever disobey me again, I'll cut more than just your tongue." The boss tries calling Qingyao's dad, but with no tongue, no one can understand what he's saying. Guess that backfired. Hongling asks Zhou, "So, what happened to Jiang?" Zhou replies, "Hold on, let me go check and I'll find out." A little later, they track Jiang down. The situation is bad. Jiang's basically given the boss a masterclass in torture. Xiaoman tries to get Jiang to calm down, but Jiang starts throwing insults at her, grinning face with sweat. Xiaoman's like, "You need to take that mask off, or the bad energy from it will take over." Just then, Zhou's puppet minions show up to stop Jiang. Jiang dodges their attacks, but they catch him in one of their traps. One guy with Zhou says, "This is some kind of magical mask. It's totally taken over Jiang." He tries to do something to Jiang but ends up passing out himself. Face with rolling eyes, they manage to take the mask off Jiang using the puppet's trap. After a while, Jiang wakes up and has no clue what's going on. Xiaoman jokes, "Good thing you're back to your senses. You were giving me the worst insults when you wore that mask." Jiang says, "I need a second to remember what happened." He starts recalling what he did while wearing the mask, and let's just say, things don't look good. Grimacing face, Zhou chimes in, "You did the right thing with the others, but when you put on that mask, you lost control. We barely got you out of it. Who knows what would have happened next?" Jiang remembers someone saved him, and asks, "Who was that guy?" The guy steps forward and says, "It was me, idiot. I saved you." Zhou introduces him to Jiang. Then another guy shows up and says, "Everything's cleared up now." Zhou adds, "Alright, it's all settled for now. But from here on, stay out of trouble." But Jiang's still worried about his sister and asks where she is. A bit later, Jiang gets to meet his sister. She's clearly worried about him. Zuge steps in and says, "As long as I'm around, nothing's gonna happen to your sister. Heck, why not just let me be your brother-in-law?" Jiang, not amused, gives him an epic roast. Unamused face. Just then, Jiang's sister gets a call from two professors from university, who invite them to the biggest hotel in the city for dinner. They want to talk business with Jiang and Zuge. The sister's about to say no, but Jiang and Zuge are like, "The biggest hotel in the city? Free food? You gotta say yes." Of course, she agrees, face with tears of joy. That night, everyone tries to sleep, but Jiang's having trouble falling asleep. He ends up outside the heavenly prison gate again, but it won't open. Then Jiang notices Xiaoman's favor points and thinks, "Okay, what do you want from me? I'm ready to give you anything." Xiaoman casually asks for some comics and cosplay outfits. The next day, the scene shifts to a cosplay mall. You can spot so many characters here. It's cosplay central, and naturally, everyone starts taking photos of Xiaoman. People are saying, "Wow, that's some epic cosplay." You're probably wondering, how can they see her though? Well, let me tell you, Xiaoman can make herself visible whenever she wants. Meanwhile, the crowd swarms Jiang. He's totally stuck in the middle of it and thinks to himself, "These people have no idea I'm just a real-life ghost." Grimacing face. Jiang grabs Xiaoman's hand and starts pulling her through the mall. Then, she spots a dress she likes and goes to try it on. Shopping bags. When she steps out in the dress, she looks so fire that Jiang legit starts losing his mind. Fire. Jiang can't help but say, "I'm not even lying, you look amazing right now." Xiaoman jokingly replies, "If only I had a head too, I'd look even hotter." Jiang laughs and says, "You always say, find my head, find my head. But now, what's up with you coming here today? What's the deal?" Xiaoman gets serious and says, "I'm a mysterious creature. If any contract I sign gets found out in the mysterious world, I'm toast. And if I walk around freely here, people will try to finish me. So, I decided to come to this cosplay mall. Everyone thinks I'm just another cosplayer, so I can enjoy myself a little." Jiang just shakes his head. "Man, your life is a mess." But then, Jiang has a genius idea. A little while later, he puts a helmet on Xiaoman and says, "Now, you're not just good at the cosplay mall. You can go anywhere, and no one will even know you're a mysterious creature." Then Jiang casually asks Xiaoman her surname. Xiaoman gets shy and says, "I'm your spirit. You shouldn't think these inappropriate things about me." Jiang's mind immediately flashes back to that one adult movie he watched where the hero gets all weird after asking the heroine her surname. Face with tears of joy. Jiang looks at Xiaoman and goes, "Wait, when did you watch that?" Xiaoman smirks and says, "Your laptop was open yesterday, so I watched it. And you? Were you thinking about doing those things with me?" Smirking face. Jiang quickly denies it, "I was just asking your surname." My surname is Jiang, so from now on, yours is Jiang too. Xiaoman looks at him and says, what's up with you today? First a helmet, now a surname? What's next? Are you taking me out for a family dinner? Jiang says, you're not my slave, you're family. Overcome with happiness, Xiaoman hugs Jiang tightly. And Jiang? He's just vibing. Relieved face. Then, the system rewards Jiang for completing Xiaoman's favor by giving her a new ability called Infinite Drill. Collision. Cut to Zuge outside, who's clearly jealous and says, you went cosplay shopping without me, why didn't you bring me? Jiang shrugs and says, you were out cold, bro. I tried waking you up, but you were dead asleep. So, Zuge is all curious and asks, who is that girl you were with? Is she my sister-in-law? Tell me her size, I wanna know. Hearing that, Jiang's sister is low-key excited, thinking, looks like it's time for my bro to get serious. Zuge then shows Xiaoman's photo to Jiang's sister, and she's all, okay, she's wearing a helmet, but body-wise? She's looking perfect. My brother knows how to pick girls. When's the wedding? Just don't get her pregnant before that, grinning squinting face. Meanwhile, Jiang's mentally freaking out like, I'm human, and she's a mysterious creature. I can't even think about this. Then, knock knock, two professors show up at the door. But when they spot Zhou, their jaws drop. Flushed face. Zhou casually asks, so, you invited Jiang, right? The two professors start making excuses, saying, oh, we just came to talk to Jiang's sister, face with rolling eyes. Zhou, with a straight face, replies, oh, so you don't need anything from Jiang? Cause I'm here for Jiang, smiling face with sunglasses. The professors quickly change their story. No, we need Jiang and his sister. Zhou just smiles and says, alright, what if a few more people join the party? The professors, obviously caught off guard, agree, rolling on the floor laughing. Next thing you know, Zhou calls in his whole team. He and his crew barge into the room, and the professors are totally stunned. The professors, embarrassed, ask, aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Why are you here? Zhou casually responds, we are on a mission, to save Jiang's sister. Direct hit, both professors' faces? Total confusion, clown face. And then, the main guests of the professors walk in. Let's just say, their outfits were a whole mood. Man dancing, woman dancing. Jiang's sister gets so annoyed, she punches one of them and says, seriously? Go fix your outfit and then come back, oncoming fist. A little while later, everyone's sitting down for dinner, and Zuge asks, what should I order? Jiang, in his typical chill manner, says, order whatever you want, smiling face with sunglasses. Zuge orders everything from the menu, and the professors? Shock level 100. Flushed face 100 points. Zhou, trying to keep things light, says, in this mission, Jiang and Zuge completed it way ahead of schedule. The professors are now thinking, we need Jiang. No matter what happens, we need Jiang. Downcast face with sweat. One of the professors, completely losing it, says, Jiang is mine, face with steam from nose. The other professor is all flexing, look at my body. I'll have Jiang's all over me. Zhou immediately steps in to stop them, but they're not having it. Grinning face with sweat. Jiang's sister, hearing this, says, seriously, why do these two fight so much? A girl nearby casually drops, because your brother's a challenger, and not just any challenger, a high-level one. That's why everyone wants him on their team. Zuge, hearing this, is all smug, thinking, are they talking about me? And now, he's feeling like the luckiest guy in the room. But Jiang stands up, clears his throat, and says, I'm joining all your teams and universities. I'm completing your missions. But hey, just keep the cash flow coming my way, money with wings, money with wings. And the three of them? Bruh, this guy has no shame, face with tears of joy, but they can't stop staring at how chill he looks while saying this. So, one professor says, you can't join all the universities at once. Then Jiang's like, no thanks, not joining any university. The first professor quickly offers, join my university. I'll give you tons of cool stuff. The second professor jumps in, forget him, I'll give you even more stuff. Just join my university. Jiang looks at Zhou and asks, should I do it, or should I not? Zhou, ever the cool guy, says, you decide. Jiang asks the rest of the crew, and they're all, I don't know. Jiang's thoughts are wild. All I care about is my sister's safety, but which path do I take? Then Jiang asks about Yan, wondering, why's Yan MIA? Where did he go? Zhou casually replies, he went to Magic City. Some crazy stuff is happening there. Jiang, concerned, asks, what happened? Hong Ling goes full storyteller mode. Picture this, you're just chilling, sleeping. Suddenly, a coffin shows up next to you. What do? Yeah, that's the kind of wild thing happening in Magic City. And it's happening all the time, she adds. Whoever is doing this stuff? They're top-level S-rank creatures. That's why Yan went to check it out. Zhou chips in, if things get worse in Magic City, we'll need to evacuate everyone to another city. Jiang, now seriously worried, thinks, if something like that happens here, where will my sister even go? Zuge, shaking his head, says, That sounds terrifying. Zhou, deadpan, replies, it's way worse than you think. The first professor adds, we sent people there before. None of them ever came back. The second professor agrees, yeah, same deal with us. Jiang and Zuge look at each other, now freaked out by what they just heard. A little while later, as night falls, Jiang's deep in thought. Sometimes, to save one person, you have to sacrifice another. This world is so messed up. Just then, Zuge, with a wild look on his face, jumps in front of Jiang. Jiang literally jumps back, all startled. Zuge says, I got an idea to get rid of Qingyao's dad once and for all. Jiang, still processing the shock, goes, bro, you've lost it. But Zuge keeps going. Here's the deal. Publicly challenge him and beat him in a fight, like seriously crush him. Jiang, now too tired to argue, calls the mental hospital and says, yo, there's this dude named Zuge, and he's way out there. Get him checked, grinning face with sweat. Zuge fires back, hold up, you finished the family's daughter, right? That's a big accusation, but no proof. The rest of the family? They're not supporting Qingyao's dad either. So it's the best way to take him down. Jiang thinks for a second. You know what? You might be right. Fine, I'll go challenge him tomorrow. Next day. In the family headquarters, one guy is all, this dude's messing up the family name by taking on the conspiracy team. Another one's just shrugging, it's the mysterious world, man. People die all the time. Some come back, some stay gone forever, but Qingyao's dad? He's not backing down. He's obsessed with getting revenge for his daughter. So both members of the Yi family are thinking, there's no way Qingyao's dad can be stopped. Suddenly, a guy walks in and says, Jiang is here. Qingyao's dad steps out and says, I've been looking for you, but you slipped through my hands. But today, finally, you're in my grip. Zuge sees this and gets super nervous. Jiang looks at him and says, you gave me that idea, and now you're freaking out? Zuge suddenly screams at Qingyao's dad and says, yo, listen up, we came here to challenge you. If you've got the guts, accept the challenge. Qingyao's dad, not scared at all, says, am I supposed to be scared of you? Me, scared of you. He was ready to throw down right there. But then, bang, a bullet hits Qingyao's dad. And then Zhou shows up, stepping in to say, no open fights allowed here. Hongling gives Jiang an earful, pulling him by the ear and scolding him. Zuge is in total confusion and says, how did they know we were coming here? Hongling snaps back, bro, you posted about 20 posts with hashtags like hashtag challenge day, hashtag left the house, and hashtag weather is nice. You basically hashtagged your whole trip and still acted surprised they knew. And you, Jiang? Dude, this Zuge is nuts. Do you not understand that? Jiang just quietly says, sorry, Hongling. Qingyao's dad, pissed, says, even if you protect her, I'll still finish her, or I'll finish you. But I'll have my revenge. An old member of the Yi family tells him to chill out and go talk things through inside. Qingyao's dad isn't having any of that. He insists, either I finish Jiang or I finish his sister. One of them is gonna pay. Revenge is mine. Zuge looks over at Zhou and says, you see that, leader? He's threatening to finish us. Jiang turns to Qingyao's dad and says, you want revenge, huh? I just want out of this drama. So here's the deal, I give you 1 month. We fight one-on-one, and whoever wins, gets to finish the other. If you're stronger, you take me out. If I'm stronger, I take you down. Everyone is shook when they hear this challenge, face screaming in fear. But Qingyao's dad gets pretty excited and accepts the challenge. He's all in. A little while later, they're in the office. Hongling's fuming, getting mad at both Jiang and Zuge, asking, which one of you thought this was a good idea? Zuge, in total denial, says, no way. This wasn't my idea. This was Jiang's brainchild. Zhou just laughs and says, I know it was your idea, Zuge. But he continues, Qingyao's dad is a C rank, and you guys? You're C rank too. But there's a big difference in power levels. Jiang stands up and says, how long am I supposed to just hide out while Qingyao's dad plans to finish me or my sister? He's made it clear he's going after us. I can't risk sitting back. I'm stepping up. It's time for a final showdown. I need your help getting to the mysterious world, and I need one more partner too. Her name's Xiaojin. The scene shifts to Xiaojin, who's taking a bath. Suddenly, her master walks in and says, you've got a mission to head to the mysterious world. Next, the scene changes to Hongling and Zhou's all stressed out. He says, what should I do about Jiang? He's gone and challenged that high-level guy. What if something happens to him? Hongling replies, Jiang did the right thing. He's just trying to protect his sister. He wants to take on all the responsibility himself. Zhou, you wouldn't understand. You're not a man who has to deal with this kind of thing. Zhou yells back, just because I didn't get it, doesn't mean I don't get it. I'm a man too, you know. But whatever, forget it. Who did Jiang even call here? Hongling says, He called Xiao Jin, Yan Qing's disciple. But Xiao Jin's got a little mental instability. Let's just hope she's cool hanging out with Jiang and Zhuge on this journey. Then we cut to the mysterious world. Xiao Jin is waiting for the train, and as she hops in, she spots Jiang and Zhuge. Just then, the system announces the mission: survive until the train reaches its final stop. You're all staff for now. Xiaomen says to Jiang, that herb the leader gave you? It's pretty amazing. And Zhou really does want to help you from the heart. Right then, Xiao Jin shows up, and Jiang starts hitting on her. Xiao Jin's not having it and threatens to slap him if he keeps it up. Xiao Jin's creature, yep, she's got one, teases, dude's basically throwing all his game at you. You into it? He's got something about him. Xiao Jin shuts it down quickly, keep quiet, or you're getting slapped too. The creature replies, Jiang's mental power is insanely strong, stronger than mine. Trust me, he's the right guy for you. Meanwhile, in another part of the train, some people are chatting about the mysterious world, and Jiang is listening in, thinking, these people are challengers too. We need to finish our mission before they do. Xiaomen tells Jiang, be careful. A powerful C-rank creature is heading this way. Sure enough, the creature shows up and declares, I'm in charge of this train. I'll assign your tasks. The system pops up with an announcement: complete your assigned task, or your mission will fail. Jiang notices that the in-charge is insanely tall, like basketball player level tall. Then, the in-charge assigns tasks. She tells 2 girls to sell snacks, 2 guys to take people's phones who are taking photos and throw them out of the train, and other random jobs. Finally, she looks at Zhuge and Jiang and says, I don't know what it is, but you two are just making me mad. Jiang's thinking, what did we even do to piss her off? The in-charge just keeps giving Zhuge and Jiang these serious side-eyes. Then she says, your task is to deliver food. If they eat it, great, but if they ask you to serve them, well, you have to feed them yourself. Jiang, confused, asks, why would we feed them ourselves? The in-charge shrugs and says, I don't care. My job is to give tasks. I gave it, now it's your problem. So, everyone gets to their tasks. Jiang thinks to himself, no one here wants to make friends. Everyone's just waiting for someone to betray them. Xiao Jin walks up and says, I'm off to do my part. You two should get to work too. Jiang tells Zhuge, stop being so obsessed with her. Focus on the mission. They head to the kitchen where they're supposed to get the food for delivery. The food? It looks, well, pretty disgusting. And the chefs look like they've had a rough day, too. The chef tells them, I'll help you, but you have to make it yourselves. And, by the way, the people who are supposed to deliver the food have already arrived. Jiang's thinking, if we deliver this, how are we even going to eat it? He asks the chef, what are we supposed to deliver? The chef says, you're delivering this. Honestly, it's so gross, I don't even know how anyone's gonna eat it. They find out that the train is divided into first, second, and third class. And yeah, this food? It's for the third-class passengers. As they reach the door, a guy behind it calls out, hurry up and give me food, I'm starving. Zhuge's jaw just drops at that, and then another mysterious creature shows up and says, just give them the food, they won't hurt you. Zhuge's still skeptical and says, don't open that door, man. If we do, they'll attack us. And that creature might attack from behind? The system chimes in, do exactly what the creature says. Jiang thinks, if the system says that, it must be true. But this creature's acting kinda sketchy, should we trust it? But wait, it's helping us, so, maybe? So, Jiang opens the door, and there are a bunch of mysterious creatures on the other side, with a strong, unpleasant smell. Xiaomen warns them, don't go any further, or they'll attack. Just throw the food and get out of there. Jiang throws the food, and all the creatures pounce on it like it's the last meal on Earth. Zhuge sighs, well, that was a mess, but at least the job's done. Next scene, it's night. Everyone's finished their tasks. The in-charge hands out some cash and leaves. Everyone's happy about the money, but one guy looks a bit uneasy. Zhuge asks him, if you don't want the cash, just give it to me. The guy says, nah, it's not the money. It's just, this place feels a little off to me. Jiang thinks, he's right. We came to this D-level mysterious world, but I've already seen C-rank creatures here. Something's not adding up. The guy says, these mysterious creatures sure eat some weird food. But what's odd is that none of them did anything today. Everything just went smoothly. Everyone else agrees, yeah, everything was smooth for us too. Then Xiao Jin chimes in, I don't care. I'm going to sleep. Jiang's thinking, that's my girl. Get straight to the point, no nonsense. A little while later, Jiang is trying to get some sleep. Then Xiaomen says, wake up, quickly. Xiao Jin's already out there searching for evidence. Scene changes, and we see Xiao Jin, who has reached carriage number 14. Suddenly, Jiang shows up in a nurse outfit and says, hello, madam, how's it going? Xiao Jin throws him a look and says, do you have a weird thing for wearing girls' clothes in the middle of the night? Jiang just denies it. She asks, did you find any evidence? Jiang replies, no, but I'm sure we'll find it in carriage number 14. Xiao Jin asks, how did you even figure that out? Jiang says, I just had a hunch. Then Xiaojin suggests, what if we check outside? Jiang asks, do you really think we'll find anything outside? Xiaojin's about to break the window, but Jiang stops her and just then, they hear a noise. They turn around to see a creature, and the system pops up. It's hungry. Feed it, or there will be consequences. Before they can even react, the creature attacks. But another creature jumps in and stops the first one, saying, there's a rule here. Food is served at specific times. If you're hungry, keep your mouth shut and sit down. You won't get anything now. Go back to your cabin. It's dangerous to roam at night. Jiang's mind is racing. What is going on in this world? I don't get it. Just then, Xiaojin moves to attack the creature, but Jiang stops her, signaling her to hold back. Xiaojin is confused and doesn't understand what Jiang means. The creature is about to leave, but Jiang stops it and says, I'm in a bit of a problem, and I need your help. The creature asks, what kind of problem? Jiang responds, it's a small problem, but the creature just says, if you're not going to explain, I'm leaving, and with that, the creature walks off. Jiang's getting frustrated, thinking, I just needed to keep it busy for a bit, but it's gone now. Then, Jiang remembers that the system had given him some items as rewards after completing a mission. Items he'd never used. He looks at the rewards, a doll, a key that can unlock any door, some meat for food, and last but not least, a firecracker. Jiang's thinking, I definitely don't want to blow up the whole train. I'll use this somewhere else. Scene change to the real world, where things are looking pretty bad. Yan arrives with one of his companions, who's in terrible shape. Yan tells him, don't stress, we will save you. But the man says, I don't think I'm going to make it. I've always dreamed of donating my organs to someone in need after I die. My condition is too bad now, so if any of my organs are good, give them to someone who needs them. And then, the man passes away. Just then, Yan gets word that the captain called him. So, Yan heads over, and the captain asks, where's your teammate? Yan responds, he just died right in front of me, and I couldn't save him. The captain looks sad and says, that's really tough. But I think we have a spy among us. Yan is surprised. What? A spy? The captain continues, think about it. How can our people be dying so easily? There's a spy who's tipping off those mysterious creatures about everything. Our strengths, weaknesses, location, you name it. That's why they're coming after us so fast. Yan nods, you're right. I'll find that traitor and deal with it. But as the captain is thinking, this city is small, but these attacks have been way too frequent. There's something here that those creatures want. We need to find it before they do. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Jiang, who uses some meat to calm down a creature. Jiang asks the creature, tell me about cabin number 14. The creature starts cursing the people in that cabin but then says, you gave me good food, so I'll tell you. Cabin number 14 is protecting something. But there's also cabin 15, which has something even more important. But I don't know what it is yet. Jiang thinks, I thought there was only a cabin 14 here, but cabin 15 exists too. Just then, the system announces, you've found one clue. Now find out what's in cabin 15. The mission name is Sacrifice. Jiang hears the mission's name and gets a little suspicious but thanks the creature and walks away. As Jiang is thinking, so cabin 15 exists, but what could be so important that they're protecting it? When he gets back to his cabin, a guy asks, where were you guys? Jiang replies, why do you care where I went? The guy says, we're on a mission, and it's really strange. Are you even thinking about teaming up? Because we're all at risk here. Then a girl tells the guy to calm down. But the guy is still yelling, look at this guy. He's sleeping so peacefully while we're about to die. Suddenly, Zuge wakes up and says, I had a terrible dream. In it, Jiang and Xiaojin got married, and my heart broke. Zuge shouts at Jiang, bro, you're gonna betray me? I had plans to make Xiaojin my wife, and now you're marrying her? That's not cool. The guy who was yelling earlier says, seriously, you've got some next level drama going on. Let's just team up and finish this mission together already. The girl says, this guy's right. I tried so hard to find evidence but couldn't. But I'm sure one of you has found something. So, I'm asking you, please share what you found. Jiang thinks, I do have evidence, but I don't trust anyone right now. Jiang tells everyone, I don't know anything about any clues. The guy says, it's okay. Let's team up. We have 2 more members. I saw you have a team too. Jiang says, yeah, our team is called Cool Badass. I'm the cool part. Then Xiaojin says, I'm the bad girl part. Zuge jumps in and says, so that makes me the ass part. Then, Zuge asks, wait a second, does that mean I'm the ass? Everyone bursts out laughing. A little while later, they all sit together and start talking about the chaos happening in the real world. The guy says, I wanted to go too, but they didn't take me. They said I'm just a student. I don't know why, but we all have a responsibility to protect the country. Hearing this, Jiang thinks about Zhou. Jiang and Zuge then learn that the mysterious world also has different areas. Kind of like how Los Angeles is a city in our world, there's a separate city in the mysterious world too. Meanwhile, in the real world, creatures from another area attacked Magic City. Zuge asks, Does anyone know which area's creatures attacked Magic City? The guy answers, the creatures from the City of Dead just attacked Magic City, and they're all S-rank creatures. Another guy adds, that city's creatures are also known as barrier ground creatures. Jiang is taken aback and says, I found a clue. Based on the clue, this train is heading straight to barrier ground. This train is currently linked to our world. It will travel directly to our world. Jiang continues, and after I got the clue, a mission unlocked. The mission's name is Sacrifice. Everyone is shocked. Xiaomen says, I know about barrier ground. There's a double S-rank creature there who's the lord of the city. And under him, there are lots of S-rank creatures working for him. By now, that creature has probably reached triple S rank. Jiang says, so, that creature must have attacked our world too. Xiaoman replies, your Captain Yan is strong, but even he wouldn't last against that double S rank creature. One guy adds, we still can't be sure. Maybe we're just overthinking all of this. Zuge agrees, yeah, this guy's right. We're probably just overthinking everything. Then the system sends another message. Due to a technical error, your mission has changed. You need to survive on this train for the next 2 days until it reaches its destination. Everyone freaks out because they were never told they had to survive, and now it sounds like there's danger on the train. Then the in-charge lady shows up and says, I've got good news and bad news. The bad news is that we're lost. But the good news is, we found a new route, and we'll reach our destination in just 2 days. Suddenly, the system sends a message. If these people weren't useful to me, I would have taken them out a long time ago. Jiang thinks, what's the deal with the in-charge? Why are they saving us? Jiang tells everyone, our route has changed, but our mission stays the same. We'll still complete it. Then, the in-charge pulls out the money to pay for today's salary. Zuge asks, should I distribute the salary to everyone? Zuge goes ahead and hands it out to everyone. The in-charge says, go rest. You're not going anywhere, and don't mess with anything. If you do, you won't like the consequences. A while later, it's 12 a.m. The girl says, everything seems fine so far. The guy with glasses says, this train is heading straight to barrier ground, where there are S-rank creatures. How are we D-rank people supposed to survive against them? Another guy says, seriously, we're all done for at this rate. Does anyone have any idea how we can get out of here? Jiang thinks to himself, I have no idea how we get out. All I know is, there's something important in cabin 15. But what exactly? I don't know. The guy with glasses says, Jiang's right. If we go there, we could be in serious trouble. But I'm gonna give my all to survive. You all will too, right? Jiang says, I've got an item firecracker. If a big enemy shows up, I'll stick it where the sun doesn't shine and blow them up. The glasses guy suggests, why don't we blow up cabin 14 with the bomb? Jiang refuses, saying, no, cabin 14 is there to protect cabin 15. It's not that simple. Xiao Jin chimes in, what if we blow up the entire train? The other girl says, if we do that, the mission could go wrong. Here's what we can do. Let's move slowly, figure things out, and get ourselves finished. We can revive once. Jiang agrees, yeah, we can try that. We could blow up the cabin, get finished, revive, and if the train stops, we might get more time to survive. So, they sneak towards the cabin, and notice everyone's there, just chilling. Xiao Jin asks, should I take them all out with my sword? The guy in the back tells Xiao Jin to chill. Then the girl says, I've got something that might work. She pulls out an artifact and starts playing a song. As the creatures hear the music, they all pass out. The girl says, done. It's working, but then all the guys become completely hypnotized by her voice. Xiao Jin smashes the window, and Jiang jumps outside the train. Xiao Jin and Zuge follow Jiang up onto the roof of the train. Suddenly, something strange happens, and the system announces, you've discovered a clue called the ghost hand on the train. Jiang thinks to himself, what in the world does that even mean? Suddenly, huge hands appear and start attacking, and our team is desperately trying to dodge them. Xiao Jin tells Jiang, quick, set the bomb. We'll hold off these hands for now. Jiang runs ahead and places the firecracker between two cabins, waiting for it to go off. Zuge asks, bro, did you set the bomb? Jiang says, yeah, it'll go off in 72 hours. Zuge is relieved. Okay, 72 hours, not bad. But then, he realizes, wait a second, it's gonna blow up in 72 hours, but the train will reach its destination in 2 days. Jiang responds, hold up, I've got time to tweak it. I set it to 10 seconds. Zuge freaks out. Wait, you set it to 10 seconds? Are you out of your mind? We need to move now, or the firecracker will blow. And boom, the explosion happens. The blast is so intense that cabins 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 get completely separated from the rest of the train. The train in charge arrives, shocked. What just happened here? The driver says, someone set off a blast and completely separated our cabins. Outside, everyone's disoriented from the explosion. The in-charge quickly gears up, saying, we need to stop this mess, fast. Jiang is hiding around her, and Xiao Jin pulls him aside, whispering, blood, blood. Jiang asks, whose blood? She replies, the train's blood is leaking. Hurry, we need to get out of here, she's coming this way. Jiang tries to lift Zuge, but he's still knocked out. But as soon as he say, Xiao Jin is standing there without her clothes on. Zuge instantly comes to his senses. He says, okay, tell me where she is. But Xiao Jin is already fully dressed now. Xiao Men sees them and says, both of you are a bunch of perverts. The in-charge asks her staff, do any of you know what happened here? One of them says, I think terrorists are behind this. The in-charge tells him to stop talking nonsense and says, go find out who did this, quickly. At that moment, our team is sneaking out from the side, and the in-charge spots them. She asks, everyone's in their cabins, but what are you three doing out here? Don't tell me this is your doing. The system chimes in, this girl is just transferring things, and she doesn't like unnecessary extra efforts. If she gets caught up in that, she might just finish someone. Jiang comes up with an excuse and says, we came here for the toilet, we have nothing to do with the explosion. Zuge chimes in, my bro's totally right, and I curse the guy who set that firecracker. May he never get a girlfriend. And if he does, may his girlfriend end up with his best friend. And if he has a sister, she'll end up with his friend too. His friend will stay married while he's forever single, watching his buddy live his best life. That's my curse for the firecracker guy. The in-charge hears all this and, super mad, tells them, get out of here. And with that, they make their exit. Zuge says, finally, we got away from all that mess. So, the guy with glasses speaks up. We have a chance to revive, but that doesn't mean you should shake the whole train like it's a vending machine. Jiang replies, we don't exactly have experience blowing up trains. Next time, we do train 11. Then, there's an announcement. The issue with the train has been fixed, and we're ready to leave now. Everyone's looking at each other, all confused. Zuge says, we literally just had an explosion an hour ago, and now these guys fixed everything in no time. Jiang suggests, let's try something else. The guy with glasses adds, they probably have some kind of tool that can fix the train easily. And if there's another blast, it will fall on us. Jiang says, we're going straight to cabin 15 and checking it out ourselves. So, at night, Jiang and Zuge make their way there. They pass cabin 14 when Zuge stops Jiang from going forward. When they peek inside, they see that the creatures inside are in a complete mess, and Zuge is freaked out. All the creatures approach them and say, feed us. Jiang quickly tells Zuge, get that light item out now. So Zuge pulls it out, but just as he does, the item slips out of his hand and lands in one of the creature's paws. Zuge tries to grab it back from the creature, and surprisingly, the creature hands it back. Then, Zuge starts scaring the creatures away. That's when Xiao Man steps forward and makes herself visible. Zuge, for the first time, sees her and says, what a strange creature you are. He then adds, bro, I'd like that creature you've got there. Jiang asks all the creatures, what's in cabin 15? Tell me now. All the creatures reply, we don't know. We're just here for the train's fuel. That's when Jiang realizes, this train is alive, and these creatures are here to recharge it. That's why it was fixed so quickly. Jiang shakes his head and says, I don't think I'm getting anything useful from these creatures. Xiao Man then tells him, up ahead is cabin 15. Whatever we're looking for is probably in there. You know what to do now, don't you? Jiang figures it out. To stop this train, I need to deal with all these creatures. Reluctantly, Jiang starts taking down all the creatures in the cabin. Zuge watches, totally shocked, thinking, he's handling this like he's chopping vegetables. They finally reach cabin 15, but there's a lock on the door. Jiang pulls out a key that can open any lock. He unlocks it. Xiao Men warns, there might be danger inside. I'll help you. Jiang switches into his golden form. They enter, but it's all dark. As they move forward, they spot a box. Just as they get close to it, Jiang's golden form disappears. He quickly tells Zuge, get out of here, now. Suddenly, the system warns, danger, massive danger. This threat is triple S rank. Jiang is thinking, how is this even possible? Just as they try to leave, they're attacked, and both of them get taken out. But they have one revive left, so they come back to life. Jiang, still shaken, wonders, what was in that box? It finished us in a second? Xiao Man says, if I'm right, the box holds a creature's heart, and not just any creature, but a triple S rank creature's heart. Hearing this, Jiang starts doubting everything. The area they're in is supposed to be D rank, but they've already seen C, A, and S rank creatures. And just 2 minutes ago, they almost died. Jiang's freaking out. But then there's Zuge, chilling like nothing happened, sleeping without a care. If Zuge dies for real, there's no coming back, Jiang thinks. But I still have this doll that can revive me. What about Zuge though? Just then, Xiao Jin calms him down, saying, don't stress. The rest of the team shows up, and Xiao Jin pulls out her sword and asks, who are you guys? They respond, we're part of your team. Jiang speaks up, I went to cabin 15, and inside that cabin was the heart of a triple S rank creature. Hearing this, one girl gets scared and says, we're in a D rank area, which means only D rank creatures should be here. How are there triple S rank creatures? Jiang replies, you've probably noticed how the atmosphere here feels more like an S rank level. I also found out that cabin 14 is like the train's food source, which is why it got repaired so quickly. Then Zuge speaks up from the back, what are you all talking about? Jiang tells him, you better leave this mysterious world. If you die now, you won't get to revive. Zuge responds, you're out of revives too, so you should come with me back to my world. Jiang proudly says, no way, I'm too cool for that. Zuge retorts, I'm cooler than you. The guy with glasses then chimes in, I noticed something too. All the creatures that were here yesterday? They're gone today. Jiang asks, do you guys understand what this means? Everyone responds, yes, we need to wipe out all the creatures here. One guy tries to finish a creature, but it has no effect. Then, the in-charge announces, that's enough with the humans. Now, you can eat any human you see. The creature grabs the guy's throat. The creature laughs, you thought you could finish me? Suddenly, another team member comes to the rescue and saves the guy. He asks, are you okay? Then, he says, let's take these creatures down together. The first guy pulls out his weapon, and they move to attack. Meanwhile, word spreads in the other cabin about the trouble, and people go to check it out. Then another guy walks in and challenges all the creatures to a fight. In the other cabin, Xiao Jin and another girl step in and wipe out the creatures. In another cabin, the guy with glasses is in a fight, but he's struggling because a bunch of creatures have surrounded him. The creatures are mocking him, saying, you're so weak. Look at your hands shaking. Suddenly, the glasses guy takes out one creature in a single strike, and his confidence skyrockets. He starts taking down more creatures, one after the other. But out of nowhere, one creature sticks its hand through his chest, and the glasses guy is done for. Jiang quickly tells Zuge, take this firecracker and plant it on cabin 14. That way, all the creatures will be wiped out at once, and the train won't have a chance to heal. Zuge agrees, saying, I'll make sure this mission goes perfectly. Then Jiang eats a magical herb that boosts his power for a while. Xiaoman also increases Jiang's power from behind, which upgrades Jiang's golden form a little bit. Zuge, seeing the change, says, you're looking awesome, bro. From behind, I thought you were a girl, but I'm glad you showed your face. Jiang laughs, sometimes you give off some questionable vibes, Zuge. And seriously, the way you chase girls? It's kinda creepy. At that moment, the glasses guy revives and comes back. Zuge repeats the girl comment, and now the glasses guy says it too. The glasses guy also reveals, when I was fighting that creature, it didn't even have a heart when I attacked. Jiang says, when I was fighting, that creature definitely had a heart, though. Forget about all that, Jiang adds, go with Zuge to set the bomb. Since you've just come back to life. Back in the other cabin, things are not going well for their team. But Jiang swoops in and wipes out all the creatures. Just as he's done, another creature tries to attack from behind, but Jiang takes it out too. Zuge walks in and says, we've set the firecracker. Now, tell me who we're taking down next. Seeing the chaos, this is cheating. You didn't even give me a chance to die properly. Then, after a brief moment, the firecracker goes off, and everyone escapes the train. But Jiang warns, the fact that the train has stopped doesn't mean we're safe. We still have the train's in charge and the chef to deal with. And that chef? He's an S-rank creature. Right after that, the in-charge shows up and says, you guys may have wiped out the others, but now it's our turn to deal with you. Cut to the Magic City, where the creature boss says to Yan, Captain, I fought a lot of humans, but you're the only one who gave me a real challenge. Killing you won't feel right, so I'll give you a chance. Drop the human act and join me as my human slave. I'll make your life better. But Yan starts laughing and says, I'd rather die than work with a creature like you. Next scene, in the mysterious world, the chef draws his weapon, and our team gets ready for battle. The in-charge suddenly makes the scariest face. Jiang immediately senses that she's an S-rank creature. He tells everyone to step back, but before anyone can react, the in-charge goes after that girl and attacks. And you can see for yourself how badly things go for the girl. The in-charge says, this was just the beginning. Something much worse is coming for all of you. Seeing the in-charge's actions, Jiang gets furious. Without hesitation, he attacks the in-charge and slices off her hand. Shocked, she freezes in place. But Jiang does not stop there. He kicks her with full force, sending her flying. Just then, the chef steps in to help the in-charge, but before he can do anything, Xiao Jin attacks him from behind. The chef, however, blocks her attack with ease. At that moment, another guy jumps in and attacks the chef as well. Now, it is a 2-on-1 fight against the chef. Meanwhile, the in-charge is still in shock, unable to process what just happened. How can this guy be so powerful? She wonders. Before she can react, Jiang cuts off her other hand too. You should not be this strong. This is impossible, she says, glaring at him. Jiang smirks. if you have any last words before you die, now is the time. The in-charge, instead of panicking, starts laughing. You cannot finish me, and just then, out of nowhere, a hand emerges from the train and attacks Jiang. But he manages to block the attack. While he is dealing with that, the in-charge fully heals herself. I told you, she says smugly, someone like you could never take me down. Jiang sighs. I have not even used my main move yet. With that, he starts slicing through the train's hand. From the side, Zuge calls out, I have a talisman. We can use it to fight this thing easily. But before he can do anything, multiple hands from the train grab him from all sides. Bro, help me. Zuge screams. These hands are thinking of doing something inappropriate to me. Before Jiang can react, the hands grab him too. The in-charge smirks. See? This is what happens when people mess with me. I do not understand how weaklings like you even thought you could take me on. She pauses, narrowing her eyes. But there is something strange about you. I can sense the aura of a mysterious creature inside you. She leans in slightly. I will give you one chance. Hand over that creature to me, and I will let you live. Jiang raises an eyebrow. This is not some old-school 90s movie where you tell me to do something, and I just hand it over. The in-charge sighs. I knew you would not give it up so easily. That is why you should prepare to die. The scene cuts to the chef, still fighting Jiang's group. They quickly realize something. If they keep fighting like this, they will lose. If we just let him attack first, one of them thinks, we will get an opening to take him down. But before they can act, the chef strikes first, hitting the guy with glasses. The scene shifts back to the in-charge, who is now fully prepared to eliminate Jiang and Zuge. At that moment, the system gives out a message. This girl absolutely hates people who try to play the hero. She does not care about the world, she only cares about herself. She will do anything to survive and grow stronger. Jiang chuckles. Yeah, I know what kind of person you are. Someone who is completely in love with herself. Then he smirks. And you know what? That is not a bad thing. I love myself too. In fact, I think anyone trying to be a hero is just an idiot. Hearing Jiang's words, the in-charge gets confused. Wasn't he trying to act like a hero just a moment ago? And now he is saying all this weird stuff? Jiang continues. Anyone who tries to be a hero eventually turns into a villain. But we were villains from the start, so why not join forces? Zuge stares at him, completely lost. What is Jiang even talking about? Jiang leans toward him and whispers, get ready. For what? Zuge asks. Jiang repeats, just be ready. Zuge squints. For what, though? I cannot hear you properly. Jiang looks at him, thinking, I keep telling him to be ready, but why is he making that weird face? The in-charge interrupts. What are you two whispering about? Just tell me, who is better, me or you? Jiang breaks free from her grip and grins. It's me, babe. Then, without warning, he attacks her. The in-charge fights back, blocking his strikes. Meanwhile, Jiang keeps telling Zuge, get ready, hurry up. Zuge groans. For what? Just tell me properly. Jiang sighs. Dude, get your talisman out and be ready to attack. Finally understanding, Zuge pulls out his talisman and attacks. This creates the perfect opening for Jiang. He swings his blade, slicing off the in-charge's head. But he does not stop there. He cuts the head into two and delivers one final strike, completely destroying her. Zuge stares in shock. Dude, she's gone. And with that, he passes out. Jiang rushes over. Hey, you okay? Zuge weakly nods. Yeah, just exhausted, but then, his eyes widen. Behind Jiang, the in-charge is getting back up. Before Jiang can react, she attacks him straight in the chest. Did you really think you finished me off? And just like that, she grabs her severed head and reattaches it to her body. Zuge panics. Jiang, are you okay? The in-charge laughs. No, he is not. And you are about to be next? The scene shifts. Jiang suddenly revives, thanks to a mysterious doll. He takes a deep breath. If I die here again, this might really be the end for me. A few moments later, Zuge revives too, also because of the doll. We need to get out of here, Zuge says, looking around. Jiang shakes his head. No, I am not leaving. I need to finish her off. But something is not adding up. How did she come back to life even after all that? And during the fight, I noticed something. Her power was increasing on its own. Xiaomen speaks up. They must have used twin force. It slowly boosts their power over time. That means the chef's strength must have increased too. The real problem? Twin force also allows them to heal no matter how much damage they take. Jiang clenches his fists, so they are basically invincible. Then tell me, how do we take them down? Xiaomen says, we need to cut off both of their heads at the same time. That is the only way to finish them for good. Jiang grins. Well, now that we know their weakness, it is time to use it against them. Let's go end this. Zuge stands there, deep in thought. I keep telling Jiang not to fight, but he will not listen. Which means, I have no choice but to help him. The scene shifts to another group. One of the guys turns to a glasses-wearing boy and says, "Just die once and revive again." The boy adjusts his glasses. "I already died once. If I go down again, I will not be able to come back." The other guy frowns. "Then what are you still doing here? Go back to the real world while you still can. I still have one revive left, so I will stay and buy us some time." The boy shakes his head. "Do not worry about me. I will watch from a distance." The guy warns him, "Fine, but stay far away. Do not come near. You are in bad shape right now." The boy nods. "I will just observe." With that, the guy heads into battle. The boy watches from afar, thinking, "We have to stop these creatures no matter what. If we do not, they will break into our world." Meanwhile, the in-charge reunites with the chef. The chef smirks. "Did you really think you could defeat us?" He powers up, his aura growing stronger. One of the fighters turns to Xiao Jin. "How do we stop him now? He is even more powerful than before." The chef laughs. "You were talking about killing me? Let us see how you plan to do that." He lunges at Xiao Jin. She freezes, caught off guard. But at the last second, the glasses-wearing boy jumps in and takes the hit for her. He grits his teeth. "I was useless to you alive, but at least I can save you by sacrificing myself." And with that, he collapses, disappearing forever. The other two fighters grit their teeth. "You finished our friend?" The chef shrugs. "Do not worry, I will finish you, too." He strikes again, and just like that, both of them are gone. Now, he turns his attention to Xiao Jin. But this time, she is serious. She looks at her creature. "Increase my power. Now." The creature hesitates. "I cannot. If I boost your power any further, your body will not handle it. You could end up in a coma, for years." Xiao Jin does not even blink. "I do not care. I made up my mind. Either I finish him, or I die trying." The chef smirks. "Oh? You want to die? Fine. Then let me do the honors." But before he can attack, Xiao Jin's power skyrockets. She moves fast, aiming to take him down from behind. The in-charge notices at the last second. "Watch out, she is coming from behind." At that moment, Jiang appears behind the in-charge. "You might want to check behind you, too," he says. She whips around, eyes widening. "You are still alive?" Jiang grins. "Not for long, if you have your way. But this time, I am not going down so easily." And with that, their fight begins. Xiaomen calls out, "Xiao Jin, you are fighting over there, and Jiang, you are fighting here. You two need to coordinate properly and cut off their heads at the same time. That is the only way to win." Jiang nods. "All right, then. I am about to power up." He activates his infinite duel technique, and instantly, his power surges. Without wasting time, he launches a series of attacks on the in-charge, overwhelming her. Then, he shouts over to Xiao Jin, "We need to take their heads off at the same time." Meanwhile, Xiao Jin is locked in battle with the chef. Suddenly, two of their allies regain consciousness and jump back into the fight. Seeing this, the chef tenses. "If all three of them come at me together, this will not be easy." He does not waste a second. He slashes through Xiao Jin, cutting her clean in half. But the next moment, his eyes widen. It was a clone. The real Xiao Jin appears behind him. "Get ready to die." The scene shifts to Jiang. The in-charge glares at him. "You already died once. Time to finish the job." She lunges forward to strike, but Jiang easily catches her attack midair. He tilts his head. "What is wrong, madam? Is that all you have got?" Then, with a sharp twist, he dislocates her arm. She stares at him in shock. "How? How did your power increase so much?" Jiang throws a punch straight at her. She stumbles back, gasping. This should not be possible. "How did your strength surpass mine?" Jiang smirks. "Simple, like this." With one swift motion, he slices off her head. At the same time, Xiao Jin does the same to the chef. Their heads hit the ground simultaneously, and the creatures they control disappear into nothing. Jiang lets out a breath, finally feeling some relief. It is over, and then, he collapses. Zuge rushes to his side just as the system announces, "Mission complete." A reward screen appears, displaying a knife, a flower, a book, a chain, and a key to some kind of castle. A little later, Jiang's eyes flutter open, and the first thing he sees is Zuge, leaning in close. Jiang yells, "Hold on, your name is Zuge, or are you just actually gay?" Zuge crosses his arms. "I saw it in a movie. When someone is unconscious, you are supposed to give them CPR." Jiang groans. "Where do you even watch this nonsense?" Before they can argue further, their attention shifts to Xiao Jin and the others, the ones building a tomb for their fallen teammates. Jiang's expression darkens. "They are gone. I feel awful," Zuge sighs. "That was their choice. They could have left this mysterious world if they wanted to, but they decided to stay and fight. We should respect that." Xiao Jin clenches her fists. "That boy with the glasses, he died because of me. He did not know me. I did not know him. But still, he sacrificed himself for me." One of the other guys says, "None of us really knew each other. But even then, they stayed and fought until the very end. They were heroes. Real heroes. Jiang nods. Zhuge is right. This was their decision, and we should respect it. With that, 2 of the remaining fighters exit the world. Then, Xiao Jin follows. Zhuge looks at Jiang and smirks. Well, they are gone. When are you leaving? Jiang says, everything is fine now, but the heart of that triple S rank creature is still inside the train. The scene then shifts to the real world, where Zhou gets a call saying that Yan is coming back. One of the team members says, Captain is coming back, let's throw a party. Zhou replies, Yan just got back from battle, and he's in bad shape right now. We'll do something later. Then, one of the girls on the team says, I can smell red liquid up ahead. Everyone gets ready for what's coming. Zhou thinks to himself, this is Qing Yao's father's area, and he's gone into the mysterious world for now. So, no one should be able to disturb us. As they move forward, the smell of dead bodies hits them. The closer they get, the more bodies they see, and in the middle of them is a pillar with a talisman attached to it. Zhou says, Qing Yao's father is doing all this in revenge for his daughter. How many innocent lives has he taken? He tells the girl to turn on the light. As she switches on her phone's flashlight, the pillar starts cracking, and green smoke starts leaking from it. The scene then shifts to Jiang, where Zhuge says, Man, I can't sleep anymore. I'm out of here. Xiaoman asks Jiang, aren't you leaving? Jiang gives an evil smile. Xiaoman asks, why are you giving me that creepy smile? Jiang pulls out a puppet, which he had received as a reward. He can control this puppet. Xiaoman asks, but what are you going to do with that puppet? Jiang says, there's still something I need to do. I'm going to find out about the heart of that triple S rank creature. Jiang says, if we go near that creature's heart, it will attack us. But if we send this puppet instead, it can reach the heart easily. So, Jiang controls the puppet and sends it toward the heart. As soon as the heart comes out of the box, it gets absorbed into the puppet's body. The puppet says, wow, this is amazing. Thank you so much. But then, Jiang suddenly feels a shock. He has lost control over the puppet. Xiaoman asks, what happened to you? Jiang quickly says, nothing. But in his mind, he thinks, if I tell Xiaoman, she will just make fun of me. Just then, the puppet appears, and Jiang gets completely freaked out. Without wasting a second, he exits the mysterious world and runs away. However, instead of returning to the real world, he ends up outside the heavenly prison again. Jiang says, how did I end up here? Xiaoman explains, it takes 5 seconds to return to the real world, and the puppet was too close. If I had not pulled you out, that would have been your end. Jiang thanks Xiaoman for saving him. Then he asks her about the key he received as a reward. Xiaoman replies, I don't know, but I feel like I have seen this key somewhere before. Maybe I know something about it. Jiang asks, could this be the key to some great treasure? Xiaoman says, I am not sure. I just cannot remember. Jiang gets a little disappointed hearing that. Then, Jiang hands Xiaoman a book. It is the same book he had given her before. Xiaoman says, last time, I tore that book apart. Aren't you worried I might do it again? Jiang replies, of course, I am a little worried. But you are my friend, and for a friend, I can take this loss. Then Jiang says, last time, you asked the book the wrong question. Xiaoman says, I just want my head back, so of course, I will ask about that. Jiang explains, do not ask the book directly. Try to change the question a little. For example, ask who has my head? The book will then show a name, which means that person has your head. You also paid someone $1 billion to find it, right? Maybe that person kept it. Xiaoman says, wow, you are so smart. When I had my head, I was just as smart as you. Jiang replies, yeah, you lost your head, and along with it, your brain too. Then Jiang arrives outside a jail. At that moment, a system message appears. There is a mysterious D-rank creature inside. Jiang thinks, it seems like there is another creature here, just like Xiaoman. If I make it my spirit, I will have 2 spirits. After putting in a lot of effort, he finally opens the jail door. Jiang thinks, I want a creature like Xiaoman, but with a head. That way, I can flirt a little. But the moment he steps inside and sees the creature, his mood completely drops. Jiang thinks, how could I even think about romance? If the police find out, they will throw me in jail. Because this creature is just a little kid. Jiang says, hey there, little girl, how are you? Do you want some candy? The creature gets angry, really angry. The system then explains that she is always angry because she is afraid of something. That fear makes her constantly ready to attack. And just then, the creature lunges at Jiang. The scene shifts to Xiaoman, who arrives and sees the creature attacking Jiang. Xiaoman says, wow, what a cute little zombie. She wants to eat you. Just let her. Jiang thinks, she must be hungry, but I am definitely not letting her eat me. Then he remembers, the system said this creature is scared of something. So Jiang tries to scare her. The creature gets frightened, and her favorability points drop into the negatives. Jiang is shocked. He thinks, even if I make her my spirit, she is just going to be a problem for me. So he turns to Xiaoman and says, I am going back to the real world. You figure out what she is so afraid of. Xiaoman replies, sure, I will torture her until she tells me. Jiang glares at her. What did you just say? Xiaomen quickly says, I meant I will show her a torch and ask her, since it is dark in here, you know? Then Xiaoman adds, oh, and I found out the name of the guy who took my billion and has my head. Jiang looks at the book, and it shows the name Wang Yan, also known as Flame Devil. Jiang then returns to the real world. Hongling greets him, wow, you completed another mission so easily? Jiang replies in a sad tone, we lost 3 of our team members during the mission. I feel really bad about it. Hongling sees his expression and thinks, Jiang has changed a lot. She pulls him into a hug and says, forget about all that. We are going to a dinner party tonight. Are you coming? Jiang says, free food? Of course, I am coming. But first, I need to find someone. Hongling asks, who are you looking for? Jiang says, a guy who took $1 billion from me. I need my money back. Hongling stares at him. You mean 100,000, right? Jiang shakes his head. No, I said 1 billion. Hongling immediately dials a mental hospital and says, yeah, there is a guy named Jiang here. He has lost his mind. Please come pick him up right away. Jiang protests, I am serious. He really took $1 billion from me. Hongling says, how could you possibly have $1 billion? I am not telling you anything. Just go away. Jiang keeps requesting her for information, but she refuses. As Jiang starts to leave, he says, I will find out about Wang Yan on my own. Hearing this, Hongling stops him. Wait, what did you just say? Jiang replies, yeah, his name is Wang Yan. His nickname is Flame Devil. Hongling is shocked. That is impossible. Jiang says, you can check for yourself. Hongling looks up Wang Yan's data and tells Jiang, Wang Yan died in the mysterious world back in 2023. One of our own challengers finished him. Jiang thinks, how is that possible? The book clearly mentioned his name. There are only 2 explanations, either the conspiracy team is hiding something from me, or they have the wrong information about Wang Yan. Jiang asks, are you sure he is really dead? Hongling replies, we sent double S-rank challengers to capture him, but he finished them all. Wang Yan was a triple S-rank fighter. Are you seriously saying he took $1 billion from you? Jiang sighs, well, he took it. What am I supposed to do about it now? Hongling glares at him. Get out. I do not like people who lie this much. Jiang and Zhuge leave. After they are gone, Hongling calls Yan. I need to talk to you about something. Yan groans, I am already having a rough time, so do not make it worse. The scene shifts to Jiang and Zhuge. Zhuge asks, dude, are you serious? Someone named Wang Yan took $1 billion from you. Jiang replies, why would I lie about that? Just then, Zhuge gets a call. He blushes while answering it. Jiang raises an eyebrow. Who are you talking to like that? Zhuge grins. My fiancé. Jiang frowns. Wait, you had a girlfriend who dumped you, right? Where did this fiancé come from? Zhuge shrugs. Yeah, my girlfriend left me, but I never said anything about a fiancé. Jiang stares at him. How did you end up with someone that hot? Zhuge smirks. That is why I do not worry too much about girlfriends. I am getting married anyway, and she invited me to a hotel tonight. You know what that means, right, bro? Jiang gets suspicious. The scene shifts to a hotel. Inside, a group of people is sitting together, some important family members and a key figure from the Huang family, who also owns the hotel. One of the guests says, your daughter is really impressive. The girl's father nods. Of course, my daughter is extremely talented. She could even reach triple S rank in the future. Just then, Zhuge and Jiang arrive at the hotel. The girl's father scoffs. Look who just walked in like they own the place. Jiang leans over to Zhuge and whispers, something feels off. I think this is going to end in a breakup. Zhuge laughs. Come on, I came here to talk about marriage. Why would I be thinking about a breakup? Jiang shakes his head. You are not, but they are. Zhuge turns to the girl and says, hey, how are you? So, shall we talk about the wedding? The girl's father suddenly yells, You are just some nobody from the Zhuge family. You have no right to marry my talented and beautiful daughter. A member of the Lien family interrupts. Everyone, calm down. And you, Zhuge or whatever your name is, get out of here. Now. Jiang steps in. Hey, uncle, watch your mouth. The girl's father sneers. This Zhuge guy is trash. The only reason this marriage was even considered was because his mother once saved our grandfather's life. But honestly, Zhuge is so worthless he does not deserve to marry my daughter. Zhuge looks at the girl. Is this what you want? Do you want me to leave? The girl crosses her arms. Yes, that is exactly what I want. You are so lowly that you are not even good enough to marry a maid from our household. Jiang clenches his fists. All right, that is enough. I will not stand here and let you insult my friend. The girl's father turns to Jiang. You are Jiang, right? I have heard a lot about you. No parents, right? Kids without parents are always disrespectful. Jiang glares. Watch what you say, old man. The father scoffs. No manners at all. Jiang snaps. Oh, you want to see manners? Fine, I will show you. But before Jiang can do anything, Zhuge holds him back. Bro, do not start a fight with these people. Meanwhile, someone whispers to the girl's father. Why are you even arguing with this trash? Just ignore them. Jiang smirks. Alright, if you think we are trash, then how about a bet? Are you willing to accept? The girl's father raises an eyebrow. What kind of bet? Jiang says, in the upcoming battle against the Yi family, I will win. The girl's father bursts out laughing. Do you even know how powerful Qingyao's father is? Jiang shrugs. If I win, this girl will become my friend's mistress. She will have to be with him 24/7. The girl gasps. How dare you say that about me in front of my father? The father slams the table. You have the nerve to talk about my daughter like that? Jiang grins. You seem pretty confident Qingyao's father will win. So, what is stopping you from taking the bet? Are you scared? The father glares. Fine, you have a deal. But if you lose, we will make sure you two are finished. Jiang and Zhuge leave the place. Jiang laughs. Man, that bet was totally worth it. Just then, Xiaoman arrives. About the task you gave me. I found out something about the girl. Jiang asks, what did you find out? Xiaoman leads him somewhere and explains. She is terrified of school. Jiang frowns. Kids in the real world are afraid of school, but a creature scared of school? That is something new. Jiang thinks to himself, finally, I get it. This kid is scared of school. Now, this is going to be fun. He picks up a school book and shows it to the creature. Look, I have a book in my hand, and starting today, I am sending you to school. They will give you tons of homework. Hearing that, the creature gets terrified, and Jiang earns a fear point, which unlocks a spin option. Jiang checks the available rewards and ends up winning the yin-yang eye. This ability allows him to see bloodstains in a room where a crime took place, even if all the evidence has been erased. Just then, Zhuge walks in, and Jiang is shocked to see his condition. Zhuge sighs. Brother, you messed with my almost wife's hair. You should not have done that. There is still time, just back out. Jiang shakes his head. I did not challenge her for you. Those people were not insulting you directly, they were throwing jabs at me. Zhuge asks, so, do you have a plan? Jiang smirks. If I lose, I will just kidnap her. Zhuge stares. Bro, that is a crime. Just then, Zhuge gets a message from Hongling about a party. Jiang wonders, why is Hongling throwing a party now? They both head to the party, and as soon as they arrive, Hongling says, order whatever you want. You guys just had a wedding cancelled, after all. Zhuge and Jiang exchange glances. How do you even know about that? Yan interrupts, forget that for now. I heard you completed your mission successfully, but while I was fighting, a train was supposed to arrive, carrying a seriously dangerous creature. Someone stopped that train. I have no idea who it was. Zhuge is about to say something, but Jiang quickly covers his mouth. That is when Jiang notices the rest of the team. Wait, everyone is here, but Zhou is missing. Hongling sighs. Zhou is in the hospital. Jiang frowns. What happened? Hongling explains, you know how dangerous the Yi family is. Zhou got caught up in some trouble because of them. Jiang demands, what exactly happened to him? Yan explains, we found out about a location connected to the Yi family. They had some kind of bug locked up there. That bug bit Zhou. Jiang asks, what happens if that bug bites someone? Yan replies, there is no cure for the virus it carries. Zhou will turn into a mysterious creature. Jiang is stunned. Zhou is in that much danger, and instead of helping him, you guys are here partying? Do you have any shame? And Hongling, you should at least feel a little guilty. Jiang turns to leave, heading straight for Zhou, but Yan stops him. There is no point in rushing over. Qingyao's father is currently in the mysterious world. The rest of the family might not even know what happened yet. That is why you need to sit down and listen carefully. Jiang sighs, sits down, and says, fine, speak. Yan says, the Yi family is connected to the Illuminati organization and a lot of mysterious creatures. They are using their support to try and destroy this country, and maybe even the whole world. Other families might start backing them too, and if that happens, things will get really bad. The girl nods. Yan is absolutely right. Also, this hotel belongs to the Huang family. We came here to investigate something. Zhuge asks, so, did you find anything? Hongling shakes her head. No, we did not find anything. Jiang thinks, I just got the yin-yang eye ability. Let's see if it can help. He activates his ability and immediately sees bloodstains all over the room. Not just in one spot, but in every single corner. Hongling asks, do you see anything? Jiang replies, yeah, there are bloodstains all over this room. Everyone is shocked. Zhuge looks around. I do not see anything. Is this place haunted or what? Yan also starts thinking. I used all my power, and I still found nothing. How is Jiang able to see this? Jiang notices that whoever was finished in this room had been dragged away. He starts following the trail of blood. The rest of the team follows him. He keeps tracking it, but the trail goes on for so long that he eventually gets exhausted. Using his ability takes a lot of energy, and now he is completely drained. Finally, he reaches a freezer. This is where the red liquid trail ends. Jiang collapses from exhaustion, and Hongling catches him. Meanwhile, one of the team members uses his ability to check inside the freezer. He suddenly looks shocked. Hongling asks, What is it? The guy says, there is something inside. We will handle it. Scene change, hospital. One of their team members is guarding a hospital room. A man walks up and tries to go inside, but the girl stops him and makes him leave. Just then, Jiang and Zuge arrive. Zuge asks, bro, why are you staring at him like that? Jiang replies, something about that guy seemed off. They go inside Zhou's hospital room. Hongling asks, how is Zhou doing? The little girl says, he is still in a coma. Jiang walks up to Zhou and is shocked by his condition. Hongling explains, Zhou has been unconscious ever since that bug bit him. Jiang takes out a flower, the reward he got for completing a mission. Hongling is stunned. Wait, how do you have a red Buddha flower? Jiang replies, I got it as a mission reward. Give it to Zhou. It should help him recover. When I went to the mysterious world, Zhou gave me some amazing herbs too. Yan praises Jiang. Just then, one of the team members says, I checked what's inside that freezer. Everyone asks, what's in there? He replies, there are a lot of dead bodies inside, and their condition is horrible. He continues, by now, you must have realized that these people are working with mysterious creatures to destroy our entire country. Another team member says, then let's go take them down. Yan responds, if it were that easy, we would have done it already. Jiang thinks to himself, before this, my sister's friend turned into a creature, and once someone becomes a creature, the only option left is to finish them. Zuge asks, does anyone have a plan? A girl replies, if we had someone with a triple S rank, we could handle this. Frustrated, Jiang says, this is all the Yi family's fault. Even though they are humans, they are siding with mysterious creatures to wipe out their own kind. Yan says, that's just human nature. But let's set that aside for now. I heard you were looking into the Flame Devil. You probably found out that he's dead. But that's not confirmed yet. We never found his body. While searching, we learned that he was looking for a certain head. Hearing this, Jiang immediately realizes he's searching for Xiao Man. But why? He is the one who betrayed Xiao Man. So why is he looking for her now? Yan tells him, don't stress yourself out over this. Just focus on your training. You already know what you need to do next. Jiang and Zuge leave. On the way, a guy stops them and says, you guys seem to be in trouble. Give me some money, and I will clear your doubts. Jiang replies, forget this nonsense and go study at school. The guy insists, I can see your fate. You are trapped in a huge disaster. Give me some money, and I will tell you what your destiny holds. Jiang says, did your parents not give you pocket money or something? Is that why you are pulling this act in the streets? The kid replies, fate cannot be changed. It can only be understood and improved. Hearing this, Jiang says, you actually sound like a decent person. Alright, I will trust you. Tell me what you see about me. The kid says, first, give me some money. Jiang replies, I don't have any cash. The kid pulls out a QR code and says, then transfer it online. Jiang walks away and says, I'm broke. I don't have a single penny. Just then, the man from the hospital shows up. The kid offers to read his fate too, but the man starts acting arrogant. The kid can't stand his attitude anymore, so he pulls out a talisman and traps him. The man quickly breaks free and threatens, all of you are going to die. But the kid traps him again and burns him. Turns out, the kid is also a challenger, and just like many others, he has made a contract with a mysterious creature. The scene shifts to Xiao Jin, who is practicing. Her master arrives and says, your friend Xiao's birthday is coming up, but I know you won't go. Oh, and one more thing, your friend Jiang is about to enter a mysterious world again. Do you want to go too? Xiao Jin's spirit encourages her to attend the birthday party. So, she tells her master, I'll go. Her master replies, wait, let me call Yan and inform him. Xiao Jin insists, I'm going to the birthday party. Her master is a bit surprised but then hugs Xiao Jin and says, my disciple, you've finally changed. You've learned the true meaning of living. The scene shifts back to Jiang, who is getting ready to enter the mysterious world. His sister tells him, be careful. Zuge adds, sister, don't worry. I'll take care of your brother. Jiang prepares to go. Suddenly, the system notifies him. This time, you can change your appearance. Jiang thinks, that's actually pretty cool. Alright, I'll take on Zuge's appearance this time. He enters the mysterious world, which turns out to be a mental hospital. The system informs him, among all the mentally ill people here, there is one normal person. Your task is to find and save them. This mission will last for 15 days. Jiang thinks, sounds easy enough. I should be able to complete it in 15 days without any issues. Then he reminds himself, this time, I didn't come here for the rewards. I came here to get stronger, so I can take down Qingyao's father. Just then, 3 mental patients enter Jiang's room. One of them says, someone gave me a torn bill and told me it's not working. So I asked them, where are the legs on this bill that would make it walk? Then they notice Jiang staring at them. One of them asks, why are you looking at us like that? Jiang thinks, they're mentally unstable. I should act crazy too. So he starts acting strangely. From behind, Xiao Men comments, that's some terrible acting. One of the mental patients says, you lost your memory again. You are a great warrior. You defeated all your enemies and saved your comrades. Jiang responds, really? I was a warrior? Then what was my name? The guy replies, your name was, I'm Barbie Girl. Jiang says, even after doing all that heroic stuff, my name was I'm Barbie Girl. The guy asks, what's wrong? Can't remember your name? Jiang quickly says, no, I remember. My name is I'm Barbie Girl. The guy leans in and whispers, do you want to know my secret name? Jiang asks, you have a secret name? The guy nods and says, it's Batman. But don't tell anyone, it's a secret. Just then, a nurse enters and says, time for attendance. Seeing her, Jiang feels relieved. At least among all these mental patients, there's one sane person here. The nurse starts calling out names. Then she calls out, I'm Barbie Girl. Jiang thinks, wait, who is I'm Barbie Girl again? Then he realizes, oh, right, that's me for now. All the mental patients stare at him. After finishing the attendance, the nurse leaves. The others start talking, saying, man, today's food was way too spicy. If only we got to eat someone's balls for dessert, that would have been perfect. Hearing this, Jiang freezes. What the hell did I just hear? He quickly refocuses and thinks, I need to find a clue fast if I want to complete this mission. He then notices the bathroom lock. This lock looks weird. How am I supposed to open it? Just then, Batman walks up behind him and asks, what are you doing? Jiang replies, nothing. I'm not doing anything. The system chimes in, if you want to blend in, you need to act just as crazy as they are. Batman warns him, go to sleep quickly, or he will come and perform surgery on you. Jiang asks, who's going to come? But Batman doesn't answer. He just turns over and goes to sleep. Xiaoman asks, are you going to sleep too? Jiang sighs, I'm stuck here with a bunch of mental patients. If I fall asleep, who knows what they'll do to me? Then he remembers, Batman mentioned some kind of surgery. What kind of surgery was he even talking about? At that moment, a doctor enters the room. Seeing him, Jiang's heart starts pounding. The doctor walks straight up to Jiang and asks, what's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping? Jiang thinks, he ignored everyone else and came straight to me. How does he even know I'm awake? Then, he starts staring at Jiang. Jiang thinks, I am in a mental hospital right now. Some people here sleep with their eyes open. The doctor also assumes that Jiang must be a mental patient since he is sleeping with his eyes open. Then Xiaoman says, snap out of it, Barbie Girl. Jiang asks, who was that? Xiaoman replies, that was a very special and mysterious creature. Jiang asks, what was so special about that doctor? Xiaoman explains, just like your world has humans and ghosts, that doctor is a ghost from the mysterious world. He is extremely special and strong. This mission is going to be really weird. The scene shifts to the next morning. A guy looks at Jiang and says, Barbie Girl, you look like you did not get enough sleep. But do not worry, us guys go through some struggles too. But I have a way to get rid of all your problems. Then, that mental patient says, you should get pregnant because I am running an experiment to see how to make men pregnant. And you will be my first test subject? Jiang thinks, the people here are on a whole different level of crazy. The mental patient asks again, tell me, after you get pregnant, what do you want? A son or a daughter? Jiang replies, since you are insisting so much, just give me twins. Then, everyone goes to the cafeteria. Jiang looks at the food and starts feeling uneasy. Xiaoman reassures him, there is no meat in this food, so you can eat it, but Jiang still refuses to eat it. Then, a nurse comes in and gives everyone medicine before leaving. Jiang thinks, everyone here is already mental. If I take this, I might end up crazy too. But then, he takes the medicine anyway. Something happens to Jiang's throat. The nurse says, since you have taken the medicine, you will be taken outside. Then, all the mental patients are led outside. That is when Jiang sees Zhuge. Jiang says, wait a second, you took my appearance? Zhuge responds, and you took mine. Jiang asks, what are you even doing? Zhuge replies, the mental patients I am with were told to act like trees today. So, I am off to act like a tree. Jiang thinks, Zhuge already seemed crazy to me before, but after coming to this hospital, he has actually gone insane. Jiang is standing outside when his roommate comes up and says, come on, let's sneak out of the hospital today. Jiang asks, how are we going to get out? The guy says, let me tell you a secret. I am not actually crazy. I am a scientist, and I am here to do research on mental patients. Jiang starts wondering, could this be the guy I was assigned to find? Then, the guy checks his watch, which is literally drawn on his wrist. He says, my watch is broken. It always shows the wrong time. But do not worry, my friend, I will get you a new watch too. Jiang realizes, nope, he is definitely a mental patient too. Then, the guy explains, the medicine they give us traps our souls here. Even if we escape, our souls will still be stuck in this place. Jiang thinks, sometimes this guy acts completely crazy, and other times he says things that actually make sense. Jiang looks around. One guy thinks he is a warrior. Another is having a full conversation with his slippers. Zugei's roommates are still pretending to be trees. And one guy has climbed onto the terrace to pee from up there. Jiang thinks to himself, how am I going to find a clue here? And ever since I took that medicine, I have been feeling really strange. Then Xiaoman asks, did you get pregnant or something? Jiang responds, after being around everyone here, are you going crazy too? Just then, a nurse comes in and gives Jiang some water. Jiang is nervous about drinking it, but Xiaoman reassures him, the water is safe, you can drink it. As soon as Jiang touches the glass, his hand burns. He says, this water is way too hot. The nurse replies, the water is not hot. Then, she drinks the water herself. But after she does, her lips become completely swollen. Jiang says, your lips are totally burned. That's when Jiang realizes that the nurse did this on purpose. She did it to prove that he is not crazy. Then, the nurse calls another nurse over and says, hurry up, there's a mental patient here. Take him away quickly. Jiang says, I am not crazy. Where are you taking me? The nurse responds, do not worry. We are just going to give you a little treatment. After a while, Jiang regains consciousness and realizes he is in an operation room. Just then, the system speaks, you were observing everyone in the park. If you recover, it will affect their income. That is why we will only pretend to treat you, but we will not actually cure you. If you do recover, send him to the physician. Xiaoman chimes in, these are all D-rank creatures. Should I just get rid of them? But Jiang stops her. If we do that, our main mission will fail. The nurse then says, you need to answer one of my questions. Think carefully before you respond. If you get all the answers right, you will have a chance to be discharged from the hospital. Jiang thinks to himself, if I answer correctly, they might just hold my funeral. The nurse asks, do you admit that you have a mental illness? Jiang, irritated, responds, you are the one who is sick. Your whole family is sick. I am not sick, I am completely normal. The nurse moves on to the next question. Suppose you need to drain water from a bathtub. You have a spoon and a wash basin. What will you use? Jiang replies, obviously, a basin. Who would waste time using a spoon? Then comes the final question. Are you a man or a woman? Jiang answers, can't you tell? I am a beautiful girl. The nurse sighs. Looking at this patient, it seems like he is still not well. He cannot be sent to the physician. Hearing this, Jiang feels a little relieved. But then, the nurse walks in with a giant syringe. Seeing it, Jiang is completely shocked. The system announces, to stabilize his condition, he still needs to be given the necessary injections. And just like that, Jiang gets injected. Later, he wakes up and finds Batman sitting next to him. Batman says, they brought you back after a whole month. Jiang is stunned. What? I have been here for a month? Xiaoman interrupts, do not listen to him. He is mentally ill. You were injected in the morning and woke up in the evening? Jiang thinks to himself, what did they inject me with? My head feels dizzy. Xiaoman warns him, you cannot take any more of their medicine. Jiang agrees. That makes sense, but then Xiaoman adds, the problem is, while you were unconscious, they fed you 2 more pills every single meal. And the injections? They gave you 2 more shots on your butt, 1 on each side. By the way, your butt is pretty white. Jiang instantly feels embarrassed. Xiaoman turns serious. Your mental strength is higher than most people, but if this continues, I estimate that in 10 days at most, your mind will completely collapse. Even if you leave the mysterious world, this kind of mental damage cannot be recovered in a short time. It might even become permanent. There have been cases where people turned into fools after returning from the mysterious world. So be careful. Jiang thinks to himself, Corpse Ridge Village and Inquan Train were also D-level challenges, but those were just life-threatening situations. This time, pretending to be a patient is fine, but these medications are seriously messing with my mental state. The scene shifts to Zugei, who is taking Jiang somewhere. They arrive at the hospital's backyard. Jiang explains the hospital's atmosphere to Zugei and says, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. But Zugei replies, I already know everything. Didn't you pay attention to the teacher's lectures in school? This place is famous, and we can't just leave. Hearing that, Jiang feels a bit embarrassed. Zugei continues, Sunshine Mental Hospital is called the Graveyard of Challengers. The death rate here is 90%, and even those who survive, most of them lose their minds. Less than 5% make it through. Once you take the medicine, there's no quitting. If you try to leave, you'll either end up brain dead or completely insane. Jiang is completely shocked. Zugei adds, so, you either leave before taking the medicine or pretend to be a mental patient for 15 days. Jiang asks, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Zugei sighs, I only remembered after I took the medicine. Hearing that, Jiang gets angry. Just then, a nurse appears behind them and asks, what are you two doing sneaking around? Immediately, both of them start acting crazy. The nurse watches for a moment, then walks away. Jiang feels a little relieved. Then, he remembers his strange roommate and thinks, maybe that guy wasn't just joking. If there's no way to escape, we have to find a way to complete the challenge. But all I have is the clue about the mysterious surgery and the attending doctor, who appeared as a spirit. Are there any clues related to spirits? Jiang activates his eye ability. Bloodstains appear in different places, and at the end, he sees words written in blood. Challenger, unfortunately, you will be imprisoned here by Li Yuan. Just then, the system announces, new clue unlocked, imprisoned soul. Jiang wonders, whose soul? A past challenger? Suddenly, a group of mental patients rushes in, shouting, party time, party time. They start acting wild and fighting each other. A nurse arrives to stop them, but none of them listen. Meanwhile, Jiang's roommate suddenly grabs him and starts leading him somewhere. Zhuge watches and asks, is that guy a challenger too? Jiang replies, let's follow him and see what he wants. The guy leads them to a room and unlocks the door. When Jiang and Zhuge step inside, everything looks completely normal. Then, the guy hands Jiang a pill and says, this is the result of my lifelong research. A magic pill that can make men pregnant. Zhuge, impressed, says, wow, that's amazing. Jiang, for the sake of our future happy life, why don't you try it? Jiang looks at the guy and asks, you brought me here just for this medicine? The guy suddenly gets angry and says, I knew there was something off about you. Zhuge, now nervous, urges Jiang to take the pill. Jiang replies, if I take it, I'll turn evil. You have to choose, me or him. The guy suddenly attacks Jiang, but before he can land a hit, Jiang strikes first. The guy yells, do you even know who I am? I'm the future leader in the medical field. Hearing that, Jiang gets even more annoyed and, well, shoves his sword right into the guy's backside. Suddenly, a chair nearby starts moving on its own. Zhuge panics. There's no wind, no earthquake. Why is it moving? Jiang replies, because someone was sitting on it. Zhuge completely freaks out. I don't know which spirit is here, but I swear I mean no harm. Jiang looks at the chair and sees a man sitting there. He thinks, wait, Zhuge can't see spirits? Am I seeing this because of my strange eyes? Jiang steps closer and says, hey, do you need any help? As soon as he approaches, the spirit goes berserk. I need medicine. I'm not crazy. Then, the system speaks. I came here for treatment, but I am not sick. But I need to be healed. We're close. We can finish the challenge mission. I want to save everyone. The spirit turns to Jiang and Zhuge and repeats, I need medicine. At the same time, the system also tells Jiang the same thing. Medicine? Jiang thinks, this spirit was alive, just like me and Zhuge. He asks, Zhuge, do you have any medicine? Zhuge quickly pulls out a pill and hands it to Jiang. Jiang gives the medicine to the spirit, and after taking it, the spirit calms down a little. Just then, a voice calls out from outside the door, who's in there? Get out now. Jiang quickly says to the spirit, tell me everything you know. We don't have much time. The spirit mutters, door access card, save them, don't trust that guy, clues in the toilet, run deliberately, intentionally. Jiang is confused. What is he trying to say? Suddenly, the spirit starts shaking violently and screams, I'm going to finish you. Where is my medicine? Xiaomen says, he's gone. His human consciousness is completely gone. Jiang thinks, access card? Clues in the toilet? And who is that guy? Is someone behind all this? None of this makes sense. At that moment, doctors burst through the door. Zhuge, terrified, throws himself at one of them, clinging to his leg. He wants to sleep with me. He wants to violate me. Jiang watches and sighs. Zhuge, you have never failed to disappoint me. Jiang looks at him and says, what could a powerless, pretty girl like me possibly use to violate you? One doctor turns to another and says, they must have run in here during the chaos. Get them back to the ward before the boss gets mad. Jiang and Zhuge are dragged back to their room. Inside, Batman starts asking Jiang weird questions again. Just then, a nurse arrives with food and medicine. Jiang tries to give his medicine to the fat guy, but the fat guy refuses. So, Jiang hands it to Batman instead. Just as Batman is about to take it, the nurse steps in, looking annoyed. Everyone has to take their medicine. Give it back to him, but Batman refuses. Frustrated, the nurse hands Jiang another pill and says sternly, take it, now. The system chimes in. As a qualified nurse, it is her duty to ensure every patient takes their medication. Especially for those under special instructions from the attending physician, no mistakes can be made. Hearing that, Jiang recalls something from the past and thinks, this medicine makes people dependent on it. I must not take it. Xiaomen says, the pill is small and bright red. After taking it, we lie on the board together, get buried in the mountains, and friends and family eat together. Anyway, you've already had one, so taking another won't knock you out immediately. And in this situation, you don't really have a choice. With no other option, Jiang swallows the pill. Once the nurse leaves, he rushes to the bathroom and throws it up. After that, he starts feeling strange. Before he can figure it out, Xiaomen pulls him into the heavenly prison. As soon as they arrive, Jiang immediately feels better, and his dizziness disappears. Xiaomen explains, This prison exists in your mind. I don't need food or water here, and any energy lost in battle is quickly restored. It looks like this place automatically removes mental debuffs when you return. Jiang asks, what happens when I go back out? Xiaoman replies, you should be fine. Jiang grins, so this prison is basically my personal reset button? I can restore my status anytime. Xiaoman nods, there are still some limits. You can't physically enter it at will. Jiang returns to the hospital and thinks, nice. One quick trip to the prison, and the drug's effects are gone. But while I have this cheat code, Zuge might not be as lucky. The clues I got today, the toilet and the access card. Professor Sun said he learned lockpicking from Crazily. If I want to investigate, I need to find a way out of this ward. Jiang turns to Batman and asks, wanna sneak out tonight and watch the stars? A little later, night falls, and the doctor comes in for a room check. Seeing everyone asleep, he leaves. The moment he's gone, Jiang opens his eyes, ready to go with Batman. After some effort, Batman manages to unlock the door. They step out and look around. Jiang activates his ability to search for clues, scanning the entire restroom, but finds nothing. He thinks, this ability drains too much energy. I might go blind before I find anything useful. Batman interrupts. So when are we actually going to watch the stars? Jiang quickly makes up an excuse. Just then, Jiang and Batman notice a glowing door. Jiang starts walking toward it, but Batman stops him. The women's restroom at the end of the second floor is haunted. Even after hearing that, Jiang is still ready to go. As soon as he opens the door and steps inside, he feels something strange. How is there wind in a closed space? Then, when he looks behind him, he sees a female spirit standing there, and near the light bulb, an old spirit keeps turning the light on and off. Jiang thinks, are they really trying this hard to create a horror scene? The old spirit looks at Jiang and thinks, look at this fool. He's completely frozen in fear. Jiang looks at the old spirit and asks, doesn't your hand get hot from twisting that thing? The old spirit replies, it's just part of the job. But then, the old spirit suddenly realizes something. Jiang can see them. The female spirit asks, wait, can you see us? Jiang looks at her and says, big sister, your breath stinks. When was the last time you brushed your teeth? Everything goes silent. Then, the spirits suddenly panic and run. The female spirit shouts to the old spirit, he can actually see us. And I'm not wearing any underwear. The old spirit yells back, did we miss something? The female spirit screams, who cares? Some things are more important than life. And with that, they disappear. Jiang looks around and notices something on the ground. When he picks it up, the system notification pops up. Mission critical item obtained, universal access card. Jiang thinks, that was way too easy. Just then, Xiaoman warns, someone's outside. Jiang and Batman rush out, only to see a figure running away. Jiang asks Xiaoman, who was that? Xiaoman replies, not sure, but I remember his scent. If I meet him tomorrow, I'll recognize him. The next morning, Jiang is sitting in the canteen when Xiaoman tells him, look at 10 o'clock. First row, guy on the right. Jiang glances over. Is that the guy from last night? Xiaoman nods. Yeah, but I can't sense his strength. Meanwhile, the guy is talking to the other mental patients. I just awakened a new superpower. Now I can see 5 seconds into the future, and it only takes 6 seconds to charge. Hearing that, Jiang is stunned and thinks, no matter how you look at him, he seems completely insane. Jiang turns to Batman. Do you know that guy? Batman nods. His name is Super Wings. He awakens a new superpower every day. I remember last time, he could travel through space. Jiang thinks, if he was just mentally ill, why was he sneaking around and spying on me? I need to talk to Zuge about this. A little later, Jiang and Zuge start keeping an eye on Super Wings. Zuge says, he's insane. He once sold my roommate a watch, but it was just a drawing made with a pen. Jiang asks, is there a chance he's just pretending? Zuge replies, if that's the case, then everyone here is pretending. Can you confirm his identity? Then Zuge says, I have an idea. He pulls out 2 playing cards and says, I completed a hidden mission yesterday and got these 2 polygraph playing cards. If I ask him a question, I'll know if he's faking his illness. Zuge steps forward with the cards. He shoves a guy sitting nearby and says, hey, want to play a game? The kind where you take off your clothes if you lose. Super Wings looks disgusted and says, you're a pervert. I'm not playing. Jiang steps in and says, I want to buy a watch from you. Super Wings replies, I only have a Patek Philippe, 8 million. Got that kind of cash? Jiang responds, yeah, but I need to inspect the goods first. Just then, a doctor notices the conversation and says, what nonsense is going on here? Come on, guys, let's go fishing instead. Jiang signals to Zuge. Zuge walks up to Super Wings with the card and asks, Super Wings, are you crazy? Super Wings snaps, who the hell are you calling crazy? I'm not sick. The card reacts. Zuge asks, are you a challenger? Super Wings shakes his head. I'm not a challenger. I am Super Wingman. Jiang watches him and thinks, not sick, not a challenger. Then he only has one possible identity. Jiang says, I know who you are. You're the only normal patient here. Trust us, we can get you out. Super Wings looks serious. My name is Chenfei. I am a normal person. I don't know how I ended up here. I woke up one day and found myself locked up in this place. But here, no one believes you if you say you're normal. And, if the caregivers find out I'm sane, my fate will be even worse than it is now. Can you really get me out? If you can, I'll do anything. Jiang thinks, since he's the key character for the challenge mission, the next step is figuring out how to get him out of here. Jiang asks, are there any secret exits or anything like that in the hospital? Chenfei replies, there's an iron gate that leads out of the park, but you need a key to open it. Jiang asks, where's the key? Let's steal it. Chenfei shakes his head. You can't just steal it. You need an access card to enter the dean's office. Jiang smirks. I have an access card. Chenfei's eyes widen. Then let's meet at the lounge door at 9 o'clock tonight. A little later, Zuge says, something doesn't feel right. We found the key person way too easily. Don't you think this is going too smoothly? Jiang replies, let's observe again tonight. If you notice anything new, let me know. But in his mind, Jiang thinks, Zuge has a point. We found the key person, and he gave us a lot of clues. Everything is moving forward perfectly, so why do I feel like something is off? That night, Jiang wakes Batman up and brings him near Zuge's room. After a while, they unlock Zuge's door. Zuge looks at Batman and asks, can we really trust him? Jiang replies, of course not. Do you have any new clues? Zuge grins. I found a special pair of sunglasses. Now I can see spirits too. A little later, the two of them meet up with Chenfei. On the way, Chenfei explains, the dean's office is hidden behind an operating room. I spent a long time trying to find it. You need a special key to get into that room, but I finally figured out how to get it. They reach the operating room, but something about the place feels off. Outside the dean's office, Jiang uses the access card to unlock the door. As soon as they enter, Chenfei says, the key must be in the dean's desk. He checks the desk, but there's nothing there. Just then, they hear footsteps approaching from outside. Moments later, the dean walks in with a doctor and a mental patient. Luckily, the dean and his group don't see Jiang and Zuge. Zuge's special glasses have made them invisible. Speaking mind to mind, Zuge tells Jiang and Chenfei, I know that patient. He lives next door to me. The dean turns to the patient and says, I heard you calling yourself a challenger. Tell me, what is a challenger? The patient looks nervous. The dean continues, I've met many patients like you. They think they're challengers, then they refuse to take their medicine, claiming it affects their mental health. But at the same time, they have to act like mental patients. If they fail to play the role properly, the caregivers punish them. The patient starts trembling. The dean adds, some even believe that if they survive here for 15 days, they can leave. Jiang and Zuge exchange shocked looks. The dean stares at the patient. Since you won't answer, I guess I was right, and I remember hearing that challengers can be resurrected. If I finish you now and have caregivers standing by to witness your resurrection, what will you do? The patient looks like he's about to break. The dean continues, I'll give you a chance to quit right now. The patient hesitates. I already took your medicine. If I quit now, my mind will be damaged. The dean laughs. Someone once believed they could fly and ended up falling to their death. There's no such thing as a challenger. It's just a fantasy for people who want to leave the hospital. The patient clenches his fists. Fine, I'm leaving. The dean nods. All right, I won't stop you. But suddenly, the patient hesitates. No, anyone who quits midway is crazy. I can't quit. Watching this, Jiang thinks, what is going on here? I've never seen a mysterious creature in a challenge directly talk about this stuff with a challenger. The dean smirks. What if this is all in your head? The challenger starts panicking. Yeah, what if this is all just my imagination? There's no challenger, no mysterious world. It's all in my mind. I'm just a patient who needs medication. The dean nods. It's time. A spirit doctor standing behind the patient suddenly moves, stabbing an injection directly into the patient's eyes. A few moments later, the patient's eyes heal. The spirit doctor leans in. Hello, Wu Xiaoming. Do you still think you're a challenger? Wu Xiaoming looks up, completely dazed. Medicine. I need medicine. The dean grins. Good. Take him to room 601. None of these challengers will ever leave. After they leave, Zuge quickly says, Jiang, did you see that? The key. Jiang grabs it. Let's go. Jiang thinks to himself, turning a challenger into a mindless fool. If a challenger's death doesn't trigger the resurrection mechanism, they'll never realize they're a challenger. As long as they keep taking the medicine, they'll be completely broken. Even if they resurrect, their addiction will keep them from ever escaping. They hurry to the hospital's exit gate. Using the key, they unlock it and step outside. Zuge frowns. That guy said no challenger could escape. Did he know who we were from the start? Jiang replies, that's possible. They probably have a list of suspected challengers. I was already targeted by the caregivers yesterday. Zuge asks, Then why didn't they just grab us for surgery? Were they messing with us? Jiang thinks for a moment. Maybe there's a rule here. They can only act against people whose identities are fully exposed. But they'll do everything they can to catch our mistakes. We can't stay here any longer. Jiang tells himself, as long as we leave the hospital, the mission is complete. They reach the end of the path, and realize they're on an island. Chen Fei's face falls. Zhuge sighs, forget a boat. There's not even a life buoy. Do they expect us to swim? Jiang stays calm. The mysterious world doesn't work that way. There must be another way to clear the dungeon. Let's go back and keep searching for clues. Chen Fei shakes his head. You saw it too. Those guys don't care if we're actually sick or not. They just want to turn us into mindless puppets. I'm not going back. I've had enough. Jiang says firmly, we have the access card and the key. We can leave anytime. I promise, once we find a way off the island, we'll act immediately. Chen Fei takes a deep breath and finally agrees. They return to the office and start searching for more clues. Xiaoman speaks up. You mentioned the mechanism earlier. I want to remind you of something. In the mysterious world, human challengers aren't a secret. You humans get rewards for completing tasks. But the mysteries in the scene? They have their own tasks to complete too. To them, you're just NPCs, just like they are to you. Everyone follows certain rules to keep the balance. Jiang thought to himself, no matter how powerful a secret is, once you are in a challenge, you have to follow its rules. The same goes for the challenger. This challenge is different from the Inquan train. Also, killing everyone will not solve the mystery. Just then, Zhuge found a hidden basement door. The two of them headed inside. Jiang used his eye ability and was shocked by what he saw. Chen Fei was trapped inside a capsule. Jiang turned to Zhuge and said, do you remember the clue I mentioned? The challenger spirit in the warehouse? Among the scattered clues, there was one line, save them. Don't. Can't trust that guy. The scene shifted to the next day. Jiang and Zhuge were hiding when the system notified them. Do you see those two people? The director said we must find a reason to send them for surgery tomorrow. Jiang thought, several patients have gone missing. Wu Xiaoming was not the only one who had surgery yesterday. According to the Golden Finger's instructions, tomorrow it will be our turn, mine and Zhuge's. Just then, Chen Fei appeared. Jiang said, I found out that every 3 months, a supply ship arrives to bring supplies to the hospital. Chen Fei replied, a supply ship is coming to the dock tonight. This is our only chance. Jiang nodded. All right, we do it tonight. After Chen Fei left, Zhuge asked, what do we do now? Do we still have to deal with that guy? Jiang answered, according to the documents I found in the office yesterday, a supply ship is definitely coming tonight. Zhuge was skeptical. But you saw it last night too. That guy is fake. Even if we take him with us, we cannot complete the mission. Jiang said, let's cooperate with him for now. As for the mission target, I have a new guess. Then Jiang showed his roommates an item, and they both looked happy. Jiang asked Batman, can you open all the doors? Batman replied, the medicine is in place and ready to be used. Jiang handed him the item, convincing him to help. Jiang thought, back in the dean's office, he mentioned putting Wu Xiaoming in cell 601. It looks like this is how they deal with people who have hidden dangers in their bodies. They lock them away so they can never be reborn. That night, they all gathered outside room 601. When the door opened, they saw countless trapped spirits inside. Jiang freed them, and the spirits regained consciousness. The system notified him. Hidden mission completed. His reward was a silk thread and grass. Jiang thought, even though this so-called freedom only lets their spirits leave the island, there is no way for us to escape like normal challengers. They helped the spirits leave the hospital, but the dean and the doctor saw them. The dean said, the patients running around in the middle of the night are making things very difficult for us. Jiang and Zhuge got ready to fight. Jiang fought the doctor. The doctor attacked, but Jiang dodged. Jiang swung his sword and cut off the doctor's head, but it did nothing. The doctor attacked again, and Jiang dodged once more. Meanwhile, Zhuge and the dean were just staring at each other. The dean said, I can feel that your soul is strong and pure, but you are experiencing pain and darkness you should not have to endure. Then he launched a mental attack on Zhuge, making him drop to the ground. On the other side, the doctor was preparing a powerful attack and launched it at Jiang. Jiang thought, he can hit me, but I cannot hit him. This is so frustrating. We need a new strategy. We cannot keep dragging this out. Xiaoman called out, his type is special. Regular attacks will not work against him. But Zhuge's flames can help you, though he seems overwhelmed right now. Jiang got hit by an attack. Xiaoman warned, do not get distracted. You cannot rely on brute force alone to solve a mystery. Jiang asked, do you have any ideas? Xiaoman replied, of course, but but I will not tell you. I will step in when you are almost dead. If one day Zuge and I are not here, and you face a spirit, will you just give up? Jiang was hit again and thought, Xiao Man is right. I cannot keep relying on others. If a ghost possessed me right now, I still would not be able to touch my enemy. Then Jiang rushed straight at the doctor. The doctor sneered, how dare you charge at me? But Jiang dodged every attack and moved around him quickly. The doctor suddenly realized he was trapped in a web. Jiang grinned and used the thread to finish him off. Jiang said, this special thread trapped the spirits in room 601, so of course, it can also deal with a spirit like him. Meanwhile, Zuge was struggling against the dean. The dean said, break his consciousness, destroy his spirit. Then, I can absorb his soul as I please. Zuge suddenly spoke up. You really think you can mess with my mind? He stood up and said, I am not the same person I was back in Corpse Ridge Village. How dare you, a weakling like you, try to invade my mind? The dean was shocked. How is this possible? My C-level mental attack cannot even shake a D-rank challenger? Zuge pulled out his sword. You are stronger than me, but you made the wrong move. You should have never used my mother to provoke me. With one attack, he took down the dean. Zuge smirked. This is my real highlight moment. Chen-Fei stepped out. I was so scared just now, thanks to you guys. But before he could finish, Jiang cut off his head. Jiang said, I was so busy dealing with them that I almost forgot about you. You put on a great act? I do not think I will go to the Oscars next year without you. Then he continued, first, you suddenly appeared to distract us, making us believe you were just a normal person. Then, you set up the whole Wu Xiaoming situation to make sure we knew the dean would not let us have a peaceful 15 days here. You made us think you were our only normal person, so we would try to take you off the island. And when the first surgery failed, you made it seem like the doctor was working against the plan, just to make it look more real. But I am guessing, even if we had lost, they still would have forced us to win. Am I right, President Chen? Chen-Fei asks, how did you know? Jiang replies, you seem to be doing everything perfectly, but we never fully trusted you from the start. If my guess is right, you're also trapped on this island, aren't you? You set up those spirits in the warehouse to push our investigation forward and help us get the access card. But you didn't expect that the challenger's spirit wasn't completely under your control. Before he completely lost it, he used his last bit of consciousness to leave us a clue. When people have doubts, they start noticing things that feel off. Your timing was way too convenient, the key left by the dean was too convenient, and the news about the supply ship was also too convenient. When too many coincidences stack up, they stop being coincidences. I was always curious about the latest free. If the dean and the head doctor were both spirits, then who was running this place? We only confirmed it when we found the information behind the secret door in your office. You're the mastermind. Chen-Fei lifts his head and says, that guy from the warehouse? I used plenty of good stuff on him, but his willpower was insane. And you actually dared to go back and investigate again? The ones before you got so scared they didn't even try. Yeah, I did everything on purpose. I need the challenger to take me on that ship and get me out of here. That's my only way off this island. I've been stuck here for years, tortured by these psychos every day. Of course, I want to leave. I've tried everything over the years. You think I actually enjoy staying here and messing with those lunatics? I'm sick of this so-called KPI system in this messed up world. Jiang replies, so, just to get your freedom, you think you can take mine away? What did those trapped spirits ever do to you? Chen-Fei smirks. Why not? Survival of the fittest. If someone is weaker than me, they should be my stepping stones. Jiang stays calm. I never said it's impossible. Chen-Fei shrugs. Doesn't matter. Since you figured it out, this is where it ends. I'll finish you and wait for the next challenger. Eventually, I'll get out of here. Jiang doesn't waste time. He cuts off Chen-Fei's head. But Chen-Fei just puts it back on. Jiang keeps cutting it off again and again, not letting him even stand up properly. Annoyed, Chen-Fei snaps. Are you serious? Do you have nothing better to do? Your mission has failed. Either die or go back to your world and lose your mind. Jiang replies, who said our mission failed? Chen-Fei scoffs, I won't believe it unless I see proof. Suddenly, his body starts burning. He looks confused, unsure of what's happening. Jiang explains, it's definitely not my attack. Your body doesn't actually have infinite regeneration. It's based on split personalities, right? You created the spirits of the head doctor and the dean to build this new physical body, while your original body is still stuck in the mental hospital, bound by the rules of this mysterious world. You plan to use this body to escape. It seemed like an unsolvable mystery, but you overlooked one thing, your true body. Chen-Fei panics. I have the key to the operating room. You're the only challenger still alive, even if you know my true identity. Jiang interrupts, oh, you mean we can't get through the operating room or open the secret door to your office without the key? And even if we did, we couldn't finish your real body? Too bad for you. My roommate can unlock all the ward doors. And he's our actual mission target, the only sane person here. Chen-Fei's eyes widen. No way. It was him all along? I just wanted to be free. Before he can say anything else, he completely disappears. The system's voice echoes, Congratulations on completing the challenge. You can now leave the island. As a reward, they receive a special outfit that provides some mental protection. As they leave the island, Zuge asks, "How did you figure it out?" Jiang replies, "At first, he really had me fooled. But then I started thinking, I'm not crazy, I'm a psychopath. That's not something a normal person would say, right? The real clue was when I refused to take my medicine one night. He immediately stepped in, trying to convince me to take it. Every mealtime, the nurse made sure we took our meds. Crazily was always around, but he never seemed interested in taking extra pills himself. That made me suspicious. Before we made our move, I told him my true identity. If he were just another lunatic, he wouldn't have understood what I meant. Then I took my chance, explained our plan for the night, and asked him to go into the dark room to finish Chenfei's real body. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Li Changxi." Jiang shakes his hand. "That place sealed my power and kept me locked up for 50 years. I had no choice but to pretend to be one of them and wait for my chance to escape. I should thank you, but honestly, I don't have anything to offer right now." Jiang shrugs. "Don't worry about it. We need to head back to our world now." As they exit, Jiang's eyes land on the same puppet from earlier, the one with the heart of a triple S rank creature inside. Suddenly, Jiang finds himself in the heavenly prison. He mutters, "Do you remember the king's heart on the Yinquan train? Captain Yen said the Illuminati are trying to create a king. Is that even possible?" Xiao Man replies, "That group probably only got the remains of a king. They can't actually raise one." The scene shifts to Linhai City in the real world. The place is a wreck. Xiao Jin's master lies on the ground, seriously injured. Standing over her, an Illuminati member smirks. "Oops. Stepped on you by accident. My bad." One of them, Ghost Servant, speaks up. "I've heard that Team 3206 is known for their crazy reconnaissance skills. Seeing it in action was impressive. In just 5 days, you guys figured out and wrecked all our setups, even taking the most important items. Captain Yang Qingqing, you're too talented to be stuck with Giju. Now, hand over the king's finger." Yang Qingqing struggles to stand but glares at them. "You want it? Too bad. No way am I letting you keep raising ghosts. If you think you're getting that finger back, keep dreaming." Just then, a phone starts ringing next to the dead body. The caller says, "Xiaolin, why have you not gone home yet? Did you not say you were bringing your friends over to celebrate your birthday?" One of the Illuminati members answers, "Are you her mom? I am sorry to tell you, but your daughter will not be attending any party today." Her mom responds, "Oh, she is busy? All right, just come home whenever you are free." But the Illuminati member says, she will not be coming home. Her body has been cut in half, and all this happened because she got involved in the conspiracy. Then he hangs up. Yang Qingqing gets furious after hearing this. At that moment, a cake falls from someone's hands behind them. When they turn around, they see that the cake was dropped by Xiao Jin. Looking at the scene in front of her, Xiao Jin is completely shocked. She says, "Did you not say that after I bought the cake, I would go home with Sister Xiaolin to celebrate her birthday?" One of the Illuminati members smirks and says, "Looks like one little fish slipped through the net. I was just starting to have fun." Suddenly, Yang Qingqing rushes forward to attack that Illuminati member. She shouts, "Xiao Jin, I will hold them off. Run." But the Illuminati member attacks Yang Qingqing brutally. She gets seriously injured, yet the attack does not stop. Yang Qingqing's condition keeps getting worse, and Xiao Jin, seeing all this, becomes furious. She prepares to fight back. However, Yang Qingqing yells at Xiao Jin, telling her to run. Just then, a ghost servant appears. He attacks Xiao Jin and breaks her arm. But even with her injury, Xiao Jin refuses to back down. She charges forward again. The ghost servant launches another attack, and this time, Xiao Jin is severely injured. Lying on the ground, Xiao Jin recalls past memories with her friends. Then she looks at the ghost servant and shouts, "Illuminati guys, I will finish you." The ghost servant pauses and says, "Strange. Your eyes look familiar. Have we met before?" "Never mind. I cannot remember. Anyone who looks at me like that is already dead." Just then, Yang Qingqing weakly speaks up, "I will tell you where the fingers are. Please let her go. The fingers are inside my belly." The ghost servant responds, "Using the body as a container? No wonder we could not sense their location. But doing this, you will die." Yang Qingqing insists, "Just let the child go." The ghost servant agrees to the deal. He grabs Yang Qingqing and sticks his hand into her belly, muttering, "This is the small intestine, this is the stomach, and this is the liver? Where are the fingers?" Yang Qingqing suddenly grabs his hand and, with a smile, blows herself up. But the explosion only destroys the ghost servant's arm. Another Illuminati member suddenly shouts, "Lord Ghost, Yan Yibing is here. The higher-ups have ordered us to retreat." Hearing this, the Illuminati members quickly escape. A little while later, Captain Yan arrives with his team. He looks around at the aftermath of the battle. One of his team members calls out, "Captain, there is one girl still alive." After checking, the report comes in, Except for this child who has vital signs, the rest of Team 3206. All members have been wiped out. Yan remembers what Yan Qingqing once told him. We have known each other for years. If anything happens to me, you must take care of Xiao Jin. These children are our hope for the future. Yan immediately orders, call a healer now. Stabilize this child and transfer her to the Tianqing City Special Treatment Center. The next day, the scene shifts to Zhou. He greets his friends. Hey, it has been a while. Jiang and Zhuge respond. When did you wake up? Zhou says, I woke up the day before yesterday. Did you just return from the mysterious world? Jiang nods. Yeah, I am almost at sea level now. Zhou then mentions, look at Xiao Jin. She became a reserve member of Team 3206 really early. But now, before he can say more, Hong Ling interrupts. The doctor said your condition is still unstable. You should talk less and rest more. Hong Ling and the others leave the room. As they walk, Jiang asks, how is the investigation into the Illuminati raising ghosts going? Hong Ling explains, it is more complicated than we expected. This is not just happening in Tianqing City. Several other cities have also reported cases of ghost raising. Secret teams have been attacked by Illuminati agents, and the situation is not looking good. Just yesterday, the entire 3206th team in Linhai City was wiped out. Jiang is shocked. Team 3206? Isn't that Xiao Jin's team? The scene shifts to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin has completely lost her mind. She has been tied down in a hospital bed. The doctors inject her with a sedative to calm her down. Outside the room, Jiang and Zhuge watch everything in silence. Hong Ling hands Jiang some papers and says, this girl has had a tragic life. When she was young, she had to finish her own parents after they turned into ghost slaves. Later, she was adopted by Yan Qingqing, the captain of Team 3206. But now, she has witnessed another massacre. Not long ago, Yan Qingqing told me that Xiao Jin had started to become more cheerful. Physical wounds can heal, but psychological wounds. Jiang asks, Hong Ling, can she be cured? Hong Ling sighs, there is no absolute cure for mental trauma. If her condition cannot be stabilized, she will have to stay here forever. Zhuge frowns, so she is basically being locked up? How is that any different from being in prison? Hong Ling explains, there is no other choice. If someone as unstable as her is released into society, it could cause an unimaginable disaster. And the evil spirit inside Xiao Jin is not an ordinary one. Jiang asks, normal medicine does not work in the real world. What about supernatural solutions? Hong Ling says, mental trauma needs special spiritual items to heal, but those are really rare, and we don't have much research on them. Anything related to the spiritual field is hard to make progress in. The captain applied for 2 spiritual creatures to help her, but they didn't work very well. Xiaoman says, don't you have a spiritual creature too? Jiang asks, are you sure this will work? Xiaoman says, the soul-gathering grass can stabilize the mind. It won't completely heal her, but it's better than letting her lose control. Jiang says, Secretary Zhuge, check the market price for the soul-gathering grass. Hong Ling asks, where did you even get this? Are you Doraemon or something? Zhuge checks his phone and says, the D-level soul-gathering grass can nourish the soul and repair mental trauma. Since spiritual items are super rare, the market price is over 5 million, and there's almost no supply. Jiang says, oh, 50 million. Secretary Zhuge, go ahead and write an IOU. Hong Ling corrects him, it's 5 million, 7 million at most. It's just hard to find. Jiang shrugs, not my problem. She took my soul-gathering grass, which is worth 10 million. From now on, she owes me. Then, they all leave the hospital. Hong Ling says, you have less than 10 days before your fight with Qin Yao's father. Time is running out. The captain doesn't recommend you enter the mysterious world again. Too many unpredictable things can happen, like the challenge taking too long, slow progress, or a forced stop. Even if you get injured and can't recover in time, it could mess things up. The captain has put together a training plan for you. Do you want to hear it? Later that night, the scene shifts. Hong Ling tells Jiang, Qin Yao's father returned from the mysterious world a few days ago. According to our intel, his mysterious power is still at sea level. You're about to reach sea level 2, but your real combat experience is nowhere near his. He's had professional training. In mystery challenges, you rely on clues, mechanisms, and props to win. But in the real world, you don't have any of that. It all comes down to pure strength. Jiang nods. Yeah. Every boss fight so far has relied on some kind of mechanism. The chief physician at the mental hospital was a deliberately weakened sea level. He wasn't a real sea level. The only time I fought an S-rank mystic was on the Inquan train, and I had help. I managed to land the final hit because of everyone's support. Even that Yi family guy was just a new sea level challenger, but he still forced me to use the Mask of Sin. If Zhou hadn't shown up with reinforcements, I'd have been in big trouble. So basically, I've never actually defeated a real sea level enemy by myself. Hong Ling says, Qingyao's father has done a lot of bad things over the years. He's also connected to the Illuminati and was involved in the ghost raising incident. Your fight with him isn't just about personal revenge anymore. There's a lot on the line. Zhou's antidote, your and your sister's safety, stopping the Illuminati, protecting Tianqing City. No matter what, you have to win. If you're willing, I'll personally train you. I'll teach you how Qingyao's father fights, his ghost attacks, and how to counter them. Jiang thinks, why does it feel like everything is suddenly my responsibility? But Sister Hongling is right. No matter what, I have to win. Jiang says, then please train me. Hongling agrees and starts his training. She explains, you've seen Qingyao's father's techniques, but do you know his main weapon? It's called a Mo Dao, a 10-foot-long, double-edged sword with massive attack power and a wide range. But because it's so long, it has a weakness in close combat. Jiang thinks, why do everyone's weapons seem cooler than mine? Even Hongling's weapon can transform. Xiaoman says, she's hiding her full strength, but I'd guess she's at least S rank. Jiang is completely shocked. Hongling says, right now, you need to train your physical strength. No tricks. Just raw power. Got it. Jiang says, yeah, but I don't hit women. In his mind, he thinks, fight an S rank alone? I'd rather go back and be the son-in-law of that slit-mouthed woman. Hongling smirks, you know what's worse than hitting a woman? Jiang asks, what? Hongling replies, not being able to beat one. Jiang goes completely silent. He thinks, the bone-crushing knife is less flexible than the Mo Dao, but it has more explosive power. Every move in a fight is like a chess game. Jiang moves in to attack Hongling, but she easily dodges. He thinks, what insane reflexes. Hongling casually knocks his weapon away. Jiang exclaims, wait, is this some kind of legendary vibrating sword? Hongling says, are you an idiot? I'm not even using 30% of my strength. Don't worry, little Jiang. The captain has arranged a place for you to stay in Giju. For the next week, I'll train you properly. The scene changes to 3 a.m. Jiang is fast asleep when Hongling suddenly wakes him up. She says, how can you be sleeping at your age? And red underwear? Really? Forget that. Get up and train. Later, Hongling prepares breakfast for him. She says, eat up. My special breakfast, large intestine buns, small intestine pizza, and organ siumai. Jiang stares at the food and thinks, vitality? More like pure suffering. From 6 a.m. to noon, Hongling makes Jiang do endurance training. From 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., it's all practical combat. At 10 p.m., she forces him into a medicinal bath. Jiang thinks, of course, the demon woman made this, so it won't be normal. It's a mix of scorching hot and freezing cold, like an ice and fire torture chamber, but as he soaks in the bath, he realizes, okay, I have to admit, it actually washes away all the pain and exhaustion from the day. My body even feels stronger after this. Just then, Hongling walks in carrying a bunch of books and says, here's all the information about Qingyao's father's ghost, along with a bunch of books on swordsmanship. You have to go through all of them. The scene shifts 5 days later. Jiang is still training. Hongling says, you're the one fighting Qingyao's father, not Zhu Ge. Besides, Zhu Ge is an AP. Su Jingxua took him for special training a few days ago. He's probably having a harder time than you. But from now on, you won't be training with me anymore. Jiang asks, so, does that mean training is over? Hongling replies, not exactly. These past few days, I've been supervising you, sparring with you, doing your laundry, and cooking for you. I'm getting wrinkles because of this. Next, I've got someone else to train with you. Jiang says, who else can even handle a hit from me now? Just then, he looks up and is shocked to see Xiao Jin walking toward him. Jiang asks, Xiao Jin? Is she back to normal now? Hongling explains, the soul-gathering grass you used worked really well. Along with the other magical items that the captain spent a fortune on, she's almost fully recovered now. Jiang says, I wasn't just asking about her physical health. Was she badly injured before? Are you sure she can handle sparring with me? Hongling replies, do you think all of us S-Class fighters are just backline assassins? Thanks to the S-Class therapist, Xiao Jin is completely fine now. By the way, your strange power is at sea level now, right? Jiang flexes his six-pack and says, yep, thanks to the medicinal bath you prepared, I broke through to sea level last night. Hongling nods. That's good. At least it makes all the money Giju spent on those weird things worth it. As for Xiao Jin, she may only be D-level, but she's been training in swordsmanship since she was a kid and has plenty of combat experience. You might not even be able to beat her. Jiang notices something about Xiao Jin and suddenly looks flustered. Xiao Jin says, I'll practice swordsmanship with you. Jiang hesitates, Xiao Jin, let's put the sword practice aside for a moment. Let's talk about the soul-gathering grass first. But Xiao Jin unsheathes her sword and says again, I'll practice swordsmanship with you. Jiang frowns. What's that supposed to mean? Trying to get out of repaying your debt? I've got your fingerprint on the IOU. Xiao Jin doesn't react and just repeats, I'll practice swordsmanship with you. Jiang sighs, Are you a broken record or something? You sound like one of those creepy slit-mouthed girls. Hongling chimes in. Just a heads up, you can use the power of the ghost, but not the ghost spirit itself. Jiang pulls out his sword. Are you kidding? I'm a C rank, and I need to use. Before he can finish, Xiao Jin suddenly attacks. Jiang blocks the strike, but it takes a lot of effort. He thinks to himself, no way, is she making my sword vibrate with her attacks? But in the end, Xiao Jin defeats Jiang. Jiang looks stunned. I was just careless that time. It doesn't count. Determined, he gets back into his stance, ready to fight again. Jiang attacks, but Xiao Jin dodges. She counters, and Jiang blocks the attack, but she suddenly twists her sword and smacks him right on his backside. Jiang grits his teeth. Come on. Again. The two of them keep fighting. Watching them, Hongling says, young people these days really don't hold back when they fight. But in her head, she's thinking, Jiang's learning speed is insane. He picked up the vibration sword defense in just one day. Even without using his C-level strange power, he's able to fight evenly with Xiao Jin. But, can he really defeat Qingyao's father like this? That special ghost of his is almost at B-level strength. And if his ghost really, whatever. If it comes to that, I'll just finish Qingyao's father myself. No way I'm letting him take out Jiang. Later that evening, both Xiao Jin and Jiang are exhausted from fighting. Just as they're about to launch their final attacks, Hongling shows up and says, still going at it? I packed dinner for you guys. Oh wow, things got intense. And it's only been a day, but Xiao Jin is already getting pushed back. Jiang yells, Sister Hongling, she bit me. Hongling rolls her eyes. Quit whining. What's wrong with a grown man taking a little bite? Anyway, I've taught you everything I can. The day after tomorrow, you'll be facing Qingyao's father in a life-or-death battle. Get some rest tomorrow and prepare for it. Jiang thinks to himself, even though my strange power is at sea level now, it's nowhere near enough to deal with that old fox. If I want to win, I need another ace up my sleeve. Then he says out loud, Sister Hongling, I want to go to the water park tomorrow. In his mind, he's thinking, I need to raise Xiaoman's favorability to 200 and get another ability from her. Hongling looks at him in disbelief. A water park? Really? That's what you want to do? Jiang nods. It's about balancing work and rest. Hongling sighs. After a whole week of intense training, I guess it's normal to want a break. Fine, take Xiao Jin with you, but Xiao Jin immediately refuses. Hongling says firmly, no, you're going. You keep isolating yourself. You should go to places like this more often. It'll be good for your mental recovery. The next day, they arrive at the water park. Xiaoman and Jiang look excited, but Xiao Jin doesn't seem happy at all. Jiang asks, can you at least show some reaction? You barely have any lines as it is. Xiao Jin mutters, I want to leave. Jiang sighs, why? What am I supposed to tell Sister Hongling if you just walk off? And what's up with your clothes? Xiao Jin replies, I have scars. They might scare the kids. Jiang thinks, why do things like this always happen to me? Meanwhile, Xiaoman is super excited and jumps into the pool to start swimming. Xiao Jin says, at our current level, that creature shouldn't be able to come out. Also, does your mental strength even allow her to stay outside for long? Jiang says, maybe it's because I'm just that talented. With this little bit of energy, just add some water, let's have a water fight. Too bad Zuge isn't here, so it's just the three of us. Xiao Jin replies, I'm not interested. But Jiang splashes water on her anyway, making her angry. Jiang laughs, you said it yourself. If you're not interested, then just stand there and be my target. Xiao Jin grabs a water gun from a nearby kid, glares at Jiang, and says, then bring it on. She knocks Jiang down and dumps a whole bunch of water on him. Then Xiaoman jumps in too, and both of them start soaking Jiang with water. The three of them, along with the others, have fun all day at the water park. By the evening, they all leave the park. Jiang asks Xiaoman, did you have fun today? Xiaoman nods. Yeah. At that moment, the system announces, Xiaoman's favorability has increased. You now have the option to spin. Jiang spins and gets a new ability called Super Healing. The system explains, this ability significantly boosts your attack, recovery, and healing. If you do not believe it, go ahead and test it out yourself. Then the scene shifts to Qingyao's father. He is kneeling in front of a member of the Illuminati. The Illuminati member says, tomorrow is your life or death fight with Jiang, right? Qingyao's father nods. The member continues, do you remember the mission given to you by the Lord of Light? Qingyao's father bows his head, I would never dare to forget it. I will finish Jiang and offer the ghost inside him to our Lord. As he leaves, the Illuminati member warns, Yan is keeping a close watch on us. This baptism of light is in your hands now. Qingyao's father replies, yes, follow the light, fight for the light. After the member leaves, Qingyao's father looks at a picture of Qingyao and mutters, do not worry, our light will shine once I get rid of Jiang. The scene shifts to Jiang, who is preparing for the fight. He tells his sister, do not be so nervous. I am an awesome big brother, remember? I will definitely win. His sister smiles, you are right. My little Jiang has grown up. Just like our parents hoped, you have become an outstanding man. Hearing this, Jiang thinks to himself, This is the first time she has mentioned them. His sister continues, our parents told me some things about the mysterious world. Jiang replies, when I get back, I will tell you everything I know. Jiang's thoughts race, I have noticed this for a while. First, he took Zuge in, then he never talked about our parents' disappearance. There has to be a reason for these contradictions. His sister reassures him, go ahead, I will be waiting at home. Just remember, you are never alone. Jiang receives a bunch of messages from his teammates, all cheering him on. Then the scene shifts to his team. One member complains, they left without me. I went to the Yi family to watch the battle. In another room, Zuge is seen training. The scene then moves to the battle arena, where people are discussing today's fight. One professor says, from what I know, the Yi family has close ties with the Huang family. They are also connected to the Lu family in Magic City, and soon, the Lu and Shiman families will be united through marriage. If these families carry out their plans step by step, the world as we know it could be completely turned upside down. If Jiang gets into trouble, will you help him? The second professor asks back, and you? Are you planning to step in? The first professor goes silent. Meanwhile, one of Jiang's teammates asks, where is Jiang? Why is he not here yet? I am waiting to see him beat up Qingyao's father. Hongling replies, Jiang went home last night. He just messaged me. He is on his way. A little while later, Jiang arrives and smirks. Yo, old man. It has been a while. Did you miss me? Qingyao's father responds, I have to admit, I respect your courage. Since you are here, sign this life or death agreement? The audience gets hyped after seeing the contract. Jiang thinks, so this is how it starts? This old guy is already trying to show off before the fight even begins. Hongling picks up the contract and looks it over. She says, life or death, it is all fair. Go ahead and sign it. Jiang signs the contract. Hongling then hands it to an elder from the Yi family and says, this contract is official now. Make sure you keep it safe. Do not try to go back on it after you lose. The Yi family elder holds up the contract and announces, everyone, Jiang finished a daughter of the Yi family. Today, in front of all of you, Qingyao's father and Jiang have signed a life or death agreement. No one from the Yi family will interfere in this battle, and Jiang has agreed as well. I, Yi Shanai, declare that no matter the outcome of this fight, all past grudges between Jiang and the Yi family will be erased. Qingyao's father clenches his fists and says, finally, I have waited for this moment. The day you decided to finish Qingyao, your fate was sealed. Jiang smirks, old man, you must not read comics. Have not you heard the famous rule? Villains always lose because they talk too much. Qingyao's father glares at him. You are just an arrogant child who does not know his place. Then, he rushes forward, ready to attack. Someone in the crowd says, wait, is that a C-rank forbidden sword? The Yi family elder nods. Qingyao's father's evil blade can slice through iron like butter. It can even turn evil spirits into physical form. Another person mutters, does he really need a forbidden weapon just to take down this kid? A different family member comments, it is better to be safe than sorry. The Yi family head must have his own plans. Zuge's ex-wife's father says, being able to die by my sword is proof of this boy's bravery. The scene shifts back to the fight. Jiang blocks Qingyao's father's attack. Qingyao's father smirks. Do you really think you can stop my sword with just that? He knocks Jiang's sword away. Go to hell and regret your ignorance? But Jiang just smiles. The one who should go to hell is you, old man. Jiang throws a powerful punch, sending Qingyao's father flying. The audience is in shock. Qingyao's father thinks to himself, the strength of this boy. Did he really break through to sea level? He stumbles back as Jiang says, I have an official sea level challenger certificate from Giju. Even if you are also sea level, as a gangster, I doubt you have such an honor, right? The professors watching are pleased, while the audience is still stunned. Zuge's ex-wife suddenly remembers the bet he made with her. Her father remains calm. Do not worry. There is no way the head of the Yi family will lose to this kid. An old man nearby adds, Miss Liu, have you ever thought about how to truly break someone? Jiang wants to win. He wants to protect the people he cares about. But simply losing or dying will not cause real despair. First, we must give him hope. Let him think he can win. Let the crowd cheer for him. Let him feel confident, and then we will take it all away, piece by piece, until there is nothing left of him. Qingyao's father glares at Jiang. Jiang, prepare to be buried along with Qingyao. Jiang thinks to himself, he has not used his ghost's power yet. Does he think he can beat me without it? Or is he testing me while trying to drain my magic power? No matter what he is thinking, I never plan to hold back. Suddenly, his opponent's sword pierces Jiang's shoulder. Jiang's team panics, but Jiang grabs the sword, counterattacks with his own, and lands a solid hit. Qin Yao's father takes serious damage and falls to the ground. Jiang pulls the sword out of his shoulder and tosses it aside before using his healing ability to recover. Xiaoman watches closely. That old man reacts fast. The moment you hit him, he used ghost possession to boost his defense. If he had not, that attack could have cut him down for good. Qin Yao's father is furious. Jiang, I will end you. Meanwhile, Jiang's teammates cheer him on. The old man from before watches carefully. Qin Yao's father cannot lose. The Yi family's reputation cannot be ruined. Jiang, how dare you trample on our name? Hong Ling, another observer, notices. That old man cannot sit still anymore. If he tries to interfere, I will have every right to step in. I will not let Jiang die here. If that old man tries anything, I will finish him. Qin Yao's father's voice deepens. Do you really think you have one? Xiaoman frowns. This is a problem. His ghost is B-level now. Jiang is confused. Wasn't his ghost supposed to be C-level? One of their teammates notices something off. Qin Yao's father, something is wrong with him. His power is mixed with some kind of strange energy. Hong Ling nods. A mysterious aura appearing on a human? His ghost suddenly advanced to B-level. The Illuminati must have done something. Contact Zhou and tell them to bring soul-sealing incense to lock this place down. Qin Yao's father glares at Jiang. Your strength is impressive. Did you finish Qin Yao the same way in that mysterious world? My daughter was outstanding. Her life was worth more than any of yours, and you finished her at her peak. He suddenly starts draining Jiang's energy. Jiang feels it happening. My power? It is being pulled away. This pressure? This is the power of a B-level fighter. Qin Yao's father charges forward and lands a devastating punch, badly injuring Jiang. Then he kicks him, sending him flying. Jiang falls out of his battle stance, back to his normal form. Qin Yao's father walks toward him. This is the difference between an ant and a giant. I will not let you die quickly. I will crush every bone in your body, drain your blood, and break your spirit. At that moment, Hong Ling steps into the arena. But the old man blocks her. She glares at him. Do not try to stop me. If anything happens to Jiang, I will make sure your entire Yi family pays for it. Instead of arguing with me, maybe you should be worried about what dirty tricks Qin Yao's father pulled to upgrade his ghost to B-level. The old man narrows his eyes. What are you suggesting? A professor speaks up. Let's not get involved in the fight between Jiang and patriarchy. After all, Jiang is a student of our university. Another professor silently thinks, but given the situation, Jiang will either die or be permanently crippled. His faith in the Taoist path might even break. Even though his talent is remarkable, many powerful families will not bother helping a fighter who is likely to be disabled. The second professor warns him, you will regret hesitating today. The first professor remains doubtful. Qin Yao's father has already broken Jiang's bones completely. Even if I spoke up now, the kid is done for. But just then, Jiang struggles to his feet. Stay back. This fight is between him and me. No one is allowed to interfere. I have not lost yet. Xiaoman yells, Jiang, you are going to die at this rate. Let me help you. But Jiang refuses. Qin Yao's father scoffs. Still struggling? Do you really think you are some unkillable cockroach? This boring fight ends now, but suddenly, something changes. Qin Yao's father freezes, realizing something is wrong. He looks down. He is trapped in Jiang's web of threads. Jiang laughs and says, I have one more thing for you. Do you think you've won? My body has too many wounds, and my super healing cannot keep up. So, I'll use wires to replace my broken bones. To torture me, Qin Yao's father used up a huge amount of his strange power to maintain his ruins. I've been using super healing this whole time, and my energy is almost gone. But I still have one last trump card. Then Jiang grabs his sword and says, Did your Lord of Light never teach you? Fighting requires brains too. Qin Yao's father thinks to himself, how is this possible? His strange power just recovered all of a sudden? If I try to block his attack, those thin wires in the sky will cut me into pieces. But if I try to dodge them, Jiang's attack will definitely land on me. Am I really going to lose to this little rat? Just then, a rope grabs Jiang's sword and flings it away. That rope belongs to ex-wife. She yells, patriarchy must not lose. Absolutely not. Then she charges at Jiang. But before she can reach him, Xiao Jin appears and kicks her back. The ex-wife glares at Xiao Jin and says, how dare you kick me? Xiao Jin replies, the fight is over, but that doesn't mean you can interfere. Meanwhile, Jiang is in bad shape. One of the team members says, it's a side effect of the ruins. This medicine should help. Jiang, hang in there. Then she gives him an injection. On the other side, the ex-wife shouts, Jiang must die. He must lose this fight. You lowlifes, what are you doing to me? Get out of my way. Her father tells her, do not be reckless. She snaps back, did you forget about the bet? I don't want to be that Zuge. Her father interrupts her. Shut up. No one cares about that right now. That is not the issue. He thinks to himself, did this girl not hear what that boy just said? He mentioned those 4 words, Lord of Light. If the Yi family is connected to the Illuminati, then my daughter saving Qin Yao's father just now could make people think the Lu family is involved with them too. the old man steps forward and says, Jiang, everything you've done has impressed me. On behalf of Qin Yao's father, I admit defeat. You have won. From now on, your grudge against the Yi family is over. But you cannot accuse me of anything. My Yi family has nothing to do with the Illuminati. He thinks to himself, even if Qin Yao's father did something, he cannot admit it now. Jiang replies, it's all settled. Now, let's take care of things one by one. The ex-wife's father says, Jiang, Mr. Yi has already admitted defeat. Let's leave it at that. As for the bet between you and the Liu family, since your people got involved too, let's just drop it. From now on, the Liu family will appreciate and support you. Having a mysterious family backing you is an honor many can only dream of. I am sure you understand the value of this promise. Jiang responds, do I need your Liu family's appreciation? Your precious daughter just tried to finish me. The ex-wife snaps, so what? I want you dead. And you expect me to keep such a disgusting promise? Keep dreaming. Jiang sighs, oh, I should have just finished you. But do not worry, I will not do anything to you. Your fate will be decided by Zhuge. The ex-wife scoffs. That rat? You think he's worthy? Jiang replies, he is not a rat. He is my brother. You know his past better than I do. He was abandoned by his father first, then by his whole family, and now by you. And yet, you keep calling him a rat and keep reopening his wounds. Her father and she fall silent. Jiang continues, if it were anyone else, they would have given up long ago, right? But he stayed positive and never lost hope. One day, you will regret everything you have done to him. I already regret not appreciating Zhuge Yi earlier. The scene shifts to Zhuge. A mark appears on his forehead. Zhuge shouts, it's done. I've mastered it. A super difficult mind control trick. I did it. What time is it? He checks the time and looks completely shocked. Quickly getting dressed, he says, no, I have to go cheer Jiang on. The scene shifts back to Qin Yao's father, who is in terrible shape. Jiang says, the Liu family's matter is settled. Now, it is your turn, Qin Yao's father. Where is your Lord of Light? You have done so much for the Illuminati, finished so many people, and followed them more loyally than a dog. But why did it not come to help you? Maybe it does not love you enough? The old man yells, Jiang, stop spewing nonsense. Is it not enough that you defeated Qin Yao's father? Do you have to drag the whole Yi family into this too? Jiang smirks, old man, you are the most powerful person in the Yi family, and yet Qin Yao's father was working with the Illuminati right under your nose without you knowing? So, either the Yi family is full of fools, or you are just pretending to be clueless. The old man shouts, everyone, this is complete nonsense. Qin Yao's father suddenly starts laughing. Forget just joining the Illuminati. I will do anything to bring Qin Yao back. The Lord of Light will never abandon me. I follow the light. I fight for the light. The old man panics. Qin Yao's father, stop talking. Do you even realize what you are saying? Qin Yao's father shouts, of course, I do. The Lord of Light can wipe you all out in an instant. Before he can finish, the old man attacks him. Ever since Qin Yao passed away, he has lost his mind. Whatever he did in private has nothing to do with the Yi family. But the audience starts whispering among themselves. A family member watches the scene unfold and thinks, damn it, Qin Yao's father is such an idiot. Jiang was clearly provoking him, and he fell right into the trap. And now he paid for it with his life. I need to get out of here before I get dragged down with him. Just then, Qin Yao's father murmurs, eternal light, baptize all living beings. I never planned to live. Death is only the beginning. I want this whole city buried with Qin Yao. None of you are leaving here alive. Meanwhile, in another part of the area, the glass of a capsule starts cracking. The capsule shatters, and a pink liquid leaks out, seeping into the underground drainage system. The scene shifts to the team member, who says, the soul-sealing incense is lit, and the barrier is forming. Hong Lingyan speaks on the phone. Captain, Qin Yao's father is dead. We have sealed off the area around the Yi family with soul-sealing incense. Yan sets out on his mission, but on the way, members of the Illuminati block his path. A ghost servant tells him, Tianqing City is about to be bathed in light. Join us and be baptized together. This world is full of injustice and corruption, with no light or hope. Only the Illuminati can save it. Yan replies, salvation? How many people have lost their families, friends, and loved ones because of the Illuminati? How many lives have been ruined because of you? You do not bring light, only disaster. The ghost servant responds, you are still as stubborn as ever. The scene shifts to the battle arena, where Qin Yao's father has already died. An old man says, as for what he said, it is just the nonsense of a madman. Please do not take it to heart. But the entire audience starts cursing the Yi family. The old man tries to calm them down, but suddenly, Qin Yao's father's body starts reacting. Seeing this, the old man says, it is Qin Yao's father's ghost. The lives of ghosts and their contractors are linked. If Qin Yao's father is dead, why is his ghost still here? At that moment, the old man starts coughing up blood. The same thing happens to others in the arena, causing the crowd to panic and run outside. Ex-wife's father says, now that I know Qin Yao's father is connected to the Illuminati, I will not have anything to do with him. The head of the family will definitely blame me. Jiang watches everything unfold and thinks to himself, this is the effect of Qing Yao's father's guishu, red flow. Hongling says, Xiaolan, take these two children away. You did a great job today. Let us handle the rest. Xiaoman tells Jiang, ever since Qing Yao's father's ghost possessed me, I have felt a strange energy. Even though he is dead, it is still there, and it is getting stronger. Qing Yao's father now has an S-level mysterious aura. Xiao Jin takes Jiang outside. A little team member comments, it looks like Qing Yao's father is the Illuminati's latest masterpiece in ghost raising. He actually used himself as a container to raise ghosts. That is insane. Jiang asks Xiao Man, didn't you say the Illuminati cannot raise a guile? Xiao Man replies, yes, normally, even if they got the king's remains, they could never raise a gimi, unless they used a very special secret. As the little team member heals Jiang, she says, Jiang, your wounds healed so fast. They were really serious just now, but now they are almost gone. Is something weird going on? Or is it your ghost's power? Jiang replies, that is a secret? The little team member shrugs and says, okay, everyone has secrets. I will not ask anymore. Jiang then asks, Sister Hongling, is Su Jingxua really okay? Do you not need to go help? The little team member reassures him, do not worry. A half-finished mystery that only one person needs to raise can be handled by the two of them. My job is to take care of you, Xiao Jin adds, using yourself as a container. To save me, Master lied to the Illuminati, saying he used his body as a container to hide the king's finger. Jiang looks at Xiao Jin. The little team member continues. The captain of Team 3206 immediately transferred the finger to the Giju in Tianqing City as soon as he got it. Thanks to Captain Yan Qingqing's investigation, we now know who this SSS-level corpse belonged to. Jiang asks, who is it? The little team member explains, these corpses belong to an SSS-level secret called Black Plague. Its ghost ruins can spread pollution over a large area in a short time, turning people into its ghost slaves. The Illuminati want to use the Black Plague's corpse to create a mysterious being with its power. Jiang thinks to himself, Sozhou got contaminated by the Black Plague's power. But since the infection source was a defective test subject, he did not immediately turn into a ghost slave. He then asks, Xiaolan, can you tell me more about the Black Plague? The little team member thinks for a moment and then says, not all mysteries come from the mysterious world. It sounds strange, but originally, they were just normal humans. Jiang is shocked. The little team member continues, in the mysterious world, anything with self-awareness is called a mystery. Mysteries can be ghosts, monsters, gods, or even humans. The Black Plague was born in an old society where close relatives married each other. Because of this, he was born deformed, ugly, and was treated like a monster by the villagers. In those superstitious times, people thought he was bad luck. One day, his own parents and the villagers tied him to a stake and burned him alive. But in his extreme hatred, he turned into a supernatural being and almost wiped out the entire village. After that, he caused several other disasters, killing tens of thousands of people. How he eventually died and how the Illuminati got his body is unknown. Suddenly, the little team member gets an idea and says, the village where the Black Plague was born is now Yushan Town. Jiang is completely shocked and thinks, this is bad. Qing Yao's father might just be bait. Yushan Town, the strange domain's infiltration. The heart of Inchuan's train transport, the heart that was sent to Yushan Town in the real world, it is actually meant for the Black Plague. Raising ghosts requires extreme emotions. If they turn Qing Yao's father into a mysterious being, they could do the same to others. Even though Qing Yao's father was raised at a low level, if he was used as bait, could it be a way to hide something even bigger? Just then, Zuge arrives and asks, are you done? What is going on? Why is everyone running outside? Jiang responds, if you won, Qing Yao's father should be dead. Why are you only coming now? Zuge shows his head mark and says, I was in secluded training, and now I am way stronger. I told you, you cannot lose. Too bad I missed your big moment. But, why do you look like you just ate something nasty? Jiang replies, it is not over yet. Then he thinks to himself, Qing Yao's father turned into a mysterious being and sacrificed hundreds of people from the Yi family. With all this chaos, there must be another goal behind it. The little team member notices his expression and says, it is not over yet? Jiang, what did you realize? Why do you look so worried? Just then, the little team member starts to realize something. She calls and says, Glasses Guy? Any new clues? Glasses Guy replies, I found the Yi family's secret room. Something slipped out through the sewer before the soul-sealing incense barrier fully formed. Shocked, the little team member says, you mean? At that moment, Jiang stands up and starts to leave. He activates his eye ability and thinks to himself, if something came out of the sewer, it must have left traces at the sewage outlet. Soon, everyone arrives near the sewer pipes. The little team member says, at the place where Brother Zhou was attacked, there was also a talisman like this on the glass tank that held the pollution source. Jiang asks, Do you still have any communication equipment? Give me one. The little team member hands him a device. Jiang says, Xiaolan, inform the captain, Sister Hongling, and the others. Qing Yao's father is not the final result of this ghost-raising experiment. There's probably another secret behind all this. He thinks to himself, the Illuminati wants to create a mysterious being using the Black Plague ruins. If the real source of contamination isn't Qing Yao's father but something else that escaped, Jiang turns to the team. We need to find that secret. Everyone, spread out. If you find anything, contact us immediately. Everyone agrees and moves out. A little later, Jiang reaches a building and thinks, no traces. Where could that thing have gone? If the Illuminati's goal is to spread pollution, it'll definitely head to places with a lot of people. The busiest area in Tianqing City is the commercial center. My sister is there. Meanwhile, a news announcer says, according to the Meteorological Bureau, this rainfall in Tianqing City will be the heaviest in the past 50 years. Please take precautions. Jiang's sister thinks, is Jiang done with his work? This rain is so heavy. I keep feeling uneasy about this. The scene shifts to the battle arena. Hongling calls Jiang. I already know what you found out. According to Su Jingshua's analysis, the pollution source inside the mysterious body is both spreading contamination and is the key to stopping it. Qing Yao's father is now almost at SS level strength. We can't handle him alone, but support is on the way. Be careful. Jiang thinks, SS level strength? Can something this powerful really be created so easily? No, I'm still missing something. The Illuminati's deacon is keeping Captain Yen occupied. The mysterious Qing Yao's father is holding off Sister Hongling. Almost all of the Tianqing City Conspiracy Bureau's forces are focused on the Yi family. The weakest defense right now is the Special Treatment Center. Jiang calls the little team member. Brother Zhou might be in danger. She replies, got it. I'll take some people there now. A little later, the little team member and another teammate arrive at the hospital. She asks the doctor, Doctor, wait, is Brother Zhou okay? The doctor responds, Captain Zhou? His condition is stable, and all his readings are normal. The team member asks, has anyone suspicious come here? The doctor shakes her head. Jiang thinks, was my judgment wrong? No. The enemy just hasn't made a move yet. At that moment, Xiaomen holds an umbrella over Jiang and says, why are you getting yourself soaked just thinking about things? Jiang asks, where did you get this umbrella? Xiaomen replies, found it in the prison warehouse. I can tell you're in a bad mood. What's wrong? Don't keep it to yourself. I'll help however I can. Jiang says, I should have figured it out earlier. The Illuminati helped Qing Yao's father get revenge so they could gain support from the Yi family. But they never actually cared whether he succeeded or not. I never understood why they would risk a direct fight with the Conspiracy Bureau by raising ghosts inside the city when they could have done it somewhere hidden. Why go to the Yi and Huang families for help, even at the cost of sacrificing some people? They could have chosen places where the Giju's power is weak instead of coming to Tianqing City. They used the crisis in Yushan town to weaken the city's ghost population and then created large-scale ghost-raising events to cause an even bigger disaster. But all of that was just a distraction. Captain Yen was able to suppress the ghost servants, yet the Illuminati still chose to attack Tianqing City. It doesn't make any sense? Unless, there's something in Tianqing City that's so important to them that they have to act here, setting up one scheme after another. Xiaoman, do you remember what Captain Yen said last time? The 24 deacons of the Illuminati? The first one is the flame devil god, Wang Yen. When we tried looking into him, Captain Yen told us that he was also looking for me, or more accurately, for you. Xiaoman tenses up. That guy who grabbed my head? You mean, he wants my body and my head? Jiang nods. The flame devil is after us, so it makes sense that the ghost slaves are targeting me too. The infinite terror attack, Brother Zhou's infection. These random events are actually all connected. Their goal is us. Xiaoman stays silent for a moment, then says, Jiang, go find Yen and the others. Find him, and then we'll cancel the contract. The scene shifts to Yen. He confronts members of the Illuminati and says, so you set up all these traps and finished so many people, just for a forbidden ghost? One of the ghost servants replies, you know, right? That's not just any forbidden ghost. To get her, Lord Flame Devil paid a huge price. Yen, since we used to be friends, I'll tell you something. We're after more than just the forbidden ghost. We also want Jiang. Yen responds, that kid is not going to join the Illuminati. The ghost servant smirks. Yeah, normally that's true. But let's say, what if Zhou died because of him? Yan's expression hardens. What are you talking about? The ghost servant continues. When Zhou turns into a mysterious being and pollutes the entire city, his sister, Zhuge, Xiaojin, even you and everyone in Tianqing City, when Jiang finds out it was all because of him, what do you think he'll do? He'll be completely crushed. And when someone falls into darkness with no way out, they start looking for the light. All we're doing now is pushing him into the dark. The scene shifts back to Jiang. He says, canceling the contract. What exactly does that mean? Xiaomen says, since their real target is me, if I leave, you and the people around you should be safe. I'm the one who dragged you into this. Ending the contract is the best choice. I know what this means for both of us. We've already built a bond that can't be erased. But still, I don't want. Before she can finish, Jiang stops her and says, Jiang Xiaoman, you're part of the Jiang family. My sister once said that in a family, there's no such thing as being a burden or not being a burden. And besides, how can you be so sure that giving yourself up will solve everything? What if they're actually after me? I'm a contractor who can form contracts with forbidden ghosts. That's not something just anyone can do. I'm even stronger than most challengers. Now that we understand what's going on, there's only one thing to do. We have to take down the escaped Gimi before it can go after Brother Yong. We need to extract the source of the pollution from that mysterious body and save him. Xiaoman nods. Alright, so where do we look for this secret now? Jiang replies, things have come this far, and I already know who that mysterious person is. If it's that guy, then rather than just following the Illuminati's orders, he's probably more obsessed with something else. Just then, someone appears behind Jiang and Xiaoman. It's none other than Qing Yao. Qing Yao says, I want revenge. I want revenge on you. Jiang looks at her and says, long time no see, Qing Yao. Where'd you go for plastic surgery this time? Qing Yao glares at him. Jiang, you can't protect anyone. You're going to be consumed by hatred too, and this whole city will go down with me. Jiang smirks. You want to take the whole city down with you? Then you'd better be ready to go first. With that, Jiang charges at Qing Yao. And that's where this video and season 1 of this manhwa come to an end. When the next season comes out, I'll explain it right here on this channel. So make sure to subscribe. If you enjoyed my effort, please leave a like and a comment. It would mean a lot to me. I'll see you in the next video.